Chapter 1: The Godly Hero System that becomes bigger and stronger. In 2017, in Tianfu Rongcheng, Jiang Chang was reborn. Inside the large bed suite of Ihung Hotel, Jiang Chang looked at his cell phone page while looking at the strange woman lying beside him. The cell phone page's prestige message was exactly what his current girlfriend Zhao Jia had sent over. Why don't you say anything? You've grown a lot of patience now, right? You're not afraid of me losing my temper? After reading the chat records between them, the memories in his mind started to pour out. Jiang Chang pulled out a sarcastic smile and replied, "Let's break up." Zhao Jia was her high school classmate and her first girlfriend. Although she was petite and cute, she had a very obvious characteristic, which was gold worship. As long as there is a little holiday, must ask Jiang Chang to buy her gifts or send red packets. What New Year's Day, Women's Day, Labor Day, Arbor Day, even the Army Day she did not spare. As long as Jiang Chang did not send her red packets she will play temper, and even in the name of love will condemn Jiang Chang does not love her, and then began to threaten to break up. In the past, Jiang Chang simply thought that Zhao Jia just cared about every holiday with him. At one time, he also held her in his heart like a white moonlight, at his beck and call, and tried his best to satisfy her no matter what the request was. As long as you can lick the place will not let go of the slightest, so infatuation licked year after year. Before Zhao Jia always said to him, "We are still students, can't hold hands, can't kiss, you give me more time, it'll be better when we go to college." In this way, he thought that Zhao Jia is really a simple and pure girl, until after she went to college she looked at a rich second generation who was even richer than Jiang Chang, and then she decisively dumped Jiang Chang. From that time on, reality gave Jiang Chang a smile and a polite slap. After breaking up with Zhao Jia in his previous life, Jiang Chang chose to stay at the local university. After being a social animal outside for a few years, he finally couldn't stand to go home and wanted to directly inherit his father's industry. "I didn't expect to sleep and then turn around and start all over again, and look at this way, but also with the development trajectory of the previous life is not quite the same. The previous life of their own drunkenness after drinking and went home. This life of their own guts actually become bigger. The first time to return to the rebirth of the first time will find their arms around a so beautiful woman into the hotel room." Of course, although different from the previous life, at that time the rebirth of the return of Jiang Chang did not hide, but to face the difficulties, to help times this woman undress. Jiang Chang helplessly lamented, "The most tragic thing in the world then. People are gone, but the disgusting memories of the previous life is still there, and the key is that if you give yourself another season maybe you will be able to go to the king. Oh yeah, I forgot to delete all the videos of my wife from my computer before I was born again. I don't know if my father Jiang Jianmen and my mother Li Yan have seen these videos that made him die socially in his previous life." After a long pout and a short sigh, Jiang Chang slowly accepted the situation. After all, rebirth is better than crossing. He can also be reborn to change some of the regrets of the previous life failed to change, such as Zhao Jia at this time. The old way is impossible to walk again. Jiang Chang knows that if not unexpected, later Zhao Jia will ask himself to send her red envelopes. As expected, Zhao Jia's prestige immediately returned. "Do you really not know why I'm angry? Yesterday was the summer solstice." Jiang Chang snorted and replied again, "Pay attention to the topic. I'm talking about let's break up." Zhao Jia on the other end of the cell phone looked at Jiang Chang's reply and her big shrewd eyes widened incredulously. The two of them had been together for almost a year, and in the past, as long as she was slightly angry and mentioned breaking up, Jiang Chang would immediately get the hell out of the way and run over to apologize at the first opportunity. Now actually really said to break up with yourself? The first time to be broken up Zhao Jia instantly some cannot accept. She immediately a phone call over. "Jiang Chang, what do you mean?" Literally chanting, "Can't you read?" Seeing Jiang Chang's voice was very calm without a trace of hard feelings, Zhao Jia immediately panicked a little. If she really broke up, what would she do about her expenses after college? Thinking this way, Zhao Jia immediately felt some panic in her heart. She only wanted Jiang Chang to send herself a red packet, not really wanting to break up. At this time, she is a little difficult to ride the tiger, can only be reluctant to soften the tone of voice to ask, "Why break up? We have different personalities and like different things. How is it different? Aren't we quite suitable?" Jiang Chang laughed a little. "Where is the same? I like women. You like men. Our three views are different." Hearing Jiang Chang explain this way, Zhao Jia instantly exploded. What kind of excuse is this? Clearly teasing herself. When she is good to fool, Zhao Jia instantly became furious. "Jiang Chang, I'll give you one more chance. Be serious." "Zhao Jia, I said seriously. Just see it through and get together. Okay, this is what you said. Break up then break up. You don't regret it," said Zhao Jia. Hung up the phone. At this time, although she felt like missing something important inside, suddenly empty, but she has been accustomed to Jiang Chang's wave that is to call, so she does not think that Jiang Chang really dare to break up with himself. Jiang Chang looked at the hung-up phone. Inwardly he breathed a sigh of relief. And by the way, Zhao Jia's phone prestige was directly pulled black. Congratulations to the host for activating the dreams come true godly hero system. There was actually such a good thing? Could it be that he was going to start opening up, and then get the golden finger, start the crazy face punching mode, and then subterfuge all over the place, and walk up to the peak of his life? Although Jiang Cheng's original family conditions were good, his father ran a small construction company with $10 million in assets, but this is only all the assets. Their family can only be considered a little bit of money, and because he had just graduated from high school, and because he had been living at home for 3 years in high school, his mom, Li Yan, had only given him $1,000 a week for living expenses. Jiang Cheng remembers Li Yan telling him that she would give him $10,000 a month for living expenses when he arrived at the university next month. At that time, he felt that this was already a lot. I didn't expect to love these years, didn't wait for a trace of true love, but instead waited for this splash of wealth. Divine Hero System activation in progress. The host receives 0.1 yuan for every second of his existence in the world. Name, Jiang Cheng. Age, 18. Height, 182. Face value, 85 points. Level, 1. System reserve, 0 yuan. System, 0.1 per second. Upgrade experience, 0/1000000. Jiang Cheng did some math. Level 1. The 0.1 yuan gained per second was 8,640 yuan a day. A month was 259,200 yuan. He was reborn just over an hour ago. He was on his way to the pinnacle of his life by getting the system? Isn't this too good? Congratulations to the host for obtaining the newbie gift pack. May I ask if the host will open it? Jiang Cheng said silently. Open the newbie gift pack. Rewarding a 10 million level supercar Porsche 918. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for receiving a $10 million reward in newbie cash. 5 beginner shopping blitz cards. Beginner shopping cashback card consumption maximum amount is 1 million. Beyond the range will be invalid. 1 pair of friendly value scanning system. The funds rewarded by the system are being transferred into the host's name bank card. The funds rewarded by the system are legitimate funds that can be traced, and will not cause any financial or legal risks to the host. System. This prompt finished Jiang Cheng's cell phone, then rang a familiar prompt sound. Listening to the sound, Jiang Cheng could not help but exclaim. Picked up the cell phone in hand to take a look. Your tail number 5456 merchant's card. Received a transfer of $10 million. The balance is $10,332,311. Then looking at the Porsche logo car key that appeared in his hand at an unknown time. This kind of real delicate and textured car key Jiang Cheng still touched for the first time. Just then the system rang again. May I ask the host whether to turn on the friendly value scanning system? Turn it on. Jiang Cheng looked at the strange woman who was hugging him after saying this. Friendly value scanning system activated. In the process of obtaining information about the other party. Name, Yu Xiaoxiao. Age, 25 years old. Height, 165 centimeters. Face value, 93. Body, 94. Privacy, 1. Friendliness value, 60. Intimate state. The first few values were very simple and easy to understand, but the privacy one Jiang Cheng was a bit confused. Jiang Cheng clicked on the system's explanation page. Privacy value refers to a person's private life, and the number on the value refers to the amount of intimate contact or lack thereof with the opposite sex. Looking at this explanation, Jiang Cheng instantly understood in seconds. Wasn't this number one of Yu Xiaoxiao referring to Jiang Cheng? This privacy value item was indeed a good thing. Not only does it allow you to be a good person, but it also prevents you from being a cuckold. It turns out that the relationship scanning system is a lightning rod that the system gives itself. A pair of jade arms and the quilt suddenly embraced his waist. The tender little hands were moving up and down carelessly. The inside of his mouth was also muttering carelessly. I didn't expect you to actually be such a scum. Such a refreshingly vulgar excuse for breaking up was also said. Jiang Cheng looked at the stunningly beautiful woman in front of him who was taking advantage of him. Underneath the natural willow leaf eyebrows was a row of curly and thick long eyelashes. The delicate and slightly straight nose, slightly biting seductive red lips, had to once again exclaimed, what a mature and imperial woman. Today, he originally found a bar to drink casually because Zhao Jia ignored her again, and Yu Xiaoxiao seems to have encountered what blow. The two people talked happily under a cup after a cup of cocktails down. A dozen cups were finished at once. Soon began to be confused. What happened next is not surprising. Just when he was reborn over, he found that Yu Xiaoxiao was very active climbing on his neck. Jiang Cheng, who did not know why, was naturally not polite to Yu Xiaoxiao. In the two people back and forth under the bloodshed occurred. I just don't know what kind of love injury Yu Xiaoxiao has suffered. Actually would take the initiative to bring himself to this kind of place to heal his wounds. Although Jiang Cheng had already hit the nail on the head just now to heal her wounds. But Yu Xiaoxiao's friendliness value towards herself was still only 60 points. This also showed that she didn't fall in love with herself at first sight. Either she had drunk herself out of her mind or she was desperate for something. At this time, Yu Xiaoxiao had one hand on her head with a charming smile on her face. One hand poked Jiang Chang's belly. Just now when you were drinking, you also said how much you liked her. So it's true that there are no good men in this world. Seeing Yu Xiaoxiao poking fun at himself, Jiang Chang didn't bother to explain. He put down his cell phone while grabbing Yu Xiaoxiao's still fidgeting little hand and said softly, "You're drunk. Let me give you another sobriety shot." Jiang Chang's dream before he was reborn was to be a cuffable family doctor, especially the kind that gave injections. I didn't expect it to start materializing on the first day of rebirth. Ding! Due to the host's excessive speed, rewarding the host with a supercar purchase blitz card, unlimited amount only 1. Reward the host with the skill of spiritual tongue. Special note, this skill optimizes and strengthens every cell of the host's tongue, making it more flexible and stronger in force. Jiang Chang couldn't help but be stunned for a moment as he listened to this, and tried to stretch out the tip of his tongue and slowly move it around. Suddenly, he realized that his originally somewhat stiff tongue had suddenly become incredibly flexible. There was no pressure at all for his current tongue to easily do a tongue dance. Jiang Chang looked at Yu Xiaoxiao, who was sleeping beside him, and suddenly the corners of his mouth smiled into a small Nike. Chapter 2. Thank you for your hospitality. Jiang Chang woke up the next day after rubbing the swelling of the head, found himself beside the long empty. Jiang Chang held his breath and listened for a while, and found that the whole room was quiet, and looked sideways to see that his cell phone placed on the table next to the bed was actually pressed underneath a thick stack of red Chinese coins. Jiang Chang picked up the note on the table, only to see that the beautiful script on it read, "Thank you for your hospitality. I was very satisfied last night. This is for your reward." Jiang Chang immediately laughed. This damn when he is a cowboy? Don't say. Look at the thickness of this, at least $5,000, but it is also quite generous. He was never thought that there are women who offer their first time after the money to others. Yu Xiaoxiao, this woman is quite interesting, but it is a pity that actually did not leave contact information. After cleaning up a bit, Jiang Chang retired from the room, looking at his system inside the 5 primary storm card and a supercar cashback card. The meaning of the cashback card Jiang Chang understands, but the meaning of this blitz card is that after I spend it I will generate a blitz? Is that a blitz for more money? Or is it experience? Is it the same as the meaning of exploding equipment in monster fighting games? It would be great if it could burst out money, but if it was experience, then it would be a bit boring. Seeing Jiang Chang so asked, the system ding-dong's reply, "Host, consumption storm card refers to the consumption of the specified amount of money range. Have the opportunity to obtain the consumption of the amount of money multiplier storm, such as 10 times, 20 times, the primary storm card the highest multiplier for 50 times. This explanation from the system made Jiang Chang's heart burst with satisfaction. Jiang Chang already had an answer in his heart after comparing them. If he were to go directly to buy a supercar right now, he would only be able to choose a model within $10 million. Even if he got the highest 50 times cashback multiplier, it would only be $500 million. But if he first spent the 5 primary blitz cards, and then took the accumulated amount to buy a more expensive supercar, wouldn't the cashback amount be even higher? Thinking of this, Jiang Chang's heart instantly had a plan. It was now 2017, and although Rongcheng had already had a policy to limit purchases in 14 years, due to economic problems, the policy to limit purchases had actually existed in name only for a long time. Although there is no explicit provision above to directly cancel the purchase restriction policy, but a number of developers are holding the attitude of holding the pipa half cover. As long as you can pay in full, how much you want to buy as much as you can. The real restriction on the purchase of real estate is not a restriction on the purchase, but a restriction on the loan. If you don't want a bank loan, there is room for maneuver. This is still known from my own dad who is in the construction industry. He had 5 blitz cards with a maximum spending of $1 million, and Jiang Chang was ready to take it directly to buy a house. After leaving the hotel, Jiang Chang searched for the Porsche 918 parked near the hotel according to the positioning given by the system. Jiang Chang tried to press the key of the Porsche at this time, only to see the car's response sound from a short distance away. With this press, the nearby crowd that was watching the supercar suddenly clamored. A girl who was posing with her cell phone following the car immediately looked forward and backward searching for the figure of the owner of the luxury car. Jiang Chang looked at the black nightclub Prince Porsche a few meters away and couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock again. The face value of this car is estimated that every girl will feel the heat when she sits on it. I wonder how the air conditioning of this car is. The woman who had just plopped down in Jiang Chang's car couldn't help but look straight in the eyes when she saw such a young and handsome man walking towards her. Jiang Chang walked toward the car, and in passing glanced at the woman who had just been self-conscious about taking pictures with her own luxury car. Jiang Chang saw her from a long way away, even if there were a few people surrounding her. The woman with a face full of technology still looked unchanged as she lay on Jiang Cheng's car in various poses taking pictures. She was wearing a bustier top, and underneath was a tight lacquered hip skirt, with a pair of black high heels on her feet. That woman saw Jiang Cheng ignored himself, directly opened the car door and sat in the car. Immediately and quickly ran to Jiang Cheng's car window next to Jiang Cheng thought to bloom a charming smile. This car is yours? I seek and can't be yours? Jiang Cheng said doubtfully. The woman's face remained unchanged, and she said with a pleasing face, No, I just saw that this car is too cool, so I couldn't help but take a picture of it. I don't know if you can give me a ride. Little brother, does this car of mine look like a cab? Of course not. But I see that little brother looks like he's particularly good at fixing sewers. Do you want to come to my house to fix the sewers? Jiang Cheng secretly poked at her and opened the friendly value scanning system. Name, Chen Richi. Age, 23 years old. Height, 168 centimeters. Face value, 65. Body, 88. Privacy, 28. Friendliness, 90. Intimacy status. A privacy value of 28 isn't really surprising. But this 90 points of friendly value is excessive, isn't it? This is not the legend of money on the fate. Money can lick the kind of girl. Looking at this privacy value, Jiang Cheng just wanna say, sorry, cannot afford. This can only be handed over to the screen in front of the LSP lick. Jiang Cheng said with a smile, forget it, 28 fellow travelers is too wide. I'm not going to squeeze. After saying this, Jiang Cheng started the car and left, leaving that woman with a stunned look on her face. Why would Jiang Cheng know? The woman immediately took out the mirror in her bag and looked at it muttering, I don't have 28 written on my face. The onlookers on the side of the grandfather saw Jiang Cheng rejected her, immediately opened his mouth and said, little girl, recommend yourself. I specialize in unclogging the sewer for 30 years. That handsome man does not make sense to me to help you pass. That woman immediately exploded when she heard this. Obscene, pervert. Alas, how can you say that about me? Little girl? Young people, you just call people to the door. How can I not? Childish. Pass. Roll. Okay? The onlookers couldn't help but burst out laughing as they listened to the conversation between the two. Grandpa, what she said about passing the sewer and what you said may not be the same. How is it not one? Don't worry, little girl. No matter if it's a proper sewer or an immodest sewer. Moncler, I'm good at it. The woman saw that she couldn't tease Jiang Cheng, a big tree, and had to be molested by the lewd Moncler outlet online, and turned around with a furious, blushing face and left. Jiang Cheng naturally didn't know about these things that happened in the back. At this time, as soon as Jiang Cheng sat in the car, the system automatically prompted. The system has automatically solved the problem of driving license for the host. The whole legal compliance. No need to worry. Looking at the driver's license that suddenly appeared in his hands, Jiang Cheng could not help but shout out, awesome. At this time driving a Porsche 918 Jiang Cheng, this is to realize what is called pretending to be a weapon. After all, the modern society, the car and the house has become a symbol of wealth in the hearts of many people. Maybe some people will think that the car is just a transportation tool, but do not have to buy so expensive. Anyway, buy so expensive but also used to pretend. But in reality, when your identity has not reached a certain degree of public recognition, the car and watch and house these items is to show a man the best symbol of hard power. To make an analogy, you drive a Wuling, your relatives may feel nothing, but you change into a Big Ben. They will think you have made progress. Great. As the saying goes, if you drive a BMW at a young age, you don't have to fight the airplane yourself. Someone may want to mention Boss Ma's simplicity again, or the cliched words. The social status of Boss Ma no longer need to rely on these things to give him a face. After all, his face as well as his name itself was hard power. But Jiang Cheng was different. The current Jiang Cheng was just a new player who had just registered and gotten a newbie pack compared to old Ma. Even the silver level of unyielding has not yet gone up. So, at this time, he still needs these things to package themselves. Although Jiang Cheng is the same as the old horse. Money is not interested, but to go to the peak of life all over the subterfuge. This temptation is still quite big. He really can not refuse. So now the best way is to continue to package themselves. Before he could drive 100 meters, Jiang Cheng saw a real estate agency center at the corner ahead. With this look, Jiang Cheng immediately drove towards the diagonal opposite side. As for why he didn't go directly to the property to buy, one is because it is too lazy, and secondly, want to find a new neighborhood property to look at in this prosperous downtown place in Rongcheng? Wake up? At this time is in the real estate upturn. The new building is generally opened directly by others directly seconds or by the sales office to the secondary market to cut leaks to go. Want to get started? The easiest way to find a real estate agent. Chapter 3, I like being green. Not long after, the car pulled up to the opposite side of the road from the agency. This agency is still quite famous in their local area. and has opened many branches. The area of this branch in front of me is not big. It seems to be only more than 100 square meters. Jiang Chang parked the car and then crossed the road to go in. After going in, I found that the store was quiet. Only 2 intermediaries were left playing with their cell phones. Seeing Jiang Chang come in, one of the girls quickly stood up. The other male coworker saw her stand up and a trace of imperceptible displeasure appeared on his face. However, it didn't actively stand up as usual to secretly steal customers from her. Today, the other old and oily coworkers had either gone out for a walk, or had taken their clients to look at properties. At this moment, only the 2 of them were left, only to see another male agent at this time is holding a cell phone with a lewd face, lewd smile. Seeing that he really didn't act, the girl immediately walked towards Jiang Chang with an excited face, only to see her end with a warm smile toward Jiang Chang said, "Hello sir, I am Xiao Xia, the real estate agent of Lover's Home. May I ask what I can do for you?" Jiang Chang looked at Xiao Xia and nodded. "I want to buy a few houses." Xiao Xia saw that Jiang Chang didn't come to rent a house but to buy a house. Although she was a bit surprised, she still immediately invited Jiang Chang to the reception room. Seeing Xiao Xia looking excited, the male colleague then raised his head. However, seeing that the customer was received by Xiao Xia, he soon buried his head again and continued to lewdly look at his cell phone. Jiang Chang also saw from Xiao Xia's words and behavior that she didn't seem to be a veteran salesperson, although Xiao Xia's attitude was very enthusiastic, but every move was a bit clumsy. However, the threshold of the line of real estate sales was low, and the mobility of the staff was high, coupled with the unstable salary. Basically there were more newcomers. "Hello, may I ask if you have a fancy building or a specific target? And what is the price requirement?" Xiao Xia blushed slightly under the excitement and asked Jiang Chang. She had been here for almost 3 months, and had previously heard others say that real estate agents were very lucrative. But after coming here, she realized that it wasn't as simple as the outside world said. Guests, although more, but from the entry to now a single selling houses have not been successful marketing. Open all the rental list, a month only with a basic salary of 1800, plus the rental commission can be grabbed. A month down to receive the beginning of the $3,000. Although she wasn't sure if Jiang Chang would actually buy it or not, as long as there was an opportunity to serve she would put forth 100% of her energy. "Help me look at a few houses that are priced at $1 million. Xiao Xia hurriedly nodded when she heard this, and immediately took out the tablet next to her to help Jiang Chang inquire. Just point to and found that have not poured water for Jiang Chang. Immediately panicked and put down the tablet, nervously said to Jiang Chang, "Excuse me, may I ask, sir, your name?" Jiang Chang didn't show any expression of dislike when he looked at Xiao Xia's fidgety appearance. It could be seen that she was really green, but who didn't have a first time? It just so happened that Jiang Chang liked these first times. Sincerity is not pretense and no skill. Communication. Although at first it will be more difficult, but if you have a little more patience, slowly pacify and then guide her, so that she relaxes, then the process behind will certainly be very smooth. After thinking this way, Jiang Chang opened the friendly value scanner. Name, Xia Jiqiu. Age, 19 years old. Height, 163 centimeters. Face value, 90. Body, 92. Privacy, 0. Friendly value, 50. Passerby status. Jiang Chang frowned after reading it. Rough hair tied in a low ponytail. Thick slanted bangs covering her eyes, coupled with a pair of oval black-rimmed glasses. What kind of ancient hairstyle was this? Non-mainstream? The girl in front of me has a face value of 90. System, you have no problem? Jiang Chang spat out a sound and then the system spoke out. The face value rating determined by the system is based on the host's inner aesthetics. Jiang Chang spat again after the system said this. I have reason to suspect that there is something wrong with your perception of me. This thinks that this girl is at most 70 points? The system determination is based on deep scanning to calculate the ratio of the 5 senses and other complex calculation formulas. Please, the host does not need to question. Imagine Daniel Wu wearing killer slanting bangs. The external face value will also be covered. Oh ho! Explaining it like this seems to be a bit interesting. It means that Xia Jiqiu's hairdressing seals her face value? No wonder he didn't even realize Xia was a beauty when he came in just now. After all, I ask, chastity you see is a beautiful woman not? Jiang Chang glanced at Xia Jiqiu, revealing one eye that looked very clear, like the kind of eyes of an uncontaminated mountain deer. Such a pair of good-looking eyes, she hard to stay a very thick slanting bangs to cover it up, and then wear a not very well-fitting uniform. Indeed, even if it is an actress to interpret this kind of hairstyle, then the beauty will also become ugly. Xiaoxia's skin was not of the fair and flawless kind, and the hair texture didn't look too good. It looked like she didn't usually take care of it, so this face value rating of 90 indicated that the condition of the 5 senses should be very good. Mr. Jiang, may I ask if you would like some tea? Or fruit juice? Bring me a mineral water. Okay, you wait a moment. After saying that, it immediately turned around and trotted out. Soon Xiaoxia came into the reception room with mineral water on her butt again, only to see her enthusiastically help Jiang Cheng unscrew the mineral water before handing it to Jiang Cheng. Please drink the water. Jiang Cheng nodded towards her. Thank you. You're welcome. Xiaoxia looked at Jiang Cheng's handsome face and couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed to look at him squarely. She secretly took a deep breath and immediately picked up the tablet and inquired. In 17 years? The price of a house in Rongqing is still more than $9,000 a square meter. And the price of a remote location will be even lower. But more than $1 million for a house is at best only to buy a small household of more than 100 square meters. Then may I ask if you have any special requirements for the area? Jiang Cheng shook his head. Just find some lots that are easy to rent out. Then do you want to buy a furnished or rough house? Obviously Xiaoxia's inquiry was very tactless and even a bit disorganized. But looking at the fact that Xiaoxia was a first-timer, Jiang Cheng's patience was quite high and didn't pierce her with a pinch of salt. Whatever. I don't live by myself. A suitable price and location will do. Jiang Cheng's purpose of buying a house was to buy one of the 5 primary storm cards. As for whether the house was rented out or resold after the purchase, it didn't matter. According to the current trend of house prices, in a few years, the house prices in Rongqing would double again. At that time, Jiang Cheng can use the price of nearly 20,000 square feet to sell out and earn a hand. Thinking about it, Jiang Cheng immediately felt that the decision to buy a house was too right. If 5 sets are bought in, the use of Consumer Blitz card at least can blitz out a few tens of millions of dollars in cash too. So think of the excitement of the moment. Some gill hair purple. Xiaoxia heard Jiang Cheng say so, and after narrowing the search area, picked out a few and handed them to Jiang Cheng. Mr. Jiang, take a look at these sets. These sets of house types and locations are very good. The neighborhood is also a commercial street, office building place. The decoration style is also fashionable modern style. It is relatively easy to rent out. Jiang Cheng took Xiaoxia's tablet and looked at it. These sets picked by this girl are quite real. The price is between 900,000 and more than $1 million. However, the system gave the maximum amount of the primary storm card was 1 million, and the system also explicitly stipulated that more than 1 million would be invalid. At this time, looking at these houses with a price of more than $1 million, Jiang Cheng could not help but curse. This system is really troublesome. Xiaoxia saw Jiang Cheng looking at the listings he picked and frowned, hurriedly asked in a panic, Mr. Jiang, are you dissatisfied with anything? If you're not satisfied, I can help you pick something else. Jiang Cheng shook his head. Although this house was good, but beyond $1 million, the system wouldn't let it be used. Chapter 4, A Rich and Powerful Life. Alas, people have to bow their heads under the system. Jiang Cheng pointed at the listings that were more than $1 million and asked, are these house prices still negotiable? Xiaoxia nodded in relief when she heard Jiang Cheng say this. It should still be negotiable. The sale of real estate. As long as it is not the kind of particularly urgent need to get out of the house, the general hanging prices are somewhat inflated, because once a buyer looks at it, when buying a house, it will inevitably also pressurize the price, so it is always necessary to hang the price on the high side, leaving some room for negotiation. This reasoning Jiang Cheng of course also understand. He nodded to Xia said, this way, these 5 sets of more than 1 million, if you can negotiate down the price of 1 million per set I will buy. Seeing that Jiang Cheng wanted to buy 5 sets of houses in one go, Xiaoxia's eyes instantly widened in fear, and her round ass underneath was even still a bit unable to sit still, only to see her stuttering open her mouth to ask, this, are you talking about buying all 5 sets? Jiang Cheng nodded with a smile. You can buy them here, right? This, Mr. Jiang, right now the property is limited to purchase. If you want to buy 5 sets, is it all in your name? Jiang Cheng nodded. Yes, if 5 sets can be bought, you can go for full payment. See Jiang Cheng so say at this time she not only eyes more shocked even breathing also become a little short of breath, full payment. Although Xiaoxia some do not believe, because Jiang Cheng's age seems to be about the same age as her. This age can come up with 5 million full payment to buy a house. Inwardly though she was skeptical, she didn't dare to say it, and even nodded, it should be possible to do it. I have to talk to our supervisor about this operation. In addition to the price issue I will try my best to help you keep it down. If the price can't reach 1 million a room I won't buy it. Understand? I won't buy even one more point. Can you negotiate it down? This question asked Xiaoxia instantly lost some confidence. Although these prices originally had room for negotiation, but one of these 5 suites was priced at 1,090,000. The difference was a direct difference of 90,000, while the other several differences were in the range of 40,000 to $50,000. This price if they let their supervisor out if the estimate can be negotiated down, but she is now just a newcomer, and does not have a lot of certainty, only to see her say with some lack of confidence, this, I'll give it a try. although she was also eager to take the commission for these sets of houses. This eagerness was not something that boosted her self-confidence. Don't you need to take a look first? Jiang Cheng shook his head. There was no telling how much time it would take to look at so many sets, and he wasn't going to live there himself. Don't look at it. If you can buy it, when the time comes, or entrust you to just put it on rent directly. Xiaoxia saw Jiang Cheng so quick, dull head immediately like a chicken pecking rice, general nodding. It was the first time she had seen someone who was so casual about buying a house, and that relaxed look was just like buying food in a vegetable market. Could it be that $5 million is now the same as pocket money for these big city people? Jiang Cheng asked with some curiosity. Listen to your accent, is not a local, right? Seeing Jiang Cheng so asked, Xiaoxia embarrassed nodded. Naive smile, a little bit some inferiority complex, said, I'm Tianfu Ganzi Tibetan area out. Ganzi Tibetan region? With the memory of his previous life, Jiang Cheng remembered that they came out of that area of a netizen. The skin is also as dark as Xia General, but the eyes are very clear. Only appeared for 7 seconds, directly detonated the network. Back to basics of juvenile sense of appearance, and even changed the year for the white skinny male stars of the aesthetic standard. However, although the scenery of that place is beautiful, but with the isolation of not much different, all the mountains and rivers, the economy is not good. No wonder Xiaoxia, 19 years old, came out to work. Jiang Cheng looked at this old model cell phone in Xiaoxia's hand that had fallen, screen cracked and broken. He couldn't help but frown. Under the same age, even if he was surrounded by students from ordinary families who were sunny and optimistic, Jiang Cheng was still the first time to meet a girl like Xiaoxia who came out from the mountains. Thinking so often, improvised and said, let's do it this way. You try to help me talk about it. If you can talk about the price to $1 million, those extra differences, how about I give it to you separately? Xiaoxia, listening to Jiang Cheng, this immediately froze. Jiang Cheng's meaning of 1.09 million of the house. If she can talk about $1 million deal, that the other part of the difference in price directly to her meaning? But Jiang Cheng to buy is 5 suites. If all the difference in price are posted to her, all add up, that at least have hundreds of thousands of dollars. This, Mr. Jiang, are you telling the truth? The difference in price of 5 suites is hundreds of thousands of dollars. This money you want to give me? Although Xiaoxia was very excited and wanted it in her heart, she really didn't think to understand. What was the difference between this kind of purchase and his Jiang Cheng's direct purchase? Why would Jiang Cheng give this money to himself? To their own extremely unconfident Xiaoxia naturally do not think that Jiang Cheng can look at himself. After all, in her eyes she is so vulgar ordinary. With Jiang Cheng, such a big handsome man simply does not match. Jiang Cheng saw Xiaoxia's doubts. In fact, he did not want to be so troublesome. But the 5 card restrictions written above is the maximum limit amount of 1 million. More than invalid. If he wanted to use these cards, he still had to press the price down to 1 million. Although he could pay 1 million up front and then use the Blitz card, followed by paying the other part of the difference. But instead of giving this money to those rich owners, it would be better to give her to Xiaoxia in front of her. Money always needs to be spent anyway. Wouldn't it be better to give it to a girl who came out of a big mountain? It couldn't be helped. Jiang Cheng was just more prone to fraternizing with these poor women. I know what your doubts are, but today is the most special day of my life. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll just stab you with a fortune. Seeing Jiang Cheng say this, Xiaoxia was instantly touched and her eyes reddened. Jiang Cheng was the first stranger she had met who was so kind to her. After coming to the big city, she felt that there was really a gap between people, especially the first time she took the train to Rongqing. She remembered that she was wearing a set of half-used cotton clothes, and her dry food on the road was a homemade bun cake, as well as a thermos cup that was no longer insulated. But the little kid sitting across from her was wearing a brand new outfit, eating a KFC burger she'd never eaten before, and drinking a milk tea she'd never had in more than a decade. That was the first time in her life that she felt the gap between people was like a chasm. How small she was in this city. When she arrived here, she could hardly find a good job because of her lack of education. After working as a dishwasher for several months, the owner of the restaurant saw her pity and introduced her to this agency through her connections. In order to save money, she bought the cheapest lunchboxes for meals, and she didn't even bother to buy a cup of milk tea, which is the favorite drink of young people. Normally, she was often met with blank stares and even ridicule from other co-workers because of her extremely frugal food and clothing. However, she never thought that Jiang Cheng, such a strange customer, would actually lend her a helping hand at the first meeting. Although Xiaoxia wanted to refuse, but the blow of poverty made her unable to open her mouth. For people who are afraid of being poor, obviously there is a piece of wealth that can make her turn over. Why should she stretch out her hand to push this wealth out? Xiaoxia bit her lower lip gratefully and said to Jiang Cheng, Mr. Jiang, thank you, I will definitely try my best. You sit down for a while. I will now immediately contact the owners of these properties. Seeing Xiaoxia so excited, Jiang Cheng didn't make any reaction, waving his hand towards her to signal her to hurry up and do it. and then he lowered his head and played with his cell phone on his own, only to see her immediately turn around and trot over in the direction of the supervisor's room. After reporting this matter to the supervisor, that supervisor was also shocked, but he soon reacted and immediately took out his cell phone and followed Xia to contact those homeowners. At this time, hearing these movements of the male agent eyes revealed a deep sense of remorse. I didn't expect him to be so passive once, was picked up by others. The male agent even remorse slapped himself several big mouth. You know that even for a few $100,000, most people still need a loan, let alone 5 million. Covering his somewhat distended face looking at his cell phone. Grass. Just for this picture. He even spent $100, but as a result, this thing looks worse than an abalone. Looking at it makes him want to just smash the phone. If he had known that he should have gotten up and received Jiang Chang, maybe the tens of thousands of dollars in commission would be his now. If you have tens of thousands of dollars, you still need to look at it through the cell phone. Chapter 5, Packing 5 Houses. Seeing that their supervisor valued this order so much, maybe these houses would really be sold later. After the male supervisor walked into the reception room, he immediately extended his hand towards Jiang Chang and said warmly, "Hello, Mr. Jiang, I am the supervisor here. Jiang Yuan, thank you very much for choosing us. Lover's Home, Supervisor Jiang." Hello. Jiang Yuan looked at the table in the reception room with only a bottle of water on it. His eyes glanced unhappily at Xia and said in a reproachful tone, "Why don't you make tea for Mr. Jiang? Is this how you entertain guests?" Xiao Xia immediately panicked and turned on the hot water on the desk. "I'm sorry, supervisor. I'll immediately make tea for Mr. Jiang now. How can you use these tea leaves? Quickly go to my office and bring me that rainy day dragon well that is placed on the top floor." Seeing Jiang Yuan showing unusual enthusiasm, Jiang Chang waved his hand. "No need to bother. I'm not used to drinking that." Jiang Yuan smiled curtly at his words. There weren't many in their Rongqing city who could come up with $5 million to buy a house in full at such a young age. Although he didn't know the bottom line of Jiang Chang's family yet, this kind of person couldn't be an ordinary family after all. "You are really young and grounded." Jiang Yuan immediately winked at Xia after he patted Jiang Chang on the back. "Although the client said he doesn't drink, you can't really just not prepare. After all, this society's connections are equal to money connections, and a lot of convenient relationships can't be made with money. For example, there is a relative inside your family who is the director of the hospital. There is a director in the office of the office of the office of the director. There is a big brother in the law enforcement division of your family, etc. These connections don't come about just because you have money. If someday you need these connections, you can only rely on these so-called connections to make introductions. The top rich people have more elites in their families than ordinary people. So the advantage of making friends with rich people lies in this. They have all kinds of channels to get the most up-to-date information. Not only can they advise you on business, but when you run into big trouble, they may also be able to rely on those relationships to give you a hand. Although it is not possible to form a high-quality and reliable relationship just by buying and selling houses, but for these people who have climbed the social ladder, as long as there is a slight chance, they will be willing to give it a try. Xiao Xia received Jiang Yuan's hint this time and immediately walked out smartly. Jiang Chang naturally saw the small movements of the two of them, but he remained calm. People who could achieve the position of supervisor were naturally smooth and skillful in dealing with the world. Jiang Chang opened his mouth and asked, "Supervisor Jiang, how's the talk going?" "You can rest assured that it has been negotiated. The housing you fancy is not far away in this neighborhood. There are 2 sets that are owned by the same landlord, and the other landlords have made appointments and are on their way." Jiang Chang nodded with satisfaction. Honestly, this efficiency is already considered very high. Jiang Yuan fawned towards Jiang Chang while receiving the rainforest dragon well that Xia Xia brought over and asked, "Mr. Jiang is a local?" Jiang Chang nodded lightly. That's not a coincidence. So am I. But it's really fate." Jiang Chang just smiled gently. At the supervisor's words he didn't take it to heart. After all, in this world there is Yuan and there is fate. The next time will be in and Jiang Yuan's small talk to pass the time. I have to say that can achieve the supervisor of this position of people talk is skillful. He both want to set out from your mouth your family background and ask very politely will not let you the slightest have a hint of discomfort. However, Jiang Chang is a person who has been reborn again, and in his last life, he was a person who has climbed the social ladder for a few years, although not as old as their age, but still more than enough to cope with interpersonal relations. Soon after, several homeowners finally arrived one after another. After arriving at the hospitality room, several middle-aged people who were dressed somewhat elaborately couldn't help but show a surprised expression when they looked at Jiang Chang. The young man in front of them was even younger than they had imagined. It was almost as if he was in his early 20s as their own children. But there were just too many low-profile rich people nowadays. For people who are in a hurry to sell their house, a difference of a few tens of thousands of dollars in price is very common, and soon a few people were able to talk it over. After the negotiation, A few people are ready to go to the real estate office to register the formalities. After a series of conversations plus formalities, finally Jiang Chung signed 5 transfer contracts with the 4 of them. The total price of the 5 houses is $5 million. The brokerage fee Jiang Chang paid 1%, and the original owner also paid 1%. So Xiaoxia receives 2 points of brokerage fee, a total of 100,000 yuan. Since the time is still early, a few people took the car to the nearby housing authority to pay the taxes and other procedures. In the male supervisor of the relationship between the lead, the process is very smooth, and did not suffer a little obstruction. More than an hour down 5 sets of houses are smooth transfer. As long as waiting for other formalities down after Jiang Chang will be able to get the real estate license. When Jiang Chang transferred money to each person at the same time and used the primary storm card, a system prompts began to ring out. Ding! Primary blitz card used successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a blitz multiplier of 15 times. The amount of the blitz is $15 million. Ding! Primary blitz card used successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a blitz multiplier of 10 times. The storm amount is $10 million. Ding! The primary blitz card was successfully used. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a blitz multiplier of 40 times. The storm amount is $40 million. Ding! Primary blitz card used successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a blitz multiplier of 10 times. The storm amount is $10 million. Ding! The primary blitz card was successfully used. Congratulations to the host for obtaining blitz times 10. The storm amount is $10 million. Chapter 6, It's my luck to meet you. Congratulations to the host for upgrading his level once again. Every second that the host exists in the world gains 0.8 yuan. Name, Jiang Chang. Age, 18. Height, 185. Face value, 85 points. Level, 6. System reserve, 4, 890 yuan. Can withdraw cash at any time. System, $0. 8 per second. System. Upgrading experience, 5 million/10 million. Jiang Chang looked at the system's prompts instantly excited. Gil was purple again. Consumed 5 million. Stormed out 85 million. In just 1 day's time, he owned 5 houses, and his fortune went straight to hundreds of millions. Jiang Chang said that in the future, the benefits of this kind of blitz card please more and more. And now the system had directly jumped and upgraded to level 6. The 0.8 yuan that he gained every second, 48 yuan a minute, was close to $70,000 a day. Could this be the life after the opening? After the process was completed, those few original owners and supervisors all took the initiative to add Jiang Chang's prestige and contact number. After adding the prestige and then put forward the request to invite Jiang Chang to dinner. But Jiang Chang naturally politely refused one by one. Jiang Chang said toward Xiaoxia, Xiaoxia, you come with me for a moment. Seeing that Jiang Chang had politely declined their invitation, but then called out to the young Xiaoxia, several people had revealed a look of realization. The male supervisor even woke up and said toward Xiaoxia, Xiaoxia, Mr. Jiang helped you complete the commission of 5 sweets. You have to treat Mr. Jiang to a meal tonight. You don't need to go to the company's side today, and keep Mr. Jiang company well. Xiaoxia nodded her head with a somewhat flustered and well-behaved voice. Yes, I understand, supervisor. After the group of people left, Xiaoxia again bowed somewhat nervously to Jiang Chang. Mr. Jiang, I'm really very grateful to you. Let me treat you to a meal. Jiang Chang waved his hand. Give me your bank card number. I'll transfer the money to you. Xiaoxia knew what Jiang Chang meant. In fact, at the beginning she was indeed very eager to get that difference in price that Jiang Chang had said. However, at this time she has already gotten 2 points commission. Although this commission to hand will also share some with the company, but there are also several tens of thousands. Moreover, from beginning to end she didn't play much of a role. At most it is an errand boy. The person who really negotiated the price is their supervisor. And now she wants to ask for Jiang Chang's money again. She feels a little embarrassed. No need, Mr. Jiang, I already have a commission. I can't ask you for money again. I've already received the reward. Xiaoxia said sincerely. Jiang Chang read Xiaoxia's inner entanglement. Although not all the children out of the big mountains are kind and heartless, but at this time Jiang Chang knew that Xiaoxia was such a person. You can think clearly. This society is not all the time can meet this kind of opportunity. You also not every time can be so lucky. Meet people like me. It is possible that you next time to meet the customer smack you will not ask questions, or to you to put forward some of the requirements of the purchase of real estate, such as the requirement for you to accompany people. I said this money to you. You'd better take it. Life is not so much opportunity. Meet it, grasp it. Don't wait for the time when you need money later and then regret. Jiang Chang's realistic words immediately woke up Xiaoxia. only to see her originally naive and clear eyes all of a sudden changed into panic. She naturally understood the male supervisor's words that told her to keep Jiang Chang company, and this phenomenon wasn't a secret within their real estate transactions, and she also felt that Jiang Chang was right. This society is not an ivory tower. Hard work and honesty and kindness cannot be exchanged for money. On the contrary, as long as you are willing to suffer, there will be endless suffering. Her own family's condition is not good. What qualification does she have to think about other people? Even more so, what qualification was there to refuse the pie that fell from the sky? Xiaoxia lowered her head and looked at the small bag she bought at the roadside stall. Gritting her teeth, she unzipped it and found out her new bank card that she had made a while ago and handed it to Jiang Chang, saying gratefully, "Thank you, Mr. Jiang, it's my luck to meet you." Jiang Chang took Xiaoxia's bank card, opened the mobile banking, and quickly transferred the 350,000 difference to Xiaoxia. In fact, Jiang Chang is not a saintly mother. His initial intention is only to let Xiaoxia help him to the price of the house to 1 million only. After all, compared to buy 80 or 90,000 houses, 5 sets of 1 million houses blitz multiplier is more exaggerated. And the fact is also true. Jiang Chang used these 5 sets of houses to get 85 million rewards, so this 350,000 to Xiaoxia Jiang Chang does not hurt at all. Transferred. I'll leave first. I hope you'll meet more good luck in Rongqing in the future. Xiaoxia received her own bank card. Her poor family had gained 350,000 in one afternoon. The shock was just too big for her, making her a little overwhelmed for a moment. Looking at Jiang Chang's departing figure, Xiaoxia gathered her courage and chased after him. "Mr. Jiang, can I add your contact information?" Seeing Jiang Chang staring at himself, Xiaoxia blushed scarlet and lowered her head. "I know that such an ordinary girl like me may not be qualified to add your prestige. If you are free in the future, I would like to sincerely invite you to a meal. Do you think it's okay?" Xiaoxia's mouth was dumb as she expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Jiang Chang couldn't help but laugh and shake his head as he looked at Xiaoxia's stupid appearance with her head down staring intently at the ground. After looking at Xiaoxia's friendly value towards himself, it actually rose directly from 50 points to 78 points. Jiang Chang took out his cell phone and opened his QR code. "Scan it. I don't have time today. Next time I have time to find you for dinner." Xiaoxia saw Jiang Chang agree and immediately took out her own cell phone. Flustered, she clicked on Weixin and quickly scanned Jiang Chang's QR code. Just then, the system prompted with a ding sound. Due to the very reasonable choice of your first consumption, the system rewards the host with unclogging card. Use this line of cards on any goddess whose face value exceeds 90 points. You will get the pleasure doubling function. The card will calculate the cashback based on the frequency plus the satisfaction of the other party. The number of times the secondary card is used is limited to once. Jiang Chang looked at such a card, suddenly felt that the system was messing with colors. Is this the sparing of his imagination? He shouldn't have misunderstood, right? But is this system a proper system? Why teach yourself to mess with colors? But in the way of the pressure of money, Jiang Chang still decided to find a chance to use this card properly. Half an hour later, Jiang Chang drove his car to the parking garage of the mall near his house. After all, there is a car for no reason. If the parents found out, this is not a sentence or two can explain clearly. Royal View neighborhood. Jiang Chang returned home, only to see the mom at this time is from the kitchen inside the end out of a plate cut fruit plate. Seeing Jiang Chang enter the door, Mom Li Yan looked him up and down. "Yo, I thought who? Still remember to go home ah." Hearing Li Yan's slightly complaining tone, Jiang Chang curtly picked up a piece of watermelon and took a bite. "Mom, the watermelon bought today is quite sweet." "Not bad." Li Yan gave him a blank look, snatched the plate and walked to the living room, placing the watermelon in front of Jiang Jianming. Jiang Chang also followed behind and called out Dad. Jiang Jianming didn't say anything, and after giving Jiang Chang a look, he asked, "Didn't you say you were going on a graduation trip? Have you thought about where to go?" For the reaction of the too-old Jiang Chang is not much of a reaction, although he is the only son of the family, but since childhood they are almost a free-range state of Jiang Chang. But this is also thanks to Jiang Chang usually did not do anything out of the ordinary, so the two people on Jiang Chang is very assured. Jiang Chang said while eating a chilled watermelon, "I want to go to Mordor. After looking around or absolutely choose a more prosperous area, I want to enroll in Mordor University. First go over to see how the environment is." Jiang Jianming didn't have an opinion after hearing this. "You make your own decision on this matter. Let your mom transfer the traveling expenses to you. You can see for yourself." Hearing this, Li Yan gave Jiang Jianming a blank look and complained, "He's just spoiled by you." However, although her mouth said so, her hand did directly pick up the cell phone to transfer $30,000 to Jiang Chang's prestige. Looking at the lighted prestige tip, Jiang Chang nonchalantly accepted his parents' love and said to them with a smile, "Thank you, Mom and Dad." Chapter 7, Schoolgirl Zhouing. The next day Jiang Chang drove the Porsche directly to the airport in Rongcheng. As for the parking fee of $200 a day, Jiang Chang said he was not worried at all. After checking the ticket, Jiang Chang walked into the entrance of the economy class. For the airplane ticket, the most leftover tickets every day should be the most expensive first class. However, today's airplane ticket is very abnormal. First class is not left, only left the economy class ticket. So Jiang Chang could only buy economy class tickets. In fact, he wasn't looking down on economy class. However, there is a big man said, the first class and economy class of the airplane will arrive at the end of the same. But if you sit in the first class, you will be more likely to meet a variety of business opportunities. Although Jiang Chang wasn't interested in these so-called business opportunities at the moment, the reason he wanted to sit in first class was very simple, spacious and comfortable, unlike the dense economy class in front of him, which was generally so crowded. Like him, this meter-8 big man is really not suitable to sit in the economy class. At this time he sat in the aisle of the economy class position, only to feel the legs and feet are not convenient to straighten. Sitting is very suffocating. In Jiang Chang helpless long pouting and sighing time, suddenly there is a girl in front of him stood, only to see that girl with a pleasant and melodious voice coming from overhead. Are you, Jiang Chang? Jiang Chang raised his head at the sound of her voice, and at this look, he couldn't help but be a little surprised. Zhou Ying was his high school classmate, and was also the school flower of their session. Jiang Chang was a little surprised that Zhou Ying could recognize him, although the two people were in the same class, but in these 3 years, Jiang Chang and Zhou Ying didn't have any interactions or even spoke a word. There is no other reason. High school 3 years Jiang Chang is devoted to Zhao Jia's body, abide by the male morality. Although Zhou Ying's beauty is very dazzling, but in his simple age, Jiang Chang's eyes is to think that Zhao Jia is the most beautiful, but now he is not the Jiang Chang of that time. Although Zhao Jia's face value is also good, but put together with Zhou Ying comparison, suddenly dimmed a lot. Today's Zhou Ying is wearing a short white top, and underneath she is wearing milk pants and a pair of simple sneakers. The body wear was very ordinary though, but the tight jeans set off her tall figure and long white legs to the fullest. Coupled with the proud upper body in front of her, it was extremely full of impact, possessing such a wobbly figure. On the contrary, her waist was like a slender willow with a firm grip. The exaggerated contrasting curves of the two gave a great impact, making Jiang Chang unable to help but feel a dizziness in front of his eyes. He couldn't wait to directly bury himself in Zhou Ying's proud embrace. Seeing Jiang Chang looking at himself, Zhou Ying's shell teeth slightly loosened, lightly biting the pink delicate lips. This naive demeanor, coupled with white skin, exquisite small features, slightly curled black long hair, a goddess of the breath immediately came. Seeing that Jiang Chang was still sitting, Zhou Ying pointed to the position next to Jiang Chang and said somewhat awkwardly, I'm sitting right next to you. Such a coincidence? Jiang Chang immediately raised his eyebrows and stood up to make room for Zhou Ying. Thanks. After sitting down she took the initiative to speak to Jiang Chang. I didn't expect to be able to sit with you. Zhou Ying had just finished speaking when a young boy with a head full of hair wax walked over towards the two of them, only to see him look at the seat number before glancing at Zhou Ying. His eyes couldn't help but light up directly. After all, the school flower level beauty understood. Put in the crowd is definitely the most dazzling kind of existence. Only to see that boy somewhat excitedly said to Zhou Ying, this beautiful young lady, may I please make way? I'm sitting right next to you. Seeing that man say that, Zhou Ying froze for a moment and hurriedly stood up. Thank you. It's really my honor to travel with such a beautiful young lady like you. Looking at that man's deliberately pretentious words, Zhou Ying instantly frowned with some disgust. Jiang Chang, who was on the side, looked at this scene and instantly laughed. He pulled Zhou Ying over and then switched places with her. Zhou Ying was a bit confused by Jiang Chang's action. Seeing Zhou Ying looking at herself, Jiang Chang laughed softly and patted his thighs, saying, why, haven't I sat in my seat enough? Why don't you sit up? Zhou Ying instantly understood Jiang Chang's meaning, blushing slightly and smiling gratefully towards Jiang Chang. When that boy saw that the woman who looked like a flower had been replaced by Jiang Chang, his face instantly pulled down, only to see that boy dissatisfied opened his mouth. Brother, this position should be that beautiful woman, right? It's not allowed to change seats on an airplane. Did I not make myself clear enough? There's no need to explain to you about the two of us. That man's face became even more gloomy after being disliked by Jiang Chang, but seeing as Jiang Chang and Zhou Ying did seem to be acquainted with each other, he thought about it and then stopped talking. After he coughed dryly, he still accosted Zhou Ying. This beautiful woman, what are you doing in Magic City? Seeing that the man still wants to chat with himself in a different position, Zhou Ying frowned more deeply and replied with some impatience. Sort of work. You're working at such a young age? It looks like the two of us should be about the same age. I just graduated. My name is Jianshan. This time I'm traveling to Magic City. Zhou Ying laughed dryly before looking at Jiang Chang and asking, Jiang Chang, what about you? Nothing to do at home. Came out to take a look around. Seeing Jiang Chang say this, Zhou said enviously. That's great, so you went on a trip. Before Jiang Chang could say anything, Xianshan interjected. I've been to Magic City many times. If you want to go and play, I can introduce some places to you, or I can take you to play as well. Beautiful girl. Hee, no need for that. I'm there to work, not to travel. Seeing Zhou rejecting herself, Xianshan was not annoyed, still not dead set on showing off her travel experience. Not me. Magic City is a place with a lot of pitfalls. If you are less experienced, it is easy to be cheated. I was like this when I first came here, and now I have summed up my experience. For example, living in a hotel is a big deal. See, two people again did not take care of him. Xianshan or Cheeky said, I get off the plane, will have the hotel arrangements to pick up the plane. Very convenient. This hotel is my parents to help me arrange. How about it? You guys live in which hotel? Or later I will let them buy the way to drive you there? Otherwise, taking a taxi at the airport is very expensive. Seeing Xianshan showing off that the hotel he was staying at had a pickup service, Jiang Chang instantly laughed. He could sort of hear what he meant, meaning that he was booking a suite of rooms that belonged to the more expensive kind. This should be secretly showing them his financial strength. Jiang Chang shook his head. No need. The room I booked also has a pickup service. Seeing that Jiang Chang was once again breaking up the conversation, Xianshan smiled sarcastically. Oh, I wonder which hotel you booked. Yang Yunaman. Jiang Chang replied indifferently. Xianshan frowned after Jiang Chang said this. What kind of hotel? Never heard of it. Raising clouds. Xianshan subconsciously wanted to disparage the hotel where Jiang Chang lived, but immediately silenced after reacting. Chapter 8. You sound like you're not a rich kid? Aman is a nationally recognized hotel. It is also very famous in the Magic City, and he has naturally heard of it. Each of the Aman's hotels had been carefully designed by specialized designers, and their hotels are only stationed in some cities with spending power. And the design style of the Aman Hotel in each city is not the same, and even the buildings are very different. The Aman in Magic City has a very special story. Every brick and tile inside has a deep historical origin. According to the official website, more than 10,000 camphor trees and the design of the ancient house come from the ancient town of Shijiang village, which is more than 700 kilometers away from Magic City. Due to the influence of geography, social environment and the construction of reservoirs, this ancient town is about to sink to the bottom of the lake under the flooding. However, there are more than 50 rare ancient houses in the town, which were built in the Ming and Qing dynasties, and are of great value for preservation. When the philanthropists and businessmen in Magic City learned of this incident, they launched an appeal and jointly spent $3 billion to transfer all these historical relics, which had existed for thousands of years, to Aman, the capital of Magic City. This move not only preserved a large number of historical relics, but also elevated the humanistic and cultural heritage of Aman and Mordor to a higher level. Zhou had also stayed there with her parents a few years ago, so she had some understanding of Aman. Zhou sniffed and said towards Jiang Chang, Aman I've been to with my parents before, but we went to the Aman Hotel in Kyoto, not the one in Mordor. It's really nice inside, and the service is good, but there was no pickup when we went there. Jiang Chang shrugged. It's also the first time I booked this hotel, but yesterday they called me and said there was a pickup service. I thought it was all there. Then you probably booked a more expensive one. We used to book one that was over 9,000 a night without a pickup, so that's how it is. I booked a courtyard villa, Jiang Chang said lightly. Zhou couldn't help but hear this and her eyes widened. Villa model? Do you live by yourself? Jiang Chang nodded. Yeah, the villa model should be the most expensive suite. Right, Jiang Chang, I didn't expect you to be a rich second generation. Zhou gave Jiang Chang a surprised look. Come on, say it like you're not a rich second generation. Zhou was not only the school flower of their school, but also a very famous rich second generation in their class. There were always all sorts of luxury cars transporting her to and from school. At their simple age, Zhou had been carrying LV backpacks and wearing Gucci sneakers. Because of this, although Zhou's long beautiful academic performance is also very good, but very few boys take the initiative to chase her. Because of her such conditions of the proud girl, the general average of the boys in front of her will only young inferiority complex. Talk about the courage to say like. But in the second year of high school when I heard that their family accident, specifically what happened Jiang Chang is not too clear. Only know that there was no more limousine to take her to and from school. Jiang Chang thought of this and felt as if he had said the wrong thing. Moreover, Zhou seemed to have just said that she was going to work. Could it be that their family was already in difficulty to this extent? After Jiang Chang finished speaking, Zhou Ying's expression was unnatural for a moment, but she soon returned to normal, only to see her say with a bitter smile, where am I still considered a rich second generation? My family used to be rich when my parents couldn't afford to open a courtyard villa. When Xianshan saw Zhou and Jiang Chang discussing the A night courtyard villa without the slightest burden. His face suddenly changed colors. At this moment, he couldn't help but murmur inwardly, these two people couldn't really be rich second generation, right? How come the topic of discussion was so high-end? And also live 80,000 a night in Yan Yunaman? If it was true, then he must not die of embarrassment. After secretly glancing at Jiang Chang, and finding that neither of them noticed him, Qianshan immediately turned his head and pretended to sleep, no longer daring to say anything. Although I don't know whether Jiang Chang has bragged about it, but what if it's true? The two people saw Qianshan did not interrupt again, then began to chat about school things. After all, we have been in the same class for 3 years. There are a lot of topics about school, and it will not be awkward. More than 2 hours passed in a flash. During this time, Jiang Chang used the friendly value scanning system to take a look at Zhou Ying. Name, Zhou Ying, age, 18 years old, height, 172 centimeters, face value, 96, body, 96, privacy, 0, friendly value, 75, friendship status. Looking at the scanning system, Jiang Chang couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. I did not expect Zhou Ying's height is actually so high. If you wear another pair of 10 centimeter high heels, shall not be as high as yourself, but this body is really top. Actually up to 96 points. The key is to be able to hit the nail on the head. It is simply a plus. And the most unexpected thing for Jiang Chang was that Zhou Ying's friendliness value towards herself was actually as high as 75 points. Could it be that Zhou Ying was usually paying attention to herself? To know that ordinary classmate relationship is generally only 65 points. Surprised Jiang Chang again, thankful that he has a friendly value scanning system, because there is this, he realized that he is also quite popular with the girls. Soon the airplane will arrive at the Magic City airport. At this time, as the baggage check-in place, Jiang Chang is thoughtful to help Zhou Ying looking for luggage. See Jiang Chang only with a small bag. Zhou Ying some will be puzzled to ask, you do not have luggage? Jiang Chang nodded, only a set of clothes. Zhou Ying sniffed and envied again. It's just convenient for you boys to go out. Right at this moment the pickup call from Raising Cloud Amon came over. After picking it up, they only saw a gentle girl's voice coming from the other end of the phone. Hello, Mr. Jiang, I'm Wang Yuyan, the private butler of the Ting Villa that you booked, and I'm already waiting for you over here at the exit. Okay, I'm almost out now. Okay, Mr. Jiang, there's no rush, we're waiting for your arrival. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Chang turned to Zhou Ying and asked, where are you going? Do you want me to give you a ride? I'm going to stay at my friend's house. It might not be that close to Yang Yunaman over there. That's fine. I don't have any arrangements today, and the pickup car doesn't cost anything anyway. Zhou Ying thought for a moment and said with a smile, thank you then. There should be quite a lot of people taking a taxi now, and it's not too good to take a taxi. We are all classmates. No need to be polite. Zhou Ying didn't think otherwise. She only felt that Jiang Chang was quite nice. After all, she knew about Jiang Chang and Zhao Jia, and it was said that Jiang Chang was particularly good to Zhao Jia, and together with the same class for 3 years did not see Jiang Chang on their own ideas. If not happened to sit on the same airplane, Zhou Ying thinks Jiang Chang should not take the initiative to take care of themselves. The reason why she has an impression of Jiang Chang, it is because Jiang Chang in their class belongs to the sunny and cheerful type of boy, and people long and tall and handsome. Basketball is also playing well, not only with a lot of boys good relationship, but also very popular with the girls. In that age of spring, Zhou Ying usually more or less will also pay some attention to Jiang Chang. Chapter 9 Private Butler Manager. When the two of them walked to the exit, they saw a few people holding up a pickup sign with Jiang Chang's name on it, and Jiang Chang walked over with Zhou Ying. With a sweep of his eyes, he saw that there were two girls with a big difference in their face value. One of them, although she looked very pretty, had a face value of around 65 points, while the other one was much higher. Although the face value is not as good as 96 points of Zhou Ying, but this kind of looks in the crowd is also absolutely a unique existence. Jiang Chang didn't engage in differential treatment, indiscriminately speaking to the two of them towards the opening. Hello, I'm Jiang Chang. Hello, Mr. Jiang, my name is Wang Yuyan. I'm the private housekeeper manager of the Ting Villa you booked, and this is my colleague Huang Ling. The girl with the higher 9 face value among them bowed respectfully towards Jiang Chang. Each set of courtyard villas of Yang Yunaman had thoughtfully matched a private housekeeper manager, and seeing that it was the one with higher face value, Jiang Chang was secretly satisfied inwardly. He had long heard that after being rich, not only are there all good people around, but even beautiful women will become rare, and he didn't expect it to be true. After all, 80,000 a night villa is not 200 a night economy room. Choose a crooked date to serve also cannot say it. So LSBs, know why you can't often meet beautiful women, right? A penny for a penny. Ah, Jiang Chang slightly unconsciously surveyed Wang Yuyan, only to see her wearing a black small suit uniform two-piece set. Typical OL dress-up will be her bumpy figure set off the best. especially the bottom of the pair of long slender white long legs still wearing black stockings, but also attracted people to think about. Jiang Chang only took one look and then shifted his gaze. After all, Jiang Chang was a good man, and at this moment, there was still Zhou standing beside him, although he also likes to look at beautiful women, but a good man just can't stare straight at others. Sure enough, when Zhou saw Jiang Chang looking at herself without looking away, her inner favorability towards Jiang Chang rose a little more. At this time, she felt that Jiang Chang is not the kind of very important to the appearance of the boys. After all, his family is so rich and he is so dedicated. While Wang Yuyan was greeting Jiang Chang and Zhou, Xianxin was sneaking around behind Jiang Chang. Although he hadn't spoken to Jiang Chang after hearing that he had booked a courtyard villa for $80,000 a night, he still didn't want to talk to them without seeing it with his own eyes. But he still didn't believe it at all without seeing it with his own eyes. After all, Jiang Chang was too young and dressed inconspicuously. If he found out that Jiang Chang had blown his load, he would have jumped right out and mocked him. But the truth didn't give him this opportunity. When he watched Wang Yuyan bring two people to help Jiang Chang and Zhou carry their luggage onto the Rolls-Royce pickup car, his face turned even more white, and he immediately and quickly hid behind the pillar at the entrance, fearing that Jiang Chang would find out that he was following them. He didn't think that what Jiang Chang said was actually true. According to the information he had found out, only those who had booked a courtyard villa at Yongyun could get a free pickup from their Rolls-Royce. If you booked another room type but you wanted to enjoy Amon's pickup service, then you would have to spend an extra $8,000 to get their Rolls-Royce Phantom's pickup service. Although Qian Shunren was hiding in fear, the reality was that Jiang Chang had long since left him behind, not to mention caring about any other moves he made after getting off the plane. After all, it was just an insignificant passerby. What did he care about him for? At this moment, Jiang Chang said to Zhou after getting into the Rolls-Royce, "Right, where is your friend's address?" "Over in Pudong. Manager Wang, send her to the Pudong side first." "Okay, Mr. Jiang." Wang Yuyan immediately nodded her head quickly in agreement. Jiang Chang was a user of their Ting Villa, and Jiang Chang was also a customer who had booked for a week in a row. The 560,000 room rate naturally included transportation. That is, if Jiang Chang wanted her to run errands for the whole day, she had to do it as well. Sent Zhou to the destination after Zhou took out the cell phone to Jiang Chang said, "Jiang Chang, thank you. Add a prestige it. There is time I invite you to dinner." Zhou took the initiative to add a prestige. Jiang Chang naturally would not excuse himself. "Good you said, you have to remember." Zhou smiled and nodded after scanning Jiang Chang's QR code. "That's a must. Thank you for today." A show of hands. "Then you go up. I'll leave first." It was already more than 4 o'clock in the afternoon when I returned to Yongyun, and I only ate a very simple airplane meal on the plane at noon. After taking a comfortable hot bath, Wang Yuyan arranged a very stomach-warming and nutritious dinner for Jiang Chang. Jiang Chang drank a light green vegetable porridge plus various Amon's signature dishes, while Wang Yuyan was attentively helping Jiang Chang introduce a few dishes on the side. It just felt very comfortable. "Mr. Jiang, this is the South African abalone. This dish combines abalone and Western-style egg tart, and then doused with white seafood juice on top. This dish is rated very high. You try it." Jiang Chang looked at the South African abalone, his eyebrows raised. His tongue couldn't help but move a little. "Looks good, quite fat." Jiang Chang picked up a fork and inserted it directly, then ate it with a shivering mouthful. "How's it?" "Well, not bad. The meat is firm, just a bit salty." "Okay, Mr. Jiang, adjust the flavor properly next time." Seeing that Jiang Chang had almost eaten, Wang Yuyan opened her mouth and asked, "Mr. Jiang, tonight we happen to have a reception at Amman. You as our hotel's super VIP customer are invited. The invitation is on the table. If you are interested you can go." "What is the theme of the reception?" "This is mainly to invite our hotel's platinum level customers to hold a cocktail party. We can get to know each other inside the exchange a bit. The cocktail party will also have a small auction party. This auction will auction some of the more precious jewelry and so on. The scene will please authoritative appraisers and notaries to witness. If you have what is more expensive things, as our VIP it is also possible to take it out as an auction item for sale." Jiang Chang nodded his head after hearing that he understood. "The reception has started now?" "It's already started. I'll show you the way if you want to go. I should be able to go in with such casual attire, right?" Jiang Chang asked as he looked at the white t-shirt he was wearing. Wang Yuyan nodded affirmatively and said, "That's of course. Our reception this time is only for internal VIP customers, so there aren't any special requirements." Jiang Chang stood up and nodded. "Let's go then." Wang Yuyan nodded and led Jiang Chang onto the sightseeing bus at the entrance. The area of Amman was really too big, and it was really possible to walk for more than 10 minutes. Soon the sightseeing bus arrived in front of the door in another direction. At the entrance of the reception stood several security personnel in black suits. Inside the courtyard, There were many waiters carrying trays of food in and out. Wang Yuyan said respectfully to Jiang Chang, "Mr. Jiang, this way please." After saying that, Wang Yuyan took the hot stamped invitation and said to the security at the door, "This is the VIP of our Ting Villas titanium card, Mr. Jiang Chang." The security personnel didn't even look at Wang Yuyan's invitation after receiving it and directly bowed and extended his hand to Jiang Chang. "Mr. Jiang, good evening. Inside please." Jiang Chang nodded towards Wang Yuyan. "Thank you, housekeeper Wang. You're welcome, have a good time." Jiang Chang stepped into the courtyard of the reception alone. He only saw that there were only 2 or 3 people inside the courtyard at the moment walking around casually with red wine glasses. On both sides inside the courtyard, there were long tables with white tablecloths filled with buffet food. A wide array of delicacies were placed on them. King crab legs, lobster sashimi, salmon brisket, steaks, salads. Chapter 10, Enamel Watch. As they walked forward, they heard a few sounds of the host's microphone shouting the price. Stepping into the hall of the house, one could only see a huge crystal chandelier hanging in the center, the soft light illuminating the whole room. In the center of the stage stood a female host in a red dress, who was selling a green emerald no matter what sign and shouting the price. 5 million once, 5 million twice, 5 million 3 times. Sold. Congratulations to this lady. Jiang Chang slowly surveyed his surroundings. At this time everyone was focusing on the auction items on the stage, so no one noticed him. After looking around he casually found a seat on a chair at the back and sat down. The layout of the auction in front of him was not grand. Obviously not the kind of serious and grand auction venue. It was like a small auction with a cocktail party, but there were a lot of people raising their hands to bid, so the atmosphere was not bad. The next auction is still a pricey piece of jewelry. After several rounds of uninteresting bidding, Jiang Chang felt a little bored, mainly because there is nothing he looked on. Jiang Chang got up and stood up, about to be ready to go out. Just at this time, the booth replaced a Patek Philippe enamel lady's watch. The female auctioneer introduced this watch. This enamel watch is the private collection of Ms. Un, a top watch collector. As we all know, although the price of Patek Philippe's enamel watches is not high, but the design of each enamel is a unique one of a kind, which means that after the design of each enamel, only one watch is made, so you don't have to worry about the emergence of collision, said Jiang Chang. This enamel watch's starting price for today's auction is 500,000 starting price. Each increase shall not be less than 100,000. Bidding begins. Jiang Chang listened to this price with a little surprise, not because of the cheap and surprised. On the contrary, this affair is actually a little expensive, because Patek Philippe's enamel watch official release price as long as more than 100,000 can take, and Patek Philippe every year will launch a few unique enamel watches, but the world is so big. These enamel watches every time is not yet on the shelves will be directly by some super VIP users to direct booking. Ordinary buyers simply do not have the opportunity to buy, so like suddenly can understand why it in the secondary market or auction price will be so high. After all, things are rare is expensive. Just when Jiang Chang thought about this effort, this enamel wristwatch's price has come to 800,000 A. Jiang Chang looked at this exquisite wristwatch in front of him. Looking at this exquisite wristwatch in front of him, Jiang Chang suddenly thought of his mom Li Yan. This watch and her mom's temperament is very match. Although at this time he cannot directly take out to send Li Yan, but there will always be an opportunity to do so. In the 800,000 is about to be sold. Jiang Chang raised his hand. Jiang Chang raised his hand after the host on the stage will quickly reported the price. 900,000. There is no one to bid? 900,000 once, 900,000 twice, 900,000 3 times. Congratulations to Mr. No. 35 for auctioning a Patek Philippe enamel women's watch. After the hostess tapped the hammer, the people seated in the front rows turned back to look at Jiang Chang. 100,000 or so watches had been doubled so many times. It was indeed magnificent. Soon the stage pushed up a new auction item. The next watch up for auction is still offered by top watch collector Ms. Un. It is Richard Miller's RM056. Richard Miller. I believe that everyone has heard of this brand. Although it is a young brand, but only established more than 10 years, it has become comparable to Patek Philippe's top watch brand. And today's live auction of this Richard Miller's RM056 is worth $10 million. Can be called the king of the watch in many of their models. This model is limited to 10 pieces worldwide, and the starting price is $15 million. Each increase in price must not be less than $500,000. Let the bidding begin. Listening to this price, Jiang Chang was a bit confused again. This time not because it was a bit expensive, but because $15 million was a bit cheap. Before Jiang Chang was reborn, he remembered that the price of the Richard Mille RM056, which looked like a little genius phone watch, had already reached 25 million in the secondary market. But soon Jiang Chang reacted, only to see him frowning and thinking quickly. At this time is 2017. According to what the host said, at this time, This brand of Richard Mille has also only been established for more than 10 years, and the time when he really had some popularity would be when the Jitterbug short video burst into flames. That time period should be 18 years. To that time Richard Mille, because of the short video, gradually began to enter the ordinary people's line of sight. The reason why Jiang Chang would recognize this watch was also because of Pak Xian's big data recommendation organization. His own father, Jiang Jianmin, had been wearing various Rolex watches and was influenced by them, so Jiang Chang would pay attention to watches more or less on weekdays. And since he played the Pak sound, the big data every day to recommend him a variety of tens of millions of levels of watches. At that time, Jiang Chang often spit out the Pak sound to look up to him as a poor rich second generation, recommended all the series he could not afford to buy. However, at this moment, Jiang Chang is suddenly somewhat grateful to Pak Xian's recommendation mechanism. So this is for him to do after the rebirth of the pavement. Before he was born again, he could only look at the picture, but after he was born again, he casually bought one to wear on his hand as if it was not impossible. To be or not to be all depends on Jiang Chang's personal preference. At this time he did not hesitate to raise the sign. The hostess saw Jiang Chang raise his hand again, and couldn't help but look at him one more time. Mr. No. 3515. 5 million. Is there anyone else bidding? As soon as the host said this, there was a young man with slender arms and tattoos on his lower arms who raised the sign in his hand. Mr. No. 816 million. Mr. Number 816 million. Anyone else want to bid? Jiang Chang sniffed and raised his hand again. Mr. No. 3516. 5 million. After Jiang Chang raised his hand, the skinny, flower-armed man raised his hand again. Mr. No. 817 million. Jiang Chang frowned and raised his hand again. He was a bit surprised. He didn't expect that someone would actually look at this watch as much as he did. In fact, there were only two of them raising their hands on the scene. The others didn't have the intention to participate. The people who were more familiar with the Richard Mille brand at this time were still the rich second generation and tycoons of their upper class circle, although ordinary people who swiped the video might also see it, but his fame was not particularly big yet after all. But in 2 more years, when it spreads, maybe at night when you go to the nightclub you can see that many people rich second generation have begun to wear this brand of watches. Compared to the price that will fire up later, this is just the right time to get this watch. After all, this RM056 is known as the billionaire's ticket, the symbol of the top rich second generation. Chapter 11. Hello, Emperor of Shanghai. Jiang Chang directly raised his card twice and increased the price by $1 million. Mr. 3518 million. After the host shouted this price, the flower-armed man's face turned blue as he whispered towards a boy with dyed white hair next to him. Asterisk 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 asterisk, who is this? No. 35? So fierce. After saying that, he also turned back and looked behind him. The white hair next to him saw that he wasn't lifting, and asked with a smirk on his face as he watched the show. Brother Chin, aren't you lifting? What the hell? How do you talk? Who's not going to get it up? And where do I have so much money? The flower-armed man said with annoyance. Seeing the flower-armed man glaring at him, Whitehair changed the topic at the right time and then said, Brother Chin, let's not talk about lifting or not lifting. You don't have that much money? Only to see the flower-armed man smacked his mouth, shrugged. Forget it, not a matter of money or not. The key is 18 million to buy. This is not cost effective. Have this money, I might as well buy 2 Patek Philippe to wear and play. The flower-armed man felt that it was indeed a bit foolish to buy this watch for 18 million now. Although the style of this watch is good looking, but the spread is not as good as Patek Philippe. Seeing flower-armed man say this, Whitehair also nodded in agreement. I think so. Who is this? No. 35. It looks as if he is younger than the two of us, and it's very familiar. It seems like I haven't seen it before. The flower-armed man stroked his chin. His eyes revealed a rapturous light, seemingly thinking about something, then said, Don't know, but the taste is good, and I'm looking at the same watch. Yo-ho, he robbed your stuff and you still praise him. I didn't expect Brother Chin to be so broad-minded. He's rich, that's because he's capable. What do I have to say? I'll only praise him for being great. What's the point of being jealous of him? Wow, this is worthy of being Brother Chin. This height makes me worship. Roll. Accompanied by the two people's hot conversation, Richard Mille was taken down directly by Jiang Chang without any suspense. The next auction items are nothing special. Are what jade and jadeite and so on? Look at the Jiang Chang board directly play the phone. And that flower-armed man at this time with the white hair is also bored. The two people muttered a few words after they stood up. Toward Jiang Chang walked over, only to see the white hair first. Toward Jiang Chang said, Buddy, hello. Jiang Chang lifted his head at those words. He only saw that there were 2 more young men in the seat beside him at this moment. The boy who spoke to Jiang Chang had white hair on his head and was wearing Armani clothes. The whole person's temperament looked a bit gangly. Apart from the hairstyle, the Patek Philippe he wore on his hands and the big brand clothes he wore on his body added some strange temperament to him. With the addition of a series of money, It directly showed that he was not a simple street punk. The boy who greeted himself Jiang Chang did not recognize, but the other thin, hands tattooed with tattoos beside him Jiang Chang recognized at once. This is not the previous life on the jitterbug often brushed to the Shanghai Emperor, Qin burning it? Seeing the other party stretched out his hand Jiang Chang also shook it back and said, "My name is Jiang Chang. Hello, my name is Qin Burn. His name is Wang Zhang. By the way, just now with you competing Richard Miller watches me." Qin Burn stretched out his tattooed hands towards Jiang Chang and said, after shaking back as usual Jiang Chang spoke, "I did read your news, Shanghai Emperor? That's right. He is the Magic City rich second-generation Shanghai Emperor often seen in the jittery voice. In the big Shanghai, he is called the first rich second generation of Magic City. When you mention the term rich second generation, the first impression may be Wang Tsong. After all, Qin Burning is not as high profile as Wang Tsong, but that's also because his background is really not as clean as Wang Tsong's family. Once Wang Tsong said a sentence on the microblogging, "I make friends do not care if he has no money. Anyway, not as rich as me." Then Qin Burned in the bottom commented a simple 3 words, "What about me?" That time Wang Tsong but perversely did not reply. I do not know whether it is because of disdain to respond or because of other reasons, but he and Wang principle 2 people always also have intercourse. Also was photographed 2 people together shabu hot pot. The reason why Qin Burn is so famous is still because of that very pretentious and out-of-the-circle rain photo on the news. $30 million of Ferrari supercar crashed. He sat in the car like nobody's business and played with his cell phone, and calmly tweeted that he takes everything lightly. Although he looked like he had a powerful background in the eyes of many ordinary people, and his family was a mystery. But Jiang Chang knows that the rise of their family relies on nothing more than stacking horses to make a fortune, and the family history is indeed not clean. But then again, although the family history is not on the stage, but to his generation has also begun to whitewash. Now he is also a representative of the rich second generation. Qin Burn to see Jiang Chang said so, smiled and shrugged his shoulders, waved his hand and said, "Shanghai then I'm more powerful." This name our netizens blindly said, "You cannot take out to say, I heard myself are ashamed, and look at you, just now is not more powerful than me." Jiang Chang also did not explain. Light smile, happen to like that table just. "You also like the watch?" Qin Burning asked with interest. Jiang Chang shook his head and said honestly, "I can't say I like it. I haven't bought it before. It's my first time to buy it. It's just a fresh image." See Jiang Chang so say, Wang Zhang and Qin Burning cannot help but look at each other a glance, and then once again rubbing the measure of Jiang Chang. Seeing that Jiang Chang really didn't wear a watch on his hand, he couldn't help but be even more surprised. The first time to buy a watch to buy more than 10 million. This is also too right. To be honest, in the Magic City I know the circle is not less. You a little face according to reason you such a character I should have seen it. Wang Zhang looked at Jiang Chang and said, "I just arrived in Magic City yesterday." "No wonder." I said, "How come you're a character I don't recognize with Brother Qin? So it's not from this circle?" After solving the doubts Wang Zhang then asked, "Come to Magic City to develop?" Jiang Chang shook his head. "I'm going to study at the university here, so I came over to have a look first." The moment the 2 people heard Jiang Chang's words they couldn't help but let out a cry. "Dare I say that you are only 18 years old? That's a bit bullish." Both of them couldn't help but be secretly surprised at this moment. Surprised naturally by the financial power Jiang Chang had shown at this age. Although both of their family conditions were also good, but at 18 years old there wasn't so much liquidity at their disposal. At best, their monthly pocket money was only a few $100,000. How could they come up with more than $20 million to buy a watch in one go? Just an ordinary family. Jiang Chang said honestly, "Look at what you're saying. If you're still ordinary in your condition, then aren't the 2 of us garbage pickers?" Wang Zhang responded with a big grin. "Okay, don't pretend. There is nothing to shoot next. This watch should still be tonight's finale. Why don't we go and look at that watch of yours?" Qin Burned proposed said. After all, he is really very interested in that watch. Jiang Chang shrugged and nodded casually. Okay. Saying that, the 3 of them went to the notary's side together. Jiang Chang filled out the certificate and confirmation of the auction and such information, and then the money was paid directly to their account. Just then the system dinged with a prompt. Ding! Congratulations to the host for upgrading his level again. The host receives 1 yuan for every second he exists in the world. Name, Jiang Chang. Age, 18. Height, 182. Face value, 85 points. Level, 7. System reserve, 367. 280 yuan, can be withdrawn at any time. System, $1 per second. Upgrade experience, 23. 9 million/50 million. Upgrade experience, 23. 9 million/50 million. The 1 yuan that one gained every second. 60 yuan a minute. An hour is 3,600 yuan, and a day is 400 yuan. The monthly salary becomes 592. yuan. The annual salary directly broke through more than $30 million. Now this kind of situation, even if Zhang Chang does not do anything, lying flat every day, has exceeded 99.9% of the people. But Zhang Chang is not satisfied, because 30 million for ordinary people may be a lot, but for those who were born at the top of the people is just rain. In terms of current housing prices, just that place in Rongcheng, a single room will be 100,000 to 200,000 yuan. If you want to buy a villa, then at least 50 million to start. In Rongcheng 50 million can still buy villas, but changed into the magic city, this inch of land, 50 million can only buy a few hundred square feet of suite. If you want to buy a villa in Mordor, you'll need at least $100 or $200 million. And in the case of Townsend's here, suites with 1 or 2 small goals abound. If you want to go further to our capital city of Yanjing to buy a house, the price is another story. Then again, for example, Richard Mills RM056 costs $18 million, while Patek Philippe's astronomical tourbillon watch costs more than $17 million. It might seem like the watch Zhang Chang bought now was already very flashy, but it was actually just a knockout. And the horse father they open the luxury cruise ship, private airplane is to be several small goal to get down. So Zhang Chang felt that he could not call himself a real rich man yet, only barely enough as the corner of the Tycoon. In this world he still belongs to the unyielding silver segment. Want to step on the clouds of life, still need to continue to struggle to the end. Looking at the system's reserve has reached 367,280 yuan. Then clicked on the cash. The next second SMS will receive the transferred funds. After getting the table, Zhang Chang generously placed it on the table for the two of them to see. 3 people looked at the exquisite box on the table inside. The Richard Mill could not help but sigh. Really damn good looking. Just see it, the whole strap is a body of sapphire. Azure colored dial above the pointer, a second by second rotation. Countless precision gears directly in front of you, like a wild engine generally full of wild charm. This Richard Mill RM056 is really full of new wave sense, a sense of the future, a sense of technology, simply pure mechanical aesthetics. After seeing the real thing, Zhang Chang realized why Richard Mill brand was established only 15 years ago, can be directly in the price and status directly after the watch king Patek Philippe, because compared to the calm and gentlemanly Patek Philippe, Richard Mill is more like a young and energetic young man, full of sharpness, very suitable for the aesthetics of young people nowadays. 3 people while watching and chatting. Just at this time Zhang Chang inadvertently looked around the beauty of a glance, but saw the corner of the cocktail party sitting on the edge of a familiar figure. Zhang Chang looked at that figure and couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. After adding the prestige of Wang Zhang and Qin Burn, Zhang Chang couldn't wait to walk towards that figure. Yu Xiaoxiao? As soon as Zhang Chang opened his mouth, Yu Xiaoxiao slowly raised her head, only to see her eyebrows slightly wrinkled as she looked at Zhang Chang. 3 seconds later she looked a little flustered and covered her mouth. A long and slender crystal finger slowly pointed at Zhang Chang. You are. That night, Zhang Chang looked at Yu Xiaoxiao's panicked expression and suddenly felt a bit interesting. Subconsciously, Zhang Chang stretched out his tongue towards Yu Xiaoxiao, and showed her a skill of putting the spirit of the tongue in a, directly rolled his tongue into 3 flaps. Chapter 12, Yu Xiaoxiao married? In the face of Zhang Chang's expression, Yu Xiaoxiao's long legs underneath her black hip skirt couldn't help but clip. Cannot help but recall the scene of the first time to see Zhang Chang. At this time the inner is more panicked abatch. Looking at Yu Xiaoxiao's reaction, Zhang Chang's mind again surfaced those pink and juicy ideas. See her tonight wearing a white hanging neck shirt underneath a tight package hip skirt, feet on nude-colored high heels, a head of slightly curly hair was pushed to the back, and a pendant necklace was worn above her slender swan neck. Zhang Chang lowered his head and looked at the peaks in front of him, remembering the Mount Everest in the books that was covered in ice and snow, how erect and deep it was. After staring at the necklace for dozens of seconds, Zhang Chang still couldn't see whether the pendant was encrusted with gemstones or diamonds, because the pendant was currently hidden inside 2 large bowls. Being tightly blocked, it was really hard to see clearly. Yu Xiaoxiao's exquisite face near at hand, as well as snow-white legs, all make Zhang Chang cannot help but a burst of heart. Hemp egg is the feeling of love. Yu Xiaoxiao saw Zhang Chang looking at himself without any concealment, charmingly whitened Zhang Chang a glance. Stinky brother, have you seen enough? Zhang Chang said playfully, I haven't seen enough. Why don't you come to my place later and take a good look? What you're thinking is quite beautiful, that's for sure. With such a beautiful beauty as you and money to take, why don't I want it? Yu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but blush when she saw Zhang Chang mention this. I see you are only 18 years old. I thought you were still a student before I took care of you. After all, you also contributed. Just didn't realize that you are still a rich second generation? The ones who could come here tonight were all from rich families. And the reason why Yu Xiaoxiao was also an internal member of their Raising Cloud Amon was because she was the operations manager of Tiancheng Entertainment. Usually, she would help some investors and partners to book the hotels they stayed in. Their company will usually arrange their clients in the Aman, a high-grade hotel, and she has become a platinum member of the Aman after booking it more often. Tonight, she was bored and thought of coming over to take a look. She didn't expect to actually meet Jiang Chang. Overthinking it, I am indeed a student, and I also especially need your care. Yu Xiaoxia laughed a little, but at this moment, her afterglow caught a glimpse of the Richard Mille that Jiang Chang was wearing on his hand as well as the bag he was holding in his hand. You're the number 35 from just now? Jiang Chang nodded. How is it? The reception is almost over. I've booked a courtyard villa here. Why don't you go over for a cup of tea together to sober up? Jiang Chang nodded. Well, the reception is almost over. I've booked a courtyard villa here. Would you like to go over for a cup of tea together to sober up? Yu Xiaoxia immediately became more interested in Jiang Chang after learning that he was a super rich second generation. After all, she felt that rich second generation rich people like Jiang Chang liked nothing more than to get what they wanted, and they usually didn't have true feelings, and it just so happened that Yu Xiaoxiao wanted this the most. Everyone playing together, without emotion. This was also the reason why she didn't leave her contact information even after she met Jiang Chang for the first time, although the first time between them was because of drinking. After waking up, Yu Xiaoxiao had no regrets. Thinking this way, Yu Xiaoxiao's eyes flirtatiously looked towards Jiang Chang and said generously, "Good, the wine is almost gone anyway, so let's go now." Chapter 13, New Skills Descend. Looking at Yu Xiaoxiao's attitude towards himself, Jiang Chang felt a little puzzled. According to the tips given by the system, Yu Xiaoxiao's privacy value was 1, and Jiang Chang knew that this one was himself. He should be her first man, and she shouldn't be that kind of casual girl. Moreover, Yu Xiaoxiao's friendliness value for herself was only 65 points, and this value was even lower than Zhou Ying's. To be honest, this friendly value was far from enough to make a girl get intimate with you. But at this time, Yu Xiaoxiao had already wrapped her arms around Jiang Chang's arm, and as a good man he naturally couldn't refuse a woman who took the initiative. The two of them walked out of the doorway of the reception intimately towards the Ting Villa that Jiang Chang had booked. To the Court Pavilion Villa, Yu Xiaoxiao visited a little after said, "I were the first time to the Court Pavilion Villa this side to come. Not worthy of 80,000 a night room type. Antique color. Even the chair with our incense wood." Wang Yuyan on the side saw Jiang Chang brought a very beautiful woman back. Seeing that Jiang Chang didn't have any other requests, he was very sensible and brought people back. At this time, there were only 2 people left inside the room. Jiang Chang took out a red wine and 2 highball glasses from the wine cabinet. After opening them, he filled the glasses and handed one of them to Yu Xiaoxia. Yu Xiaoxia looked at the glass Jiang Chang handed over and said with a teasing hook at the corner of her mouth, "Stinky brother, trying to get me drunk again?" Jiang Chang replied with a smile, "I remember your drinking capacity is better than mine. Right, last time you drank more than me?" Yu Xiaoxiao gently shook the wine glass before starting to gulp down the wine. She seemed to want to get herself drunk. Jiang Chang could see Yu Xiaoxiao's mood, but he didn't ask why. The two soon walked to the open-air chairs of the Ting Villa, enjoying the moonlight while drinking and chatting. Soon a red wine was pretty much divided between the two. Jiang Chang was a little surprised at his own alcohol consumption. In the past he was already at his limit after 2 cups, but at this time he was still sober. Could it be that after he was reborn, his drinking became better? Looking at the red face of some drunk Yu Xiaoxiao, Jiang Chang knew that it was almost time. Putting down the wine glass, he walked to Yu Xiaoxia's side and said in a low voice, "Are you drunk? I'll carry you back to your room for a rest." Feeling a hot air coming from her ears, Yu Xiaoxia couldn't help but shake a little, only to see her drunken eyes looking towards Jiang Chang, smiling and asking, "Really rest?" Looking at Yu Xiaoxiao's eyes and sexy lips, Jiang Chang's heart couldn't help but thump. Damn, isn't this the feeling of being in love? Of course it is, but let's give you a shot to sober up first before resting. Really, just 1 shot? She remembered that last time. It took several shots to make her go back and slow down for a few days before she felt slightly more comfortable. Jiang Chang smiled at her words and directly answered Yu Xiaoxiao with his actions, only to see his lips directly affixed to Yu Xiaoxiao's sexy red lips and slowly began to invade the territory. After 10 seconds or so, Yu Xiaoxiao's hand that was gently pushing Jiang Chang suddenly stopped. After resisting for a few more seconds, Yu Xiaoxiao began to emit an emotional murmur, and then her hands began to actively climb up Jiang Chang's neck. More than an hour later, the system suddenly ding. Prompted. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the milking skill. Mastering a wide variety of hand skills is a necessary skill for a godly hero, so please have the host explore the subtleties of it. Jiang Chang very much agreed with the system's words. Now his bank card is still lying on the top of the balance of 63 million. Plus he also has the God Magnificent system. In the future, the money will only increase and not decrease. The money is not money for Jiang Chang is not important at all. He just want to have a skill. Chapter 14, Su 1. When he woke up the next day, Yu Xiaoxiao was gone again. Looking at the empty spot beside the bed, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but look at his hands that had become fully flexible, and remembering the shape of last night, the corners of his mouth unconsciously curved up into an arc again. Jiang Cheng secretly sighed. This is really moist. After last night, Yu Xiaoxiao's favorability towards him directly soared by 20 points to 85 points. Yu Xiaoxiao's friendly value to himself soared so fast. Part of the reason is still thanks to since he got this new technology skills. After dinner, Jiang Cheng rode in the Rolls-Royce, Amon's special car, to the Ferrari house on Xintai Road, located on the north bank of the Suzhou River in the Magic City business district. The security guards at the entrance took one look at it and then directly released it. The Rolls-Royce's row is really big. When the Ferrari salesperson saw that a customer had come into the store, still in a Rolls-Royce, he hurriedly greeted him. The salesperson enthusiastically said to Jiang Cheng, "Hello sir, this is the Ferrari sales center. Glad to serve you. May I ask if you have an appointment?" Jiang Cheng shook his head and said, "No." "Okay, may I ask what is your name?" "Surname Jiang." "Hello, Mr. Jiang. I'm the salesperson here. You can call me Xiao Yun." Xiao Yun inquired thoughtfully, "May I ask if you have a clear goal in mind? If not, I'll take you to the parlor for a cup of tea and introduce you to the various models of Ferrari. Do you have any existing cars in your store? I'd like to take a look at it directly." Ru froze for a moment after hearing this and then replied, "Yes, this way please, let me introduce our Ferrari to you." Although Xiaoyun didn't let Jiang Cheng's excessively childish face slow her down, but looking at Xiaoyun's slightly matured cheeks, Jiang Cheng on the other hand looked a little disappointed. What about the bridge inside the novel that said you could bag a luxury car sale? But in real life, if you want to be a luxury car salesman, at least have a resume of several years of practice and sales targets in previous years to reach the standard to qualify for employment. Like Ferrari, this grade of car sales staff should be at least annual turnover in the hundreds of millions of dollars or more to qualify for employment. After all, their basic salary is also higher, generally at least in the 5,000 to 10,000 yuan or more. Can have this kind of sales experience of luxury car sales staff? Unless you are out of the community, sales means very good, otherwise simmer to that position. The age of the general in the 30s to 40 years old range. After all, this kind of personnel sales experience is certainly very rich, so there is no such thing as a fresh graduate who can do luxury car sales. If it is a common brand of car sales, there is a little chance, but this kind of top luxury car sales, you had just graduated, want to apply for the job? I would advise you to go to sleep, dreaming about it. With the sales staff into the store, Jiang Cheng looked around the week. The entire store is very quiet, seems to be only one of his customers. However, with the small Yun led himself around the introduction of the visit, Jiang Cheng also noticed the store in addition to a man and a woman in the car. Those two people standing together looks very out of place. The male customer is a roughly 170 middle-aged man, short and fat, covered with a greasy flavor. Jiang Cheng could even see the reflection on the top of his head. On the contrary, the woman standing next to him not only had an exquisite face, but even her body was unusually hot. Just the highland undulating curves on the side alone had already blown away 80% of the girls. At this time, the two of them were surrounded by 3 salespeople. Several people took turns to give them a serious explanation of a fire-red lava in the store. "Su Knight, if you think this car is good, then I'll buy it. How about taking you for a ride when you pick up the car?" That middle-aged man even winked greasily towards her when he finished speaking. The woman, who was called Su Evening, her eyebrows could not help but wrinkle, and then said with some embarrassment, "Mr. Huang, you're welcome. Buying a car is a prudent thing. You have to look at yourself to see the right thing. After all, the person who is driving is you. Well, my opinion is not important." "Hey, what are you talking about? I'll pick you up from work every day after the movie is shot. I'll bring you any car you want." "No need, Mr. Huang. We shoot the drama day and night upside down. Where is good to trouble you? Besides, that is the assistant's thing. Today I came out mainly on behalf of the company to explore with you the drama." Only to see her words have not finished was that greasy man to interrupt. "As long as you promise well, the female lead is naturally your." After saying this, he immediately prepared to embrace Suwon. Suwon seems to be used to seeing this kind of thing, only to see her reaction is very agile. Immediately awkwardly took a step back. "Mr. Huang, I still say that. You're welcome. I just want to shoot the movie properly. Other things are not considered." Just as the two of them were talking, the commotion of Xiaoyun bringing Jiang Cheng over caught everyone's attention. Seeing Xiaoyun bring a very handsome-looking man over, not only the sales staff, even Suwon couldn't help but look at Jiang Cheng a few more times. When they looked at each other, Jiang Cheng suddenly felt that the delicate-looking woman in front of him was very familiar. Surname Su? Star? Suwon? After scrutinizing for a while, Jiang Cheng finally remembered the woman's identity. Su Evening, one of the newest 4 little flowers in the entertainment circle a few years later. Although she was still a nobody now, she was really on fire before Jiang Cheng was reborn. I didn't expect the real person to be quite a bit more refined than on top of the TV. Bright peach blossom eyes coupled with a sweet child's voice. Which man would not be mesmerized by hearing it? And the most impressive thing is that her pool bath photo. The most impressive is the picture of her bathing in the pool. This body is really top. This kind of woman who saw anyone is probably the first reaction is, strive to develop into artillery battalion comrades. Chapter 15 Buying a car. Looking at Su Wan's humble appearance, Jiang Chang knew that he hadn't remembered wrongly. This situation was indeed a small starlet right. Otherwise how would she accompany a middle-aged man who was already bald to see a car? The three female sales standing beside Su Wan had looked Jiang Chang up and down with their eyes. Doing luxury car sales this line after a long time will have a subconscious idea. Easy with colored eyes to see people. Although the clothes on Jiang Chang's body didn't stand out, his 85-point face value still made the girl's present feel refreshed. 1 meter 82. Naturally messy hair without any perm dye. Fair skin plus clean and handsome cheeks. This kind of clean and handsome big boy belongs to the kind of person that a normal woman would look at more when she sees him. That middle-aged man saw that the few women around him were all attracted to Jiang Chang, and couldn't help but turn his head to look at Jiang Chang in annoyance. But is young and handsome some, taller, other not what special, wearing also not show mountains and water. What is good to see? After a glance, the middle-aged man immediately satirized these women in his heart for being too shallow. Can being handsome be a meal? He had just seen the watch Jiang Chang was wearing on his hand, and looking at the transparent body of that watch, he couldn't tell what brand it was. For Huang Ming, this kind of old man usually only focus on Rolex and Patek Philippe. The other new brand watches he did not recognize, so at this time he automatically Richard Miller classified as a low-grade watch. Just now, Jiang Chang had also heard some of the conversation between Su Wan and the middle-aged man. It looked like the middle-aged man should have used some chips to make Su Wan promise him something. As for what things, everyone knew it by heart. Jiang Chang didn't give Su Wan and Huang Ming more than a glance, but instead took it upon himself to visit a series of furnishings in the store under Xiao Yun's introduction. Seeing that it was Jiang Chang's first time at this Ferrari, Xiao Yun introduced the history and philosophy of Ferrari to Jiang Chang in great detail. At this moment, she stood in front of a huge wall of automobile molds, pointing at the most typical models of Ferrari and said, "These molds are built according to the prototypes. Take a look. This is the most famous model of Ferrari, Lafayette. Ferrari Lafayette and McLaren P1 and Porsche's 918 are known as the three god cars. This car, living a new life." It was the first time for Jiang Chang to walk into such a high-class showroom looking at so many exquisite model molds and leather samples, which made Jiang Chang feel very fresh. With Xiao Yun's introduction, Jiang Chang's attention was completely on the red Ferrari Rafa in front of him. To be honest, wasn't this kind of supercar the little toy that all men wanted to own? To be honest, although supercars weren't practical, Jiang Chang admitted that he did have a bit of a heartbeat when he saw the supercars whizzing by on the side of the road before he owned one. Although he already owned a 918, what was the harm in having one more? And the key was still the white horse system. The Ferrari Lafa should be the highest priced of all their models, and his own voucher for this supercar could only buy one car, so if he could buy this Lafa, it would be worth it. Although Jiang Chang hadn't bought a Lafa, he had heard that there were some strings attached to buying this kind of car, but he really didn't know exactly what they were. Jiang Chang did not wriggle. To know that the money is strong man courage. He is not the previous casually said 2 sentences will be blushing teenager. After all, only low self-esteem will be caught by others a little wrong to feel embarrassed and angry, and it just so happened that Jiang Chang was exactly in the state of being young and not having low self-esteem at this time. Adhering to the idea of asking questions if you don't understand, he directly opened his mouth. I heard that buying your Rafa requires some conditions? Xiaoyan saw Jiang Chang so asked. The corners of the mouth with a standard smile nodded. Yes, this honorable guest, due to the Lafa is our store's limited model. Buy this car, but need to check the capital. Only through the capital inspection can be purchased. And the prerequisite for purchase is to first own 5 of our Ferrari models and become our regular customer before you are eligible to purchase the Lafa. Seeing Xiaoyan say so, Jiang Chang sighed with some regret. So I am not qualified to buy it? Xiaoyan was instantly a little surprised to see Jiang Chang's expression of regret. The guide price of the Ferrari Rafa was upwards of $20 million. More than 20 million is also just the price of the frame, together with the interior options and prices and the car tax of imported cars. The whole car of a series of processes down very easily to reach more than 50 million, and can buy more than 50 million Lafa. People must be worth more than a few hundred million, even far more than a few hundred million. Although she did not think that Jiang Chang this age can buy Lafa, but look at his face, regret look does not look like performance. Xiaoyan pondered for a few seconds before speaking. It's not impossible if you really want to buy this Lafa. Jiang Chang suddenly raised his spirits when he saw Xiaoyan say this. Oh, how? Ferrari Pista just listed with its excellent design appearance fire. It is because too hot and slow production so that a variety of suppliers to open up a variety of speechless limited purchase conditions. As they just said membership and purchase record. There are even more excessive price increase to buy and other conditions. However, with the development of Time and other well-known supercar brands, as well as the implementation of China's environmental policy, Ferrari is no longer able to boast the same market as before, and now all kinds of restrictions have long been cancelled. Price increase is even more impossible. No price increase under the condition that there will even be preferential it. After all, the lowest price of a Ferrari is several $1,000,000, although a few million does not sound like very much. But suppose we take Magic City as an example. Real estate, cars, funds, cash, even stocks and other real estate all add up to calculate the private property then. That half of the magic people can reach the body 5 million. After all, 5 million assets in the present is very normal. The old house of these real estate plus a little deposit. But add in the premise of not realizing these real estate assets, can casually pull out 5 million cash flow of the people and how many? In 19, Ferrari only sold a total of 836 units in our entire country, including Bend Island, Menlo Island, and more than 80% of those sold were still cars under $5 million. As for the $20 million or more Ferrari Lafa, not to mention, only a handful of people bought it. Chapter 16 Wang Zhang. So now, the price increase was impossible, and the purchase limit was even more as if real estate was just talk. In principle it is so stipulated, but as you know Ferrari orders take time, due to the delivery time is too long, some orders to the end and cannot be delivered smoothly as expected, so there are some more special spots that can be filled in additionally. If you're sure you want it, you can register your order on top of those orders that have delivery problems in the middle of the day, but in that case, the prepayment may be a bit higher than normal orders. I wonder if you can accept it. Zhang Chang raised an eyebrow after Xiaoyan said this. Sure enough, there was this kind of special operation. He was buying this car with the system's money, not his own, so it didn't matter even if it was extra. Yes, if there's such an order, I'll pay the full amount for it. No installments. Seeing Zhang Chang say this, Xiaoyan's eyes instantly widened. Full payment. Did Zhang Chang even know how much this car cost? Not only is Xiaoyun, the other people present at the hearing Zhang Chang this casual words also cannot help but open their mouths wide. At this time their hearts are born many monologue, but when the words came to their mouths, not a single word could come out. They could only stare with their mouths slightly open. Even Su Wan couldn't help but look back at Zhang Chang. When she heard that she wanted to buy a car with full payment, she was both shocked and curious. After all, even Huang Ming beside her, such a rich movie and television investor, had to buy a car in installments. Huang Ming was the boss of the Huang Family Entertainment Company. Although Huang's entertainment company had a market capitalization of several $100 million, in reality, Huang Ming's liquidity was only a few tens of millions of dollars. Moreover, every time he invested in a movie or television, it was a small production, and at most, it was only about $5 million. If you asked Huang Ming to buy Rafa, he would never lay his hands on it. In other words, it was simply unaffordable. Even at this moment, with this $3 million Ferrari in front of him, he would have to think twice. But Zhang Chang said that he was going to buy the Ferrari Rafa with full payment. How could this make her not be shocked? How could she not be curious? While shocked, Xiaoyun immediately spoke again to confirm. This, Mr. Jiang, the bare car price of the Rafa is more than 20 million, and with customization, it will cost at least more than 50 million. I know, it's acceptable. Seeing Zhang Chang's unchanged look, Xiaoyun this time completely tensed up. She had been working at Ferrari for a few years now, and today if she could sell their Ferrari's heavyweight model, the Ferrari Lafa, that would be the highlight of her sales resume, and just by selling this car, the generous commission alone would be enough to cover all her expenses for the next 2 years. Although this business is a bit special, but Zhang Chang is her reception, so the commission is still there. Huang Ming side of the sales staff to see Xiaoyun a look of excitement. Suddenly all cannot help but envy some face deformation. At this time cannot help but think, if Zhang Chang is their own reception that would be so good. Although Huang Ming was wearing expensive clothes and a Vacheron Constantin watch. But so what? The car in front of him, the three of them had already introduced him carefully for an hour. But he just dawdled and didn't place an order. Instead, he kept talking to Su Wan about investment and the evening date. Looking at the situation, the chances of closing the deal were not high, and he was probably just bringing the actress over to pretend to be a star. Huang Ming saw Su Night's eyes tightening on Zhang Chang, and his face sank once again. Out loud reminded, small bowl. This car you look how, if you can, you help me choose accessories with. After all, by the time you pick up the car you have to sit in the co-pilot. On the side, Su Wan heard Huang Ming call her by her nickname, and her eyebrows began to wrinkle without disguising it. If it wasn't for the fact that it was in the way of work, she would definitely have thrown her head back and left immediately. Although it wasn't her first time meeting Huang Ming, but there was a clean slate between the two of them. At this moment, being called so by Huang Ming, it seemed to appear that there was something unspoken between the two of them. But there was no way. Although Huang Ming invested in small productions, he was still an investor in their company. Today he specifically named Su Wan to accompany him out. The company requested it, so what could she do? Boss Huang, I don't know anything about cars. You decide for yourself. And I'm usually very busy shooting. I don't have time to go out. Seeing Su Wan refusing again, Huang Ming on the side had obviously started to have little patience. At this moment, he blamed the sudden appearance of Jiang Chang for his inability to take down Su Wan. Ever since Jiang Chang had appeared, Su Wan's gaze had begun to gather on him from time to time. He didn't know if Jiang Chang was bluffing or if he really had that much money. Huang Ming wanted to make a mocking remark, but he closed his mouth in annoyance just before he opened it, and after thinking about it for a while, he decided to wait and see. If Jiang Chang is really a super rich second generation, then even if he stepped on a mine, this matter is over. After all, a super rich second generation, he can't afford to offend, at most Su Knight even if, and then find another inconspicuous actress is. But if Jiang Chang's was just bluffing to get Su Knight's attention, then he would definitely spray him so much that he wouldn't even recognize his parents. By the way, he would let Su Wan take a good look at who the real rich man was. Soon, Xiao Yun hurried over with two people. One was a middle-aged man in a very sophisticated dress, while the other was a young guy in a fashionable dress with white hair. Xiaoyan said to the middle-aged man while walking, "Supervisor, Mr. Wang, this is Mr. Jiang." Jiang Chang turned his head at the words and with such a look, he quickly recognized the young guy with dyed white hair among them. Wasn't this person with dyed white hair the Wang Zhang he had met at the auction yesterday? The moment he met his eyes, Wang Zhang also said with a surprised face, "Yo, it's you, Jiang Chang. I heard old Wang say that someone wants to buy the Ferrari Lafa in full. I didn't expect it to be you." Chapter 17 Invitation. Jiang Chang nodded casually. "Yes, quite a coincidence. Just arrived in Magic City. Thinking of casually buying a replacement car first." "You call this casual? Ferrari Lafa as a replacement car? Versailles now," Wang Zhang said sourly. The male supervisor on the side saw that Wang Zhang knew Jiang Chang and asked smilingly, "Is this a friend of Mr. Wang?" Wang Zhang excitedly stood on his tiptoes and patted Jiang Chang's shoulder. "I just met him yesterday. Brother Jiang Chang, look at the Richard Mille MR056 in his hand. He bought it yesterday at the auction of Amman in Yanyun. 18 million. Originally Brother Qin also wanted to buy this watch, but it turned out to be directly taken by this to the Tycoon." The people present couldn't help but draw in a breath of cold air when they heard this. Jiang Chang was actually so rich, it only looked like he was in his 20s as well. The male supervisor also instantly looked at Jiang Chang with glowing eyes, and for a moment his expression became respectful and humble. Someone who could afford a watch of more than $10 million, then surely he could also afford a Rafa of more than $50 million. Only to see him immediately bow his waist and enthusiastically extend his right hand towards Jiang Chang. "Hello, Mr. Jiang. I've already heard from Xiao Yun about your situation just now. Thank you very much for choosing our Ferrari. I heard that buying your Ferrari requires capital inspection?" Jiang Chang asked. The male supervisor immediately waved his hand. "That's the way it is. Capital inspection is a procedure we always need to perform. It's not for you alone, please understand. However, Mr. Wang said that you can even afford a watch of more than $10 million, so Rafa is naturally fine. Originally, the Lafa needed to be ordered, but it just so happens that Mr. Wang customized a Lafa with us some time ago, and then asked us to help him resell it, so we can transfer this spot to you." Jiang Chang glanced at Wang Zhang. From the way the Ferrari supervisor was treating him, it seemed like Wang Zhang wasn't simple either. After all, the normal purchase of a Lafa required conditions, which meant that Wang Zhang had to own at least 5 cars from Ferrari in his own name. Jiang Chang looked at Wang Zhang and asked curiously, "You don't want your customized Lafa anymore?" Wang Zhang smiled brightly. "Originally, I was stimulated by old Qin before I impulsively ordered this Lafa. It's the Qin burning who was with me yesterday. He has a Lafa that looks thievingly handsome, but Lafa's customization is too long. Have past a few months has not been customized. My enthusiasm also chanting we're almost. Just want to see if you can resell. Take a chance. If you can't then that also even if. I did not expect to actually wait for you." Jiang Chang nodded. "How long will it take to pick up that car?" Seeing Jiang Chang asked, the male supervisor immediately said, "Mr. Jiang, there are about 2 months to pick up the car. Normal customization would require at least half a year's wait, but if you take this car from Mr. Wang, you can pick it up in 2 months. After a few people chatted for a while, it was finalized. Jiang Chang's main goal was to glean the supercar blitz card. If he had just bought a random supercar, the price couldn't have been so high. So he finally decided to buy this supercar of Wang Zhang's. Seeing Jiang Chang really want to take over this car of his, Wang Zhang happily said towards Jiang Chang, "Thanks, buddy. To be honest, it's not easy for me to find someone to take over this car. Although this car is indeed very handsome, but the price is really too high. I just customized the interior of that car and spent more than 20 million. This customized price will directly scare off most of the people." Jiang Chang understood what Wang Zhang meant by this. With this kind of money, wouldn't it be better to buy a house? More than $20 million to buy an interior. It was true that not many people could accept it. The color and interior you chose for this car just happens to match my aesthetic as well. So I can only say it's a coincidence. When Wang Zhang heard this, his eyes lit up and he gave a thumbs up towards Jiang Chang. "Good eye. Then let's let old Wang arrange for the handover of the car's formalities." The male supervisor saw that the two people stopped chatting, and immediately took out the documents signed when Wang Zhang ordered the car before with a respectful face, and then contacted the personnel of the notary to handle the next series of things. After the transfer of notarized signatures, this customized Lafite belonged completely to Jiang Chang. At this time, the male supervisor also led all the staff towards Jiang Chang and said, "Dear Mr. Jiang, from today onwards you are our Ferrari's valued owner. Your information we will help you upload to Ferrari's head office, and in the future, if Ferrari has any activities or new cars on sale, we will notify you at the first time." Wang Zhang smiled and said to Jiang Chang, "Buddy, you can't lift this car now. I have a few unused ones somewhere. If you don't mind, I can let you drive it first." Jiang Chang unexpectedly looked at Wang Zhang. This is the second time they meet. Wang Zhang is ready to lend him the car? After all, wives and cars are not loaned out to understand. Wang Zhang read Jiang Chang's eyes. "To be honest, you helped me buy this car to solve a big trouble for me, so I'm still quite grateful to you. If you don't mind, make a friend, and play together in Magic City in the future?" Wang Zhang's words made Jiang Chang's impression of him go one step further. He liked this kind of person who was big-headed and talked straight without beating around the bush. "Okay, I should stay in Magic City for a while. The car is even. I'll just buy a new current car." Seeing Jiang Chang refused, Wang Zhang also did not force. The bun these days there is a car show. Ferrari, Lamborghini, Porsche, McLaren. What brand have? The key is the scene to look good on the car can be picked up. Have time to go over to look down? Jiang Chang saw Wang Zhang take the initiative to invite himself, and nodded casually. "Okay, when?" Chapter 18, shocked Su Wan. Su even, who was on the side, witnessing the scene in front of her, couldn't help but feel a pang of sourness welling up in her heart. She had to stoop so low for a $5 million investment, while Jiang Chang had squandered tens of millions of dollars in just 10 minutes. This huge contrast made her feel incomparably shocked. Her pair of soulful fox eyes stared tightly at Jiang Chang, as if she wanted to see through him. Jiang Chang's wealth and strength was undoubtedly a standout amongst the rich second generation that Su Evening had seen. It must be known that even those rich second generation, their monthly pocket money was only 100,000 or so at the most, and a little more than that was just $1 million. There were many rich second generation who were worth tens of millions of dollars in their teens, but all of a sudden can come up with more than 50 million deposits to buy a car Sunite has never seen. And this is only the real money in Jiang Chang's cell phone bank. What if he added other assets? This means that his value must be more than 100 million. Although the stars look glamorous on the surface, but in reality, the curiosity is different. The income is also a world of difference. Actors of the same drama, the highest paid male and female leads. For example, a line of traffic stars, shooting a drama pay can be as high as 10 million. But when it comes to the male and female supporting here, generally is 1 or 2 million. Other supporting actors' pay is even plummeting. Hundreds of thousands of pay can be seen everywhere. Sunite is one of these small actors with a paycheck of over $100,000. After these paychecks arrived, they still had to be split with the agency. So more than 50 million was indeed a sky-high price for her right now. Moreover, every traffic star has a flowering period, and once the flowering period is over, it will be topped by a newcomer. This is why many stars want to marry rich men. They hope that through marriage, they could find a stable financial dependency to maintain their quality of life. Congratulations to the host's level for another upgrade. The host receives $1.2 for every second he exists in the world. Name, Jiang Chang. Age, 18. Height, 185. Face value, 90 points. Level, 8. System reserve, 86. 410 yuan, can be withdrawn at any time. System, $1.2 per second. System, $1.2 per second. Upgrading experience, 68. 9 million/100 million. Upgrading experience, 68. 9 million/100 million. The 1.2 yuan that one gained per second, 72 yuan a minute. An hour is 320 yuan, while a day is 103. 680 yuan. The monthly salary becomes 3.11 million. The annual salary was directly almost $40 million. And while making the payment, Jiang Chang also used the sports car purchase blitz card. Ding! Sports car purchase blitz card was used successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the primary blitz card triple blitz. The amount of the blitz is $130 million. Obtaining $130 million in a single moment of Jiang Chang this time was really excited. Gil was purple. This amount of money belonged to the stage where an ordinary person could lie flat for the rest of their life. Huang Ming looked at the car ordering session in front of him, suddenly felt that his face was not bright, and said to Su Wan, small bol, suddenly not in the mood to buy a car. Go with me to have a drink? Boss Huang, I have to go back to the company for a meeting later. Su Wan politely rejected him. Hearing this, Huang Ming's fire bubbled up, only to see him say warningly, a small star still wants to have a big face. Su Knight, I'm telling you, either this investment is blown off, or you'll wash up and wait for me. This, Boss Huang Yu. Su Knight was also a little angry listening to this. What me? What to pretend? What is your own identity and still pretending to be noble? I told you in a nice voice and you are still grinding time with me here. I'm telling you, either wash up and wait for me, or you're waiting to be snowed in. Su Evening also said stiffly, Mr. Huang, whether you invest or not, I still say that I won't give in. Whatever you want. Ding. Triggering special mission. Help Su Wan out and gain Su Wan's willingness to sign. You will receive a special reward after the task is completed. Jiang Chang laughed a little as he watched the system operate. Boss Huang, what a big mouth. Perishing early in the morning. Miss Su, don't worry, I'll invest if he doesn't. Su Wan saw Jiang Chang suddenly strike up a conversation with herself. Her eyes widened in surprise. As for the Huang Ming on the side, when he saw Jiang Chang say this, he didn't dare to get tough with him. After all, he had already seen Jiang Chang's strength. He could only give an angry cold snort, and then he just walked away. Su Wan stood up straight, organized her emotions, and asked Jiang Chang, hello, I'm Su Wan. Jiang Chang, Mr. Jiang, is the investment you just said true? After asking, Su even felt that she was a bit abrupt again, so she explained, it's like this. Huang Ming is the investor of our Tianchang Entertainment Company, and now that he's not investing, it'll be hard for me to explain back to the company. Su Wan was just a third or fourth tier starlet. She simply didn't have the qualifications to pick her own scripts. Moreover, the company had made all sorts of excessive demands on her from time to time, and since she hadn't given up on her bottom line, she had been in a state of semi-hiding since her debut until now. She knew that her rejection of Huang Ming this time might actually cause her to be completely snowed in by the company. Tianchang Entertainment? I think I heard Yu Xiaoxiao mention it when I was communicating with her last night, and she was working there. The system had already released the task, so Jiang Chang naturally had to complete it. After all, the system's rewards were always generous. Jiang Chang nodded. Of course, Mr. Jiang, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. I will definitely try my best to act well. Su Wan said excitedly. She was already 19 years old this year, and her best role was a female supporting role. The others were all minor roles. She had been diligently filming every day, but there hadn't been any roles that burst into flames. It had been several months since she last acted in a movie. Su Wan now belonged to the stage where she had no theater to shoot. That was why she had agreed to accompany Huang Ming out shopping, hoping to have a chance to receive a new movie. Huang Ming, however, kept hinting that she had other requests, and although Su Wan didn't agree to it, she still wanted to seize this opportunity to star as the female lead. Just then, Yu Xiaoxiao's WeChat sent over, saying that she had already booked a restaurant and invited Jiang Chang over for dinner. Jiang Chang said to Su even after reading it, we'll talk about the investment tomorrow. I have something to do tonight. Su Evening nodded, then took the initiative to say, then Mr. Jiang, is it convenient to add a WeChat? Jiang Chang naturally did not refuse. After all, Su Evening's peach blossom eyes were indeed very pretty. Not only were they animated when looking at people, but they also gave off a seductive glow. Coupled with her 36D figure, the attraction was indeed very powerful. Looking at Jiang Chang, he wanted to directly turn on his milking skills. Chapter 19 Michelin Restaurant. After finalizing the order, Jiang Chang arrived in the Rolls-Royce at the Renha diner that Yu Xiaoxiao had booked. As soon as he pushed the door, a rich flavor of the Magic City hit him. Dark green wallpaper, antique record players, and vintage ceiling fans, and on the stage in the center, there were vintage beauties in Cheongsam singing old Magic City songs. Jiang Chang nodded. Worthy of being a Michelin one-star restaurant, the atmosphere is full of sense. Yu Xiaoxia didn't choose the outside booth. She ordered a small private room. When Jiang Chang walked into the private room, Yu Xiaoxia was ordering food with her tablet. Seeing Jiang Chang, Yu Xiaoxiao stood up with a slightly shy expression and waved towards Jiang Chang. Jiang Chang, come sit over here. Only to see Yu Xiaoxiao wearing a Chanel knee-length dress, elegant and atmospheric, her skin as white as snow, beautiful and touching. Jiang Chang walked to Yu Xiaoxiao's side, wrapped his arms around her slender and sexy waist, his lips pressed against Yu Xiaoxiao's small and delicate ear, and said while softly puffing, "Why did you change your clothes?" Being teased by Jiang Chang's frivolous action, Yu Xiaoxiao's face became even more flushed, symbolically gently pushed Jiang Chang and said with a scarlet face, "Changing clothes is normal, right? I haven't even talked about you yet. That dress was torn by you." Thinking of last night's excited state, Jiang Chang instantly laughed evilly and said, "This is also your own fault. Who asked you to have a big problem with this wave? You need to pay close attention to it." Before Yu Xiaoxia could react to what she heard, her mouth was blocked by Jiang Chang. 10 minutes later, Yu Xiaoxiao blushed and pushed Jiang Chang away, and after organizing her clothes sat back to her position. It's not good if others come in later. Jiang Chang wasn't in a hurry. Anyway, there was time to do things slowly tonight. Yu Xiaoxia handed the tablet to Jiang Chang, began to enthusiastically introduce the dishes. The crab meat rice here is the only one in the Magic City. Their rice is full of crab meat. This dish also got the Michelin official recommendation. You have to taste it later. There's also this bad and slippery fish slices, onion roasted crow's feet fish head, and chicken hairy vegetables with shredded lily leaves, Yu Xiaoxia said while Jiang Chang watched. And when Yu Xiaoxia ordered 4 dishes, Jiang Chang nodded. That's it then. It should be enough. You order a few more dishes. You'll know later. The dishes here are delicious but the amount is really not much. Jiang Chang looked around and ordered 3 more random recommended dishes. Right. Do you know Su Wan? Last night I seem to remember you saying that you're also from Tiancheng Entertainment. Yu Xiaoxia looked at Jiang Chang and asked suspiciously. Su Wan. She's an artist of our company. What's wrong? Jiang Chang told Yu Xiaoxiao the general story and mentioned the matter of wanting to sign Su Wan to Yu Xiaoxiao. After Yu Xiaoxiao heard it, a hint of sourness appeared on her face as she said snidely, "Canceling her contract for her? That's a breach of contract to be paid. You're treating her." Jiang Chang understood what Yu Xiaoxiao meant and shook his head. "I don't have any thoughts about her for the time being. I just think she has great potential." Huge potential? Her current curiosity can't even be counted as a third tier. The company's resources for her are even almost non-existent. And she didn't get her new investment yesterday. Yu Xiaoxiao didn't take Jiang Chang's words seriously. After all, as long as it's a man, which one doesn't like pretty girls, especially one like Su Wan? But Yu Xiaoxiao didn't care at this point. In her opinion, she and Jiang Chang were just getting what they wanted. If Jiang Chang didn't want to play with her one day, she could also leave in style. She was a non-marriageist anyway. As long as she didn't talk about her feelings, anything was fine. I know, but I still think highly of her. And I'm planning to start an entertainment company, and she's the first artist I've contacted, Jiang Chang said seriously. During the exchange with Yu Xiaoxiao, Jiang Chang learned that she was actually the manager of the operations department of Tiancheng Entertainment, which made Jiang Chang feel very surprised. To know that to be able to hold this position at the age of 25, it was quite impressive, although it is only a department manager. But if there is no background, 25 years old is not necessarily able to sit on this position. Yu Xiaoxia said that she did not rely on background, completely rely on their own strength. She is very good from the university period, a variety of scholarships to get soft. If such a capable woman can help herself to manage the company, then Jiang Chang cannot directly lie flat. Thinking of this, the corner of Jiang Chang's mouth secretly smiled. Su evening, although the company isn't paying much attention to her right now, but her condition is really good. If you like it, I can help you terminate her contract. Hearing Yu Xiaoxiao's generous reply, a trace of strangeness rose within Jiang Chang. However, this kind of thing where he could take the initiative and not be responsible, he was still happy to do it. Then I'll trouble you. Yu Xiaoxia nodded and said, Su Lian's contract shouldn't have expired yet. If you want to sign her, the compensation for breach of contract is estimated to be several $1 million. Our company basically signs once every 5 years. I'll have to go through the detailed treaty. While the two were talking, the dishes had already been served. Jiang Chang looked at the 138 servings of Yoshi's braised pork that he had just ordered before he realized what Yu Xiaoxia meant when she said that the servings were small. It looked like a big portion on the tablet, but I didn't expect it to be only a small dish after it was served. The same was true for the sliced fish, which looked like a lot of fish on the tablet, but turned out to be only a dozen slices or so. Fortunately, Yu Xiaoxia ordered a few more at the end of the meal, or else it really wasn't enough to eat. Chapter 20 Accident. Jiang Chang's age is the time of great appetite. Although ordered more than a dozen dishes, but without exception all of them he finished. As Yu Xiaoxia said, worthy of being recommended by the Magic City this dish gang Michelin 1-star restaurant. Although the amount is small, but the flavor is worth the price. Jiang Chang nodded with satisfaction after eating and drinking his fill. Ding! Congratulations to the host for an unforgettable taste treat. The system rewards the gourmet cashback card. The cashback multiplier of the cashback card is 1 to 100 times, plus the actual number of people invited by the host, counting up to 5 people. Zhang Chang clicked on and carefully looked at the explanation of the system prompt. This card means that one invites others to dinner. If one spends $10,000 and the cashback is calculated at the highest multiple of 100 times, then it will be $1 million, plus the number of heads invited, up to 5 people counted. Then it will be $5 million in cashback. I didn't realize that this seemingly ordinary food cashback card was actually so powerful. No matter how unlucky you are, you can still get 20 to 30 times cash back. Eat a meal casually can get $1 million or so. Worthy of being a dream come true. God's honor system. After eating, Zhang Chang naturally took Yu Xiaoxiao back to Aman, just as he was crossing the doorway of the hotel lobby, only to suddenly see an alluringly dressed woman bump into Yu Xiaoxiao as she brushed past. A pretentious voice came over. Zhang Chang looked towards Yu Xiaoxiao, who was covering her shoulder, and asked thoughtfully, "Is everything alright?" Yu Xiaoxiao shook her head, but the look on her face suddenly turned an indignant red, her eyes staring dead at the woman in front of her. "Zhang Yu, what are you doing here dressed like this?" When that woman saw that it was Yu Xiaoxiao that she had bumped into, a trace of panic suddenly rose on her face, but she quickly forced herself to calm down again, only to see that woman say with a hint of a pretentious and sharp voice, "Yu Xiaoxiao, what are you doing here again? Who is this man?" Seeing the woman in front of her pointing an orchid finger at herself, Yu Xiaoxiao's face immediately flashed with a trace of disgust. "Forget it, I don't care about you. If I tell you anything, you'd better make it clear to your relatives over there." Zhang Yu looked at Yu Xiaoxiao and said with a cold smile, "Don't forget that we are already engaged. It's useless even if you back out." "I won't back out of the marriage." "Engaged? Do you want to be shameless? You're a big man dressed like this and still dare to mention engagement. You're cheating marriage." Yu Xiaoxiao sarcastically and agitatedly scolded in a low voice at the sight. Zhang Yu took a deep breath before glancing at Zhang Chang and said, "We've already said goodbye to each other on the relative side. It's useless for you to back out." "Zhang Yu, point your face. I won't pursue your own problems, but you actually got together with my best friend, and more than once. You two are simply wolfish. If it wasn't for my mom and them forcing me, why would I be engaged to you? Since you're engaged, get married honestly," Zhang Yu said unforgivingly. Hearing this, Yu Xiaoxiao eagerly broke away from Zhang Yu's hand and directly wrapped her arms around Zhang Cheng's arm. The force under breaking free was a bit heavy, causing her rather large peaks to directly hit Zhang Cheng's arm. "Less disgusting. You don't like me. You pester me but to let me give you a cover so that you can go outside to meet those men of yours, right? I wonder how that best friend of mine would feel if she knew you were bisexual. What do you care about me so much? Anyway, this is what the two families booked a long time ago. It's useless for you to back out. You yourself are still not turning around and coming to a room with someone else. What qualifications do you have to talk about me?" Hearing this, Zhang Chang finally rationalized the relationship between the two of them. For the matter that Yu Xiaoxiao was already engaged, it was a bit of a surprise. However, looking at Zhang Yu in front of him, Zhang Chang immediately understood Yu Xiaoxiao. It turned out that this woman called Zhang Yu was a man. No wonder there was a feeling of a siren. If Yu Xiaoxiao did not say, at first glance, it is quite difficult to discover that the woman in front of him is actually a man dressed as a woman. Modern society's makeup technology is really heavenly, but a closer look still sees some clues, especially one of the male features, the throat not on the neck, and the size of the high heels on his feet is also much larger than the average woman. After some measurements, Zhang Chang, now finally some understanding of those one night after the night, suddenly realized that the other party is actually a man of those news. Under the concealment of the thick makeup and wig, it was indeed very difficult to recognize. It turned out that Yu Xiaoxiao's fiancé was not only a sissy, but also green with Yu Xiaoxiao, and the key was bisexuality? This amount of information was also a bit too much. Zhang Yu began to pull and tug at Yu Xiaoxiao at this time, cursing and swearing, and the people who were watching nearby began to grow more and more. Chapter 20 Physical Attributes. "Brother, now that you know the relationship between the two of us, I advise you to leave first. She is my fiancé." At this time, the pleasant lowly voice sounded once again. "Ding dong, host, you will now be faced with a choice. Choice 1, listen to Zhang Yu and leave, and you will receive a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Kajuit. Choice 2, directly give Zhang Yu 2 slaps to wake him up. You will receive body constitution points +5. 1 bad luck card." Zhang Chang looked at the choices that suddenly appeared in front of him and froze. The first choice was naturally disdainful to himself, and Zhang Chang directly passed it off. And the second choice, there were actually physical attribute points. Zhang Chang viewed the explanation of the body attributes, referring to the strength, speed, physique, but also includes the eyesight and hearing, recovery, ability, resistance to fight. The most important thing is that what ability. This system is a bit tard. The key is that if this body physique is enhanced, then with the unclogging card that was rewarded by the system after buying the house, that does not enhance the impact of time. Jiang Chang didn't hesitate after reading the introduction and directly chose the second one. At once his body felt a warm current pass through it, and his body was filled with strength. Jiang Chang couldn't help but secretly feel good. This dam is simply heaven-defying. Other people worked hard to exercise every day to obtain 8-pack abs and desperately high on drugs to obtain an enhanced physique. It seemed like he himself had already started to achieve something in a small way. Hearing was even more directly on a level. At this moment, he could even hear the sound of the thin and broken water flow inside the girl's restroom not far away. Jiang Chang pinched his strong arm and smiled as he glanced at Zhang Yu before directly opening his bow left and right. Snap! Snap! Jiang Chang's two big slaps directly slapped Zhang Yu to the ground. The left and right bow action on the close to their own Yushaoshao peaks of the friction again so that she cannot help but face again shy. Press the friction electric feeling Yushaoshao panicked and let go of Jiang Chang's arm. Zhang Yu was slapped by Jiang Chang slumped to the ground. He angrily covered his face and stood up. Before he could open his voice, he saw Jiang Chang shook off his hand and said, "TSK, this cheek is really thick." He has a problem and still has the face to say these words. "My hand is rubbed by your face to the pain." Yu Xiaoxiao was also stunned by the scene in front of her. She completely didn't expect Jiang Chang to suddenly strike. "You, this actually hit me. Oh, I'm not done with you." Zhang Yu covered his reddened cheeks that had been hit by Jiang Chang and looked like he was about to cry as he glared at Jiang Chang aggrievedly and fiercely. After saying that, he clenched his two delicate fists again and rushed straight towards Jiang Chang with his inner 8-foot posture. See, Zhang Yu was about to rush towards Jiang Chang. Jiang Chang's favorability increased greatly. She hurriedly once again hugged Jiang Chang's arm tightly, wanted to pull Jiang Chang to her side. Her heart felt that Jiang Chang was so handsome that he actually slapped Zhang Yu to the ground for her. However, at the same time, Yu Xiaoxiao was afraid that Jiang Chang would get into trouble for helping her. Jiang Chang reacted extremely quickly at this moment. With a single stretch of his foot, he directly kicked Zhang Yu and sent him flying. Zhang Yu, who had fallen to the ground again, saw that he was not Jiang Chang's opponent, and unusually covered his aching chest and collapsed on the ground, not daring to get up again. At this moment, he felt unprecedented humiliation as well as pain. Jiang Chang's kick was extremely heavy. Zhang Yu looked at the onlookers, did not come forward to stop the hotel staff. Suddenly angry, starting to sputter and pinch his throat, he shouted, "Where is the security guard? Hit people, did not see what do you hotel eat? I'm your guest here. I'm being beaten up. Come on people, help who?" As Zhang Yu shouted like this, the hotel staff began to react. Since Jiang Chang had registered to stay in the 80,000 a night top of the Langting Villa, the hotel front desk staff had already recognized him. So at this moment, they were also in a bit of a dilemma as they looked at the scene in front of them. Zhang Yu saw the hotel staff's somewhat perfunctory and hesitant attitude, and became even more furious and wanted to vomit blood directly. He once again shouted loudly, "What are you guys still waiting for? Security brother, quickly arrest him, otherwise I will call the police. This is not even, two gentlemen, are small things, private settlement on the line. Do not hurt the peace. Yeah, it's not a big deal, have a good conversation." The hotel's personnel couldn't help but secretly all feel a bit disgusted when they looked at the showy orchid finger that Zhang Yu pointed at them. However, out of their own professionalism, they could only persuade them in a good voice from the side. Zhang Yu saw that they did not want to make a big deal out of it, and even looked as if they wanted to suppress the matter when they were mad. "You guys, you all bullied me. You wait for me. I'm going to call the police, and I'm going to file a complaint against you and expose you all." Zhang Yu wasn't stupid. After he said that, the hotel personnel started to get nervous. They knew that Zhang Yu's purpose of saying this was to make a big deal out of this matter. Although none of them wanted to actively offend Jiang Chang, they preferred not to lose their jobs. Yu Xiaoxiao looked at the chaotic scene in front of her and frowned angrily. She looked at Zhang Yu with disgust, and after taking a deep breath whispered to Jiang Chang, "It's fine. If he calls the police, then I'll just say that he's the one who pestered me, and that you stepped in just to protect me. Don't spit blood. There is surveillance here, and so many people saw you hit me, they can testify for me." After Zhang Yu said this, he saw that none of the people around him were willing to agree with him. There were even some people who were ready to leave quietly, not willing to get involved in this mess. Zhang Yu became even angrier and yelled loudly, "You bastards! Softies! I'm calling the police!" The hotel's response was surprisingly fast, and soon there were two police officers walking towards them. The two policemen took out their IDs and started to routinely understand the situation. Before Jiang Chang could say anything, Yu Xiaoxiao on the side quickly rushed up. Chapter 21, Bad Luck. The two police officers began to routinely understand the situation after pulling out their IDs. Just before Jiang Chang could say anything, Yu Xiaoxiao on the side quickly rushed up. She shook her head and hurriedly said, "Mr. Police, It's none of his business. This person, he wants to cheat on the marriage, because we were engaged before by the elders of our two families. But after I came into contact with him, I found out that he is not only a bisexual, but also likes to dress up as a woman. That's why I've made it clear that I won't marry him. And today it was him who came over to harass me. And this gentleman helped me out of goodwill to avoid the harassment. Jiang Chang looked at Yu Xiaoxiao's behavior and couldn't help but feel a sense of inner satisfaction, because he found that Yu Xiaoxiao's look and actions towards herself had become more intimate than just now. At this time, Yu Xiaoxiao's peaks were already tightly next to her arm again, and still took the initiative to stick to it. Jiang Chang soothingly touched her shoulder again. Don't worry, is this some kind of misunderstanding? It's all a small dispute. It's good for everyone to talk away and deal with it. The police officer began to mediate after understanding what happened, only to see his face suffocated. Red said, "What misunderstanding? What do you mean? Here, but there is monitoring. I demand." Only to see that before he finished speaking, Jiang Chang used the bad luck card that he had just rewarded directly on Zhang Yu's body. PFFFF. Several strange sounds immediately came out from Zhang Yu's body, only to see him stop the words coming out of his mouth with a strange expression on his face. His eyes turned nervously and his legs unconsciously clenched. The buttocks slowly puckered up. Both hands even slowly covered his stomach. At this moment, he felt as if there was a stream of warmth that began to run out uncontrollably in the intestines inside his stomach. This subtle yet embarrassing feeling made him recall an unforgettable former part of his childhood. He was still young then, just in the 3rd grade of elementary school. One day the teacher named him to answer a question. As it turned out, he happened to have diarrhea all the time that day. He stood up nervously, and just as he did so he accidentally and suddenly tried to fart. For the first time in his young life, he understood a saying, that is to never trust any fart when you have diarrhea, because that day, he thought that if he slowly let out a fart while answering a question, everything would go unnoticed, and everything would go unnoticed. But he was proved wrong. At that time he let out not only farts but also a crotch of. He can never forget that time, the whole class and the teacher on the podium, that pale and disgusted look. At this very moment, that long-lost feeling appeared again. Zhang Yu at this moment held his red face inside and slowly told himself, never trust farts. After silently reading a few sentences, Zhang Yu began to slowly take deep breaths to try and control his body. After all, there was still surveillance here and there were quite a few people. He absolutely would not allow this kind of thing to happen to him a second time. It was just that not everything in this world was as it should be. Zhang Yu realized that at this moment, the gas inside his body was growing more and more. The cold sweat of his body was constantly pouring out. At that moment, he remembered that he had not eaten anything at noon today. He was having a good time with his old flame inside the hotel. Could it be that there was poison inside his old lover's stick? Is that why it suddenly brought such a big shock to his intestines? Zhang Yu's face turned white as he asked towards everyone, may I ask where the restroom on the 1st floor is? He slowly controlled his breath with great effort to utter these words, but even though he was controlling it even more at this point, it was no longer helpful. A familiar warm current in his dignity of more than 20 years once again began to flow out little by little. Seeing his pale face and strange movements, the police officer couldn't help but ask with concern, this gentleman, may I ask what's wrong with you? Is it uncomfortable somewhere? Zhang Yu clenched his buttocks even more at this moment, only to see him slowly inhale and verbose his mouth trying to speak. It's a bit quick. Zhang Yu didn't dare to say anything else before he finished his sentence. He found that as soon as he opened his mouth, his sphincter loosened a few more points. Originally it was only sporadically leaking a few drops. After this movement of his it leaked a dozen more drops, and vaguely there is still the feeling that it is going to be a big outbreak. Zhang Yu knew that although he had done his best to control this, but it can only avoid a bigger bomb blowing up. What should come will still come. At this moment, he felt his crotch getting wetter and wetter. The other people only felt that his behavior was a bit strange at this time, while Jiang Chang, who had used the bad luck card, had vaguely guessed Zhang Yu's situation somewhat at this time. The appearance of such an expression for no reason meant that there must be something wrong. Moreover, Zhang Yu could not even care about clamoring for the police now. Jiang Chang laughed, walked to the side of Zhang Yu, patted his shoulder and said, brothers, uncomfortable to say, never polite. The police uncle will help you. Zhang Yu was shaken a few times by Jiang Chang's hand, and immediately took a deep breath and clenched his sphincter even harder. He slowly turned his head, his face stifled, red eyes wide open as he stared at Jiang Chang. Every time Jiang Chang shook him, he was 1 point closer to exploding. Send me to the toilet. Zhang Yu gritted his teeth and uttered these words before not daring to speak again. At this moment an unpleasant odor wafted out. Asterisk 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 asterisk. How come it stinks so bad? Yeah, is the toilet broken? It shouldn't be. The toilet is still far away from here. It couldn't be the manure truck coming over, could it? Well, oh my god, it feels fresh. Who stole the poop? Grown up enough to know to keep it under control. Chapter 22, Yu Xiaoxiao's past. With everyone talking, Zhang Yu froze and held back the last word. It was because he did not know how to pick up on this. At this moment, he only wanted to become a transparent person, slowly leaving to settle inside the restroom by himself. May I ask this gentleman? Now let's register your statement first. The police officers were also overwhelmed by the smell and wanted to quickly finish their business and leave. The one leading the group looked around in disgust and suddenly remembered the apprentice next to him. This brat usually knew how to eat, and in the morning he even said he had diarrhea. It couldn't be him, right? At that moment, he covered his nose, lowered his voice and started to curse. You brat! Told you not to eat all the time at work and you didn't listen, and now you're ting yourself? Tell me how you're still living like this in your 20s. Being incontinent at such a young age? What's the difference between you and the roadside? Zhang Yu listened to this sentence and suddenly his face turned even redder. Originally, he was about to open his mouth to ask for help, but he immediately swallowed his words back. He didn't want to be being lectured by his own master in front of his face like this. That obese police officer immediately quit. Master, I didn't tea. Although I have a stomach ache today, but I am so big. How can I do this kind of thing only? It's not me. It must be someone else. Seeing the master look at himself with a face of disbelief, he immediately got angry and said, I said it is true. I swear, whoever ing pulls thee on the body who is a dog mongrel, can't be hard. It must be a dog. Only to see his words have not finished then also stopped, began to look oddly at his master. The master has taken him out of the police for several years. The master had gotten older and older in the past few years, and he had just suspected himself as soon as he smelled. There was only one reason to be in such a hurry to put this hat on his head, that is that this might have been pooped by master, his old man. In order to divert everyone's attention it draws the battle to him. After all, master was also old, and it was understandable that sometimes he couldn't control his sphincter. So a brainstorming he suddenly swallowed bitterly. Master had taught himself quite a bit of experience over the past few years, so it was time to repay the favor. Shame is shame. For master his old man to take the blame as also should be. After thinking this way that obese police officer immediately said with an ugly face, Master, I'm sorry. On the side of the Zhang you see someone to help him to take this pot down. Instantly happy corners of his mouth slowly rose. The footsteps also began to slowly shuffle, withdrawing towards a place where there was no one. While walking, he said, No need. I won't call the police. You guys go back. Jiang Chang saw this and immediately covered his nose and interjected. No, this stench is coming from our side. It won't be. After saying this, Jiang Chang looked at Zhang Yu meaningfully. Zhang Yu was withdrawing 2 steps proudly at this time. Seeing all the people inside the hotel locking their eyes on themselves, Zhang Yu immediately panicked and wanted to leave this place quickly. It was also the action of these few steps. The sight of his ass finally could no longer stand it. The torrents began to pour out. The faces of the people inside the hotel stared wide-eyed in horror as they listened to Zhang Yu's body begin to erupt in a series of earth-shattering serial farts. Seeing this, Jiang Chang quickly pulled Yu Xiaoxiao to quickly retreat 10 meters away. The rest of the people hadn't reacted yet. At this moment, all of them were petrified as they watched the yellow liquid dripping out of Zhang Yu's body. Equals degree smiley face. After the shock everyone started to cover their noses and started to dry heave as they fled around. Sigma_OO angle. You. At this moment, all kinds of dry heaving and hair-raising noises were rising and falling inside the hotel. My mama. I really will thank. Growing up so big will still have diarrhea. How can someone not even be able to control their chrysanthemums? A group of people began to blush furiously while dry heaving and looking at Zhang Yu in disgust as they discussed. Zhang Yu couldn't care about keeping up his image at this point, and even less about calling the police, only to see him covering his persistently writhing intestines while starting to run haphazardly in search of a restroom. 20 minutes later, the scene was finally registered, and Jiang Chang and Yu Xiaoxia also finally arrived inside the Ting Villa. Yu Xiaoxia, who had returned to the hotel room again, was exceptionally considerate towards Jiang Chang, only to see her slender jade hand enthusiastically came to Jiang Chang's thigh side, gently rubbing said, Good brother, let sister see if you are okay. Are you hurt? Seeing Yu Xiaoxiao's appearance as a female demon, Jiang Chang pulled out a bad smile. How could I be injured? Just that level of waist can't hurt me. That won't do. Even though you're very powerful, but it's still more assured to let your sister check it out. Seeing that Jiang Chang was unmoved, Yu Xiaoxiao gave a bitter smile and said, Do you dislike me? I know I don't deserve you. Jiang Chang saw Yu Xiaoxiao's tone of loss, and immediately didn't have the heart to tease her anymore. He took her over and said comfortingly, How could I dislike you? I'm just joking with you. When Yu Xiaoxiao saw Jiang Chang say this, her eyes immediately flashed with a glimmer of light, but she soon lost it again. Yu Xiaoxiao lowered her head and said in a lost voice, Isn't it surprising that my fiancé is actually a? Jiang Chang nodded. It's a bit of a surprise. In fact, my marriage with Zhang Yu was set by my grandparents when I was a child. My grandpa insisted that I marry him before he died. although I didn't like it, but in order to let my grandpa leave in peace, I eventually chose to get engaged to him. Yu Xiaoxia was somewhat relieved to see that Jiang Chang didn't react so strongly. Although this was her second meeting with Jiang Chang, she was still prepared to tell Jiang Chang this secret that had been hidden in the bottom of her heart. In her grandfather's time, promises and commitments were the most important thing, so no matter how much she resisted, she was ultimately unable to argue with her grandfather's obsession. At the time of her grandfather's death, the old man still blackmailed her to marry Zhang Yu, otherwise he would die in peace. Yu Xiaoxia was pressured by all her relatives to finally get engaged to Zhang Yu. However, after the meeting, the meticulous Yu Xiaoxia realizes that Zhang Yu is actually bisexual. Chapter 23, Stinky Brother. Zhang Yu's home and room actually had tons of pink stuff inside. In order for him to ask me to keep it a secret, the two of us signed an agreement with each other, not to touch each other nor interfere with each other. At first Yu Xiaoxia was happy to accept it. Not only would it put her grandfather's mind at ease, but Yu Xiaoxia also disliked Zhang Yu. So it was like killing two birds with one stone. In order to cover up his same-sex affair in front of their relatives and co-worker friends, Zhang Yu had been using Yu Xiaoxiao as a front to get her to cooperate with his various performances. With Yu Xiaoxiao's acquiescence, Zhang Yu also became more and more egotistical, until recently Yu Xiaoxiao also finally realized that he is actually a bisexual. Because Zhang Yu and her best friend to get together, Yu Xiaoxia couldn't stand it at all when she found out, so she repented. Jiang Chang was a bit saddened after hearing Yu Xiaoxiao's story. I can only say that the world is a big place, and there is nothing strange about it. He touched Yu Xiaoxiao's hair and comforted her. It's really bitter for you to meet such a ridiculous thing. Jiang Chang, do you really not care? I mean, are you willing to maintain this kind of relationship with me? Seeing Jiang Chang looking at himself in surprise, Yu Xiaoxiao hurriedly opened her mouth to explain and said, "Don't misunderstand, I'm not saying that I want to be your girlfriend. I just want to have someone who can accompany me occasionally. I don't want to get married in the future anyway. And you're my first man. So, don't worry, if we are together, I won't interfere in your private life." Yu Xiaoxiao was usually a very good workplace career woman, but at the same time she was also a very normal woman. Her grandfather had also passed away 5 years ago. As a new age woman she was very eager to have her own love. Jiang Chang was her first man, although her liking for Jiang Chang wasn't particularly deep right now, but she felt that this kind of relationship was 100 times easier than a serious relationship. Yu Xiaoxiao, who was disappointed with affection and love, only wanted to have a casual relationship at this time, and it just so happened that the person she bumped into was Jiang Chang. Jiang Chang was pleasantly surprised when he heard this from Yu Xiaoxiao. "I don't mind a hairline, In this kind of casual opening is sky-high bright price world, this kind of white whoring thing actually exists by his side. What else is there to be picky about?" Moreover, Jiang Chang remembered that he still had an unused diversion card. Unable to resist, the corner of his mouth tugged. Originally, Yu Xiaoxiao's friendly value towards herself was not high, so Jiang Chang was not prepared to use this card. But now Yu Xiaoxiao's friendly value towards herself was almost close to 90 points. In the face of such a beautiful woman with a lot of flavor, how can she afford her trust in herself without a few thousand efforts? Jiang Chang intimately embraced Yu Xiaoxia and whispered in her ear, "Don't worry, I will treat you well." Yu Xiaoxia, listening to this surprise, kissed Jiang Chang. "Well, tired. We first go to do spa. I heard that the spa here is very famous. I'm also a little tired. First go to relax." "Okay, Looking at Jiang Chang's expectant eyes, Yu Xiaoxiao fled and went directly to the arranged girls' spa room side. The spa room of the Aman Hotel Yangyun was known as the largest spa room in the world, and an hour of spa service and it cost $3,000. Jiang Chang directly booked 2 hours of spa. After all, today on the road for a few hours, need to have a good relaxation. After soaking in the hot springs after the spa, Jiang Chang is now lying in the villa room in the big bed of golden Nanmu. The super soft imported mattress made Jiang Chang just lie on it soon and then fell into a deep sleep, and also inexplicably some comfortable. Jiang Chang opened his eyes and lifted the quilt. What met his eyes was Yu Xiaoxiao's exquisite little face that looked like peach blossoms. Jiang Chang looked at Yu Xiaoxiao with a look of natural charm and was immediately a little anxious. He picked up Yu Xiaoxiao, and all of a sudden, she was filled with fragrance and softness. Jiang Chang could no longer control it. His lips covered up with force. He held down Yu Xiaoxiao's head and kissed her passionately. After more than 2 hours of world war, after Jiang Chang sighed comfortably, he got up and went directly to the bathroom. Looking at himself inside the mirror, Jiang Chang opened the system page, only to see the system page prompt. Ding! Unclogging card, used successfully. Given that the other party's satisfaction is 100 points, the host's frequency count is 2,500 times. Comprehensive calculation, rewarding the host with $250 million. Jiang Chang looked at the system's prompts inwardly, could not help but be happy. Fortunately, he had just worked so hard to facilitate this hundreds of millions of dollars of business. 10 minutes later, Jiang Chang walked out of the bathroom. At this time, Yu Xiaoxia has been tired to sleep over. Jiang Chang walked to the sofa and sat down. Looking at Yu Xiaoxiao, the blanket covering her body had fallen off, and her fragrant shoulders were slightly exposed. Her black hair like a waterfall was scattered over her snow-white upper body, revealing a delicate and flawless little face. After sighing, Jiang Chang leaned down and tenderly kissed Yu Xiaoxiao's smooth fragrant shoulders. Inside the room of the villa there were 3 cleaning staff who were cleaning and replacing the toiletries inside the room for Jiang Chang. Inside the room by the big bed, a young woman was changing the duvet cover with another middle-aged woman in her 30s. That middle-aged woman looked at the crumpled marks on the bed and said to that young girl, "TSK, TSK, 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 young people nowadays have good stamina." That young girl couldn't help but blush at those words. "Sister Zhang, keep your voice down. It's not good to let the guests let people hear you. What are you afraid of? You can't hear it from so far away." "Alas, old Chen, come over and see. How is the stamina of that mouth of your family? Is there such a thing?" Sister Zhang excitedly called out to another middle-aged woman to come over to watch. "If my family that mouth is so powerful, that handsome man looks more handsome than the stars. Think of happiness." Jiang Chang, who had exceptional hearing, had already heard the mutterings of the 3 people inside the room. He was sitting in the dining room with Yu Xiaoxiao eating lunch. Yu Xiaoxiao was now giving Jiang Chang a piece of raw marinated seafood with a happy face. "Jiang Chang, try this. It tastes fresh and not too fishy. There is also a sweet flavor of seafood." Jiang Chang opened his mouth and chewed seriously for a while before saying, "It is indeed quite fresh." When Yu Xiaoxiao heard this, her face suddenly became hot. She pouted and glanced at Jiang Chang. "Darn it, I told you not to eat it, but you insisted on eating it, and now you're still poking fun at me like this. Which is snark, what I said is true." Yu Xiaoxiao shyly gently slapped Jiang Chang. "Stop it, there are other people there." Jiang Chang smiled and pinched Yu Xiaoxiao's face. If she knew that the cleaning staff inside was talking about the bed sheets they had slept on, then she would definitely be shy and pull Jiang Chang to leave directly. After having breakfast, the strong woman Yu Xiaoxiao had wanted to go to work. It was hard to be forced by Jiang Chang to take leave and stay at the hotel to rest. Jiang Chang was brushing his friend's circle at this time, and saw that their class president Li Sudong was pretending to be his 18-year-old bar mitzvah gift in his friend's circle. Jiang Chang patted Yu Xiaoxiao's slender black silk thighs. "Xiao Xiao, lend me your leg to take a picture to celebrate my 18th bar mitzvah. Is today your birthday?" "No, I have long passed my birthday. Recently see the circle of friends of people are sunshine their parents to give all kinds of bar mitzvah gifts. See, I also want a sunshine. Just sunshine your beautiful legs well." Yu Xiaoxiao tangled her face for a moment and said, "That's not a problem, but how do you want to shoot it?" Jiang Chang looked at Yu Xiaoxiao's cheeks, which were as red as a peach, and said with a bad smile, "We are so close and you are still so shy?" Yu Xiaoxia listened to Jiang Chang's words and was really ignited. "Who says I'm shy? You come here." Yu Xiaoxiao finished saying that she pulled Jiang Chang to sit on the leather sofa next to her, generously put the slender legs directly to Jiang Chang's neck. "Stinky brother, shoot it." This posture is already felt. Yu Xiaoxiao beautiful legs of Jiang Chang instantly cannot top. Jiang Chang took out his cell phone and clicked a few shots before clicking on the circle of friends. "My 18-year-old rite of passage, although there is no Mercedes-Benz BMW, but the speed of this car than on the supercars." Jiang Chang skillfully selected the visible grouping and then released the circle of friends. After posting the circle of friends, Jiang Chang directly threw the cell phone to the side. It didn't take long for Jiang Chang's circle of friends to explode, only to see their classmates. Class president Li Sudong at this time is looking at his friend circle's likes. His bar mitzvah tanning friend circle that he had posted yesterday was a $20,000 piano. He took 100 or so photos and then carefully selected 9 to send the circle. Once the circle was posted, it undoubtedly received a lot of likes and comments. Just as he finished replying to everyone's compliments and started browsing through his circle of friends, he actually saw that Jiang Chang had also posted a picture. He actually saw that Jiang Chang had also sent a friend circle. Looking at a few black silk legs randomly shot by Jiang Chang, Li Sudong suddenly nosebleed could not stop falling down. Jiang Chang, usually in the school, often flicked him the face of the class president, so Li Sudong and Jiang Chang's relationship is not good. But at this moment, he also had to admit that Jiang Chang's bar mitzvah made him jealous. This is the real rite of passage. Compared to his own computer inside the multiple girlfriends, he would like to Jiang Chang like a real gun to around. Looking at a few minutes, Jiang Chang's circle of friends has exploded. There are already more than 20 likes and dozens of comments below. Chang Jipeng, grass, kill the heart. Early in the morning, let me see this for what? Zhou Jian, suddenly I feel that my mom gave me a house that doesn't smell good. I also want a black silk girl. I also want to be an adult. Li Ziroe, brother. Strong. You win. Nosebleed stayed. Zhang Chushi, Zhang Chang. You. Suya, oh my god. You men are so perverted. Li Sumin angrily typed comments on Jiang Chang's friend circle. Li Xiumin. Jiang Chang, I'm going to tell the principal that although you've graduated, it doesn't mean you can mess around. Zhou Zhiyun at Li Shumin wake up, have graduated, the certificate has received. The principal still cares so much jealousy is useless. Chapter 24. Do you want to sign me? After casually freshening up, Zhang Chang went out in Yang Yunamon's Rolls Royce, and the car quickly arrived at the location Suwan had given the location. The neighborhood where Suwan lived looked to be a mid-range apartment complex, not new or old. After 5 minutes or so, he saw a delicate figure hurriedly jogging towards his car. Zhang Chang fixed his eyes and saw that the person was Suwan. Today she was wearing a goose-yellow thin blouse. Her feet stepped on a pair of black thick-soled Martin boots, a pair of snow-white straight legs greatly exposed. It was still a typical evening-style wear. After sitting in the back seat of the Rolls-Royce, Su Evening took off the black duck-tongue hat and mask. Seeing Su Evening's special car driver respectfully asked, Mr. Jiang, may I ask where we are going now? Seeing Zhang Chang glancing at her, Su Knight immediately opened her mouth and said, Master, please go to the Baiwa Hotel in Lujiazui. Okay, the driver sniffed and said politely. After the car started, Suwon straightened her bangs at the screen of her phone, then she blinked a pair of bright peach blossom fox eyes and said to Zhang Chang with a smile, Mr. Jiang, good noon, you came down pretty fast, but aren't you hot? This speed of coming downstairs shows that Su Lian should be ready at all times. Suwon covered her mouth and laughed a little. The places we're going to later are all air-conditioned in shopping malls, and in our line of work, it's a normal operation to wear cotton clothes in the summer and dresses in the winter. If you say so, it's true. Mr. Jiang looks very young. I'm a little curious about what you do for a living? Suwon asked tentatively. Zhang Cheng smiled and replied, I remember I told you I'm here to travel. I'm going to enroll in Mordor University. How about coming over to see this side first? Su even sniffed and a hint of shock appeared on her face. I thought about it when I went back yesterday, but I thought you were joking. Are all the rich second generation nowadays so arrogant? At 18 years old, they could dispose of so much cash flow on their own? Seeing that Zhang Cheng just laughed, Su Lian lamented, really envious. Is your family really mineralized? So young Ferrari can be bought at will. After saying that she couldn't help but think back, her own 18 years old was still running a drag queen while going to college. Zhang Cheng faintly shook his head. Just an ordinary family. Seeing that Zhang Cheng did not tell the truth, Suwan did not pursue the question any further. Looking at Suwan sitting beside himself with a well-behaved face, Zhang Cheng asked, right, Huang Ming's matter won't have an impact on your work, right? Su Lian smiled bitterly at his words. The impact is there, but it's not that big. He visited our company as an investor and selected me. Halfway through her sentence, she glanced at Zhang Cheng, hesitated and said, our circle. I don't know if you have any understanding. There will be certain rules. The investor picks you as the leading lady, and pays money to hold you up. And sometimes it is not unconditional. It will be accompanied by some other conditions. Zhang Cheng naturally understands Su Wan's words. He is not really only 18 years old. Subterfuge. Anyway, the play is to be shot. The money is to be invested. To choose a favorite obedient, but also can play together. This is the conditions of most investors to choose people. Unless you are a big star, the play needs to rely on you to attract popularity, in which case you can circumvent this rule. After all, the investor needs to rely on your fame to hit the publicity of this drama. Otherwise a third or fourth tier starlet like Su Wan was the fate of being picked. Huang Ming put some conditions with me. If I accept it, the female lead will be me. Of course if I don't accept it, then I'll pick someone else to replace me. And the company sent me to receive Huang Ming with the same intention. Then you are prepared to accept? Su even shook her head. Of course I'm not accepting. I've been on the scene for so many years. If I had accepted earlier, I wouldn't still be such a tiny third-tier star. The most I'll do to accompany him out is just to accompany him for shopping. I won't accept any other conditions. Zhang Cheng didn't doubt Su Wan's words. After all, her privacy value was 0. Looking at Huang Ming's appearance, he should have usually made this kind of request to many female stars, right? Su even nodded. Of course, if I don't accept it, naturally someone else will. Haven't you ever thought of accepting it? Suwan sniffed and glanced at Zhang Cheng, then said bluntly, of course I've thought about it. Even my agent has advised me. After all, the script of this investment is indeed very good. There is a possibility of a big fire, but I don't want to rely on lying down to get to the top. Zhang Cheng did not take her words, since people have said so, is not to imply to him that she will not accept his subterfuge. However, his main purpose of investing in Su Wan was certainly not subterfuge, but for the reward. After all, he was such a shallow person. Is that drama of yours a big investment? Su Knight shook her head. That's not true. Where would it be my turn to be the female lead if it's a big investment? But it's just a small web drama. Web drama? Zhang Cheng sniffed his mind, and that kind of very roughly produced web drama scene appeared in his mind. and his interest was directly reduced by half. Seeing Jiang Chang immediately lost interest, Suwon hurriedly spoke out to explain, small productions have the benefits of small productions low cost, fast payback. The most important thing is not afraid of losing money. And the plot of this drama is really very good. I've already read the script. I think this drama has a lot of potential. Seeing that Jiang Chang didn't say anything, Suwon couldn't help but say nervously, Mr. Jiang, if you can, please help me. I really need this opportunity. Well, if you said so, then I can only be hard if I ask for it. You mean it? Really promise? Of course hard? Don't you believe in giving it a look? Suwon heard this and quickly waved her hand. I don't mean this. I'm just a little surprised. We are meeting for the second time today. You think it's too fast? I think it's okay. Su Evening at this time had a face of excitement, and her breathing also became a little short of breath. You are the investor. You have the final say. Relax. Don't pant so hard. It's fine for me to invest in this web series and let you be the female lead, but the premise is that you get to be an artist in my company. Instead of relaxing, Suwon breathed even more sharply at the words. You want to sign me? She was just a half old, not new, not warm, not hot actress. Why would Jiang Chang want to sign her? Jiang Chang nodded. Yes, sign you. I'll invest in you if you become an actor in my family. Mr. Jiang, my contract hasn't expired yet. Do you know this? Su Lian's good-looking fox eyes looked at Jiang Chang inquisitively. I know that. That signing me is going to help me pay for the breach of contract. This point is not a problem. I know. Jiang Chang now has more than $430 million in his hand. On this value of Suwon now at most lose a few million and be done with it. Suwon fell into silence as she listened to Jiang Chang's words. She knew that no one would praise herself for no reason. After so many years on the road, she was no longer an uninitiated little girl. At this moment, she couldn't help but guess whether Jiang Chang had any intentions towards her. Could it be? At this moment, Suwon couldn't help but think of a lot of inappropriate images inside her head. Chapter 25 Hen Chang Investment Company. She admitted that Jiang Chang was particularly handsome, and on his condition, if he really had any intentions for himself, he could not be considered to have much to lose. After all, in the future they also want to talk about their boyfriends. If you agree to Jiang Chang's conditions, not only can you sleep with Jiang Chang, such a fresh meat can also let him hold their own. This is not two birds with one stone? Don't blame her for being realistic. After all, an old man like Huang Ming and a handsome rich man like Jiang Chang, all individuals know how to choose, right? Mr. Jiang, then do you have an entertainment company? Jiang Chang shook his head. Not for the time being, but if you agree, you will soon have one. Looking at Suwon's hesitant expression, Jiang Chang continued. I know your company's operations manager. I heard her say that you are not valued in the company. If you sign my company, I'll take care of the liquidated damages, and in addition, I can guarantee you that the company's center of gravity will be placed on you within 2 years. When Suwon heard this, her mouth was slightly open, and for a moment she didn't know what to say. She was indeed not valued in the company. This point was true, and the company always arranged for her to accompany some investors and producers, due to the fact that she always refused to cooperate herself. Coupled with the fact that she had already messed up Huang Ming's investment yesterday, the company side had already indicated that they were going to start hiding her. The flowering period of an actress was short in itself, and if she was really snowed in, it would be very difficult for her to make it big in the future. What? Still not willing? Seeing Jiang Chang frowning, Suwon immediately waved her hand to show her willingness. No. Willing? How could she be unwilling with such good conditions? It's not like she's some big popular star. Someone is willing to hold her up like this. What wouldn't she be willing to do? Moreover, she had already seen Jiang Chang's strength yesterday. The strength of a person who could buy a Ferrari Lafa directly with full payment could be as bad as where. Su Lian bit her lower lip as she spoke. May I ask what special requirements you have if you invest? At this time, her pair of peach blossom eyes stared at Jiang Chang. There was an indescribable flirtatiousness on her face. Jiang Chang understood the meaning of her words, but still played dumb and asked, requirements? Such as requests like Huang Ming or something like that. If I mention it you will agree? Suwon shook her head hesitantly as she listened to Jiang Chang's words. Su Lan's current friendly value towards him was only 50 points, still on top of the passerby relationship, although the melon that was twisted by force was also sweet. Right, but there was no need. It appeared as if he hadn't eaten any good food. Yu Xiaoxiao wasn't inferior to her, alright? Don't worry, as long as you are an artist of my company, I won't ask you to have any unseemly contact with other investors. Jiang Chang was talking about other investors, except for the boss though. Seeing Jiang Chang's righteous look, Suwon was instantly even more heartened. These days there could be such an agency that didn't ask for anything but also took money to hold you up. So what was one hesitating for? Suwon, friendly value plus 10. Suwon's friendly value suddenly increased to 60 points, and she officially stepped into the category of ordinary friends towards Jiang Chang. She licked her mouth and anxiously asked, "Then when are you going to sign me? I'll let Xiaoxia help with this matter. You can talk to her about the annual salary split." Suwon unconsciously raised her eyebrows when she heard Jiang Chang mention Yu Xiaoxiao, but she was sensible enough not to raise any objections. "That's fine. Then should I change my name to call you Boss Jiang from now on?" Suwon said in a good mood. "How foreign to call you boss. Call your brother to listen?" "Brother? How old are you?" 20 it. 20? Are you that big?" Jiang Chang nodded affirmatively. "Of course, don't believe you see? Didn't you say that you just went to college? Shouldn't you be around 18 then?" "Oh, so you're talking about age. I thought. What about otherwise?" Su Lian said in a bewildered manner. Seeing Jiang Chang look at Suwon and smile meaningfully, as a surfing expert, Suwon naturally understood in a second, only to see her face instantly red like a red apple. Her eyes blanked Jiang Chang as she pouted and said, "You little rascal." Cough cough. Half an hour later the two people finally arrived at the Bayou Hotel. The restaurant Suwon chose was located on the 87th floor of the World Financial Center on Century Avenue, the high point of Lujiazui. Just as he entered, he saw that the walls of the restaurant's long corridor were covered with various honorable awards. Jiang Chang looked at the glass view outside the restaurant as he walked. It was like being halfway up a mountain, the 87th floor of the high-rise looking out at a sea of clouds, and it really did have a feeling of being in the clouds. Under the guidance of the waiter soon came to the reserved private room. Suwon sat down and then immediately handed Jiang Chang the ordering tool. Jiang Chang didn't push back and said, "I'll treat you to this meal today. It's not good to let you treat yourself as the boss. That's not good. It's me who should treat you. I'm grateful that you can help me so much. If you want to be thankful, then shoot the movie properly in the future. Bursting into flames is the biggest return on my investment. Got it, boss? Promise to perform well." After Suwon finished saying this, the system went ding. The system prompted, "Congratulations to the host for obtaining Suwon's signing intent. The reward is being issued. Mission reward, reward for 15% of the shares of the Terran virtual currency, Hongqing Investment Company." Remark 1. The system has supported the event on a legal level, and all of the host's funds will be obtained through the Hongqing Investment Company, thus obtaining an open source of funding. Remark 2. The host bought the shares of Hongqing initially in the establishment of Hongqing Investment Company. All the information with Hongqing Company is legal and documented. The information has been put into the system. Please the system to go to tail and can be contracted to receive. Jiang Chang looked at the reward this time. After deciphering it once he finally realized the meaning of this reward. This reward was one that could explain to everyone all the reasons why he had suddenly become so rich. Originally, he didn't know how to explain his sudden wealth to his parents. This can be completely explained clearly. And if you don't believe it, his dad can also check the Hongqing Investment Company. A check can know the bottom. This reward was by far the most valuable reward that Jiang Chang felt. Chapter 27, Confessing to Your Own Father and Mother. Jiang Chang sent the various information on the system to his father and mother while eating. Taking advantage of not being at home in advance to let them digest the matter of their own children suddenly became rich, so as not to go back to their own still have to explain half a day. Across the phone then face to face to ease. Anyway, with my father Jiang Jianmin's character will certainly be the first time to go to seek confirmation. Since it was arranged by the system, Jiang Chang naturally did not worry that there would be any loopholes. As expected, half an hour later, Jiang Jianmin's phone call came over. "You kid, you have a good eye for investment. In such a short period of time Hongqing Investment has developed into a large company. Wouldn't you have made a fortune then?" Jiang Jianmin's voice carried a hidden pride. "I didn't expect it myself." Jiang Chang replied haphazardly. "Well, how much is the monthly share?" "The current situation is around $600,000. Jiang Chang said conservatively. Listening to Jiang Chang's words, Li Yan's surprised voice came from the other side of the phone. 600,000. Wouldn't that be an annual income of more than 7 million? Old Jiang, your son is close to surpassing you. Jiang Jiansheng snorted coldly as he listened to Li Yan's flirtatious words. This brat is just lucky. Less stiff upper lip. Who was the one who got carried away just now kept bragging to his friends that his family's son had made a fortune. Seeing that his mind was pierced by Li Yan, Jiang Jianmin hurriedly exchanged a few words with Jiang Chang and then hurriedly hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Cheng chatted with his mom on WeChat. Li Yan rambled on like a dyke, telling Jiang Chang about Jiang Jianmin's reaction just now. After Jiang Chang read it, he moodily replied back, "By the way, do you guys have any gifts you want? I'll bring them back for you guys when we go back." Li Yan knew that her own son would be making money now, so naturally, she didn't politely do so. "There is a Patek Philippe over there in Mordor, but it seems like you need to make an appointment if you buy it. See if you can buy it. Buy me a piece that isn't too flashy. If you can't buy it, forget it, and the rest you can do on your own." Jiang Chang knew that Li Yan had a few Patek Philippe wristwatches, but he didn't take a close look at exactly what kind. Occasionally she would bring it when their company reunion was in progress. However, Patek Philippe is the world's #1 watch king. Purchase is really troublesome. Without an appointment, almost can only look at, cannot buy the watch in stock, unless you are very lucky, but the probability is that you can only buy those entry-level watches. However, he had already auctioned off a women's enamel wristwatch to Li Yan yesterday at the auction, so he didn't have to worry if he really couldn't buy it, except that the enamel wristwatch felt almost interesting after all. After all, the enamel one was okay as a collection, and the public price was indeed too low. Okay, then I'll go over and take a look later. After Jiang Chang said this, the system prompted with a ding. The Patek Philippe appointment has been made for the host. Please go over directly. Is worthy of being a system. Seeing this prompt, Jiang Chang was instantly a bit surprised, not expecting the system to have this kind of service. Although the dishes of this Baiwei hotel chosen by Su evening were very good, this time, they didn't have any food card rewards. Maybe it was because the flavor wasn't amazing enough? Moreover, the price at the checkout was just over $5,000, and the number of people was only Su Wan, so Jiang Chang did not use the food cashback card. To the Magic City for 3 days, has not formally go out to shop a little. He came with a set of change of clothes. Now that his wallet is bulging, he naturally wants to go and brush up. By the way, see if you can upgrade the system. Time is still early. Accompany me for a stroll? Seeing Jiang Chang say this, Su Wan naturally didn't refuse. After all, Jiang Chang was now her Gold Master father. Good, Gold Master Dad. Where do you want to go shopping? Su Wan's tone was light. It could be seen that she was in a good mood now. Go shopping. I didn't bring anything when I came. 20 minutes later, the two had arrived at the entrance of the Patek Philippe house under the transportation of a special car. Seeing that Jiang Chang had come here, Su Wan couldn't help but have her eyes confused. Could this be what rich people call shopping? She thought that Jiang Chang should be going to Hang Lung or the newly expanded IFC. After all, that was the centralized center for all kinds of big-name luxury goods. Unexpectedly, the first stop for shopping was actually Patek Philippe. Knowing that Patek Philippe's entry-level watches all start at least $200,000, and this advertising slogan placed at their entrance was indeed looking very pushy. No one can own a Patek Philippe. You are keeping it for your next generation. Following Jiang Chang, he stepped into the source residence of Patek Philippe. Soon there was a salesperson who immediately greeted him. Hello sir, may I ask if you have an appointment? Jiang Chang nodded. Yes. After reading Jiang Chang's reservation information, the female salesperson said enthusiastically, Mr. Jiang, my name is Xiao Chen. Please follow me upstairs. This way please. After arriving at the second floor with Xiao Chen, he found that there were other guests upstairs, a man and a woman plus another salesperson. The girl who was looking at the watch was trying on a watch full of diamonds and showing it to a middle-aged man with an excited face. After looking at it, the man said appreciatively, I think this watch matches you quite well. Mr. Wang's vision is good. Seeing that there were other people coming up the stairs, both men turned their heads to look over. When their eyes met, Su Wan instantly recognized the woman. Senior Lin Ru. What a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet you here. Lin Ru saw Su Wan greet herself and nodded condescendingly. You also come to see the watch? Chapter 28 The Flavor of Money. I accompanied. Su Evening hesitated for a moment. After all, it seems a little too early to call Jiang Chang boss now. A friend came over to look at the watch. Lin Ru glanced up and down at Jiang Chang. Seeing that Jiang Chang was both young and faceless, in their circle, there were plenty of handsome men. Handsome faces weren't the most important thing. The only thing that could attract them was the taste of money. Jiang Chang looked at the somewhat familiar face in front of him and opened the friendly value department scanning system. Name, Lin Ru. Age, 27. Height, 165 centimeters. Face value, 90. Body, 88. Privacy, 78. Friendly value, 20. Passerby status. At this moment, Jiang Chang finally remembered who she was. A second-tier actress. But after looking at the privacy value, Jiang Chang instantly lost interest. Instead, it was the middle-aged man beside Lin Ru who immediately showed light in his eyes after glancing up and down at Su Wan. Although Su Wan and Lin Ru were not very different in terms of face value, and their temperament was not similar, but compared to a panda, naturally Su Wan was better. That middle-aged man looked at Su Wan with interest and inquired to Lin Ru. Who is this? Brother Wang. She previously played a little maid by my side inside the costume drama I filmed. Her name seems to be called something late. Lin Ru held a lofty stance and introduced Su Wan with a disdainful face. In her opinion, Su Wan was just not in the same weight class as her. If she took on a movie, she could at least be the second female lead, and the investor's boss would bring her to buy a watch. But if she were to change into Su Wan, if she wanted to shoot a movie, she would not only receive small roles, but she would also have to play and sleep with her. Wang Hai took out a business card from his trouser pocket and handed it to Su-won. "Hello, my name is Wang Hai. I specialize in film investment. If you need to shoot a movie in the future, you can find me." Seeing Lin Ru's condescending appearance, Su-won smiled indifferently. Over the years, she had experienced too many setbacks and tribulations, and as a result, her mental capacity had become exceptionally strong. In their circle, reality was so cruel. When you were obscure, others couldn't even remember your name. But when you suddenly become famous, you will find that many inexplicable good friends suddenly appear. These good friends will not only rub your hotness on various occasions, some thick-skinned ones will even take the initiative to at you on Weibo. After politely accepting the business card, Su-won faintly said, "Thank you, I won't bother you then." Xiao Chen saw that they finished chatting and immediately asked, "Mr. Jiang, may I ask if you have any special goals today?" Jiang Chang shook his head. "No, I bought the right ones when I saw them. Women's and men's watches are fine. Which ones are in stock?" Xiao Chen listened to this and pointed to the watch that Lin Ru and the girls were looking at. The 7122 series that those two guests are looking at has both rose gold and white gold models in stock. In addition, there are a few other models that happen to be in stock as well. As for some of the popular star models and whatnot, there are none. They need to be booked and lined up. This I don't really understand. How much is the model they are looking at? Jiang Cheng asked. The price of the women's watch from the 7122 series is 380,000. If you buy it now, you can basically sell it at the public price. See, is this kind of price? Jiang Cheng instantly even look at the desire or not. To send his own mom should have to buy a better bar. 300,000 yuan of the table in the Patek Philippe really cannot be considered very good. He shook his head. Check if there are any women's watches that start at 1 million, and don't bring up the cheap ones. Seeing that Jiang Cheng opened his mouth to ask for 1 million or more to match, Xiao Chen immediately nodded and answered in a loud voice. "Yes, Mr. Jiang, please wait for a moment. I'll bring it over for you. Bring over a few more, and some men's watches as well." "Okay, right away." After Xiao Chen bowed respectfully to Jiang Cheng, he quickly left the VIP area. On the contrary, the atmosphere on Lin Ru's side became unusually awkward. Lin Ru glared at the two of them with disgust in her eyes, her heart very unhappy. She had thought that the $380,000 watch she had chosen was already luxurious enough, but she didn't expect to be disliked by Jiang Cheng for being cheap. She had to know that in order to buy this watch, she had soft-pedaled Wang Hai for a long time before he agreed to accompany her to buy it, and Wang Hai immediately sank his face when he heard Jiang Cheng's words. Though 380,000 doesn't sound like much, this amount can buy a nice small car for an ordinary person. Seeing that Jiang Cheng had helped her dislike Lin Ru, Su-won couldn't help but have the corners of her mouth rise up, secretly rejoicing in her heart. Normally, Lin Ru always had a snotty look, plus she had just green tea connoted Su-won, saying she was her little maid. It was rare to be mocked like this, so Su-won's heart couldn't mention how painful it was. She coughed lightly, and after giving Jiang Cheng a grateful look, she casually picked up the magazine on the table and pretended to read it. Jiang Cheng saw that Su-won was staring at a simple lady's wristwatch on the magazine in a daze. It was a watch with a brown crocodile leather strap and a rose gold case that complemented each other, looking very delicate and generous. It was priced at 217,000, a price that made it look like an entry-level lady's watch from Patek Philippe. "You like this?" Seeing Jiang Cheng suddenly open his mouth to ask himself, Su-won waved her hand. "Just take a look. I can't afford it anyway." Ding! Release a randomized mission to send a female watch to Su-won. Mission reward, finalized based on the results. Failure penalty. Jiang Cheng looked at the system's prompts with some surprise, although he didn't know what the reward was, but doing as he was told certainly wouldn't go wrong. "I'll give it to you if you like it," Jiang Cheng said generously. "No need. I'll buy it myself when I make money in the future," Su-won said as she pushed back. Lin Ru on the side couldn't help but roll her eyes when she heard this. For a third or fourth tier starlet like Su-won, even if she did a dozen or so side washes a year, it was estimated that she wouldn't be able to earn $380,000. To know the difference between different actors' pay is very big. A line of actors and flow actors' pay can be as high as 10 million or more. But like her, this kind of female second, the general pay can reach 1 million, has been regarded as very high. And like Su Knight, this kind of camera is not much, up to 100,000, tens of thousands of yuan. And this money to the hands of the company still have to share. And Patek Philippe, this kind of watch, look at the watch of the people, but really by the people are very few. If Jiang Cheng later only look at not buy, Lin Ru will let them see what is the real art of green tea. Soon Xiaochen carried a watch organizer tray and placed it in front of Jiang Cheng and Su-won. "Mr. Jiang, these are all priced above $500,000. Like this 5160/500-001. This men's watch belongs to the super complex function chronograph. And the most special thing is its reversible hand-engraved back cover. When you flip the back cover you can see the super complex movement of this watch's running state. And this 5178. Xiaochen carefully and meticulously introduced the 6 watches in front of him to Jiang Chang, and after that he introduced the prices of a few more watches. After saying that, Xiaochen then glanced at Jiang Chang from the side without moving, to see if he had any reaction. However, Jiang Chang was as calm as water. The expression on his face did not have the slightest change, and he did not even blink his eyelids, as if what he had just said was $50 in general. After listening to the introduction, Jiang Chang pointed to the 2 words 5160/500-001 and 5270 table. The 5160/500-001 was sold at a public price of 127, while the 5270 gold dial platinum model was 1,385, 500 yuan. After buying the Richard Mille, Jiang Chang had no feeling for watches that cost more than $1 million. However, Richard Mille's popularity was not as good as Patek Philippe. Except for the rich second generation like Wang Zhang and Qin Bern, ordinary people didn't even know that the watch he wore on his hand was worth more than $10 million. Give me these 2 models to try. After Jiang Chang finished speaking, Xiaochen immediately took out his wristwatch and helped Jiang Chang try it on. Jiang Chang also did not refuse. After all, why stand when you can sit? Why sit when you can lie down? Why move yourself when you can move others? Chapter 29 Like tighter. With Xiaochen's help. At this moment Jiang Chang was wearing a watch on his left and right hand. How is it? Seeing Jiang Chang's 2 hands on himself, Su Knight looked at it seriously. I think 5160/500-001 this one is more suitable for you. It looks good on you, but I think the wristband is worn loosely. Jiang Chang nodded. I also think this one is good. Xiaochen is a little loose. Not too comfortable. Why don't you change it? After Jiang Chang said this, Xiaochen on the side looked confused, thinking to herself that she didn't have too many times. How come it's loose? Injustice she wanted to ask Jiang Chang to try. But seeing that her opponent was Su Wan, she shouldn't have a chance if she went hard. Unlike Xiaochen, Su Wan didn't think much about Jiang Chang's words and directly helped him adjust the strap, only to see Jiang Chang satisfied said, a little tighter good or you get comfortable. I like a little tighter. Su Knight at this time finally felt that Jiang Chang said words seemed to have some meaning. Seeing him with a look of a smile, he frowned even more, but combined with the scene in front of her, liking to be tight was indeed not a problem. It might be that he was overthinking it. Obviously Jiang Chang was only 18 years old. One really shouldn't think too much. Jiang Chang said towards Xiaochen, okay, these 2 watches help me wrap it up. The 5160/500-001 Jiang Chang was ready to wear himself, while the 5270 gold dial platinum model he was ready to give to his dad Jiang Jianmen. Xiaochen was instantly surprised when he heard this and said, Mr. Jiang, are you talking about both of them? At this time even Lin Ru and Wang Hai couldn't help but turn to look at Jiang Chang. Seeing that Jiang Chang really wanted to buy a Patek Philippe, Lin Ru looked at Su Wan with some envy at this time. I didn't expect this man she brought over. He bought 2 watches in less than 10 minutes of shopping, and those 2 watches weren't just entry-level models, they were both $1 million watches. It seems to be really rich. $1 million would buy a nice house in a small place. Well, you can help me pick out the women's watch again, Jiang Chang said to Su Wan. Seeing Su Wan look hesitant, Jiang Chang continued, which 2 of these 3 do you think look good? I'll buy them for my mom. He knew that at this time, if he directly said it was for her, Su Wan would definitely not agree. Seeing Jiang Chang say this Su Wan immediately analyzed it seriously. Anti-words, I think this one noble and introverted. After Su Wan finished Xiaochen immediately said, Miss Su's vision is really good. This case is inlaid with 450 sparkling diamonds. The total is 2.5 carats, and it is also a complicated function chronograph. The total price is only $883,000. In addition Mr. Jiang said this one is very suitable for the aesthetics of the current fairy. This watch has 4 dials, on which you can see the month, the calendar, the surplus and deficit of the moon phases, and the display of leap years, and its price is a little cheaper than the one just now, and it only costs 850,000 yuan. Xiaochen's attitude was more attentive and respectful than at the beginning. After all, to be able to close the deal, she could get 1% of the commission. Jiang Chang had already ordered 2 watches just now. If she bought another one, she would have her bonus for this month. Jiang Chang pointed to the 2 watches on the plate and said to Su Wan, you can try these 2 on for me. Su Wan didn't think much about it and directly put both watches on her hand with Xiaochen's help. Looking at the way these 2 wristwatches were worn on Su Wan's hands, Jiang Chang nodded his head with satisfaction, and said with a slightly indebted mouth, not bad, much better than that 380,000,7122. Jiang Chang said this Lin Ru instantly quit, only to see her stand up with some anger. Before she could get angry, Jiang Chang had already pulled out his bank card and said to Xiao Chen, "Wrap these 4 up and swipe your card." Xiao Chen sniffed and took it with both hands with a big smile, and said respectfully, "Okay, Mr. Jiang, it will be done for you right away. Please wait for a while." Even if Lin was so anxious at the time, seeing Jiang Chang really swipe his card, at this moment, he could only hold his tongue and sit back. After all, a shot to buy 4 watches, millions of rich second generation himself can rashly offend? Even Wang Hai, who had a blue face, turned his head at this time, pretending to look as if nothing had happened. His mind is the same as Lin Ru's. Why should he offend a person who doesn't know the bottom line for the sake of a trace of face? Besides, this person doesn't seem to be an ordinary rich second generation. After Xiao Chen left, Su Wan was ready to take off her wristwatch. Jiang Chang helped her take off the left wristwatch and then pressed her right hand and said, "This one doesn't need to be taken off. It's yours." When Su Wan heard this, she immediately froze, and then said, "Ah, no, this is too expensive. I can't take it. Just a small gadget. Don't think too much. Besides, now should have already checked out. Can't return it. Wear it." Su Wan still felt that this gift was a bit hot, and once again opened her mouth to refuse. "That won't do. Why don't you give it to Auntie or together?" The price of this watch she had just heard, more than $800,000, was not more than $80 after all. Although this money might be $80-odd for Jiang Chang, Su Wan still didn't dare to ask for it. Although Jiang Chang didn't like this kind of scene, for the sake of the system's reward, he still tried his best to convince Su Wan, "It's not appropriate for my mom to bring this either." Seeing Su Wan still want to push back, Jiang Chang then said, "It's a deal. It's going to be a company soon, as a meet and greet gift for you." Words to this point, coupled with the scene there are other people in, Su felt that she again shrugged off as if some of the face of Jiang Chang. He could only nod helplessly. Then thank you, to Heyo boss. Su Knight, friendly value plus 15. Seeing that the friendly value came to 75 points in one go, Jiang Chang could not help but sigh with emotion. It was true that when a woman's mouth said don't, it meant yes. What's the point of being polite? Jiang Chang said in a good mood. "Mr. Jiang, this site has already helped you make the payment. A total of 4,388,500. This is the small check, please keep it. Thank you very much for your support of Patek Philippe. We would like to give you a Patek Philippe ladies perfume silk scarf, 3 Patek Philippe keychains, and 6 Patek Philippe Cara Zorba cross cufflinks. I hope you like them." After Xiao Chen finished speaking, he set up the complimentary items. Seeing that Patek Philippe had gifted them so many complimentary items, Lin Ru on the side was inwardly envious and jealous, and looking at the $850,000 watch on Su Wan's hand, she immediately felt that the $380,000 watch she was trying on didn't smell good at all. She was so much higher than Su Wan, but the watch she wore was not as good as hers. Chapter 30, Anger Attacks the Heart. Lin Ru somewhat reluctantly asked her salesperson, "So do we get a free gift if we buy this watch?" She took a glance just now, and she was very fond of the lady's silk scarf with the Patek Philippe logo on it. The salesperson who received Lin Ru sniffed and replied with some embarrassment, "Ms. Lin, this is not available." After being rejected, Lin Ru's face became even more ugly. Wang Hai on the side also had a gloomy face when he heard this. He had also bought Patek Philippe a few times, but they usually didn't give him freebies. Patek Philippe, this brand of table, are very expensive. The lowest price is more than 100,000. So a one-time purchase of hundreds of thousands of tables in these sales seems to be a rare thing. Patek Philippe will not give you free gifts. The reason why Chen sent so many gifts to Jiang Chang just now is that Jiang Chang spent more than 4 million at one time. Wang Hai originally wanted to bring Lin Ru out today to pretend to be a few days and nights of war. Being hit by Jiang Chang like this, he immediately felt that he had lost face. He said to Lin Ru with a sullen face, "Forget it, we'll see you next time." After saying this, he didn't pay any attention to Lin Ru, and directly left the VIP reception area with big strides, leaving Lin Ru sitting awkwardly alone. Seeing this, the salesman asked anxiously, "So, Ms. Lin, do you still want this watch?" Watching Wang Hairen leave without any manners, Lin Ru's heart was suddenly furious. She naturally wanted it. Although her watch was not as good as the one in Su Wan's hand, it was at least worth $380,000, and it just blew up? Lin Ru gas unlocked the watch. Face suffocated red cold snort. "Next time say it." See, Lin Ru before leaving also deliberately glared at himself. Su Wan did not care at all, but even felt some pain. On Jiang Chang's side, at the same time Su Wan agreed to accept the wristwatch, he heard the system's prompt. Ding! Mission completed. Given that Su Wan's friendliness value towards the host continues to increase, the mission evaluation is very high. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a specific consumption cashback reward. The host's consumption at Patek Philippe will be randomly 1 to 3 times cashback. May I ask if the host will obtain the reward immediately? Jiang Chang looked at the system and nodded in satisfaction. After all, it was something for nothing. Why not get cash back for giving away a wristwatch? Even if it was a draw to double the rewards. Jiang Chang secretly said inside his heart, draw immediately. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing a 3x consumption rebate. The total rebate amount is 13,165, 500 yuan. Is it immediately withdrawn to the host's bank card? Drawing a rebate of over $10 million in one go. Jiang Chang said that it was worthy of being a dream come true system. Withdraw immediately. The next moment Jiang Chang's bank card received a text message, deducting the more than 4 million he had just spent. Another 13 million or so had been earned. Leaving the Patek Philippe source residence, Jiang Chang then asked the driver to drive in the direction of Plaza 66. On this side of Magic City, besides Hang Lung, there was also the newly expanded IFC. Both were luxury shopping centers. However, Hang Lung is located in Nanjing Road. Relatively speaking, it may also be more lively. Inside, the investment for the brand control is more strict, positioning high-level luxury, fashion, and there are many international flagship stores, boutiques and concept stores here. As a veteran high-luxury department store, Plaza 60 SAXS decoration is also the ultimate luxury. The height of each floor is very high. The entire mall is filled with international luxury flagship stores, including Hermes, Louis Vuitton, Cartier, Chanel, Dior, Celine, Escada, Bulgari, Fendi, Loewe, Prada, Versace, Lanvin and other top international brands. Chapter 31, People under the roof have to bow their heads. Whether it was a big domestic brand or an international first-tier brand, there was everything here. As long as you had enough money, you could buy any brand you wanted. Jiang Chang was still very confident about having money. The exquisite and luxurious window displays and huge advertisements of major brands in Plaza 66 did not let people hold their breath and stop to look. Of course, what really attracted people was the new clothes of each season displayed in these stores. Each store has a female salesperson dressed in black suit and white gloves standing in front of the flagship store of the brand. They are graceful and elegant, as if they are showing people the charm and strength of the brand. Jiang Chang brought Su Wan into Plaza 66 generously. As soon as she walked into Plaza 66, the tall and beautiful Su Wan instantly became the center of attention of the passers-by. Although she wore a mask on her face, her snow-white straight iconic long legs as well as her exquisite figure still made many men's eyes itching to grow on Su Wan's body. Even if the female companion beside them was jealous of those men's left pinching and right pinching, it couldn't stop their desire to look at the beautiful woman. And although the clothes on Jiang Chang's body were very ordinary, the money's underpinnings made Jiang Chang look quite calm in the face of these female saleswomen's eager gazes. The two just casually strolled around. Bol, what brand of clothes do you usually like to shop for? Jiang Chang learned Huang Ming's tone and called Su Wan. When Su Wan heard Jiang Chang call her this way, she couldn't help but give Jiang Chang a blank look. She knew that Jiang Chang's was poking fun at her. However, Su Wan did not correct Jiang Chang, who asked Jiang Chang to be her future gold master father. People under the roof had to bow their heads. Jiang Chang naturally also saw Su Wan's secret blank stare. He didn't mean anything else by saying this. It was purely a boring flirtation. I pay more attention to the season's popular colors and styles. Our line of work definitely needs to follow the trends, but I also pick the style that suits me. I'm not very picky if it's a famous brand. As long as it's clothes with a sense of design, no matter if it's a brand or not, I'll buy it. I don't like to wear conspicuous brand names all over me if I'm on my own. And I can't afford so many expensive brand names either. Su Wan shrugged when she finished speaking. Hearing Su Wan say this so bluntly, Jiang Chang laughed a little. Su Wan's body today is really only a Chanel bag. The other looks are ordinary clothes. According to Jiang Chang's impression, Su Wan's dress has always been very much her own style. Her outfits all belong to a more life-oriented yet very fashionable sense. Alright, then help me choose some. It doesn't matter if it's famous or not. It's fine if it suits me. Su Night puffed a laugh. Please. You come to Hang Lung, do not buy famous brand to buy what? Big brand does have a lot of very good looking and design sense. You this body and face wear what are good, and you do not lack of money. Saying that, Su Evening then pulled Jiang Chang into the Louis Vuitton on the side. Compared to other brands, there weren't many customers in the LV store. After going in, there was a sweet looking counter lady walking towards the two of them. This Miss, I'm shopping guide Sally. Welcome to LV, the shopping guide said gently. Su Wan pulled Jiang Chang to look at the new expensive new models in front of the showroom. She pointed to the new product in front of her and said to Jiang Chang, this casual outfit is quite suitable for you. Try this one? Chapter 32 The Average College Student. Jiang Chang looked at Louis Vuitton, raised his eyebrows and looked down at Su Wan. Didn't you say that you don't like to wear conspicuous brand names all over your body? Louis Vuitton is a famous high luxury brand. Its design is not only high profile, but also like to spread all over the logo. Whether it's shoes, coats, or its most famous bags. They're all densely covered in logos. It is through this that LV has achieved unprecedented success. Nowadays, when ordinary people mention famous brands, it is estimated that the first thing that comes to mind is LV. So much so that now even Hermes has to learn from LV. The brand's logo is designed in a generous manner. After all, if too low profile, a little logo cannot be seen. Who knows, your back is hundreds of thousands to a million Hermes it. That's why the new Hermes models will also reveal their iconic big H logo. Seeing this, Sally hurriedly and enthusiastically said, "This young lady's vision is really good. This is our store's new model, very suitable for this gentleman." Su Evening pointed to the new set in front of the eyes. To Jiang Cheng playfully said, "I am so, but the key is still I am too poor. Cannot afford to buy a lot of brand name clothes. If I can buy, I believe that my eyes will certainly change. And where not you well. This logo style I think only LV this brand of doing better. There is a sense of design and very avant-garde. On the contrary, you are not a good. This kind of logo style I think that only LV this brand is doing better. There is a sense of design and very avant-garde. This kind of logo style I think at present only LV brand do better. Have a sense of design is also very avant-garde. On the contrary, you look at the opposite Gucci family logo clothes on a word is difficult to say. You mean you can't generalize?" Su Evening nodded, "Yes. How can a big boss like you wear too low-key? I was almost fooled by you at the beginning, thinking that you are a mediocre college student. I am indeed a mediocre college student." Su Wan looked at Jiang Cheng speechlessly, and nonchalantly joked, "Look at yourself. Is this human language you're saying? If you're mediocre then I'm not a difficult person." The two of them joked while picking out clothes. Looking at the enthusiastic female shopper in the store, Su Wan couldn't help but say with emotion, "I remember that I was treated coldly when I first bought something from a luxury brand in the past." There's still such a thing? Although Jiang Cheng had seen a lot of videos of this kind of counter attendant looking at people in his previous life by brushing Jane, but so far he hadn't met one. "Well, I remember at that time, I wanted to try on a gown, and that counter sister said that this gown was one of the most expensive ones in their store, and asked me if I could afford it, and if I couldn't afford it, I shouldn't try it on." Su Lian said with her mouth cocked. "Then how did you answer?" Jiang Cheng asked curiously. Su Lian shook her head and said, "At that time it was too wimpy, plus that price I really couldn't afford it. I just left." Looking at Su Lian's somewhat bitter look, Jiang Cheng smiled and said, "Next time if you encounter this situation, you'll just go straight back to her. Is that as expensive as you standing here for a month?" Su Wan opened her mouth in surprise. Jiang Cheng's words gave her a feeling of sudden realization, and she couldn't help but give Jiang Cheng a thumbs up. "If only I had your reaction at that time, I wouldn't still be haunted by it once I look back on it now." She sighed. All those big-name brand counter girls had a bad habit of acting as if they thought they were superior just because they worked here. Most of them will act based on what you're wearing on you. You see, most of the bloggers on the internet would make segments where they would wear some ordinary clothes to shop these big brands. The end result was that most of them would be treated coldly, and only a few were received normally. Jiang Cheng was most displeased with these phenomena. Before he had no money, when he shopped at a normal clothes store, the girls would call him handsome. How can you shop at a branded store and still be yacked about? Soon, the two people finished buying their favorite items and only spent 1,200,000 when they finally checked out. Chapter 33, Random Thoughts. "Let's put the stuff here first, and help me take it to the garage later," Jiang Cheng said to Shali. "Okay, no problem. You leave a phone number. Later you call me, I'll send it down for you." Sherry smiled brightly and sent Jiang Cheng and Su Wan out of the store. After reserving a phone number in the LV store and storing the goods, Jiang Cheng took Su Wan into the Chanel next door. Soft carpet, luxurious and bright crystal chandelier, a piece of spotlight irradiation in the extremely luxurious and beautiful bags, quietly placed in the display cabinet above. As we all know, no girl can refuse Chanel. Jiang Cheng remembered that the two bags Su Wan carried yesterday and today were both Chanel. Su Wan looked at Chanel and asked, "You like Chanel?" "I don't think it looks good for boys to wear Chanel." "Indeed. I can't appreciate their knitted clothes. Help me look at the bags. Which bags do you think look good on here?" Su Evening listened to Jiang Cheng's words and said hesitantly, "Women's bags? Bought for auntie?" She was a little afraid that Jiang Cheng would give herself another gift. After all, no merit, no reward. "It can also be, if you pick. Which one would you like?" Jiang Cheng asked again. Su Wan hurriedly shook her head and said, "I don't pick. I still have my own bag. Usually if I have a movie to shoot, I will buy a bag to reward myself. You don't have to buy it for me." Jiang Cheng saw Su Wan's guarded look, and instantly laughed. It could be seen that she really didn't want to receive anything from herself. However, Jiang Cheng felt that this point of Su Wan's was quite good. It didn't matter if she was sincere or pushing back. At least the surface was like this. Seeing Jiang Cheng smiling at himself, Su Wan's heart throbbed for no reason. Somewhat shyly, she said, What are you looking at me for? Look at you good looking Okay, then you help me pick 2 more mature ones to send to my mom. Seeing Jiang Chang say this, Suwon blankly glanced at Jiang Chang again, then nodded briskly. This is fine. In the end, Suwon picked 2 bags, and Jiang Chang added another one. When checking out, Jiang Chang realized that he had spent more than $92,000. After buying things, Jiang Chang did not continue to shop. Time was still early, so he sent Suwon back to the apartment. Arriving at the apartment downstairs, Suwon tentatively asked Jiang Chang, "Want to go up for a drink?" "Drink?" Sulian's good-looking eyes rolled. "Wine is fine. Anyway, it's time for dinner." Suwon only had 75 points of friendly value towards herself at this time. This friendly value had only just stepped into the stage of being a close friend, and hadn't even reached the stage of being a crush. Jiang Chang knew that she was only asking this because she wanted to see what she was thinking. Forget it, boys have to be clean and protect themselves outside. If they get drunk, those girls will have chickens to ride. Suwon couldn't help but laugh out loud as she listened to Jiang Chang's stinky words. "You're really stinky." Jiang Chang opened the trunk, took out one of the Chanel bags inside and directly stuffed it into her hand, turned around and got into the back seat of the Rolls-Royce. "I'm leaving, you rest early. Thank you for accompanying me shopping today." Suwon stood in place, looking at the bag in her hand, and then glanced at the Rolls-Royce that had already driven away, and instantly smiled helplessly. Jiang Chang was quite out of her expectation. Originally she thought that Jiang Chang would at least come up and sit down for a bit, but she didn't expect that he actually didn't have that aspect in mind. Suwon, friendly value +5. Seeing that Suwon's friendliness towards herself had risen to 80 points because of the gift she had sent, Jiang Chang immediately laughed. Still, if a woman says no, she means yes. If you give a girl a gift, don't ask her if she wants it or if she likes it, just give it to her directly and be done with it. 80 points of friendly value has reached the crush relationship. As long as you work hard again, upgrade to intimate relationship is sooner or later. Intimate relationship 2, from the 2 people to deal with road together is still far away? After all, it's not easy to meet a woman with a big bull. After returning to Yang Yunaman, the private housekeeper Wang Yuyan has already put the bathwater for Jiang Chang, and also measured the water temperature. Her long black hair was draped behind her, and her black professional wraparound skirt presented her rounded buttocks perfectly. At this moment, she was wearing a gracious smile and said to Jiang Chang, "Mr. Jiang, welcome home. The bath water has been put on for you. May I ask if you are ready to bathe now?" Jiang Chang looked at Wang Yuyan and thought to himself, although she's not as good as the beautiful young woman Yu Xiao and the fashionable Star Su Evening, when placed in an ordinary school, she's also a school flower-level character. The so-called private butlers were actually senior waiters who were responsible for taking care of the guests' traveling services and check-in services. Moreover, they basically had to wait for the guests' call at any time for 24 hours. "Just wait, I'll swim a lap first. Help me open a champagne first," Jiang Chang said with a smile. Chapter 34, Getting Motivated. "Okay, you wait a moment." Wang Yuyan turned around and went to the liquor cabinet to take out a champagne for Jiang Chang. The luxury suite that Jiang Chang brought Yu Xiaoxia to open in Rongqing cost more than 5,000 a night, but the service was far less attentive than that of Yang Yunaman. After all, Alman's 80,000 a night court villa not only has an open-air balcony and a private pool and hot spring bath, but also has an aroma spa room, game room, everything. Even if you don't go out, you can enjoy the whole day here. After opening the champagne, Wang Yuyan took out an elevated glass and poured half a cup of wine, then brought the wine tray over and placed it next to the pool. After doing everything, Wang Yuyan once again stood respectfully at the side, watching Jiang Chang swim back and forth in the pool. After a few laps, Jiang Chang went ashore. When Wang Yuyan saw Jiang Chang go ashore, she immediately draped the towel over Jiang Chang's body. Feeling Wang Yuyan's thoughtful movements, Jiang Chang smiled at her and said, "Manager Wang, thank you." When she helped Jiang Chang cover the bath towel, her hand happened to accidentally touch Jiang Chang's tight abs, and at this moment, Wang Yuyan's heart was slightly flustered. Only seeing her eyes looking at the pool next to her, she hid her emotions and replied, "You're welcome, this is what I should do." Although she had been working here for 3 years, the occupancy rate of the Ting Villa was originally very low. After all, there was a price threshold. In an ordinary month, there would be at most 1 or 2 days when a customer would move in. If you are more lucky, sometimes you will occasionally meet the tycoon who has 2 nights in a row. But a year down, the service of the customer full count is only a few dozen. It was very rare to have a week-long stay like Jiang Chang. Wang Yuyan was shy and hooked the corners of her mouth and smiled. Not caring about her little emotion, Jiang Chang walked straight to the lounge chair by the pool and comfortably lay down on it. "By the way, Manager Wang, do you have any meals here that are a bit more special but expensive?" Jiang Chang asked while drinking champagne. When Wang Yuyan saw Jiang Chang say this, She immediately organized her emotions and straightened her face. A suite as expensive as the Ting Villa would of course be paired with a high-class chef. As long as the guests needed it, they could also have the hotel chef come to the Ting Villa site to cook for the guests. After all, the Court Pavilion Villa had a specialized kitchen restaurant inside, and the menu prices here were also varied. Yes, our hotel has a wide variety of meals, including Chinese, French, Italian, Japanese, and so on, and the Aman Hotel is also the most expensive hotel in China as of now. The hotel's restaurants are of a relatively high specification class, of which the Italian restaurant's price is even more expensive. To say more special, there is a kind of yellow-lipped fish. This kind of fish meat itself is more delicious, but also more expensive and rare. The way of cooking is also a variety of ways. Sautéing is more often done in our hotel, but also the most can keep the food fresh flavor of a practice. Wang Yuyan introduced seriously. There is also the Alba white truffle, which is also a specialty of our place. It is similar to the Eastern mushroom and porcini mushroom. It is produced in Italy, and is very precious in price. It is also known as the white diamond, and is revered by the world. This white truffle can be made into salad, pasta, and can also be paired with steak. The yellow-lipped fish Jiang Chang has heard of. One if the volume of large at least a few million. The Alba white truffle was even more expensive by the gram, and the price of a gram was even calculated by several $100s. Jiang Chang did some internal calculations and seemed to have found his place to use this gourmet cashback card. Jiang Chang nodded and gave then said, "Manager Wang, can you help with a massage?" Wang Yuyan looked at Jiang Chang's slightly exposed 8-pack abs and couldn't help but swallow nervously. "Okay, Mr. Jiang." Soon she placed her hands on Jiang Chang's shoulders and began to slowly massage them. Compared to Wang Yuyan's small mind, Jiang Chang looked much more serious. At this moment, his entire mind was on that gourmet cashback coupon. And right at this moment, Yu Xiaoxiao walked in from outside. Yu Xiaoxiao's appearance caused Wang Yuyan's face to instantly flash a trace of unnaturalness. Even she herself did not know why it was like this. Not only her, even Yu Xiaoxiao secretly poked and prodded Wang Yuyan. Hearing the sound of footsteps, Jiang Chang opened his eyes, and when he saw that the visitor was Yu Xiaoxiao, he said to Wang Yuyan, "Manager Wang, it's been hard for you. Go and rest, okay, Mr. Jiang, call me anytime you need me." After Wang Yuyan finished speaking, she nodded to Yu Xiaoxiao in a gesture and then turned around to leave. Looking at Wang Yuyan's departing back, Yu Xiaoxiao walked towards Jiang Chang with a flirtatious smile. She stretched out her leg, and with a single stride, she directly sat on Jiang Chang's body. At this moment, the ambiguous posture of the two of them caused Jiang Chang, who was lying on the recliner, to be directly moved. "Xiao, why don't we have a turtle tasting operation first?" More than an hour later, Yu Xiaoxiao took the bathrobe by the recliner, wrapped herself, and then once again lay in Jiang Chang's arms. Jiang Chang touched Yu Xiaoxiao's tender skin and said, "Xiao, if I set up an entertainment company, can you come and help me?" Yu Xiaoxiao raised her eyes to look at Jiang Chang and asked, "Setting up a company, just for Su Wan?" Jiang Chang scraped Yu Xiaoxiao's nose. "Well, but she's definitely not the only artist if I follow up. I signed her because I wanted to see her, but the main purpose of starting a company is still to make a profit, so you don't have to think about it that much." Seeing Jiang Chang say that, Yu Xiaoxiao reached out and hugged Jiang Chang tightly. "Of course there's no problem. If you need it, I can help you." In the past few days under the many in-depth exchanges between the two, Yu Xiaoxiao had long since developed a different sentiment towards Jiang Chang. Seeing Yu Xiaoxiao agreeing, Jiang Chang began to draw her a pie. "Thank you Xiaoxiao, I've thought it over. The name of the entertainment company will be called Star Entertainment. The manager will be given to you. The salary will be calculated according to the highest salary in the industry, and you'll have the final say on the company's big and small things in the future." Yu Xiaoxia heard this and looked at Jiang Chang in surprise. It meant that she had gone directly from an operations manager to a general manager. It had to be said that Jiang Chang's big cake was very effective. Yu Xiaoxiao looked touched inside at this moment. "Jiang Chang, you are so good to me. Well, these days I will go to register the company first. By then the company's location and various matters will be left to you. I believe in you. Starting a company is a trivial and troublesome thing. Wouldn't it smell good to be your own shirker if you have a professional to help you manage it? Don't worry, I'll do a good job." Jiang Chang looked at Yu Xiaoxiao's half-bitten sexy red lips, and for a moment he couldn't help but pull it over again. As a white-collar beauty, Yu Xiaoxiao's learning ability was very strong. She quickly learned the points Jiang Chang taught her. 20 minutes later, Yu Xiaoxiao picked up a side of mineral water, rinsed mouth, rinsed, poutingly looked at Jiang Chang. "Bad egg." Jiang Chang hemmed and hawed with a bad smile and said, "You're full. I haven't eaten yet." After Yu Xiaoxiao blankly glanced at Jiang Chang, she tidied up her hair. Yu Xiaoxia looked at Jiang Chang's handsome and open face. She couldn't help but reach out and touch Jiang Chang's cheek. "Good husband. Drive slower. That won't work. Speed is what makes it exciting." I'll take you to the one surnamed Gao in a while. The next day at noon, Jiang Chang received a Y letter from Wang Zhang, saying that he had something temporary that he could not go to the appointment. Jiang Chang naturally didn't care, and rode his own Rolls-Royce of Yang Yunaman all the way to the entrance of the car show. At this time, it was already around 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Looking at the crowd of people at the entrance, he knew how lively this auto show was. After all, it was a big international exhibition, and the crowds were attracted one after another. Although not everyone can afford to buy a car, but it does not prevent people from coming over to take a look and eat melon, whether it is to see luxury cars or beautiful sales, or car models. Anyway, look at not money. Wang Zhang had already helped Jiang Chang make an appointment last night to enter the exhibition tickets. After presenting the ticket voucher, Jiang Chang quickly entered the field. Looking at the field doorway publicity label, Jiang Chang secretly sighed, worthy of being the Magic City Auto Show. As Wang Zhang said, the world's well-known car manufacturers have participated in this exhibition. Not only are there Ferrari, Lamborghini, McLaren, Porsche, even the cooler Pagani are in this exhibition. Jiang Chang walked slowly all the way while looking along the way to see the dazzling, high-quality version of Audi URUS, Audi RS7, McLaren New GT, BMW M8 Thunder version, Mercedes AMG GTR. Although these models and performance are not bad, but the price is still not up to the requirements of Jiang Chang, like the BMW M8 Thunder version. This car is a standard 4-seat comfort sports car. 0-second breakthrough time is also very strong, only 3.2 seconds, but the price of 2,200,000 is still dissuaded Jiang Chang. The main thing was that it was too cheap. Jiang Chang shook his head and left the Mercedes-Benz BMW booth to head towards the crowded Ferrari side. Although he bought the Lafayette yesterday, but it does not prevent him from browsing the current car by the way. Almost to the Ferrari booth, Jiang Chang found a few acquaintances standing inside. Chapter 35, Zhou as a car model? They were Zhang Yun, Suya, Ma Xiaoli, and Cheng Jipeng. These people were surrounding a car model wearing a tight sexy black dress, and that car model was obviously Zhou Ying. Jiang Chang didn't expect that Zhou Ying's job in Magic City was to be a car model for Ferrari. Jiang Chang stood still, frowning, and glanced up and down at Zhou Ying in disbelief. The first thing that entered Jiang Chang's eyes was a pair of straight and slender legs. On her feet was a pair of black high-heeled shoes made of small goatskin material suede, and her beautiful legs were tightly fitted. Further up, there was a simple black strapless dress. The back of the dress was backless, revealing about a third of the high shoulder. The tight-fitting dress wrapped her rounded buttocks in a particularly tantalizing manner, as if her angelic baby cheeks were coupled with a devilish figure. One couldn't help but marvel at how there could be such a perfect person in the world. The line of sight went further up, resting on her chest that was heaving with breath. So big. To be honest, Zhou Ying's body was already considered very conservative compared to other car models, but her beauty was just too dazzling, compared to several other car models that showed their backs, breasts and legs, and were close to showing their forests. The conservatively dressed Zhou Ying was not compared to them. Relying on her beauty, she stood out amongst the crowd of sexy women. However, at this time, Zhou Ying's eyes no longer have the same kind of arrogance, the feeling of empty eyes. Instead, in front of a group of familiar classmates, she looked a little more inferior and timid. As soon as Jiang Chang approached, he heard Li Sudong say to Zhou Ying, let's go together. I'll pick you up after work. Li Sudong said this just finished. Beside him Suya immediately toned slightly sour then said, forget it, Sudong. You see, Zhou Ying now value is not the same. She is a car model, we don't bother her. And your graduation tour invited her. She is not refused? She doesn't give a damn about us. So why did you invite her to go with you? Seeing Zhou Ying's face was very embarrassed. Jiang Chang opened his mouth towards them and said, hey, how come it's so coincidental? Have I traveled back to Rongcheng? How come everyone is here? When Jiang Chang spoke like this, several people turned their heads. Jiang Chang, why are you here? Suya changed her somewhat snarky face from earlier and said with a look of surprise, old Jiang? I didn't hear you were coming? Zhou Zhiyun also glanced at Jiang Chang in surprise at this moment, and then walked over quickly and excitedly patted Jiang Chang's shoulder. Zhou Zhiyun is Jiang Chang's best friend. Usually in school two people play very close. Jiang Chang sniffed and immediately gave Li Sudong a meaningful look. What do you mean? Listening to this tone of yours is secretly organizing some activity that I don't know about? Li Sudong always deliberately left out Jiang Chang when this bastard sometimes organized activities. There was no other reason. Where there was Jiang Chang, he would always be overshadowed in some way. Seeing Jiang Chang said so, Li Sudong shrugged his shoulders and said with a smug face, this is not a class activity. Have graduated. I just called a few usually better classmates together with graduation travel. How? Zhou Zhiyun didn't tell you? Alas, Li Sudong, don't sow discord. Even if I told Jiang Chang, he wouldn't follow along. You guys aren't very ironic. What am I doing talking to him about this? Lee Sudong was disliked by Zhou Ziyun after the anger immediately ignited up. Then why did you follow yourself here? I followed Suya. Why? What's the matter? You own the Magic City. Do I still need your permission to come here? Zhou Ziyun disliked back stiffly. Suya saw that Lee Sudong and Zhou Ziyun had quarreled again, and immediately covered her ears and said impatiently, why did you two start again? Can you stop quarreling? All the way to quarrel. Jiang Cheng glanced at Zhou Ziyun. This Goods and Lee Sudong relationship has been like water and fire. No other reason. Is because of this little witch Suya. Zhou Ziyun likes Suya, and Suya likes to fish for a man. As long as there are some small money and good-looking boys are the target of Suya. This includes the family conditions are not bad. Jiang Cheng and Lee Sudong. Of course, Zhou Ziyun in the back of the two of them. Jiang Cheng usually poked and prodded with Zhou Ziyun several times, in order to let him wake up early. But unfortunately this Goods just cannot listen to it. Suya finished staring at Jiang Cheng with some doubts and said, Jiang Cheng, how long has it been since I've seen you? Why do I feel like you've become handsome again? That is, no wonder I always feel Jiang Cheng strange. It will not go to the Magic City plastic surgery. Another stayed with short hair with steel straight female nicknamed Jiang Yun came close to Jiang Cheng seriously scrutinized. Yes, although still not as handsome as me, but it does look quite different. Zhou Ziyun picked up the conversation. Surrounded by a few people, Jiang Cheng helplessly waved his hand. Now that he was wearing a big brand name through and through, his temperament was certainly different. Get lost? What are you guys doing here? Buying a car? Where can we afford to buy a Ferrari? But we just met our old classmates and came over to catch up. Jiang Cheng, you also came to see our class flower? She's a big car model now. Look at how many boys are surrounding her to take pictures. Zhou is a big star now, Suya said as she looked at Zhou in a conspiratorial manner. Zhou Ying's face showed a hint of unnaturalness when she was teased by Suya, but she still dutifully stood beside the car. Suya, what happened to the car model? Zhou Ying said that she is just a temporary worker. Don't say it so harshly. Lee Sudong was mesmerized by Zhou Ying's beauty blitz and immediately spoke out to defend his goddess. Sudong, what did I say? I know Zhou Ying doesn't lack this money. I'm just a little surprised to see her in this appearance. Is this still the unattainable pure schoolgirl in our impression? Look at how sexy she is wearing. It's really nice. Jiang Cheng listened to Suya's somewhat White Lotus words and quietly opened the friendly value relationship scanning system on her. Name, Suya, age, 19 years old, height, 163 centimeters, face value, 89, body, 88, privacy, 30, friendliness, 90 points, intimacy, name, Jiang Yun, age, 19, height, 165 centimeters, face value, 85, body, 90, privacy, 2. Friendly value, 75, close friend. Looking at the scanned values, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but glance at Zhou Ziyun with a complicated and sympathetic heart. Suya's privacy value was actually 30. Just how many close people had this been? According to the system's explanation that would be 30 without fail. The key was that her friendliness value for Jiang Cheng was actually as high as 90 points. This is very speechless. He is very Suya usually in addition to talk about the speech at all there is not much actual interactions. Zhou Ziyun saw Jiang Cheng staring at him with an inexplicable gaze, couldn't help but be stunned, and asked, why, brother, to tell you one more thing, take care of yourself. Did you take the wrong medicine? Zhou Ziyun pushed his hand away, his head full of fog. After the joke, Jiang Cheng took the initiative to greet Zhou Ying after him and said, Zhou Ying, haven't seen you for a few days, you've become beautiful again. Jiang Cheng's generous compliment made Zhou Ying not feel a trace of resentment. Chapter 36, Buying a car and getting a car model? Zhou Ying nodded towards Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng, you also came to see the car show? Well, nothing to come over to take a look. Are you guys surrounding the goddess and not leaving? Are you ready to buy a Ferrari? Lee Sudong saw Zhou Ying's kind attitude towards Jiang Cheng. He couldn't help but say with a dark face, Jiang Cheng, don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. This is a Ferrari 488. One of the latest models they developed this year. It is also one of the highest position models amongst the 3 models of the new model. Do you think it's a single car that you can just say you'll buy? Worthy of being our class president. I didn't expect you to actually know Ferrari so well. Jiang Cheng took the initiative to praise Lee Sudong. Lee Sudong saw Jiang Cheng's rare failure to dislike himself immediately continued to pick up the conversation, showing his own insight, of course. This Ferrari 488, 9-liter V8 turbo engine. The output of this one exceeds 640 horsepower, and it only takes 3 seconds to break 100. All of its buttons are electronic touch controls, very futuristic technology. And since the interior options of this car are all at a very high price point, the whole car plus interior customization and after tax is 5 million. How about that? Isn't that awesome? It is indeed good. It's hard for you not to buy a car and still do so much homework, Jiang Cheng said flirtatiously. Seeing that the scene was getting more and more chaotic, Zhou glanced in the direction of the supervisor's side and said to them with some difficulty, "Sorry everyone. I'm working, can I get in touch again sometime? It's not good to gather here." Seeing that the goddess was in a difficult situation, and had just been disliked by Jiang Chang, Li Sudong immediately pretended at this time and said, "Zhou, in fact, I came to the car show today as also by the way to see what is suitable for the car. Then you can buy a car. After all, we'll soon go to college, and my college entrance examination results are very ideal. 625 points. My parents they decided to reward me with a car. You help me introduce this car of yours. I'll buy it if it's suitable. This, I don't really know much about it. If you want to know about the car's performance or something, you can ask the sales lady over there," Zhou said with a somewhat awkward smile. "Isn't it the same to ask you? They are all old classmates. They are more familiar with you." Li Sudong continued to pester him and said. Jiang Chang snorted a laugh and without hesitation broke down Li Sudong's mind. "Li Sudong, listen to your introduction just now, wasn't it quite detailed? You can even recite it. What else do you know? Buy it directly if it's suitable. What era is it that you still want to find this kind of excuse to chat?" "Jiang Chang, I said I talked to Zhou has nothing to do with you. Buy a car is a big deal. Not a few dollars shall not understand more. Or you directly buy a? Okay, Zhou students, if I buy this car, send car model not?" Zhou smiled and replied. "Jiang Chang didn't expect you to be so humorous. What I said is true." Seeing Jiang Chang flirting with Zhou, Li Sudong's face became even more somber. He spoke with displeasure. "Jiang Chang, can you stop pretending to be a pussy? It affects Zhou Ying's work." After Li Sudong said this, Ferrari's male supervisor walked over with a sullen face. He had long noticed this side. A few student-looking people had been chatting around the place. The male supervisor instantly saw that Li Sudong and the others were not potential customers of Ferrari. So many people surrounding this place would only affect their sales. "Zhou, what's wrong with chatting all the time during working hours? Paying you a salary is not for you to chat here?" The male supervisor opened his mouth to reprimand. "Yes, sorry supervisor. I'll pay attention." Zhou immediately bowed carefully to the male supervisor and apologized. She was working here as a part-time car model, and she was able to earn $2,000 a day. At this time, she very much needed this job. Moreover, she herself did not expect that she would actually meet her former classmates when she arrived in Magic City. The male supervisor putting on this air of reprimanding Zhou was also a side warning to Jiang Chang and the few of them not to gather around here to chat. Chapter 37. What's there to say? Li Sudong, look at this. I've said it all. Being accosted by Zhou, and now I've caused her to be lectured. Look at what you've done. Seeing Jiang Chang dumping the pot on himself, Li Sudong immediately exploded in place. "Jiang Chang, you're deliberately targeting me, aren't you? You didn't bother Zhou yourself? Didn't you also look at it for so long? I can't look at it? If you're capable, you buy one." Jiang Chang nodded looking at the Ferrari 488 beside Zhou. The guide price was more than $5 million. The car's appearance was very novel. It was quite to Jiang Chang's liking. Just like this, although the price of this car is quite general, but Zhou stood next to it. It looks quite fragrant. Car beauty is quite match. I just want to ask, by this car can you send me a car model like Zhou? Male supervisor heard Jiang Chang this. Immediately smilingly replied, "This customer, if you really buy this Ferrari 488, send car film." Just a moment ago, far away, did not look carefully, at this time closer to see, all of a sudden sharp-eyed to see Jiang Chang hands wearing a Patek Philippe. With the male supervisor's insight, he immediately saw that this table is not an ordinary model. At least it must be more than $500,000. Although Jiang Chang knew that the car film the male supervisor was talking about was not the same kind of car model he was talking about, he still nodded. "That's what you said. Swipe your card." After saying that, he directly took out his bank card and handed it to the male supervisor in front of him. The few people present looked at this operation of Jiang Chang and froze. "Old Jiang, are you serious? Awesome. This car, even the bare car price is more than $5 million, right? Plus he selected a good configuration. Just now we already have to understand over. Plus the configuration of this car directly to more than $8 million. It. Chang Jipeng, who has been silent on the sidelines, said excitedly at this time. He is usually a supercar enthusiast, although cannot afford to buy a car, but talking about supercars a set. Besides him opening his mouth, everyone else at this moment looked like they had seen a ghost, staring blankly at Jiang Chang. Even Suya, who had 90 points of friendly value towards Jiang Chang, couldn't help but frown at this moment. After all, this was a Ferrari, not some hundreds of thousands of dollars car. Although Jiang Chang's family was in good condition, everyone didn't believe that he could come up with more than $8 million at once. Moreover, if you put more than $8 million in Rongcheng, you can buy a very good suite. Li Sudong was the first to laugh out loud. "Jiang Chang, don't act like a pussy. Zhou works here. I advise you to be kind. Don't cause her to lose her job later. Lee Soo-dong, your brain is not good, is not it? I bought a car, how to harm her? I bought a car because of her. Supervisor, you say is not it? Jiang Chang said this. The male supervisor immediately reacted, only to see him smilingly and respectfully took the bank card in Jiang Chang's hand. This honorable guest, what you said is, if you buy this car, this commission will be counted directly to Zhou. The male supervisor said with a very good eye, as long as this car was sold. What was a little commission to Zhou? Zhou listened to Jiang Chang's words and gratefully glanced at Jiang Chang. She knew that without Jiang Chang's words, this car's commission wouldn't have come to her at all. After all, she wasn't a salesperson, just a car model. Zhou, friendly value +5. That's a must, but as promised, buy the car and get the car model. Seeing the way Jiang Chang flirted with Zhou Ying's blushing face, Lee Soo-dong was instantly furious. Seeing Jiang Chang flirting so much, the supervisor also smiled and chimed in. Yes, Mr. Jiang, then let's sign the purchase contract first. I'll bring the contract? Okay, go full payment. The procedure is a little simpler. Right, this car is the current car, right? The male supervisor saw Jiang Chang said full payment, couldn't help but look surprised. Immediately took the POS machine handed over by the female sales beside him, only to see her fawning smile replied, of course, is the current car, you can directly drive away. I will give you 4, said the male supervisor, and immediately those bank cards cannot wait to operate. Soon the POS machine spit out a long line of receipts. The sound of a drop rang out, which means that the card was successfully swiped. Looking at a string of receipts spit out, the scene suddenly fell into a short silence. Even Lee Soo-dong, who had been speaking out sarcastically about Jiang Chang just now, silently withdrew his clenched fists at this moment, only to see his face turn red with shame. Just now he was still talking to Jiang Chang about the greatness of this Ferrari, but he didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, Jiang Chang had bought it. At this moment, Lee Soo-dong felt like a dog. Seeing Zhou Ying's gaze at Jiang Chang at this moment, Lee Soo-dong instantly woke up. The person who could afford to buy an $8 million Ferrari was originally from a different class than himself. Who was he to feel unwilling? And what qualifications did he have to compete with Jiang Chang? If he still couldn't figure out how to pounce on him at this time, wouldn't he be making a fool of himself? Thinking this way, Lee Soo-dong could only secretly sigh at this time and slowly retreated to the back. The male supervisor looked at the long string of receipts and handed the bank card back to Jiang Chang with a big smile. Mr. Jiang, I will arrange the relevant procedures of the car for you right now. Thank you very much for choosing our Ferrari. Please move to our VIP lounge over there to have a cup of tea. Jiang Chang shook his head to indicate that he didn't need it. No need. You can go about your business by yourself. Alright then, Zhou, greet Mr. Jiang properly. Zhou nodded at the male supervisor. I know, supervisor. As soon as the male supervisor left, Zhou Zhiyun was the first to wake up, only to see him excitedly patting Jiang Chang's shoulder. Can't see Lao Jiang, you're actually a super rich second generation, and you're still whole so low-key when you're in school. Suya at this time is also eyes glowing face adoration look at Jiang Chang. Yes, Jiang Chang, I have not sat on the Ferrari yet. Later you have to take me to sit. Everyone knows that Jiang Chang's family is not poor, but they didn't expect Jiang Chang to be rich to this extent. Suya, friendly value +5. Jiang Yun then looked at Jiang Chang and Zhou with quite an eye, and opened his mouth to say snidely, Suya, Jiang Chang bought this car for Zhou. Besides, this Ferrari only has 2 seats, so you don't have a place to sit. Why don't I have a place to sit? I'll sit in the passenger seat. Doesn't Zhou have to go to work? And she works as a car model. I guess there are quite a few men who let her test drive this car every day. Seeing this, Suya once again sourly mocked Zhou. Seeing Suya's friendly value towards himself directly soaring to 95 points, Jiang Chang suddenly became even more vicious. He did not pick up Suya's words. Instead, he raised his chin to Zhou who was at the side. Jiang Yun is right. This car still has to look good with Zhou in it. Suya didn't expect Jiang Chang to actually state his meaning so bluntly, and after a cold snort then glared at Zhou unwillingly. Right, Jiang Chang, I heard that you broke up with Zhao Jia. It's not because you're interested in Zhou, right? When Zhou heard Suya's words, she couldn't help but look at Jiang Chang with wide eyes. Of course she didn't think that Jiang Chang broke up with Zhao Jia because of herself. She was just surprised by this matter because she had seen Jiang Chang's attitude towards Zhao Jia, very gentle and considerate. The reason I broke up with Zhao Jia has nothing to do with you guys, but it also has nothing to do with Zhou. But Zhou is so good looking, any man would like it. Jiang Chang replied with a big smile. Zhou listened to Jiang Chang's answer and looked in the other direction a little shyly. She knew that Jiang Chang was defending herself by saying this, and then whispered, Thank you, Jiang Chang, we are all classmates. What are you polite for? And I came here because I really just happened to want to buy a car, not to recite. After saying this, Jiang Chang also gave Li Sudong a meaningful look. At this time, Li Sudong was very naturally looking down and playing with his cell phone, as if the person Jiang Chang was talking about was not him in general. At this moment, Chang Jipeng, once again glowing eyes toward Jiang Chang, came over. Jiang Chang, this table is not Patek Philippe 5160 it. Jiang Chang nodded. Okay, you not only know the car but also know the watch? Jiang Chang so boasted. Chang Jipeng, more eyebrows fluttering narrative. I just saw, but not too sure. But even 8 million Ferrari have bought more than 1 million Patek Philippe is certainly true. Chapter 38 I Showdown. Chang Jipeng said this. Several people suddenly exploded again. Especially has been showing off his hands of the 20,000 yuan Langins. Li Sudong at this time even more want to find a seam directly drill into it. And Suya just doused the enthusiasm at this time again rekindled. Jiang Chang, you are also too powerful. Right, more than $1 million. Can buy a house? Our class is the most beautiful, is not you? Zhou Jiyun at this time also followed to flirt and said, luckily in the past in the school let you treat you still cry poor. It turns out to be in the pretense. Old Jiang turned out to be a super rich second generation. Jiang Yun followed suit. Jiang Chang listened to Zhou Jiyun's words and said that he was wronged. Although their family's conditions were good, they didn't reach the standard of a rich second generation. $4,000 a month of living expenses can only be said to be superior to ordinary families, but compared to the real rich second generation is still far from it. Okay, I Showdown. This is not graduated well, plus the college entrance examination is not bad. My parents, they will reward me. No way. Excuses cannot be. Jiang Chang will just Li Sudong pretend to be a bully. Words original copy a pass. Li Sudong, although some annoyed, but also know their own caddy, no longer dare to hard with Jiang Chang, can only cold snort said, time is not early, we should be ready to go to eat dinner. Late the traffic jam. Suya saw Li Sudong said so, immediately invited Jiang Chang. Jiang Chang, go with us to eat. After eating we go shopping how? Jiang Chang shook his head. No, I already have an appointment tonight. I'll get together again when I'm free back. Suya saw Jiang Chang rejecting himself and had a reluctant look at Zhou Ying. Then when will you return to Rongcheng? In a few days. Seeing this, Suya nodded willingly. Then we'll get together again when we get back. We'll leave first. After sending off a few people, Jiang Chang didn't linger here at Zhou Ying's place, because he saw that the Lamborghini next door was actually parked with a big bull with a pink car coat. Jiang Chang thought of Yu Xiaoxiao when he took a look at this car. As we all know, next to a car show with a Ferrari is definitely a Lambo. Jiang Chang took advantage of the Ferrari 488 to go through the formalities and walk to the Lamborghini showroom. The people on the other side of the showroom immediately swarmed up when they saw Jiang Chang come over. That's right, the sales manager is really the first time they jogged to the side of Jiang Chang. After all, the exhibition is see people although many, but really buy is a phoenix feather. Just now Jiang Chang's consumption in Ferrari, Lamborghini side of the personnel have long seen. This honorable gentleman, may I ask what model you need to see? Let me introduce it to you. Jiang Chang looked at the male salesman's work tag. It was their sales manager all right. He pointed at the pink Lamborghini de Bull. This pink color is good, suitable for girls. Sir has a good eye. This pink big bull is not rare. Driving out is very eye-catching. Our Lambo especially customized this pink color for female customers. The sales manager patted Jiang Chang's ass while rubbing his hands with a flattering face and continued. Not only that, his safety braking system also includes lane keeping, night vision system, deviation warning, and merge assist and so on. There are also 7-color ambient light very attract lady customers like. Jiang Chang saw the sales manager and continued to say it lifted his hand. Okay, how much is the car? The sales manager saw Jiang Chang so asked instantly some excitement said, because the car's preparation is also quite high. The total price down is 9.5 million. If you buy this car, you can gift you 3 years of maintenance fee in our Lamborghini unique 200,000 customized models of car clothes. Chapter 39 Pink Lambo. Okay, directly swipe your card. Seeing Jiang Chang say that the male manager was overjoyed, and in less than 5 minutes he directly swiped his card. Okay, then I'll handle it for you right now. Right, I need a delivery ceremony. No problem. Manager Nan listened to this and immediately nodded, and patted his chest and said, that's definitely no problem. The handover ceremony I guarantee to give you a proper and ceremonial one. Please come over here and have a seat. No need. I'll just take a look myself. You do it for me as soon as possible, and send it to a place for me later. Okay. The male manager immediately turned his head and jogged back to get the POS machine again after he finished speaking. Just at this time a charming-looking girl at this time also took a live broadcast while shooting everywhere. Saw the Rambo side of a big pink cow immediately walked over quickly. Everyone live big brothers. You look at the big bull pink. This color cannot see full of young girl's heart. This car must be no girl can refuse it. I also wonder how is its air conditioning. How is it? Are you all interested in having a car? So that I can feel the air conditioning of this car? How is pink not pretty? Does the big bowl have to be yellow and red? If you give this car to a girl, you will be successful. Everyone look at the scene. There is a little brother like me looking at this pink bowl. He even went up to try to sit. Let me interview him. How does this feel? That flirtatious finished anchorwoman was stopped by Lamborghini's customer service as soon as she approached. Excuse me, this young lady, may I ask if you are ordering a car or looking at a car? I want to see the car. Then is it convenient for you to show the capital inspection? Do you need a capital inspection to look at it? I just saw that boy walk straight in, the flirtatious anchorwoman said with some disbelief. Of course, she knew that some luxury cars needed a capital inspection if she looked at them. But this was a car show. You don't need a capital inspection to look at it, right? The waitress still refused with a smile. I'm sorry, we are this program. The reason why the waitress was like this was because she saw that the flirtatious anchor wasn't their potential customer. And the second reason was because Jiang Chang was there, and their manager had already explained to serve Jiang Chang properly. She naturally couldn't let other people disturb Jiang Chang, and it was still a female anchor. At this time, the netizens in the live broadcast room began to send out pop-ups. Tiny anchor is really pitiful. Rambo's capitalization must be at least 7 figures. Another day for the little anchor to be bullied. Look at our little anchor broadcasting at their door for so long without anyone taking care of it. Anchor, hurry up and interview the big brother. That female anchor was stopped outside, and although she was unhappy inside, she could only mutter a few times before turning around and leaving. Jiang Chang bought another Lamborghini on this side of things. The Ferrari side of course also saw it. Also dutifully stood in the car next to Zhou Ying at this time, looked at Jiang Chang's again, swiped the card, could not help but be surprised again. Lamborghini Bull at least to 5 or 6 million. Plus configuration down to 10 million. Zhou Ying did not expect Jiang Chang actually so rich. Before and after less than half an hour Jiang Chang spent 20 million? Even if it is changed to the previous conditions of their own family. Zhou Ying's family's luxury car, although also more. But also not like Jiang Chang such squandering. Not to mention that her family was now bankrupt. Zhou Ying was even less able to live as she pleased. In order to avoid debts, they not only moved around a lot, she also had to work part-time after graduating from high school to earn college tuition. She is still forced to work here. Who called the car model's salary is high. There are still 2 months to go to college. She must earn more living expenses. Zhou Ying has no education and no specialties. It was not easy for her to find a decent job with a good salary. After spending more than 2 minutes before and after, Jiang Chang completed all the formalities. Since the Lumbo Jiang Chang was going to put Yu Xiaoxia's license plate on it, so he didn't care. And the male supervisor of the Ferrari at this time handed over the Ferrari's car keys and relevant information to Jiang Chen before he tentatively asked Jiang Chang, Mr. Jiang, how are you going to handle the license plate conveniently? The male supervisor also had a reason why he asked this. Although Ferrari could also help Jiang Chang with the license plate, but since Jiang Chang wasn't from Magic City, he couldn't have a Magic City license plate. But now there are some very special license plates that can also be obtained through some special means. Just then the Dream Come True system sent out a prompt. Ding! The system randomly rewards the host with the license plate, Shanghai A. JC111. The license plate has been randomly extracted from the DMV, and the relevant personnel are in the process of dispatching it and assisting with it on site. Jiang Chang looked at the prompt and said with a smile, someone will come over to install the license plate for processing later. Just install it as they sent it over later. The male supervisor froze for a moment when he heard Jiang Chang's words. Only after several seconds did he open his mouth with deliberation and said, this, I understand. Then, before he could finish his sentence, he saw a few uniformed personnel walking towards Jiang Chang and bowed respectfully, saying, Mr. Jiang, your license plate has been done. Now we will assist you with the registration. Okay, thanks a lot. You're welcome. When the relevant personnel brought out the Shanghai A. JC111, the personnel at the Ferrari site were once again petrified with shock. It was actually a local license plate of Magic City. And what was even more terrifying was that JC was the abbreviation of Jiang Chang's name. The male supervisor looked at Jiang Chang with an unbelievable face. It was the first time he had seen someone with so much energy after working at Ferrari for so many years. Jiang Chang saw the male supervisor's white face, smiled and patted his shoulder. Don't think too much. I just booked the car number in advance. That's all. Reservation in advance? The male supervisor felt that Jiang Chang was coaxing him as a retard at this time. This is really outrageous, okay? Reserve in advance to be able to draw this kind of license plate and also special person to send to the door to directly handle? Although his heart has 10,000 words to spit out, but at this time his face does not dare to have any skeptical face at all. Yes. This is worthy of being Mr. Jiang. So lucky. Even the license plate he chose is so symbolic. Really admire. Zhou Ying on the side's inner monologue at this time was just like the male supervisor. What kind of person was Jiang Chang in the end? Why his energy will be so big? Zhou at this time to look at Jiang Chang's eyes more a trace of inquiry. Less than 10 minutes time. The license plate will be on the good. Zhou saw Jiang Chang processing almost took the initiative to walk to Jiang Chang's side. Jiang Chang, thank you very much for today. Why don't I treat you to a meal? Just as Jiang Chang was about to agree, Zhou Jian's phone call came over. Jiang Chang, I've fallen out of love. Are you free? Have a drink with me? Lost love? Where are you? After hanging up the phone, Jiang Chang said to Zhou Jian, he seems to have fallen out of love, asked me to have a drink with him. I'll treat you to dinner tomorrow. He fell out of love? I see that he seems to like Suya. Jiang Chang shook his head helplessly. I'm not too sure about the situation. Go over and take a look first. Okay, then I'll treat you to dinner again when I'm free. Okay, it's a deal. Chapter 40, Beauty Chauffeur. Jiang Chang lightly drove the Ferrari 488 that had just landed to the address sent by Zhou Jian. More than half an hour later, it was parked not far from an inconspicuous hot pot restaurant on the side of the road. After the next time, Jiang Chang walked over in the direction of the store, and when he arrived, Zhou only saw that Jiyun had already ordered the food, but hadn't moved his chopsticks yet. He was only seen sullenly drinking a bottle of Budweiser in the corner by himself. Looking at Zhou Jiyun's disheveled look, Jiang Chang walked over and patted his shoulder and spoke. What's wrong? It's only 5 o'clock and you're drinking? Zhou Jiyun raised his head, angrily took a deep breath, and then began to complain. Li Sudong, that guy from the car show after leaving, has been provoking me in the shade. You know, he said, I certainly do not concede. He a sentence I dislike to go. But Suya, she, today, actually always favored to help him. Finished. Zhou Jiyun picked up the bottle of wine and took another sip, then said, this I also tolerate. But the worst thing is, the two of them don't know how to get it. When eating actually go to the toilet together. Look at those two people brow to brow. At a glance that the atmosphere is very not too right. So after thinking about it, I'll sneak and follow the past. As a result, just as I thought, those two people actually hugged and kissed on the path next to the toilet. Really disgusting. Grass. I just realized that I'm actually really a licking dog. A spare tire. Seeing Zhou Jiyun's red eyes with excitement, Jiang Chang comfortingly patted his shoulder. Think differently. Seeing that is a good thing. If you haven't seen it all along, what about the horror? I also know but I have a hard time. Lao Jiang, I lost my love. After saying that, Zhou Jiyun started to look miserable. You two aren't in love. Where did you fall out of love? Grass. Worthy of being you. The king of poisonous words. Alright, listen to your brother. Although we have always adhered to the principle that good girls should be cherished and bad girls should not be wasted. But Suya, she can't. Did you already know that? She is although bad, but she is good looking. Isn't it that don't waste it? Your words contradict. Jiang Chang naturally couldn't tell Zhou Jiyun that he had seen Suya's privacy value. Brother is talking about a bad girl, not a broken girl. Listening to others, her private life is quite chaotic. Zhou Jiyun glanced at Jiang Chang, suddenly had a second to understand, patted his head, said hatefully, before is the head by the door folder. Forget it, accompany me to drink a cup. Drink and then say. Zhou Jiyun drank 5 bottles of beer and could not. Jiang Chang did not drink much. After settling the bill, Jiang Chang said to Zhou Jiyun, I can't drive you after drinking. I'll give you a ride? Where do you live? Why Yuana? This. How much is it? I'll transfer it to you first. All drunk like this, but also say what money is not money. Go. Zhou Jian looked at Jiang Chang and giggled. Right, I forgot that you are a tycoon. That's fine. Next time you fall out of love, change me to treat you. Who would fall out of love? Get lost. After sending Zhou Jian to the car, Jiang Chang ordered a chauffeur on a platform. Then while waiting for the chauffeur to take the order, he walked in the direction of his Ferrari. When he walked to the car, he saw that there was a coolly dressed girl holding a cell phone next to his car, leaning in front of the car and taking pictures. Looking at this woman with a face full of technology, Jiang Chang immediately put the car keys in his hand back into his pocket, and then quietly waited on the side for the appearance of the chauffeur. As the saying goes, that what is wide over the shoulder, clip over all kinds of whips. For this kind of woman, Jiang Chang cannot mention a trace of interest. A minute later, the girl suddenly raised her head. Full of disgust, Jiang Chang said, sorry, I have no prestige. You do not have to wait. This car is my boyfriend's. I am waiting for him. Jiang Chang sniffed and was filled with confusion. When did he have a girlfriend like this? Name, Chen Li. Age, 25 years old. Height, 168 centimeters. Face value, 60. Body, 90. Privacy, 65. Friendly value, 30. Passerby status. After reading it, Jiang Chang let out a light laugh, then touched the key in his pocket and directly pressed the unlock. Looking at the lights of the Ferrari that suddenly lit up, the expression on Chen Li's face suddenly changed, and her stiff face suddenly became a smile. and she said with a fawning face, I told you, how do you look so much like my boyfriend? Chenli, friendly value plus 30. Chenli, friendly value plus 30. He, is that so? I don't think you look like my girlfriend at all. Although under the power of technology, that girl's face value was okay, but it was so net red looking that Jiang Chang said he couldn't appreciate it at all. Moreover, after knowing that she was the owner of a Ferrari, her friendliness value towards Jiang Chang directly soared wildly by 60 points. To know that at the beginning her friendly value to herself was only 30 points, now it directly came to 90 points. This heart quality was simply professional. You said that if a beautiful woman with 90 points in looks and 0 points in privacy score was like this to herself, Jiang Chang would still possibly consider a straightforward friendship that said it. After all, it was understandable that everyone was more or less a bit of a gold digger these days, but a snake face with a privacy score of only 65 points, Jiang Chang could only say, I'll really give thanks. Handsome guy, you can really joke. You drive this car. You should be able to drive a Ferrari with one hand, right? If you would, Chenli said while showing her proud figure to Jiang Chang. Sorry, I won't. If you don't understand, I'll give you a little bit of science. Ferrari, this kind of high horsepower rear drive performance car. Anyone who says they can drive a Ferrari with one hand is not a Ferrari. Chenli listened to the words of Jiang Chang straight man, some embarrassed smile and concurred. Little brother, you know, can be really much, but I'm very good at playing chicken. Oh, just the way to eat chicken, I will be more than 10 kinds. Little brother, want to play with me? Sorry, I only like to play King's Honor. I'm not talking about this. Why don't we add a Wi-Fi? No good. I don't know if you really don't have prestige, but I don't have prestige after meeting you either. Chenli saw Jiang Chang rejecting herself. Her complexion was a bit stiff, but she didn't give up because she didn't want to miss out on this kind of license plate Ferrari big brother at all. Chenli continued, I was just but joking with you. Of course I have prestige, and on call, no matter what time of the night is okay. Oh, just when Jiang Chang was about to dislike Chenli again, he only saw a pretty girl wearing a white halter dress with a small jacket trotting towards him. That heavenly face value let Jiang Chang had a moment of frozen. The key is that at this time she panting appearance immediately thought of an idiom, waves. The girl looked up and down at Jiang Chang, saw Jiang Chang very consistent with the chauffeur software described to her wearing white clothes, standing next to the supercar handsome, only to see her stunned look at Jiang Chang, politely asked, hello, may I ask is you called the chauffeur right? Jiang Chang couldn't help but be a bit puzzled at the words. So young? Right. Are you the driver? The other party smiled very calmly, then nodded, somewhat breathlessly. He said, hello, my name is Xiao Yinyin. I'm the substitute you found for driver. Xiao Yinyin, due to run a little too fast, momentarily forgot to adjust the lens of the phone over. At this time the live broadcast of the lens just aimed at Jiang Chang. The netizens in the live broadcast room began to boil up at this time. Asterisk. Actually is a big handsome man, but this handsome man looks like a little familiar. Isn't this little brother the little brother in the new Lamborghini? Asterisk. So it's the big guy who drives a Ferrari. No wonder the waiter at Lamborghini treats him specially. Looking at Xiao Yinyan's cell phone aimed at himself, Jiang Chang frowned and walked over, stretching out his hand to cover the camera. Miss, it costs money to take pictures of me being so handsome. Chapter 41, Sister Joe. The girl smiled awkwardly and looked at the pop-up before pointing her cell phone camera elsewhere. I'm sorry, little brother. I just remembered that I've seen you there today, at the Lamborghini showroom, when you were there trying out a big pink bull. Jiang Chang probed his head to look at the phone, then asked, you're an anchor? Working as a chauffeur? Xiao Yinyin nodded and politely said, I do chauffeuring during the daytime when I'm free, and I'm an outdoor anchor. Can you let me take a picture of this car of yours? Jiang Chang looked at the time. It was only 6 p.m., so he nodded indifferently. Seeing Jiang Chang agree, Xiao Yinyin bloomed a bright smile, then picked up her cell phone and took a shot. Dear big brothers of the live broadcast, I didn't expect that I could actually meet the Ferrari 488. So excited. This car is also the premier model at Ferrari's car show today. Xiao Yinyin finished and then said according to the information she had found out, this car uses the same 4.9-liter V8 engine as the F8, plus 3 electric motors. The total output is 640 horsepower. It is Ferrari's current fastest production model, with 0-100 taking only 3 seconds. As soon as that flirtatious-looking female anchor introduced the live broadcast, the netizens instantly exploded with pop-ups. This license plate is not something that ordinary people can get? Oh, I'm laughing. Can a person who drives a Ferrari still be an ordinary family? License plate of privilege and assets. Everyone blindly guess. The little anchor might be able to have some indescribable things with the Tycoon directly jumping across classes. Xiao Yinyin looked at the pop-up screen and laughed helplessly, not replying to the flirting of her water friends as well. These days when the anchor is not easy, especially their own kind of chat anchor with no special skills, compared with the kind of female anchor by dancing eyeballs. The popularity difference is not half a star, so Chow Einin usually can only rely on the whole job to maintain the heat of the live room. Did not think that today is so lucky to run into the owner of the Ferrari. The sight of Chen Li see Jiang Chang to Chow Einin so kind, jealous of the face or some twisted, only to see her not dead to Jiang Chang said, little brother, I can also drive, and free oh, no need, free I'm afraid of fire blisters, go. After Jiang Chang handed the car keys to Chow Einin, he sat on the passenger side. After receiving the car keys, Chow Einin skillfully opened the car door and sat in the driver's seat. After coming in, she asked politely to Jiang Chang, may I drive while broadcasting live? My camera is only on myself. It won't capture you. Jiang Chang opened the interpersonal scanning system. Name, Chow Einin. Age, 20 years old. Height, 165 centimeters. Face value, 94. Body, 90. Privacy, 0. Friendly value, 50. After reading it, Jiang Chang's brows couldn't help but wrinkle. 20 years old? Although he was 2 years older than himself, had he reached the qualification of chauffeur? Knowing that a chauffeur needed at least 5 years of driving experience, Chow Einin obviously couldn't reach it. In the way of Chow Einin's live broadcast, Jiang Chang didn't directly point it out and then asked, are you like this every day? Do you drive a supercar? That's not true. Today just a whole day is nothing. I will be in the car show live after the end of the incident to receive a little extra money. Well, don't worry big brother, I've driven a lot of sports cars. I used to be a car commentary blogger. After saying that, Chow Einin skillfully adjusted the bracket and then began to start the car. While driving, she also said excitedly to the cell phone camera, dog viewers, I never thought that one day I would actually be able to drive a Ferrari, and it's still the top of the line version of the 488. This car is indeed as rumored to make people hot. Don't get me wrong, the heat I said is the heat of the nervousness. This is a Ferrari. I have to concentrate on the seriousness of the drive. Seeing Chow Einin skillfully driving while live streaming into her cell phone, Jiang Chang couldn't help but look at her. This kind of girl who drove on exit. If it wasn't for the fact that she had a friendly value scanning system, maybe Jiang Chang would have thought that Chow Einin was a random anchor woman. After seeing the car start steadily, Jiang Chang put his heart down and then came over to look at Chow Einin's live broadcast. The anchor's name was Chow Mei, and although the heat was okay, not many people were rewarding her, and her weekly list is also too miserable. Right, it's already Thursday, yet her list 1 is only more than $300. List 2 is more than $200. Jiang Chang looked at her growth value for the week, and it was only over 8,000? That means that this week's reward is only about $800? Even though there was $100 of bounty a day. For a small anchor like her whose rank was only 12, the signing share was probably around 30%. Then her income for the day was almost only about $60. And a big beauty like her actually didn't even fill up 50 weekly charts. This made Jiang Chang couldn't help but think of the netizen Xiao Bai Luo who had burst out before. And just this fake beauty monster of hers could become a live broadcast first sister. This real beauty in front of me actually has such a miserable live broadcast record. Like Jiang Chang's dream come true system, the savings value of just one day is already close to $80,000. With such a comparison, Jiang Chang couldn't help but open his mouth. Your weekly list is also too miserable. The number of people is more than 10,000. Only so much money? It seems like not many people have given you a reward. No wonder you need to find extra money. I think you might as well focus on being a chauffeur. You'll earn more. Seeing Jiang Chang spit, the netizens in the live broadcast room instantly became angry. Ha ha, Big Brother Toheo is right. Real miserable little anchor. What do you mean no one rewards? Anchor, I'll backhand a fishball and give you a go. Brothers, quickly let Brother Toheo see the real strength of our class of water friends. Come on, free small gifts go up. Anchor, I can give you all my free flowers this month. Chow Einin looked at a wave of free gifts to come, helplessly deflated mouth. No way. Who called me? I can't do anything, and I won't please the list of Big Brother. Usually can only be nothing to hunt and hunt, to the Big Brothers to drive a car, so that the majority of netizens in the live broadcast room to see how much traffic jam we have on the roads of the Magic City. Jiang Chang swept another glance at Chow Einin's live room. Good guy. All are free small gifts. On this live effect actually did not have a practical reward. It seems that these viewers are all masters of painting cakes. Chapter 42, Not Taking the Initiative. The condition of the cars in Mordor is indeed comparable to that of Rongqing. I had thought that the condition of the cars in Rongqing was exaggerated enough, but I didn't realize that it's no different from Mordor. I see that your destination is Yangyunamon. You're not from Magic City? Jiang Chang shook his head and said back. Came over to travel. Worthy of being a tycoon, traveling and staying in such an expensive hotel. Little brother, there is a question I am very curious about. I wonder if you can answer it for me. You ask? I saw you in the Lamborghini's showroom today. Why were the Lamborghini's account managers so attentive to you? I clearly saw you go in very smoothly at that time. You didn't need a capital inspection. You just walked right in. And the others even served you tea right away. So why can't I go in and take a picture? Xiao Yining asked curiously. Anchor, do you not recognize Patek Philippe? Could the anchor not see that little brother's new season's LV Louis Vuitton? Anchor silly. Anchor's soul has been hooked away? The Patek Philippe in that little brother's hand is not an entry-level watch. That's 5,160. This watch has to be more than $1 million. That flirtatious-looking female anchor was fully focused on driving her car at this time, and didn't see the pop-up screen. Probably because I bought a car from Ferrari today. Lamborghini, see? Seeing Zhang Chang say that, Xiao Yining turned her head to look at him in surprise. It can't be this 488, right? This car you have just introduced very carefully. This is a hot new car. You are the second to drive. Zhang Chang finished his sentence. The live broadcast room began to boil again. I threw up. There really is a gap between people. Big Brother means that he casually spent $10 million. That's why Lumbo's waiter is so perverse. Another day of real name envy. Xiao Yining sniffed this and was now completely convinced. What's not to be convinced by this kind of Big Brother himself? A Ferrari has been bought, and a Lamborghini still needs to have his capital inspection? It was simply superfluous. So it's a Big Brother, ah? No wonder. May I ask, Big Brother, how did you feel about the test ride of that Lumbo Bull at noon? Did you finally choose the Ferrari because the Lamborghini Big Bull is not as comfortable as this Ferrari? This 488 is indeed very energizing to drive. If it wasn't on the main road right now, plus the fact that this car wasn't her own, Xiao Yining would have wanted to just race it. Who said I only chose the Ferrari? Although I haven't driven the Big Bull, it's quite comfortable to sit in, and I haven't found any problems with the air conditioning for the time being, but soon I'll be able to find out about that Big Bull, and whether or not it'll be hot for the other girls to sit in it. Xiao Yining was a bit unable to sit still now, only to see that her but couldn't help but shift a bit, and then said, you mean you bought that pink Dino as well? Yeah, is there a problem? Zhang Cheng finished. Xiao Yining choked and said sourly, of course there's no problem. Water friends, look, this is the difference between rich people and me. Like me, I have to choose for a long time to eat a conch chowder and spicy hot pot, but the Big Brother is the one who can order it together. The reaction of the netizens in the live broadcast room was not lost to Xiao Yining. Raising clouds Amon's parking lot, Xiao Yining ended this time the chauffeur. Get off the car before Zhang Cheng said flirtatiously to Xiao Yining. I did not expect you. This little anchor driving is quite a set. Not slow and not fast. The frequency is just right. Not too loose and not too tight. It's very comfortable. The next time also look for you. Zhang Cheng suddenly drove at Xiao Yining, only to see her face turn directly red in the flesh. Although she was usually very relaxed when she was live streaming, but it was only when she was only facing these netizens that she didn't need to meet that she would be like this. When a live handsome man like Zhang Cheng stood in front of her, talking about this kind of speeding joke, she would still be shy. Xiao Yining directly ignored Zhang Cheng's words and said as she changed the topic, to Heyo, what type of live broadcasts do you usually like to watch? Naturally, I watch chicks. Didn't you see that Taheo also likes to look at beautiful women? I thought you would look at cars. What's the point of looking at cars? Can't you just buy it directly? As the saying goes, looking at chicks is good for the body, prolongs life and fights aging, and can also make the body and mind happy and prevent depression. Xiao Yining tootled her mouth and hummed, saying to Zhang Cheng, if the Tycoon thinks that I'm comfortable driving, do you want to give me the actual miserable little anchor a bit of practical support? Compare it to a hit list support or something? Look at me. I'm also considered a beautiful anchor woman, right? Zhang Cheng took the car keys handed over by Xiao Yining and directly shook his head. Sorry, white whoring account to understand. Seeing Zhang Cheng directly turn around and walk away after saying that, Xiao Yining was a bit confused. Alas, all the hotel door. You don't invite me to drink a glass of water? Zhang Cheng laughed at Xiao Yining's words. Again this routine. How come beautiful women like to come to the door to drink his water? He, the hotel's water is not clean. It's fate to invite you to drink milk. The netizens in the live broadcast room looked at Zhang Cheng's unrelenting back shadow instantly also felt a bit messy. After all, just now in the car, Zhang Cheng was still chatting very hot with Xiao Yining, did not expect to pull out his legs and disown him in the blink of an eye. Asterisk 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 being shown too. Could it be that our anchor is not good looking? The Tycoon is actually a white whoring account? Then do I still have the qualifications to give the anchor a reward? Taheo or white whoring? I have at least rewarded $10. Solid heart. Xiao Yining froze for several seconds before reacting. Where am I? What had happened? Is she so unattractive? She thought that Zhang Cheng would at least ask her to add a WeChat. It wasn't surprising that she thought so, because when she was in the car just now, Zhang Cheng's attitude towards her was indeed quite okay, and even a little ambiguous. I didn't expect to turn my face away in the blink of an eye. Scum. Jiao Nin, friendly value plus 10. Zhang Chang looked at the rising friendly value and instantly smiled. He hadn't guessed wrong. The code of a good man was not to take the initiative. No rejection. And he had a hunch that with this little anchor's seductive streak, he could treat her to a $6 spicy hot meal next time. Chapter 43 Gourmet Food Cashback. Just then, Zhang Chang received a message from Wang Zhang's Prestige. It said that he wanted to arrange a table at Yang Yunamon tonight, and asked Zhang Chang to please honor him or something like that. Zhang Chang read the message and didn't refuse. If he was going to study at the university in Mordor in the future, the necessary social activities would definitely be indispensable. If you want to develop in this society, you can't be alone. As the saying goes, more friends, more roads. Although this is a bit unpleasant to hear, but it is the reality. And he just happened to be at Yang Yunamon, so it just so happened that he could arrange for that food cashback card that hadn't been used yet. Zhang Cheng called Wang Zhang to indicate that he was staying at Yang Yunamon and asked him to come over directly. Seeing Zhang Chang return, Wang Yuyan immediately greeted him respectfully. Mr. Jiang, welcome home. Manager Wang, I'm going to have a banquet for my friends later. You let the chef come over. Billed up by the most expensive. The number of people tonight plus me is a total of 5. The swim bladder of the yellow-lipped fish, and that Albo white truffle, and the illusionary sundae is also on the table, and you'll see to it that the main others are on the table. Seeing that Zhang Chang ordered 2 yellow-lipped fish swim bladders, also known as fish glue, Wang Yu was dumbfounded. Yellow-lipped fish, also known as small-bearded money slate, is our Chinese endemic fish species, distributed in the south part of the river outlet sea, up to 150 centimeters long, belongs to the fish family and the large fish. Among them, its swim bladder efficacy is highly respected. Once on the price of about 3 million renminbi was bought, Wang Yuyan quickly reacted, only to immediately nod her head. Yes, Mr. Jiang, currently the price of the swim bladder of our hotel's yellow-lipped fish is about 1 million or more. If you guys only need a portion of it, the price should be around 500,000. May I ask if you can accept it? 500,000. No problem at all. If not for the fact that he was afraid of ordering more and appearing to be a bit of a thug, he would have no problem ordering 10. But even if you want to woolgatter, you have to spend reasonably. Enjoy life well before it is a god-ho. In his current situation, even if he lost money every day, it was enough to keep himself clothed and fed. Zhang Cheng smiled and nodded. Yes, you can. Just watch it. If it's not enough to eat, then put on more. It's definitely enough. Then I'll go prepare it now. Half an hour later, Wang Yuyan then winded up with 3 masters and a few waiters, pushing a few carts of ingredients to appear at the courtyard entrance of Zhang Chang's Ting Villa. Seeing Wang Yuyan wiped the sweat on her head and looked at Zhang Chang and asked, Mr. Jiang, are we going to start preparing now? Looking at the red and green fresh ingredients on top of the cart, Zhang Chang nodded with satisfaction. Let's start now. Wang Zhang had already sent the Prestige just now. According to what he said, at this time, they were almost at the entrance of Yang Yunamon. 10 minutes later, Zhang Chang then had Wang Yuyan go to Amon's entrance to greet Wang Zhang and the others. Seeing the private butler come out to greet them, Wang Zhang and the other boy who was wearing a big brand of clothes acted very calmly. On the contrary, the other 2 girls who followed them looked as if they had never seen the world, and as soon as they stepped into the hall of Yang Yunamon, they were shocked by the splendor of the place. After Wang Yuyan led them to Zhang Chang's Ting Villa, the 2 girls' eyes were even wider. Panoramic open-air balconies, swimming pools, and hot spring areas, and there was also a natural stream flowing through the doorway. This was a world of difference from the hotel they usually stayed in, and both of them couldn't help but secretly exclaim inside their hearts. This is the presidential suite of Yang Yunamon. It really is a long time coming. Just as the 2 women were shocked beyond belief, Zhang Chan walked out from inside and said to them with a smile, Here you are. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Wang Zhang smiled as he walked towards Zhang Chang and wrapped his arm around his shoulder in a self-conscious manner. Sorry brother, I was supposed to treat you to dinner, but I didn't expect to end up bringing so many people over to rub it in. What are you talking about? A meal? What's the difference between you treating and me treating? Everyone, inside please. Zhang Chang's words gave enough face to Wang Zhang, making the atmosphere of the scene instantly warm up as well. Come, let me introduce to you. This is my brother Chen Hao, young Master Chen. His family sells coal, and he uses the train to pull goods out every day, as well as these 2 are the female companions I brought. Wang Zhang said towards Zhang Chang. This introduction of Wang Zhang was very obvious. Obviously of the 3 people who came, only Chen Hao was in the same circle and grade as him. As for the 2 unnamed female companions, they were unimportant, and should have just been called together for dinner. Chen Hao took the initiative to extend his hand towards Zhang Chang. I've always heard Lao Wang talk about you in the past 2 days. It's nice to meet you. Zhang Chang stretched out his hand back to shake, and then looked at Chen Hao. wearing a string of green hair oil round beads of emerald on his neck, wearing a pair of LV shoes on his feet. This dress up, but quite fresh and vulgar after all. Young people, like Jade is not much. Chen Hao spoke again. I heard old Wang say you bought his laffa? Jiang Chang nodded. It's also fate. Ha ha, this kind of fate is not much. If you buy it later, this guy will have to pick up the car himself, and then he will be short of money. Short of money he will have to sell it at a discount. Hemorrhaging, to be honest, old Wang really have to be grateful to you. Wang Zheng immediately said. Hey, you don't talk nonsense who lifted the car immediately sold. You curse me. I and Jiang Chang is just destiny. The three people chatted while walking inside. Jiang Chang glanced at the other two young ladies dressed in Netflix. Both of them had a face value of about 80%, belonging to the category of beauties that exceeded ordinary people. Moreover, their friendly values towards Jiang Chang had both reached 60 points, which belonged to the category of ordinary friends. This value was already considered high for people meeting for the first time. After going in, Jiang Chang greeted them. I heard manager Wang say that the food here is quite unique. Let's all try it together. Chen Hao nodded in agreement. The hotel meals here at Aman Hotel are indeed at a pretty high level. I just haven't tasted the ones they cook on site yet. I've dipped into your favor today. Brother Jiang, how long have you been in Mordor? Jiang Chang waved his hand at the two of them. Don't call me brother. You guys should be older than me. Just call me by my name. Today should be the 4th day. Jiang Chang honestly couldn't stand the idea of men older than him calling him brother with their mouths open and closed. Moreover, Wang Zheng and Chen Hao were not children from ordinary families. Everyone called so, but the first time to meet the pleasantries and polite just. If you pretend to be a big money seriously, then this friend may not be able to do. Okay. The three of us shouldn't engage in that kind of formalities. Wang Zheng said in agreement. He belonged to the character of a big grin. However, Jiang Chang liked this kind of character. Compared to the deep-minded, this kind of character is more comfortable to play. Then Wang Zheng asked Jiang Chang, did you see any good cars at the auto show? I bought a Ferrari 488 and a Lumbo Big Bull after shopping around. Yo, once you buy two. Landlord, when will the car be arranged to go on the road? Chen Hao asked after taking a sip of red wine. The Ferrari was arranged just now. The speed is quite fast. The 488 has to be more than 8 million. The fastest is 2 days if you do it normally. You actually got it on the spot. Chen Hao said this and then exchanged a glance with Wang Zhang. Both of them knew that Jiang Chang wasn't poor in money. After all, the person who even bought the Ferrari Laffa in full payment. Buying these two wasn't so bad as paying in installments, right? The two girls on the side listened to the conversation between them and were secretly surprised inwardly. At this moment, Wan Yuyan led the people to start serving the food. After a table of dishes was set up, Jiang Chang looked at the crowd and greeted them. Wang Zhang looked at the dishes on the table. After scrutinizing them for a while, he couldn't help but exclaimed, brother, you're really a big spender. I'm embarrassed. This is the Alba white truffle, right? This is the fish bladder, right? Jiang Chang nodded. The swim bladder of the yellow-lipped fish. Wang Zhang sniffed and looked closer, nodding as he fixed his eyes on it. Jiang Chang, this is too extravagant. This has to not be cheap. One of the girls looked at the plainly cooked swim bladder on the table and asked cautiously, is the swim bladder of this yellow-lipped fish expensive? The other girl also licked her mouth waiting for an answer. Wan Yuyan on the side saw that the guest had a question and immediately answered thoughtfully. The yellow-lipped fish is one of the 4 most expensive seafoods in the world. Especially its swim bladder is even more precious. And the price of this pot today is more than $500,000. There is also this is the Italian Alba white pine deer. It is likewise very golden. The price is likewise several $100s a gram. After listening to Wan Yuyan's introduction, both girls' eyes instantly widened. The key was that Jiang Chang sensed that the two people's friendliness towards him had suddenly risen by 20 points. Nearly $1 million had been consumed in one meal. If this price was placed in their hometown, they could buy a large suite of several hundred square feet. And now the two of them were actually going to eat this $1 million inside. Thinking about this, the two women were instantly vain and heartbroken. But the fact that it was already the case, the two could only turn their grief into appetite, and began to secretly eat these delicacies in front of them that they had never eaten before. During the meal, the two girls had been taking all sorts of pictures, an act that made Wang Zhang blacken his face somewhat helplessly. After a harmless little interlude, Wang Zhang said to Jiang Chang, Old Jiang, thanks for the hospitality tonight. Why don't we go over to the Bund for a drink later? Jiang Chang looked at the time. It was almost 10 o'clock in the evening, and just now he had also drunk wine. At this time just want to have a good night's sleep, so he politely refused and said, to be honest, I already drank with my classmates just now, and I'm a bit sleepy now, so I'll go with you next time to liven things up. Wang Zhang didn't force himself and said with a smile, then I'll book a big card in TAXXX in advance tomorrow night, and we'll have a good time. After Jiang Chang invited Wang Zheng to this $1 million meal, Wang Zheng immediately said please come back. Jiang Chang appreciated his behavior of this kind of courtesy. After all, to make friends, it's best to have back and forth. This kind of behavior does not want to take advantage of the behavior is the right way to make friends. After sending Wang Zhang and others away, Jiang Chang comfortably soaked in a hot water bathtub, and then directly lay on the leather sofa and swiped his cell phone. Right at this moment, Wang Yuyan walked in with the bill for tonight's meal. Mr. Jiang, this is the cost of tonight's meal. Please take a look. Jiang Chang took the bill and looked at it, spending a total of 1.58 million. After reading it he took out his bank card from inside his wallet in the cabinet and handed it directly to Wang Yuyan. Alright, swipe the card. Okay, you wait a moment. After swiping the card successfully Wang Yuyan retreated, leaving the private space to Jiang Chang. Tonight Yu Xiaoxiao did not come to Jiang Chang. It had to be said that Yu Xiaoxiao was a woman who didn't understand things very well. When Jiang Chang did not look for her, she would not take the initiative to look for Jiang Chang, not to mention checking in. Lying on the bed, she checked up the payment information just now. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully using the gourmet cashback card. This consumption totaled 1,580,000. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 20 times cashback. The cashback multiplier will be multiplied by the number of people who dined as the final cashback amount. The total cashback totaled 158 million. Please ask the host whether to withdraw it to the bank card. Looking at this cashback monetary value, Jiang Chang clicked immediately to withdraw it in a happy mood. I didn't expect that inviting a few people to dinner would actually get more than $100 million in cashback. This meal was really worth it. Chapter 44 Small Anchor Reel Reference. After boringly brushing the circle of friends for a while Jiang Chang opened the Teasing Fish live broadcast and searched to enter the live room of Xiaomei. After all, the face value of up to 94 points of the girl is not always able to see. Although there is no plus prestige, but look at the live broadcast, maybe all of a sudden there will be a follow-up of various action cooperation. After entering the live broadcast room, he only saw that Xiao Yinian was walking around inside the room and seemed to be preparing for the live broadcast. Just then, Jiang Chang heard a system prompt. Ding! Detected that the host's live account is too poor. The system gifts the host 3 million shark fin coins. Listening to the system's prompt Jiang Chang couldn't help but smile. This dream come true divine hero system was really sick. Thinking of all sorts of ways to give himself money anytime, anywhere. Once the system 3 million shark fin coins were charged in, this level 10 white horse number of his own did not know how, but all of a sudden it directly rose to level 65. At this moment, Xiao Yinian was sitting in front of the table with some frustration. From the background of the live broadcast, it could be seen that the place she was staying was a very small bedroom. Jiang Chang casually typed and asked, Anchor not going out hunting tonight? Seeing an unfamiliar level 60 plus big number come into her live room, Xiao Yinian instantly came into the spirit. Xiao Yinian looked at it for a moment then said, Big brother Ting Hai Shinpin, welcome, there's a guild PK task tonight so I won't be going out. In fact, the heat in her live room wasn't exactly miserable at times, and there was even a small wave of volume when she went out hunting, but there just wasn't the kind of bigwigs and rich list ones to hold her up, and the water users who gave her rewards were some of the leading lights. Generally give her rewards or free gifts. Small gifts also have some, large amount of almost no. Moreover, Xiao Yinian wouldn't use some special tricks to keep her big brother's hearts. Ever since the big brother who gave her a reward of 20,000 yuan on the list of the first big brother who begged to meet and engage in color was rejected by her, Xiao Yinian's live room has not been able to get up the color. After all, who would support a female anchor who can't meet face to face? At this time, Xiao Yinian's live room popularity was still not small, but most of them were ordinary water friends. Little anchor, why are you so miserable? The weekly list is still so miserable? Xiao Yinian looked at the scattered pop-ups and helplessly laughed as she replied to Jiang Chang's question. Because the dogs in my live room just like to make me lose. Humph. Right at this moment the pop-up screen had some water friends who started to get colorful. Little anchor, how many babies have you given birth to? Xiao Yinian looked closer and then read out. How many babies have you given birth to? 19 babies. You're my 20th. Ah. Well, let's give you a band package first. After Xiao Yinian said this, Jiang Chang instantly laughed. This Xiao Yinian really, as she herself said, neither can please big brother list one nor speak some nice words. No wonder she can't keep people? Other live female anchors are hugging stick. Big brother called all the time. She is good. Directly called the dog, and even yin and yang up the water friends. Fire cannot blame Hua, but Xiao Yinian this temperament is quite suitable for Jiang Chang's appetite. Just at this time actually someone connected Xiao Yinian's live room. Xiao Yinian looked at the connection, helplessly clicked on the connection, only to see the opposite side is wearing a deep V suspenders pajamas female anchor. The name is by Luo Little Sister. Looking at the blurred beauty image, Jiang Chang opened the scanning system on her. Name, Huang Ling. Age, 28 years old. Height, 168 centimeters. Face value, 55. Body, 89. Privacy, 70. Friendly value, 10. Passerby status. After reading it, Jiang Chang couldn't help but let out a cry. Isn't this the typical Xiao Bai Luo? Heavy filters coupled with a somewhat distorted beauty face made her face value in front of the camera look like it had to be at least 90 points. Just didn't realize that the real face value was only 55 points. After looking at it, Jiang Chang had to once again marvel at the power of beauty software. Just see by Luo little sister after seeing Xiao Yining then laughed. Eyes all cannot hide the laughter. She began to cover her mouth and said, Xiao, it's actually you. I didn't think I'd be so lucky to meet you for the first time. And this time you should be like last time. And protect me from the first round, right? Although Xiao Yining was very upset, but she was so strong. Since her live broadcast career, she had never won a PK link-up, so much so that many of the anchors in Teaming Fish liked to connect with her, because the result of connecting with her is only one, that is, she will win. Although Xiao Yining didn't care much about winning or losing, just now, her guild had called over specifically, saying that they wanted her to win at least 2 games in a row, or else her full attendance for the next month would be lost. Normally, she relied on this full-time salary and her income from driving to support her. If she lost her full-time next month, it would be difficult to maintain the rent of her small apartment. Xiao Yining gave 2 fake smiles and spoke up, maintaining her politeness. Hello, please ask your big brother Punji to be a little more merciful later. No problem, big pillar brother. We can take it easy in the first round. We can save our strength for the next round. Oh, by Luo little sister said proudly to her rank 1 brother. Jiang Chang looked at this false scene and shook his head speechlessly, ready to cut out directly. Unexpectedly at this time the system prompted, ding, leading Xiao Yin to win the PK tournament championship. You will receive a bounty rebate with a rebate multiplier of 1 to 50 times. Jiang Chang, who had just received more than 100 million rebates, looked at the system's prompt and became interested. Anyway, it's all money, don't want it for nothing. Jiang Chang directly typed, little anchor, PK so long past only received $5? Real miserable. Xiao Yining wasn't angry and said with a smile, big brother Ding Hai Shinpin, look at me so miserable. Do you want to support me with a little bit of medical expenses to comfort me? Your family's weekly list should only need $1 to be on it, right? Being asked by Jiang Chang, Xiao Yining suddenly said with some broken defenses, yes, other live rooms, there are emperors, dukes, counts, viscounts, and everything. My live room doesn't even have a night, and the weekly leaderboards are also. Usually she can still comfort herself, but today she was mocked one after another, plus the union's pressure. At this time, Xiao Yin's mood can't help but be a little low. Oh, I white whore, I'm proud. I'll never charge money. And, looking down on us white whoring party? I came in to watch the anchor lose the battle. Xiao Yin looked at the live broadcast pop-up screen for a while. She couldn't help but directly roll her eyes. Anyway, she was already prepared to stop broadcasting next month. Her live broadcast was meant to make money. And if she couldn't make any money and was still upside down, then what was she doing live? Anchor, what do you mean by rolling your eyes? Anchor, if you roll your eyes again, you won't get today's free flowers. I still want to give you fish balls to walk the wave. Anchor, you're disliking us. The crowd of aquanauts turned on the spinning mode. Xiao Yining also did not show any weakness and said, you're looking at it wrong. How can I dislike you guys? The water friends in my live room are getting better and better when they speak now. Every one of them is talented. Jiang Chang listened to her and directly rewarded 5 weaklings. 5 underdogs is just $1. Xiao Yining helplessly smiled bitterly, but still stood up and thanked Jiang Chang. Thank you for fixing the Sea God Needle Big Brother's medical expenses. Even Big Brother 65 had become petty when he arrived at her live broadcast. Was she a live insulator? Anchor, what skills do you know? Does driving count? Usually just give people a chauffeur. Then if I take you to win a guild war, you'll give me a chauffeur? Xiao Yining didn't take Jiang Chang's words to heart. She nodded, okay, Big Brother Ting Hai Shinjin, if you can guarantee me to win the championship, I'll give a chauffeur for free. My driving can be stable. You can sit without worry. That's good. Tomorrow night let me see if you drive steadily or not. At this time, there were only a few dozen seconds left in the PK time. The reward from the other party, by Luo Little Sister, had already amounted to more than $300, while Xiao Yin's side had only received $20. Looking at the PK bar that had a sliver of blood left, Jiang Chang directly chose 3 of the most expensive $2,000 super rockets and threw them down. Chapter 45, Turn Off the Beauty Face? Anyway, the teasing fish coins in his backstage were given to him by the system, which was equivalent to whoring for nothing, and if Xiao Yin won he would still get 1 to 50 times the cashback. At this point, Jiang Chang didn't feel any pain at all when he rewarded him. Xiao Yin, who had already lost hope, saw the 3 super rockets suddenly appearing in the air in her live broadcast, and immediately jumped up from her seat in excitement. "Ah, thank you Big Brother, C-Pin, for the 3 super rockets. It's really very much appreciated. Big Brother, what show would you like to see? I'll walk you through one." Xiao Yining didn't expect this level 65 Big Brother to actually reward himself with such a high amount of super rockets. Usually, although her own live room would be patronized by Big Brothers, these Big Brothers would never take a look and say a few words before slipping away. Xiao Yining was already used to it, so she didn't bother to ask for another gift. But she didn't expect Zhang Cheng to actually swipe $6,000 for herself in one breath. In one fell swoop, the score became 6,203 versus 380. Asterisk 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 the little anchor got lucky? Finally, a Big Brother has taken a liking to this little anchor of ours. Big Brother confused. Doesn't it smell good to whore it out for nothing? The Bilo little sister who was on the verge of a solid win watched as the Big Brother who had suddenly stolen the tower appeared in the live room opposite Xiao Yining. She couldn't help but blush with anger, and then said sourly, "Wow, Xiao sister, your live room came to the Big Brother Ding Hai Shin Pin Big Brother. Hello you beat people so painful oing, oing, beg for consolation. Free time can come to see me Xiao Yining Si by Luo little sister took the opportunity to pamper dig people. Immediately said to Jiang Chang, Ding Hai Shin Needle Big Brother, I give you a housekeeping. On the housekeeping can be my family. Do not run to someone else's home See Jiang Chang did not say. Xiao Yining said again, Big Brother are you still there? I'm not a good dancer. Why don't I sing you a song? After Xiao Yining said this the pop-up screen floated up. Anchor, I beg you not to sing. Big Brother will be scared off by you later. It's better to dance. Looking at the screen full of trolls, Zhang Chun laughed out. Just feel free. Okay, Big Brother, then I'll sing You're My Good Brother. Good brother, how did I get such a good brother? Xiao Yining immediately sang pleasingly to Zhang Cheng at this moment, not caring at all about any reserve or running tones. People have already given you a reward of 6,000 but also what to be reserved. We must know that other female anchor but reward 0. 66 yuan can give Big Brother to a deep squat. She is a serious 3 rounds of super fire If at this time Zhang Cheng proposed to let Xiao Yining deep squat, she must also do it without a doubt. Grass. Sister Chow actually knows this kind of song too. Sister Chow, you're not right. Sister Chow has turned into a licking dog. Xiao Yining didn't even care about the trolling on the pop-up screen and continued to sing excitedly to herself. The reason why she was so excited was also because she had long looked at this by Luo little sister in a bad light. In the past, Bilo's little sister had always taunted her when she won, but this time, she finally beat her. On the other side, Bilo's little sister was very depressed. The situation that had been a sure win had been broken by the Tycoon who had suddenly fallen from the sky. Seeing that Zhang Chang didn't pay attention to her, she immediately wooed again and said to her own list of brother pouting, Big Pillar Brother, begging for protection in the first round if we still lose in the next round, then I'll be eliminated. Daju typed, no problem, when do you enter the first round? 2 out of 3, steady, don't worry, worthy of being Big Pillar Brother. I know Big Pillar Brother is the most stable, never roll over, wahahaha. Soon the second round of PK started. Zhang Cheng directly 2 rounds of Super Rocket Ascension as in the previous round. The opposite side of the big column soon 3 rounds of Super Fire followed up. Zhang Cheng also no nonsense, directly point to follow the 3 rounds of Super Fire past. Big Pillar looked at Zhang Cheng catching up Super Fire. Inwardly a hard additional 5 rounds. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The first round of PK to get so big? I didn't expect to see so many Ultra Fire launches in a small anchor's live room. Looking at the anchor is going to be carried away, without a doubt. In the end, after Zhang Cheng's 20 Ultra Fire firings, Daju went offline without saying a word. Xiao Yining happily said to Bai Luo little sister, sorry to admit, I didn't expect to win you in the first round. Ha ha ha. Bai Luo little sister at this time although by Xiao Yining face, but still smiling said, Xiao sister luck is really good. Can have the sea god pin Big Brother such a Tycoon support? Big Brother, free time can also open look at me, I give you a dance. I drive is also ultra stable a whole day won't be the kind of leg sore. Bai Luo little sister said some suggestive words to Zhang Cheng then immediately picked up the phone to comfort the big column to go. After all, Daju also gave her 15 rounds of Ultra Fire today, and even though she lost in the end, she still earned it. After finishing her work, she immediately used a small number to enter Xiao Yinyan's live room. After all, there are not many real Big Brothers nowadays. After disconnecting, Xiao Yinyan immediately got up again and said to Zhang Cheng, thank you Big Brother Ding Hai Shin Pin. I haven't received Super Fire for a long time, or 20 Super Fire. I really don't know how to be grateful to you. You said, you want to see me do something? 20 Super Fire is $40,000. She can get more than $10,000. due to Jiang Chang's super rocket dominating the screen. At this time, Xiao Yin's live broadcast room directly reaped a small wave of heat inside the room, and at this time, the number of viewers in the live broadcast room had already reached more than 10,000. I want to see you turn off your beauty face. Xiao Yin's face value rating was as high as 94 points, and this kind of skin peeling and face slimming beauty face not only didn't add points but even subtracted points from her original beauty. If Jiang Chang didn't know that her live room was called Xiao Mei, I'm afraid he wouldn't recognize her if he watched the live broadcast directly. This is just like some stars originally long well. Once to the netroots with goods live room will let those heavy beauty to ruin the body like skin. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Big brother bull ah. Anchor, turn it off. Look at the real face value of the anchor. Just afraid to turn off then Big Brother ran away ah. This is the punishment right. Big Brother is the show. Xiao Yin was a little speechless at Jiang Cheng's request. How can you broadcast without turning on your face these days ah? But Jiang Cheng brushed so much money for her. I'm afraid that if she doesn't do as she's told, she's going to be cold again. Oh, Big Brother of the Sea God Pin. I'm afraid you scared. Xiao Yin said while still turning off the beauty buttons of the live broadcast as Jiang Cheng requested. Without the skin peeling and double eye enlarging effects, Xiao Yin looked at herself inside the camera and immediately felt a bit unsure of herself, just when she was ready to accept the pop-up trolls. Unexpectedly at this time, the netizens in front of the screen instantly heated up. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Actually so decent. Why didn't I find such a beautiful looking anchor before? Decisive attention. Big Brother's bet is right this time. Miss, don't open the beauty face in the future. The beauty face is wrong. The live broadcast of the teeming fish are all according to this requirement to be internally rolled up before. Xiao Yining didn't expect that she not only didn't collapse the room but even gained a large wave of fans and favorable comments. He was in a good mood and said to Jiang Chang, "Brother Ding Hai Shinpin, please guarantee another round. If I win this round, I can continue broadcasting next month. Please please please." Chapter 46. See who's tough. If there wasn't a system to return money to the mission, Jiang Chang wasn't even here to spend time looking at the money. Jiang Chang typed, "Hurry up and start." After getting the affirmation, Xiao Yining immediately nodded happily. Right away, knowing that this kind of direct super rocket brush were all real big shots, maybe she really did pass the second round again steadily. Soon the second round of connections began, and Xiao Yining was still connected to a young lady this time, only to see that the opposite side was a little lowly wearing a beautiful girl's battle uniform, only to see her speak with a sweet and greasy clip sound. "Miss, hello, I'm sweet little Tian. I'm glad to connect with you. Miss, your big brother on list 1 is too fierce. 20 rounds of super rockets." We're all quite envious. Not waiting for Xiao Yining open mouth, Xiao Tian then said, "Ding Hai Shinpin brother, how are you? I'm Xiao Tian. Your super rocket hit me in the heart. Have time to come to Xiao Tian here to sit. Oh, Xiao Tian has a lot of talent, will also be a lot of dress up, chatting and blowing water blowjob singing and dancing all proficient, to ensure that the big brother is satisfied with see the opposite anchor and blatantly began to grab big brother again. Xiao Yining cannot help but inner contempt, but despise to despise. She is not good to say anything. After all, we are all anchors. The pin big brother wants to go where to go. What can she do? Besides, the anchor is not relying on the big brother reward life. Rob big brother is no excuse. These days, the real big brother is not easy to find. Xiao Yining laughed 2 fake laughs before opening her mouth and saying, "Xiao Tian, hello, shall we start directly? Missy, don't you want to walk a performance PK first?" "No, I don't have all 5 voices. The only performance I got out of it was turning off my beauty face at the request of big brother Ding Haishan Needle." After Xiao Yining said this, Xiao Tian on the opposite side was instantly embarrassed. She didn't expect Xiao Yin's big brother to have this kind of request, to know that a lot of anchors are all dead in the light, relying on their beauty face to hold them up in front of the camera. Now Xiao Tian did not dare to make a sound. After all, if she turned off her face, the value of the face with Xiao Yin then can be a difference of 80,000 miles, only to see her say stiffly, "Alright then, here we go." Ha ha, is Xiao Tian scared? Big brother is bullish, actually coming up with this method. I also want to see how Xiaota turns off her beauty face. Compared to the opposite anchor, Xiaota's beauty face is a bit wide open. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Before how did not find there is this kind of extreme anchor. Body top face value is also very high. You win the fixed see god pin big brother stupid. Out of money of course, have to find a real goods. Xiao Tian looked at the pop-up screen, angry face has become stiff, but she still had to force a smile to their own live broadcast of the list of brother whispered to open, a branch of flowers brother. PK has begun. Please do not let Xiao Tian was brutally beaten. Yazihua also already knew that the opposite PK Xiao Mei came a big brother, seeing that Zhang Cheng had already swiped $50,000 in the last round. He thought that this round shouldn't be so raw. Moreover, Xiao Tian had just secretly sent him a message saying that he could go on a hotel date with him this Sunday. Thinking this way, Ichika directly rewarded 5 airplanes, and together with the other bits and pieces of rewards, Xiao Tian's side had harvested a total of about $1,000. Seeing that the opposite side was starting to power up, Jiang Cheng directly casually swiped 5 super rockets and directly crushed them. After the 5 rounds of super rocket lifted off, the opposite side's 1 flower's fire was immediately extinguished. He had swiped 50,000 at random, and this was still the first round. If he followed him directly, not to mention whether he would lose, even if he won, he would still lose money. If the same as the last game, 2 people directly brush to more than $50,000, then what is the point? Take this $50,000 to find a club to build him not good? Why do you want to brush here? After 5 rounds of super rocket, Jiang Cheng a flower directly said not to follow. Let Xiao Ta give up. Xiao Tian although some sad but also dare not force. After all, is their own list a big brother? There is no doubt that the second round of PK Jiang Cheng is still a solid win. The next field due to Jiang Cheng's super rocket with no money like flying straight up to the sky, also did not appear some big brother without colorful eyes out with him hard to carry. After all, this year's resentment of the species of the list of big brother only exists in the novel. The reality of the rich is still more sensible and restraint. No one would be too full to carry on hard for a union war. Jiang Cheng is the system has a mind and has a mission. Otherwise he wouldn't be stupid enough to brush here. Some other small anchor's big brother of course will not because of a union war brush off their own half of the mountain. After all, usually brush a 10,000 can be asked out of the anchor woman today. Why must double brush? All the way to the green light directly to the last round. This time, the opposite side is a big anchor of the teasing fish, Dull Little Sister. Dull Little Sister's recent hotness was very high, and her big brother at the top of the list was also a truly powerful Tycoon big brother. Seeing Xiao Yining pick up the PK, she first opened her mouth and said enthusiastically, "Hello Sister Qiao, I'm Dull Little Sister. I'm very happy to do the final PK streak with you. May I ask if it's a direct start or if we go talent first?" Xiao Yining still said dryly, "Hello miss, I can't sing or dance. I don't have much talent. Why don't we start directly?" Little Miss Dull hesitated for a moment. She had taken the last step and their guild had naturally already helped her find out about Xiao Yin's background. Xiao Yin was nothing more than a small anchor, and today was also lucky that a wild big brother had appeared to help her work the guild wars, and that big brother had already swiped close to 800,000 or so at this point, only to see the Dull Little Sister sweetly smiled and said, "That good. Since the young lady has no talent that I myself first to my big brother dad's door to dance a dance. The opposite big brother can also look at Dull Little Sister's dance finished." Jiang Cheng then immediately typed, "Dance is very good. I like it very much. See, I want to think of Dull Little Sister's side to go." After Jiang Cheng posted this, the water friends in the live broadcast room began to haha. Dull Little Sister's face value is also very not much talent is also very good. Sister Qiao can't do anything but a face. It's really lucky to make it to the final. It's just a small anchor. Nothing. The C-pin big brother is probably also on a whim. Xiao Yining instantly panicked as well. "Oh, big brother Ding Hai Shin Pin, are you leaving me behind? We're just one last step away from being able to double up as kings." Jiang Chen continued to spit. "You can't say it. Look at what people's Dull Little Sister called. You'll only call big brother? With you on the king? If you're talking about a multiplayer campaign I can still think about it. Really show. All brush more than 800,000. Really play the king multiplayer campaign is not too much. Ha ha. Just ask the anchor if he's panicking now." Xiao Yining instantly understood the meaning of Jiang Cheng's words in seconds. She also did not have any pretense. Directly the Gold Master Father called handed out of the mouth. "Golden Master Father, beg to protect the last game. I'll enroll in a class right after the next broadcast. I'll learn whatever dance you want to see. Friendly reminder fixed see God Needle Big Brother. Opposite the Dull Little Sister's big brothers look our real big brother. The list has 300 level big brother, although the fixed see God Needle Big Brother is very top. But I do not know can top over 3 real big brother. It depends on who's hard." Chapter 47. When I brush the money is air. After the official start of the PK, the opposite side of the Dull Little Sister began to power. The opposite side of the 3 super emperors directly each person brushed 3 super rockets, a total of 9 rounds of super fire in the sky. After the brush, the opposite side of a called Badian also ran to Qiao Yin's live room over to brush 2 rounds of super fire. After swiping, he even sent a cheap remark, "Please accept the small medical fee." Xiao Yining looked at the opposite side of the provocation is also nonchalant fake smile sarcastically said, "Thank you Badian brother 2 rounds of superfire. Oh, without your 2 rounds of medical expenses, I simply cannot broadcast." After Xiao Yining said this, Jiang Cheng breathlessly sent several question marks. Dare it be that the hundreds of rounds of ultra fire that he had just swiped were candles and air? The live broadcast room was also following Jiang Chang's steps at this time and sent out a whole bunch of question marks. Ha ha ha, I did not expect that Xiao's sister Ian and Yang up to the time quite powerful. Just now, brother Dinghai Shinpin only gave you a few 100,000 brushes you can't broadcast. You just keep acting. Sister Xiao actually dared to satirize the super emperor. Float away. Jiang Chang saw the opposite side so provocative. Backhanded directly to Xiao Yining brushed 20 rounds of super fire, after which ran to the inside of the dull little sister's live room and directly brushed 5 rounds of super fire to her. Anyway, the system had charged himself 3 million fishbone coins, and now there were still 2 million left. The last round of PK. Jiang Chang does not believe that his 2 million cannot get down. If really cannot get down, his bank card has so many 100 million funds. Jiang Chang said at this time is not panicked at all. Dull little sister to see a come up to the battle will be so hot. Heart suddenly also some happy. After all, when the immortals fight, these mortals will have meat to eat. Dull little sister smiled and said to Jiang Chang, thank you for the medical expenses of Papa Tinghai, Papa Atmosphere. The next super fires took off one after another as if they didn't need money. The 3 senior super emperors and Jiang Chang, the new super emperor born tonight, went head to head in a hard-fought battle. Until the end of the first round, Jiang Chang's side had already swiped 1.5 million, and stay little sister this side. The 2 or 3 people on the list of the first brush 500,000, the list of the second and the list of the third each brush 200,000, together also have 900,000, but still behind Jiang Chang's 600,000. 3 people consider a moment later are decisive not to follow. The first few rounds have only brushed more than 100,000 one after another. To Jiang Chang here only the first round directly doubled a few times. Dull little sister saw his own big brother stopped, not yet finished shouting, big brothers, how to stop, do not stop faster okay? Step up. Although dull little sister was shaking while saying suggestive words that made people's imagination come to mind, but carrying on was carrying on. Peng Jiai directly conceded defeat and said, dull little sister, let's forget about it today. We'll talk about it next time. Without the support of Big Brother List 1, dull little sister's side was quickly defeated. The second round was even easier, as Jiang Chang only swiped 2 super rockets before winning. Although dull little sister's side was still working very hard to get votes for herself, the result was still unsatisfactory. Xiao Yining was still a bit confused the moment she got the victory. She covered her mouth and looked at her popularity skyrocketing live room, still feeling like she was dreaming. After all, just an hour ago, she was still in a stage of doubt, and even wanted to end her live broadcasting career at one point. I did not expect that in so little time I got the champion of the Guild War, harvested more than 50,000 new fans, and there are more than 1,000 is on the license, which, finally no longer those cold zombie fans. Even more crucial was the fact that she herself had gotten a whole $2.5 million in rewards, and according to the contract she had signed, Xiao Yining would be able to get around $700,000. Xiao Yining, who had suddenly stepped onto the peak of her life, was in a complicated mood at the moment. Is this little anchor stupid? Why is she covering her mouth and not speaking? I'm happy. Can I be more stupid? The operation of the rich I really can't imagine. A set of house money is gone, but this young lady's face value is really high. The Tycoon's vision is really good. It's a pity that such a beautiful young lady, just attention on, is going to be taken by the list of Big Brother. Xiao Yining looked at the screen full of 6,666 at this time, finally reacted, only to see her bowing to Jiang Chang continuously to thank Big Brother Dinghai God Pin. I really don't know how to thank you. Can I add you on WeChat? If you like anything in the future I'll immediately go and learn it, and promise to do it until you're satisfied. Seeing Xiao Yining so excited, Jiang Chang replied indifferently, no need, just passing by. Big Brother, then how can I find you later to give you a chauffeur? Really want to give me a chauffeur to Yang Yunaman on the line. These 2 days I'm still in. Bye bye. Xiao Yining looked at Jiang Chang's words, instantly her eyes widened. It was actually him. The world of the rich I really don't understand. Brush more than 2 million, don't add prestige? May I ask if Big Brother still lacks pendants? Little brother wouldn't be today's Ferrari little brother. So it's Ferrari little brother. No wonder. How can this world be full of landlords? Xiao Yining was also shocked at this time and asked, your Ferrari little brother? But the whole network at this time can't wait for Jiang Chang's reply, because Jiang Chang, who got the system prompt again, has gone offline. At this time not only was Xiao Yining truly full of question marks, even the water friends in the live broadcast room began to boil up. Everyone full of question marks at the same time. To Jiang Chang is more and more curious. What kind of family can be so bold? More than 2 million bounty out of the result is so casual? Even because it is too unbelievable. Some netizens began to question this live broadcast must be the guild to create momentum to Xiao Yining hype pull popularity. But a female anchor who can't do anything with her talent will really have a guild spend such a large sum of money to give her momentum? At this time, The water friends began to argue again. On the other hand, Jiang Cheng didn't have the heart to pay attention to those people's problems on the internet. He opened the system and carefully checked it out. Jiang Cheng looked at his own list of spending records, and sure enough, this reward was not counted in his daily spending. It seemed that as long as it was charged by the system, it wouldn't be counted in his upgraded spending if he went to spend it again. Jiang Cheng opened his Douyu background, and after swiping more than $2.5 million for Xiao Yining, there were still 499 million shark's fin coins left in the background. At the same time, Jiang Cheng's backstage messages had exploded, including friend ad messages and private messages from various female anchors. Jiang Cheng swiped through and found the private message sent by Xiao Yining, and as expected, Xiao Yining was also begging to add Jiang Cheng's prestige. Jiang Cheng directly sent his prestige over. Just now, he had already used the friendly value system to take a fresh look at Xiao Yining and found that her friendly value towards Jiang Cheng had directly come to 85 points. Jiang Cheng naturally wouldn't be polite with such a young lady with a 94-point face value. Chapter 48, All Good Girls. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully leading the anchor Xiao Mei to win the guild war. Given that the satisfaction of the anchor for is very high level, the system rewards the host with 100 times the Super Blitz. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 times the Storm cashback, totaling $230 million. Does the host withdraw it immediately? Jiang Cheng looked at the $230 million given by the system and immediately clicked on the extraction. Although Jiang Cheng did not know exactly how the system runs these storm amounts, but at this time Jiang Cheng could not help but be purple with excitement again. I did not expect to earn more than 200 million in one night. Jiang Cheng immediately felt that money was really good. In the network above to pretend a pussy, after experiencing the fun of spreading money can also return cash. This would be really outrageous. The next day to sleep to wake up naturally Jiang Cheng looked at Xiao Yining sent over the friend to add. Hooked the corner of the mouth naturally clicked through. After all, a beautiful woman has taken the initiative to on what reason to refuse. A few minutes later, Xiao Yining sent a private message. Big brother of the sea god Pin, may I ask if you need a chauffeur today? I'm waiting 24 hours to be summoned. Oh. After sending it, Xiao Yining stared motionlessly at her chat interface with Jiang Cheng. Ever since she realized that Jiang Cheng was Ferrari's little brother last night, Xiao Yining had lost sleep. She didn't know why such a handsome guy would suddenly take a liking to her and reward her with more than $2 million at once. Looking at the message, Jiang Cheng thought for a moment that he really needed Xiao Yin's chauffeur tonight. Last night, he had already made an appointment with Wang Zhang to get together at Tax tonight. If you go to a bar, you will definitely have to drink. The DUI is definitely not good. In order to save his life, Jiang Cheng directly sent the time of the chauffeur to Xiao Yining in the past. The first time I saw a car, I was able to get it to work, and I was able to get it to work, and I was able to get it to work. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Jiang Cheng casually cleaned up a bit and then went to the underground parking lot of Amman. When he arrived, he found that Xiao Yining was already waiting next to his car. A pair of slender legs stood straight and she was playing with her cell phone with her head down. Jiang Chengxin unexpectedly raised an eyebrow, then whistled at her and spoke. Yo, coming so early? Didn't I tell you to finish your drink and come back to me? Xiao Yining quickly raised her head at the sound. Today's Jiang Cheng was dressed in a black leisure suit plus a black LV sunglasses, which made him handsome. His handsome face made Xiao Yin's eyes go straight. She admitted that she was a face value control, and Jiang Cheng was undoubtedly the most handsome and best-built boy she had ever seen. After all, after going through the system and remodeling, Jiang Cheng's face value had now reached over 90 points. Xiao Yining blushed slightly and said, "You helped me so much last night, how can I let you drive by yourself?" "Of course I came to be your driver." Today's Xiao Yining was dressed in a hot girl's outfit, wearing a small black halter on top of her super short hot pants, plus very personalized silver jewelry, which seemed to be a real outfit for the nightclub. The outfit set off her rather sizable upper body in the best possible way. Concave and convex figure coupled with slender arms and long, straight and somewhat fleshy legs, let Jiang Cheng's little brother instantly could not help but raise his head a little. Steadying his mind, Jiang Cheng sat into the driver's seat of the car and raised his head towards Xiao Yining. "Get in the car when you're here." The big brother had spoken, so Xiao Yining naturally did as she was told. The cold-lighted eerie gray Ferrari 488 attracted numerous eyeballs as soon as it hit the streets. Combined with its high-pitched roar, it was simply a street-blowing presence. The silver-gray-colored supercar was especially cool under the magical night lights of Magic City. "Which bar are we going to?" Xiao Yining asked with some anticipation. She hadn't been to a bar for a long time, and was looking forward to it. TAXX. Wow, TAXX is the biggest and most lively bar in Magic City. It's said to be opened by that star called Little Cheetah who joined. I've heard that it's a lot of fun inside. There's a lot of handsome guys and girls and internet celebrities, and quite a few celebrities go there to play. I've heard that even Principal Wang goes there often. Seeing Xiao Yining said with a face of yearning. Zhang Chang laughed a little. You do quite understand? I also often surf the internet and learned about it. I haven't really been there yet. I'm kind of looking forward to it. Zhang Chang arrived when both sides of the doorway were already full of luxury cars at this time. At this time, the entrance of the bar, there are many fashionably dressed young people in front of the door posing in a variety of poses to take pictures to mark the occasion. There are even several Netflix-dressed men and women in the doorway door live shoot video. Zhang Chang looked at Tax lively and full of vitality, but at the same time some pandemonium at the door. Suddenly felt that if he could open a bar then it seems also good. Nothing to come here to help young ladies relax and do charity. As soon as the young ladies at the door saw Zhang Chang coming down from the top of the Ferrari supercar, their eyes began to glow. This is which little brother. Every day to come here seems to have never seen him. Look at this body of dress is too handsome. Hands also wear Patek Philippe. Asterisk. LV new models. Rich second generation. Sensei is who? Look at this face value can be really handsome. Have not seen so handsome. First on it. Zhang Chang a car. A few young ladies began to swarm, but also do not care about Zhang Chang standing beside Xiao Yining. Little brother. Hello, my name is Hailey. Can you add a prestige? Brother, I also want to add a Wi-Fi. I'm at your beck and call. Oh, little brother. First time over here, right? I can take you to play. Oh, eat chicken. Not only was Xiao Yining on the side speechless, even the boys on the sidelines were envious. Asterisk. This is differentiated treatment. The privilege of the rich. I've come to TAXX so many times, and every time I'm the one who goes to hit on these Netflix ladies. If you come in a car of this caliber, you'll be fine. Look at how heavenly other people's co-pilot ladies are. Let's just take a look. Not long after, Zhang Chang had already been squeezed in the middle by 5 or 6 women, slowly walking towards the gate of TAXX. Among them, his sight was also accidentally darkened twice. Little brother. I'm sorry, my chest slipped and bumped into you. It's okay, it doesn't hurt. It's not painful. It's quite comfortable. All of you are good girls. Let brother go in first, okay? Zhang Chang said with a helpless smile. After only a few steps, Zhang Chang realized that the necklines on these girls were already lower than one another. If it went on like this, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold it. Chapter 49. The hottest bar in Magic City. When Xiao Yining saw so many Sailangjian pouncing on Zhang Chang's body, she couldn't help but feel a trace of uncomfortable feeling in her heart. To say that she had genuinely fallen for Zhang Chang in such a short period of time was impossible. At most, she was a little giddy from Zhang Chang's money last night, and this kind of super-rich second generation was originally the most standard condition for choosing a spouse in her heart. Xiao Yining glanced at Zhang Chang and then walked over to separate those girls, smiling and said, "Give way, he already has a master." Sorry. After being pushed away by Xiao Yining, a few girls all looked at her with a face of displeasure. But first come first served, and Zhang Chang seems to have no opinion on this. They can only helplessly leave the scene. Zhang Chang saw them all dispersed, staring at the amazing scale of Xiao Yin's softness that leaned closely on his arm, and asked with interest, "Do I have a master?" Seeing Zhang Chang surveying her chest, Xiao Yin instantly smiled. She knew where her advantage was, but she didn't let that advantage be displayed for too long. Then she left Zhang Chang's arm and continued, "Seeing that you couldn't refuse them, I helped you." For Xiao Yin, this kind of reserved and gold-digging woman, Zhang Chang naturally likes. Anyway, I don't lack money myself, but he also understands that he wants to take it down as soon as possible, or he needs to talk about the method of catching and releasing. Catch it, is to let her look at their own play, produce a sense of crisis and jealousy. Put it, is to properly airing her. Zhang Chang smiled indifferently. "Thank you, it's not necessary next time. I think it's fine for them to be like this." After saying that, he didn't care about Xiao Yin's dismayed expression. He directly bypassed himself and walked towards the gate. Having just broken through the encirclement, Wang Jing his Chen Hao, who was waiting outside the gate, quickly discovered him. Asterisk. So it was you who was just surrounded, Wang Zhang said with a smile. The two immediately greeted Zhang Chang as soon as they saw him, glancing in the direction of those young ladies surrounding him. They said snidely, "Didn't get scared, did you?" "No, it's pretty good. Everyone is enthusiastic as hell. Ha ha, I wasn't as exaggerated as you were when I came here. These young ladies didn't even take care of me." Chen Hao shook his head helplessly and looked at Zhang Chang with some envy. "With this reputation of yours, those young ladies should be afraid. Still talking about me? You don't see how much better you are. You can only fool that kind of new young lady." Seeing the two of them spitting at each other, Zhang Chang laughed and shook his head. "So these young ladies like strangers. Old Jiang, this 488 is yours, right?" Wang Zhang pointed at the Ferrari behind them. "Yeah," Zhang Chang said casually. Asterisk. This license plate is awesome. Right, I remember that you're not from Rongcheng? To be able to get this kind of number. No wonder the young ladies are so excited. Ferrari car show can even arrange this kind of number now? I didn't get this kind of license plate with my previous purchase. Didn't send. Got it myself. Got lucky and drew it. Zhang Chang said this. The two of them instantly tensed up. Wang Zhang glanced at Zhang Chang with the Patek Philippe in his hand, secretly passed a wink toward Chen Hao, then said, "Guess if I believe it? That's right. With the two of us still put aside, where to pretend? Alas, this young lady is?" After Chen Hao finished speaking, he woke up and brushed aside the topic, looking down at Xiao Yining beside Zhang Chang with interest. There are some things that should not be asked. Less prying. This point the two of them naturally understand. Which rich person doesn't have a little bit of relationship and connections, without some relationship, can get this level of license plate? The reason why the two of them want to make friends with Zhang Chang, that is also on the strength of Zhang Chang. The opposite is also true for Zhang Chang. Rich people need to have their own network even more. I found a chauffeur to play along. She'll drive later. Zhang Chang didn't focus on introducing Xiao Yining. He just casually said that. Wang Zhang and Chen Hao looked at each other and smiled meaningfully. Immediately after that, he said to Zhang Chang, "Worthy of being you, martial arts master. Go, it's already arranged inside. The three of us will have fun tonight." Seeing the three of them walk in, Xiao Yining was also very good and followed behind Zhang Chang. As soon as they entered, they saw an oversized wall filled with the exciting ace of spades. The decoration style of the tax bar belonged to the industrial sex cool style. The bar was already full of people, playing loud and deafening subwoofer music. Hot and sexy beauties were twirling their sexy bodies on the dance floor. As soon as Wang Zhang and Chen Hao appeared with Zhang Chang, several beauties sitting on the card seats in Area 0 immediately stood up in unison. Wang Zhang had just told them that a big brother would come later, and asked them to treat Zhang Chang well. The few girls looked at the handsome Zhang Chang and were instantly more riveted. "Call Zhang Xiao," Wang Zhang said to the girls. The coolly dressed long-legged sisters immediately heard this and immediately and obediently called out in unison, "Good day Zhang Xiao." Most of the girls at this time had revealed an expectant yet shy expression, for no other reason. Who doesn't like handsome men? Zhang Chang looked at these few beauties on the card seat whose face values were all around 85 points and nodded with satisfaction. Turning to Wang Zhang and Chen Hao, he politely said, "Thanks this arrangement is proper." The two who received Zhang Chang's affirmation were in a great mood as they replied, "Hey, that's a must." After Wang Zhang said this, the bar sales manager immediately walked towards them. "Mr. Wang, Mr. Chen, good evening." Wang Zhang sniffed and introduced to the sales manager, "This is my brother, Zhang Chang." "Hello, Xiao Jiang. I'm Xiao Li, the sales manager here. Welcome, welcome. You can look for me if you have any needs. I'm always ready to help you out on my side." After mixing in the bar for so long, Xiao Li naturally had some eyes. From the way Zhang Chang was dressed and the name list he was carrying in his hand, he could tell that Zhang Chang was on the same path as Wang Zhang and the others. At least, the family is almost the same, and Zhang Chang is still sitting in the C position. Then it should be treated properly. Don't look at the bar inside. Everyone is wearing brand name, but there are some people on the brand name has been out of season models. There are even some people who are wearing brand name clothes and brand name shoes that are already half old and not new. And the above mentioned these two, generally is the kind of bite the bullet to buy brand name clothes will be put up. Very important occasions to wear the people. So repeated, old also do not want to throw away. And Zhang Chang this one, through the body of the latest department model's dress, at least to tens of thousands of dollars, plus the hands of millions of watches. This kind is the real big brother. After all, only the real rich second generation will buy name brand every day, not to mention a pair of shoes to wear a season. Little Li, first arrange 2 sets of Great Divine Dragons to liven things up. Seeing that Wang Zhang wanted $100,000 of Great Divine Dragons as soon as he opened his mouth, and also 2 sets of them, Xiao Li's eyes instantly lit up. Seeing that his eyes were full of smiles, he respectfully said, "Okay, 3 brothers, I'll immediately arrange for you guys to have a grand dragon. In addition, our bar will send you all kinds of snacks and fruits as well as ice-cold beers, so wait for a while." Xiao Yining looked at the consumption card on the desktop. She couldn't help but smack her lips again. Worthy of being the most lively bar in Magic City. Expensive Each card seat had a minimum consumption. The consumption of Area 0 where they were currently sitting had to start at a minimum of 10,000. If they came over on a Saturday or Sunday, they would have to start at a minimum of 40,000. And the bar's most common card seat's minimum consumption is 3,000 to start. After Xiao Li left, Xiao Yining whispered to Zhang Chang and said, "Wow, a big dragon. I've never seen it before, only in the video above." Zhang Chang also generously said, "I've never seen it either. Thanks brother Wang atmosphere." See Zhang Chang said so, a few girls also immediately have voiced exclaimed, "Thank you, Mr. 1. The Boss Atmosphere. Chapter 49, Prude? Seeing Jiang Cheng giving himself such face, Wang Zhang immediately waved his hand. He naturally wouldn't take it seriously. Saying so was just a polite gesture on the surface. Would he not have a small $200,000? Wang Zhang opened his mouth and said, how can this great divine dragon be compared to the yellow-lipped fish you had last night? You know, yesterday he invited me to eat that meal is the real atmosphere. More than $1 million luxury meal. Wang Zhang deliberately placed Jiang Cheng's position in the middle at this time. The so-called connections were to befriend these people who were similar to one's strength. The reason why Wang Zhang elevated Jiang Cheng so much, placing Jiang Cheng on an equal footing with himself. But it was because he felt that the strength Jiang Cheng had displayed made him feel that the two of them were on the same path. People at their level definitely made friends with those of equal status. Otherwise, if they made friends with those who were not as good as themselves, and they asked for your help every day, wouldn't they be looking for things to do for themselves? More than $1 million. Wang Zhang said this. The girls present at the scene immediately exclaimed. The eyes that looked at Jiang Cheng suddenly became even hotter. Based on their observations, everyone could tell that Jiang Cheng and Xiao Yining didn't seem to be boyfriend and girlfriend. The main reason was that Xiao Yining had always been looking for opportunities to speak to Jiang Cheng, but Jiang Cheng's attitude was slightly cold. This made the hearts of the crowd of girls present instantly light up with a flame of hope. In fact, this was a state that Jiang Cheng had intentionally created. He just wanted to air out Xiao Yining to know that he wasn't short of her as a woman at all. He also wanted Xiao Yining to know that he hadn't put it in his heart at all, thus making her doubt herself and then create a sense of crisis. After a while, Xiaoli led a dozen or so sexy bunny girls to make a grand entrance, each girl holding up a wine table symbolizing the ace of spades above her head. Jiang Cheng, who was seated at the C-seat, felt the screams and stares from the scene, and immediately felt a little embarrassed. But seeing Wang Zhang and Chen Hao's excited expressions, Jiang Cheng still smiled and didn't say anything to spoil the fun. After all, this is the standard for nightclub pretending. As the saying goes, if you don't pretend in a nightclub, you might as well go to karaoke. At this time, the rabbit girls slowly twisted their bodies to set the wine on the table. The table is densely packed with more than 10 bottles of ace of spades in different colors. The scene of the DJ's thank you sound, shouting, the dark environment of the nightclub coupled with the ace of spades that was filled with the smell of money. Colorful, dazzling scene began to push the atmosphere of the nightclub to the boiling. When the atmosphere of the scene got high, some bold girls began to lean over to Jiang Cheng's side, only to see a girl wearing a short champagne-colored skirt twisting sexy buttocks. Eyes flirtatious towards Jiang Cheng walked over, and a hand sat on the right side of Jiang Cheng's empty seat. Just see her one hand holding a glass of wine, the other hand ring under their own towering. When she was close to Jiang Cheng, she was even sticking to Jiang Cheng's arm, if anything, and daintily toasted to Jiang Cheng. Jiang Xiao, my name is Xiao Cheng. I'll toast to you. I'm very happy to be able to play with you tonight. Jiang Cheng felt the softness of Xiao Cheng leaning on top of his arm on an amazing scale, and couldn't help but nod in secret satisfaction. Turning to Xiao Cheng, he secretly opened the friendly value scanning system. Name, Xiao Cheng. Age, 22 years old. Height, 168 centimeters. Face value, 85. Body, 98. Privacy, 5. Friendly value, 70. Intimate state. Although Xiao Cheng's face value was only 85, it was 90 points after makeup. I think, the privacy value was 5 times, which wasn't too much of a number for someone who often hung out in nightclubs. The key still lies in the figure 1. 98 points. Cow level. This is really hard to have a boy up to be able to top it. Jiang Cheng looked at his own deep in the pile of meat inside the hands, shook his head and sighed that he also cannot top. This place to rest hands is not really suitable. There is a more suitable position. Rest on the kind of can move. Seeing the sudden appearance of a girl with a high face value, the face of Xiao Yining on the side was immediately a bit ugly, and the other party was also unabashedly taking the initiative to stick to Jiang Cheng at this moment. For this powerful competitor, Xiao Yining immediately developed a sense of crisis. Jiang Cheng was her first big brother, yes, but he hadn't asked for anything from her until now, and at this time also in front of her face, with another girl love me. This face of enjoyment look let Xiao Yining for a moment some puzzled Jiang Cheng's thoughts. Logically speaking, Jiang Cheng should be interested in her. Otherwise, what was the purpose of his series of actions? If Jiang Cheng really wasn't interested in her, why did he spend so much money on her? Xiao Yining wanted to find a chance to get closer to Jiang Cheng, but the cow in front of her kept waving around in front of Jiang Cheng's face to tempt her. She was a little angry and her teeth itched to see it. Seeing Jiang Cheng and Xiao Cheng ambiguously clinking their wine glasses, Xiao Yining immediately picked up the wine glass beside her and said to Jiang Cheng, Big brother Peng Yi, I'll toast you too. On the side, Xiao Cheng had prepared a lot of topics to chat with Jiang Cheng, suddenly cut off by Xiao Yining. Her sharp eyes couldn't help but secretly glare at Xiao Yining. However, she was very smart and didn't dare to interrupt Jiang Cheng's conversation. Jiang Chang looked at Xiao Yinyin and said with a raised eyebrow, "What kind of wine are you drinking?" After saying that, Jiang Chang handed her the wansai milk on the table and said flirtatiously, "Look at other people's and then look at you. Drink this to make up for it." Xiao Yinyin remembered that she still had to drive for Jiang Chang later, so she could only regretfully accept the handed-over wansai milk from Jiang Chang's hands. She looked at Xiao Qing for a moment, then deflated her mouth and said, "I'm okay too. I don't need to make up for it." "Oh, can't tell. You're still okay? You can't even tell from this. Take a good look again?" After saying that, Xiao Yinyin defiantly straightened her back towards Jiang Chang. Jiang Chang smiled when he saw Xiao Yinyin's more serious look, although he was craving for the Cao Xiao Chang. However, his main mission tonight was still Xiao Yinyin. He could only regretfully let Xiao Qing go first. Xiao Chang saw Jiang Chang pull out his arm and wrap it around Xiao Yinyin. She was so bored that she stood up and followed the other sisters next door and started bouncing to the music. His left hand naturally wrapped around Xiao Yinyin's slender little waist, and his mouth was close to Xiao Yinyin's ear as he whispered, "It's really hard to see it like this, so why don't you go back at night and let me take a good look at it?" At the same time, Jiang Chang's hand began to be dishonest, sticking to the root of Xiao Yinyin's thighs and rubbing back and forth. Seeing that there were so many people at the scene, Xiao Yinyin immediately blushed. No one had ever done this to her before. In a hurry, she pushed Jiang Chang away in a panic. "What are you talking about? Do you think I'm such a casual woman?" Jiang Chang heard Xiao Yinyin's words and his face instantly turned cold. "More than $2 million smashed down and still say this kind of words to yourself. If you don't want to, then why follow over tonight? Why did you follow me here tonight if you didn't want to?" The reason for this is to make Jiang Chang's life easier. This kind of posture is to let Jiang Chang coax her? He is not one of those spare tire, little licking dog. If you want Jiang Chang to do that, don't even think about it. He knew that Xiao Yinyin's privacy value was zero, but for the current Jiang Chang, it wasn't something rare. You have to know that for a few tens of thousands of dollars, you can go to a college and find a large number of girls with a privacy value of zero. If you want to play this kind of tactic with Jiang Chang, don't even think about it. Jiang Chang let go of Xiao Yinyin, picked up the ace of spades on the table and took a sip before looking at Xiao Cheng, who was writhing next to him. Worthy of being a cow, hot sexy body, so a twist. Directly let Jiang Chang look straight up. After pulling out a smile, Jiang Chang slapped the peach buttocks of Xiao Cheng and another girl twice. Chapter 50, Acting According to Plan. The two girls who were playing high were suddenly slapped on their asses, and they immediately screamed with a frightened ah. They were all of a sudden red in the face and even a little bit furious. However, when they turned around and saw that it was Jiang Chang, they instantly changed into a pout with a surprised expression and said, "Jiang Xiao, scared me." "Yes, still thought who is it? It turns out to be you. Ah, how can you be so good at playing?" If at this time, patting the two of them on the butt and is an ordinary man, then it's called playing a hooligan. But if it's replaced with a rich and handsome man like Jiang Chang, then it's called eroticism. That's right, is the reality. Jiang Chang patted the seat beside himself and said to the two of them, "Don't be twisted. Come over and sit down to have a drink with me." Seeing Jiang Chang suddenly invite himself, Xiao Cheng subconsciously glanced at Xiao Yinyin beside Jiang Chang. Seeing Xiao Yinyin's face turn pale and show a difficult expression, Xiao Cheng immediately came back to her senses. Ha ha ha, it must be that Xiao Yinyin did something to upset Jiang Chang. Otherwise, why would Jiang Chang suddenly look for himself? A girl like Xiao Cheng who often hangs out in bars. She deep like Jiang Chang, such a broad young man in front of his best not to hold the frame. After all, his kind of man is not at all lack of women. Otherwise accidentally is Xiao Yinyin, such as the end. All are out to make money, but also want to set up what chastity workshop. Xiao Qing's awareness is very high, not at all pretentious. Immediately pulled their own good sister sat on both sides of Jiang Chang left and right. At this time, she had a face of spring, only to see her red lips lightly opened. The whole person directly snuggled in Jiang Chang's arm. She extremely know how to utilize her own body advantage. Directly let Jiang Chang close to feel her different. Due to just bouncing, Xiao Cheng put down her coiled hair. At this moment, her makeup was exquisite, coupled with the wavy hair that naturally draped behind her, along with the muddy yuan in front of her chest, making her body exude a seductive flavor. "Jiang Xiao, do you see how I danced just now?" Jiang Chang nodded. Not bad, not bad. Can't you see that my brothers all applauded for you?" "Really? I haven't seen your brother yet." "Jiang Xiao is so handsome. Your brother must be very huge and mighty too." "That's natural. Why don't we go back and introduce you guys later? My brother can play the fool. You should like it." "Hate. How do you say pretend to be a pussy? Why can't I understand? So shy." "Jiang Xiao, my name is Sun Yan. You just hit people so comfortably. People also want to know your brother. My sisters are lacking a brother who can pretend to be a pussy." Another sweet-looking girl saw this and also hurriedly interjected and said in a whiny voice to Jiang Chang, although her body wasn't as strong as Xiao Qing's, she had a sweet voice, especially at night singing. "No man can carry." Jiang Chang looked at Sun Yan's pure and lovely face, and reached out his hand, unable to resist wanting to pinch her somewhat baby-fat cheeks, but just as it was about to approach, it was found that the foundation seemed to be a bit thick. After hesitating for a few seconds, Jiang Chang turned his big hand and naturally slapped on her butt, snapping with a crunch. No problem. Pretending this kind of thing, I'm pretending two at a time. Small problem. Next to Xiao Cheng see the situation immediately also tightly pulled Jiang Cheng's hand pampered said, Jiang Les, you cannot be biased people also want to be you hit. After saying that the two round pots actively moved over towards Jiang Cheng. Again, there were two slaps. Jiang Cheng said, what, do you still know magic? Why is the ass growing above the chest? Hate. People are bears. Is it? I don't believe it. It's not that big, unless I take a look? Oops. Jiang Xiao, you're so bad. I'm the real deal. You'll know if you try it. How to try? Like this or like this? Jiang Chang was sandwiched between the two women. He couldn't help but shake his head. It was true that where there were women, there was war. That's where the adjective plastic sisters came from. Although the other girls also wanted to get close to Jiang Chang, they all immediately backed off when they looked at Xiao Chang and Sun Yan. Xiao Chang and Sun Yan were the best among them, so it would be a bit humiliating for them to get together at this time. So all the other girls consciously surrounded Wang Zhang and Chen Hao and spread out to play. After all, the scene of two great divine dragons was not usually seen often. As Jiang Chang and the two women played around, the scene began to heat up. Sitting aside, Xiao Yining looked at Jiang Chang, Xiao Qing, Sun Yan and the two of them laughing and joking, just like a playboy. Strangely enough, Xiao Yin's heart did not feel anything wrong, although sadness wasn't to be expected. A hint of frustration rose within her. Jiang Xiao, what do you usually do? Nothing much. Nothing, just killing time, mucking about and sitting on my ass. Nothing to do but repair the sewers. Oh my, you fix sewers? Of course, I'm the most proficient at fixing those perennially clogged sewers. One poke and they're clear. Ah, Jiang Xiao, you're so bad. What are your hobbies? Fitness? You have a good body. It seems like you have 8-pack abs. That's not true. My hobby, there should only be one, and that's coming. Socializing. Socializing? You're so annoying. Don't say it separately. Xiao Chang and Sun Yan leaned left and right in Jiang Chang's arms and smiled shyly. What? Thinking crookedly? Aren't you guys coming out tonight just to socialize? Really bad. Tonight I came over here just to relax and unwind. I didn't expect to actually meet you. It's really fate. Well, then is this relaxation a proper relaxation? Jiang Xiao, you are so annoying. It's up to you if it's serious or not. Wang Zhang and Chen Hao on the side couldn't help but burst out laughing when they watched Jiang Chang say this in a serious manner. Xiao Yining this side several times to find another opportunity to talk to Jiang Chang, but Jiang Chang is not given the opportunity. The whole scene down, to her is a look like oblivious. Hard cold to the side of this flavor letter cannot help Jiao Bei teeth clenched. Instantly feel unusually stifled. She is really don't get it. She is not just say a sentence she is not a casual girl. The words have what is the problem. Although she wasn't casual, as long as Jiang Chang brought it up, she would still consider it. She had come here tonight and had already prepared herself mentally. At this moment, Xiao Yin's heart was truly depressed. She knew what she should do. She just wouldn't do it. Why couldn't she just give herself some time? Xiao Yin, friendliness value +5. Jiang Chang watched as Xiao Yin's friendliness value came to 90 points all of a sudden and couldn't help but secretly pull out a smile. 90 points. Wouldn't that have reached the heckling threshold? Chapter 51, Unexplained. For the rest of the night, Jiang Chang continued to ignore Xiao Yin, as if there was no such person as her. This made Xiao Yin sit on pins and needles the entire night. It was because Jiang Chang hadn't been warm and cutting towards Xiao Chang at first. He even put his arm around himself, and as a result, just because of his own words, Jiang Chang let Xiao Chang and another girl come after him, taking away all the aura that should have belonged to her. How could this make Xiao Yin's heart balance? With the longer Jiang Chang was cold-shouldering her, the more uncomfortable Xiao Yin's heart became, and the more apprehensive and entangled she became. It wasn't just Xiao Yin. The Xia Qing at the beginning was also like this. She knew that although her face value wasn't as high as Xiao Yin's, she wasn't much inferior to Xiao Yin's after applying makeup, especially her proudest, most powerful weapon, the several pounds of white meat on her chest. This weapon of his was much bigger than Xiao Yin's. However, no matter how much she took the initiative to please Jiang Chang looked indifferent. This was undoubtedly also a blow to Xiao Qing, who was usually never frustrated. Although Xiao Cheng usually do not bother to take the initiative, but Jiang Chang is not an ordinary man. Let's put aside how much money Jiang Chang has. On his handsome face is enough to let Xiao Cheng exceptionally fascinated. Such a superb man actually do not take care of her. This let Xiao Cheng at the beginning of the time feel very difficult. Unexpectedly, Jiang Chang was now suddenly interested in her, and also had her in his arms being pinched softly. the situation was directly reversed, making Xiao Qing instantly feel great joy. The more jealous Xiao Yining was, the more pain Xiao Qing felt. This was the strange climbing mentality of women. As the saying goes, jealousy has always been the same since the beginning of time. The time finally came to 1 o'clock midnight. When the show broke up, Xiao Chang and Sun Yan reluctantly said goodbye to Jiang Chang. Originally thought that they could have a good time with Jiang Chang tonight, or have a threesome. I didn't expect that in the end. They only added a WeChat, saying that they would meet again next time. Although Sun Yan was not willing but did not dare to say anything more. On the contrary, Xiao Qing face are angry crooked. Jiang Chang in the time she can still keep a smile on her face, and so Jiang Chang left. She also directly throw face away. As for Xiao Yining, she was very careful to follow behind Jiang Chang. In fact, Jiang Chang was very reluctant to let go of Xiao Qing, but there was no way, because he had a feeling that Xiao Yining, who had a 90-point friendliness value, would be pinched by himself tonight. Jiang Chang still chose Xiao Yining, because all things considered, Xiao Yining was actually the best. The key was that the first blood hadn't been taken yet, and that was urgent. Along the way, Jiang Chang was a very cool look, sitting straight on the passenger side playing with his cell phone. This action made Xiao Yining not know how to react. She admitted that she wanted to climb the tree of Jiang Chang, but reason told her that it seemed a little premature. There were no words along the way, and when they arrived at the underground garage of Yang Yunamon, Xiao Yining handed the car keys to Jiang Chang. After receiving it, Jiang Chang left without looking back. Looking at Jiang Chang, who turned around and left, Xiao Yining stomped her feet and unwillingly followed. Regarding Jiang Chang's actions today, Xiao Yining felt that her heart was a bit bottomless. Jiang Chang, who was walking in front, saw Xiao Yinyan's white and sexy feet in high heels behind her. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but tick. Seeing Jiang Chang about to walk into the house, Xiao Yining could no longer resist chasing after him, carefully pulling Jiang Chang's hand, determined to say, "It's so late. It's not too safe to take a taxi. Can I sleep here with you for the night?" Looking at Xiao Yinyan's suffocated red face, Jiang Chang lightly laughed and said, "Didn't you say that you're not that kind of casual woman?" But it's just words. Take a taxi back yourself." Seeing that Jiang Chang still looked cold, Xiao Yinyan's big beautiful eyes widened slightly. She didn't know why, but at this moment, she felt like she was a bit of a gambler, even though she was carrying some purpose with her. But Jiang Chang had really made her eat her heart out all night tonight. Xiao Yining huffed and said, "I'm not going back." Seeing Jiang Chang looking at her with a probing expression, Xiao Yining took a deep breath and walked straight into the courtyard villa. Although she didn't know if Jiang Chang would have someone kick her out, but at this moment, Xiao Yining didn't care. Her subconscious mind told her that she couldn't just go back. Going back would be the end. Wang Yuyan, who was waiting for Jiang Chang to return, saw that Jiang Chang had brought another strange woman back. Her expression froze for a second, but soon she dutifully went forward and bowed to Jiang Chang. "Mr. Jiang, welcome home. May I ask if you're ready to bathe now?" Jiang Chang nodded after glancing at Xiao Yining. "I'll take a bath first. There's nothing more to do. Manager Wang, you go back and rest." Seeing Jiang Chang dismissing himself, Wang Yuyan couldn't help but glance at Xiao Yining enviously. Jiang Chang still ignored Xiao Yining and walked straight in towards the direction of the bathroom. Although he craved for Xiao Yining to be fine, but after being in tax for so long just now, his body was indeed stained with a lot of flavor. After a quick rinse, Jiang Chang still had a cold face and walked towards the bedside to lie down and swipe his cell phone. Xiao Yining looked at Jiang Chang helplessly and then quickly walked into the bathroom. Xiao Yining was standing inside the bathroom without a piece of nude, looking at herself in the mirror, her face scarlet, her eyes slightly wet. She kept cheering herself up. She didn't stay inside the bathroom for long, and not long after, the bathroom door opened, only to see Xiao Yinyan's hair slightly wet, carefully holding onto the doorframe, poking out half of her body towards the outside, looking innocently at Jiang Chang, who was lying on the bed. Jiang Chang, who was brushing his cell phone, looked at Xiao Yinyan's delicate and sexy face, as well as her snow-white and smooth shoulders. He couldn't help but secretly sigh. What a good vixen. In order to grind Xiao Yinyan's temperament, God knows how long he had endured, forcibly resisting the urge to pull Xiao Yining directly over. Jiang Chang indifferently opened his mouth and said, "There are a lot of rooms here, so pick one at random." Seeing Jiang Chang drive himself away, Xiao Yining deflated her mouth in aggravation and said, "Your bed is so big, can't I sleep together?" These words made Jiang Chang's heart burst with ecstasy though, but his face still put on an expression of indifference. "I'm not used to sleeping with others." While saying this on his lips, he thought inwardly, "Just come over yourself." Yakking, "If you don't come over, I'm going to rush over and hurt you right away." Just when Jiang Chang was secretly happy, Xiao Yining walked out with a despondent face, only to see her slowly squatting down with an aggrieved beak. Her face was buried in her knees and her shoulders were slightly trembling, as if she was sobbing. "What are you crying for?" Jiang Chang immediately felt a little puzzled. Do you hate me a lot? Why do you hate me? At first it was fine. You were still hugging me. Now you're not even willing to sleep together even if I take the initiative to do so. Oh, just finished bathing. Xiao Yinyin was originally like a blooming flower. At this time the pair with tears, charming big eyes inside the storage full of tears. This appearance, there is no one man to resist, coupled with the fact that she was now wearing Jiang Chang's bathrobe, which originally appeared to be a bit wide. Now because of the reason of squatting down slightly open, Xiao Yinyin some emotionally excited questioned Jiang Chang, did not notice that their own state at this time has been as a glimpse. This kind of impact. See, Jiang Chang want to directly press her on the ground. Friction. Sighing, Jiang Chang said with some urgency, come over. Seeing Jiang Chang say this, Xiao Yinyin froze for a second, after a few seconds, only to see her take a deep breath, and then immediately stood up, and walked over towards the bed. Xiao Yinyin's hand somewhat clumsily touched Jiang Chang's angular face, seemingly mimicking some scene, and immediately afterward took the initiative to gently kiss Jiang Chang. This action made Jiang Chang couldn't help but smile a little. This is a stable one. After kissing for a while, just as Xiao Yinyin was once again apprehensive, Jiang Chang began to respond to her. The two people kissed each other with their lips and teeth. Jiang Chang broke away from Xiao Yinyin's hands to the main guest, holding in front of such a beautiful face. From her jaw, has been kissing upwards, while Xiao Yinyin's tears slowly dry. After a long time, Xiao Yinyin stifled a hum. She opened her teary eyes to stare at Jiang Chang and said, Jiang Chang, I like you. Although Xiao Yinyin liked money, she felt that she also liked Jiang Chang. After all, which girl didn't like her boyfriend to have status and position, drive luxury cars and stay in expensive hotels, and even save her from the fire when she was most desperate? For now, Jiang Chang was her dream prince charming to her. Xiao Yinyin's arms tightly hugged Jiang Chang's waist, burying her face on top of Jiang Chang's strong pectoral muscles, listening to Jiang Chang's light and powerful heartbeat. Early next morning, Yu Xiaoxiao arrived at the company on time. She picked up her cell phone and sent a message to Jiang Chang. Good morning, hubby. After sending it, Yu Xiaoxiao put her cell phone to the side and started to deal with today's work report. As an artist of the company, Su Wan also unprecedentedly came to Star Company today. Her task today was to come to the company to take a few publicity photos, since Jiang Chang hadn't contacted her again after the last dinner. At this moment, Su Wan was standing at the door of Yu Xiaoxiao's office with some hesitation. After hesitating for more than 10 seconds, she knocked on the door and said, Manager Yu. Inside soon came Yu Xiaoxiao's response, please come in. Seeing that the person who came in was Su Wan, Yu Xiaoxiao's face and expression was somewhat surprised. Manager Yu, hello, excuse me, Su Wan greeted with a bright smile. Su Wan, come, have a seat here. Yu Xiaoxiao stood up from the work chair and walked over towards the sofa for guests. Sitting by the sofa, Yu Xiaoxiao picked up the teacup on the table and poured Su Wan a cup of tea. She probably knew that Su Lian was looking for herself for something, but she didn't explicitly say so. Instead she tentatively asked, late night, looking for me for something? Su Evening didn't fake pleasantries either, and directly opened the door and asked, Manager Yu, you know Jiang Chang, right? Seeing that Su Night was asking about Jiang Chang, Yu Xiaoxiao's face mildened, only to see her nod her head and say, yes, I met him when I was on a business trip before. Then did he tell you that he was going to sign me? Yes, there is this thing. My side is also preparing. When I finish the company's handover work I will do this thing. May still have to wait a few days. Don't be anxious. I will do it. Su Wan sniffed and was immediately relieved. There had been no movement. She thought Jiang Chang was talking about playing around. Then are you going to resign? Yu Xiaoxiao nodded. I've already handed in my resignation. I'll go to Jiang Chang's company to help out at that time. The company has also registered today. At that time, I'll release you from your contract, and you'll be the first artist in our company. This, Manager Yu, that's a new company. It's not easy for you to reach this position now. Could it be that you trust Jiang Chang so much? Yu Xiaoxiao knew what Su Wan meant, only to see her pulling Su Wan's hand and patting it gently, as if she was a good sister. Evening, I know what you mean, but I definitely believe Jiang Chang 100%. You'll know in the future. He's a trustworthy person. We're all sisters. You can just call Sister Yu in the future. Just when Su Wan was about to open her mouth again, she only saw an employee knocking on the door and walking in all of a sudden. Manager Yu, the front desk downstairs called up and said that someone sent a surprise to you. It's downstairs now. Please go down and sign for it. Yu Xiaoxia couldn't help but frown slightly when she heard that. There weren't many people who sent her gifts. Usually they sent some flowers and necklaces or something. They never needed to go downstairs to sign for it. What surprise? Who sent it? Tell them to reject it. I don't want it. It seems to be a car. Can't refuse to accept. The other party has already paid. That employee finished. Yu Xiaoxia and Su Wan could not help but exclaim. What? Car? Yu Xiaoxiao's mind flashed through many faces at this moment. and finally couldn't help but fixate on Jiang Chang's handsome face. Sister, actually someone sent you a car. This is too sick. Why don't we go down together and take a look? Su Evening said with some excitement. After saying that, she then suddenly frowned. She suddenly had a premonition. It couldn't be Jiang Chang. Not only did Su Lian think so, Yu Xiaoxiao also couldn't help but feel a deer in the headlights at this time. I'll go down first to see what's going on. Seeing Yu Xiaoxiao's expression of joy, Su even said with some envy, I'll go too. Soon, Su Wan and Yu Xiaoxiao rode the straight elevator together to the lobby on the first floor. Just after arriving at the elevator on the first floor, there was a young man wearing a suit and white gloves who said to Yu Xiaoxiao, Miss Yu, hello, there is a car that needs your signature. Yu Xiaoxia followed the staff to the company's entrance. She saw a car covered with a red car coat parked at the entrance, and a large crowd of people were gathered around the car. Seeing Yu Xiaoxiao walk out, the 6 Lamborghini staff members raised their colorful spray canisters and salutes and started spraying. The Lamborghini staff smiled and said to Yu Xiaoxiao, hello, MS. Yu, please unveil it. Looking at the colorful salutes scattered all over the company's entrance, Yu Xiaoxia was instantly a bit confused, only to see her slowly unraveling the car coat in front of her, revealing the pink body, and then the Lamborghini logo was presented. Yu Xiaoxia, who was looking at such a beautiful car, could not help but cover her mouth in surprise. Oh my god, Lamborghini pink, it's so beautiful. I'm sour. Manager Yu is so happy. I heard that Manager Yu broke up with her fiancé and that he has a new boyfriend now. If only I had this kind of boyfriend too. I'm sour. Looking at this pink Lamborghini, Su Wan on the side instantly thought of Jiang Chang's Ferrari Lafa. For some reason, at this time, her heart was very sure that this car was a gift from Jiang Chang. Who else could be so generous? MS. Yu, this is your car key. Who is this from? Yu Xiaoxia didn't take the car keys right away. Instead, she asked somewhat defensively. It's Mr. Jiang Chang. This is also what he explained us to do. I hope you like it. Hearing Jiang Chang's name, Yu Xiaoxia then excitedly took the Lamborghini's car keys. Yu Xiaoxiao, who had always called herself a strong woman, was touched to the core at this moment, and her tears began to flow down uncontrollably. There had never been a man as good to her as Jiang Chang. Yu Xiaoxiao, friendly value +5. Jiang Chang woke up when he heard the system prompt. Ding! Due to Yu Xiaoxiao's friendliness value of 99 points towards the host, unlock the Life and Death seal. The host has obtained a special reward packet. Please ask the host whether to open it or not. Jiang Chang silently chanted. Open it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a spending cashback card. Maximum spending amount is 5 million. Cashback multiplier 1 to 100 times. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a card, reward card. When the hosts. Chapter 52, Imperial Cuisine. Jiang Chan woke up instantly as he listened to the system's prompt. Ding! Due to Yu Xiaoxiao's 99 points of friendliness towards the host, unlock the Life and Death seal. The host has obtained a special reward packet. Please ask the host whether to open it or not. Jiang Chang silently chanted. Open it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a spending cashback card. Maximum spending amount is 5 million. Cashback multiplier 1 to 100 times. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Zison Devouring card. This card can only be used by tiny sisters with a face value of 90 points or more. After using it, the host will receive 1/10 of the number of Zisons, and after multiplying by the other party's satisfaction of using it, the final cashback will be calculated. Jiang Chang looked at the system's prompt and instantly laughed. This system was really good at coming up with things. This kind of reward could also be thought of. And there was a very crucial point. Although this reward was only one, the system didn't limit how many opposite sexes could be used at a time. That meant that if Jiang Chang was lined up with a person of the opposite sex, it was fine to use this card again. But what if one day Jiang Chang was in multiple rows or 3 or 4 rows? Wouldn't that reward be doubled? But if it was a multi-row row, wouldn't that also be a problem? That is, it is inevitable that this and that will not be well taken care of, causing a drop in satisfaction. Jiang Chang looked at the card for a moment and fell into deep thought, though regardless of whether it was a single row or multiple rows. Anyway, this reward card could at least bring himself more than 10 million rewards. Ding! Congratulations to the host to obtain a stable boutique investment company. The host needs to invest at least 10 million investment amount by himself. After the investment, the system will send the host a gold medal investor, elite management general manager, so as to ensure that the investment company's stable benefit. Remarks, the investment company at least annual return rate of 10%. Looking at the system's mention, Jiang Chang couldn't help but sit up in surprise. This reward was really good, only to see Jiang Chang glanced at the direction of the bathroom after, followed by picking up the Yu Xiaoxiao phone. Xiaoxiao, Jiang Chang, thank you for the gift. I love it. Yu Xiaoxiao choked and said, it's good that you like it. Why are you still crying? Jiang Chang said helplessly. For you Xiao Xiao. Jiang Chang still had some favoritism, not only because she was his first woman. The key was that Yu Xiaoxiao was a woman who was very understanding and generous. In addition, she was now as high as 99 points of friendliness to herself. Knowledgeable and sexy woman, coupled with her undying affection for herself. How could this kind of woman tell herself not to favor her? You're too good to me. I don't know how to repay you. If you really want to repay me, learn more chicken eating skills. Hate it. I know. After getting tired of Yu Xiaoxiao for a while, Jiang Chang hung up the phone. Looking in the direction of the bathroom, Jiang Chang estimated that Xiao Yinin should also be washing up soon. Jiang Chang switched to the systems page. The system's reward for this investment company is undoubtedly to raise their own value of a layer. There is money at the same time more important to learn to invest. Otherwise it is just sitting on the mountain empty. The establishment of the company not only can improve Jiang Chang's social status, the greater benefit is the real estate, which can directly solve the problem of the real estate local restrictions on the purchase. For example, when he bought a Ferrari, under normal circumstances, if it is not the system out, Jiang Chang is impossible to get the license plate of Mordor. Because he is not the Magic City account, he is not possible to buy a car to buy a house in the Magic City. Limit purchase policy to understand. But if Jiang Chang set up a company in Magic City, then the problem of buying a car and a house will be solved. Jiang Chang considered. According to the Dream Come True system tips, the minimum requirement is 10 million. The return on investment for each year is at least 10%. This premise naturally meant that the more money invested, the greater the return. Looking at his bank card balance, after considering it for a while, he decided to take out $500 million and put it directly into this investment company. After all, the more the amount of money invested in the company, the higher Jiang Chang's social status would be. When the size of your company's investment in financing reaches $100 billion or $1 trillion, then that has really become a party of the Big Brother. Jiang Chang silently recited. Open investment company. Opening an investment company for the host. What are the input place and capital and investment company name respectively? The place of investment is Magic City. The capital is 500 million. And the company name is Star Investment Company. Ding! The investment company has been processed. The gold medal investor and elite management manager will contact the host within 3 days. Please pay attention to the host to check. Congratulations to the host for upgrading his level again. The host receives $5 for every second of his existence in the world. Name, Jiang Chang. Age, 18. Height, 185. Face value, 92 points. Level, 10. System reserve, 786. 410 yuan, can be withdrawn at any time. System, $1. 5 per second. System, $1. 5 per second. Upgrading experience, 633. 7 million/billion. Upgrading experience, 633. 7 million/billion. Upgrading experience, 633. 7 million/billion. His own move of using 500 million to establish an investment company directly caused the system to jump 2 levels in a row to the 10th level. The $5 gained per second now, $90 a minute, an hour is $400, and a day is $129,600. The monthly salary becomes $3,880,000. The yearly salary was directly close to reaching more than $46 million. A few minutes later, Xiao Yinin also walked out from the bathroom, only to see her wearing a bath towel, looking at Jiang Chang with a shy face. Did I wake you up? Jiang Chang shook his head. Aren't you sleepy? Xiao Yinin shook her head. I slept quite well last night. Although Jiang Chang's left hand and right hand were placed on her key points last night in a beautifully named way to help her heal her injuries, but for some reason she actually slept very sweetly and felt very secure. Jiang Chang's eyes darkened as he listened to Xiao Yinin's words. Really? Hungry then? I now have a gourmet dish that needs to be evaluated by you, the newest food blogger. Jiang Chang grabbed Xiao Yinin's hand as he finished speaking. Ah! Xiao Yinin let out a cry of shock and instantly realized the meaning of Jiang Chang's words. She wanted to escape, but at this point it was already too late. She could only honestly and seriously assess the Super Emperor's food in front of her. Jiang Chang sighed in satisfaction. What a wonderful morning. Not only did he get a generous system reward, even his body was unusually comfortable. After freshening up, Jiang Chang and Xiao Yining finally had lunch. By the way, Jiang Chang, you shouldn't give me any more rewards in the future. After last night's in-depth discussion between the two of them, at this time, Xiao Yin's friendly value towards Jiang Chang had directly reached 95 points. If I don't give you a reward, do I give someone else a reward? I don't mean that. If you reward, the platform draws 70%. You rewarded me more than $2 million. It's too much of a waste. Jiang Chang sniffed and didn't answer directly. He gave or didn't give Xiao Yinin a reward depending on how the system squealed. Last night, he gave Xiao Yinin a reward that directly returned more than $200 million. This kind of good thing, why should he refuse? Jiang Cheng pinched Xiao Yinyan's puffy cheeks. Why don't we just transfer it to you? I don't mean that. It's just that so much money hurts my heart. Wang Yuyan, who was waiting on the side, couldn't help but open her eyes slightly as she listened to the amount of this reward. Could this be the rich? More than $2 million rewarded to the female anchor? Wang Yuyan couldn't believe her ears at once. Although she admitted that Xiao Yinyan's figure and face value were indeed very high, but over $2 million was too much. Don't think so much. It's just some small money. Seeing Jiang Cheng say this, Xiao Yinyan opened her mouth in a somewhat tangled whisper and asked, "Then will I still be able to broadcast live in the future?" I want to know if you don't mind my status as a female anchor. If you do, I won't broadcast live. I'm still in school anyway. Jiang Cheng knew that some female anchors would withdraw from the circle and not broadcast live if they were watched by Big Brother List 1, but Xiao Yinyan well, and not the kind of dancing live, and on her steel straight female appearance will not say flirty words to please the Big Brother, so the live broadcast is also considered better than nothing. What do you think? You want to live on the live broadcast? You are not the kind of messy anchor woman. I believe you. Xiao Yinyan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when she saw Jiang Cheng say this. She said with a flirtatious smile, "I've thought about it. Why don't we just broadcast live food and hunting live in the future, and see if the effect will be better?" Well, you can do it if you want to. I won't mind you during the week, but remember, in the future, if any other anchor dares to bully you, you must tell me. Understand? Xiao Yinyan nodded. Well, actually most of the anchors are still quite good. Only the individual ones are more snobbish, and I'm just that good. I usually don't have much to do with those anchors. Where do you go to college? Magic City Polytechnic. Jiang Cheng nodded. It was quite good. At least it was different from the school he chose. I'm going back in a few days. Seeing that Jiang Cheng was going back, Xiao Yinyan said with some reluctance. Then when will you come back? Depends. I'll probably come back before school starts. Then isn't it a bit hard for me to see you in the future? Xiao Yinyan instantly felt a bit lost. She actually hadn't thought about this before. Difficult for what? It's only a few hours from Tianfu to Magic City, and I'll be over here when school starts. And the school I enrolled in is also in Magic City. Really? That's great. Xiao Yinyan instantly turned into starry eyes. Jiang Cheng nodded, then thought of something and looked up at Wang Yuyan, who was pouring juice for herself, and asked, "Manager Wang, my room fee is due today, right?" Wang Yuyan nodded. "Yes, Mr. Jiang, it expires tomorrow morning. Then help me renew it for 2 more months." There was still a month before he started school, and before he bought his own house he could still come back to stay once in a while. And just now when the big gift package got the consumption cashback card, the maximum limit that the consumption cashback card can be used is only 5 million. To be honest, 5 million can't buy much of a house in Mordor, and it would be impossible for one to solve the problem of Mordor's restriction on purchases in a short period of time. Don't say anything about rich people have all the ways to solve the purchase limit of the house. Jiang Cheng now knows only a few people, and they are only general acquaintances. Jiang Cheng always remembers his own father has always told himself a sentence: can solve things, don't pretend to others. Can use money to solve things? Don't waste favors. There is no interest linked to the time. Don't waste favors. The word favor is a complicated word in China. It was only a matter of $5 million, and it was returned after the purchase. Only a few days had passed since he had just gotten the system, and he would only get stronger and stronger in the future. There really was no need to go to the trouble of wasting favors over such a small matter. Seeing Jiang Cheng say this, Wang Yuyan and Xiao Yinyan's minds immediately floated with many question marks. Both of them couldn't believe their ears. Wang Yuyan licked her dry lips and spoke with some difficulty. "Mr. Jiang, are you talking about 2 months? 2 more months of renewal?" Xiao Yinyan on the side also followed and nodded, looking at Jiang Cheng and said, "Yes, Mr. Jiang Cheng, did you say it wrong? Aren't you going back?" Looking at the two of them with shocked eyes, Jiang Cheng nodded calmly. "Yes, but this doesn't affect my room renewal, right?" Chapter 53, Wang Yuyan's Little Thoughts. After Jiang Cheng said this, both Wang Yuyan and Xiao Yinyan were immediately speechless. It was true that it didn't affect the renewal of the room fee, but who in their right mind would operate like this? If you are leaving in a few days, why would you want to renew your room fee for 2 months? The room fee here is $80,000 a day, not $80 a day. Rao is here. Gold medal housekeeper title of Wang Yuyan at this time was also ruthlessly shocked a hand. Cannot help but feet soft. Usually open a week's court pavilion villa customers would have been less. A open as 2 months is simply unprecedented. Jiang Cheng, this is the first. Although she knew that she really shouldn't talk too much about the guest's business in terms of her professional operation, but she still couldn't help but open her mouth to remind Jiang Cheng, "Mr. Jiang, if you feel comfortable living here, you can contact me directly before you come. I will help you open and reserve this room so that you don't have to keep renewing the lease." Xiao Yinyan nodded in agreement. "Jiang Cheng, I can also come over and book it for you in advance. Xiao Yin's mind did some quick math. $80,000 a day. 2 months. $4,800,000? After doing this math, she finally understood why Jiang Chang was able to reward himself with over $2 million in one go. This was simply a family that ran a money printing factory, or else they had a mine. Seeing the way they both stopped him from spending, Jiang Chang couldn't help but shake his head in amusement. The maximum amount of consumption cashback coupons was 5 million, and it was too troublesome to buy luxury goods all at once at this price. But take this money to buy a house in Magic City. It is estimated that you can only pay a down payment. 5 million full payment in Magic City can buy how big the house? By a few dozen square feet are bad enough. Their own bedrooms are dozens of square feet. Okay? Anyway, this coupon, no matter how to use, in the end is just to return the cash. Just stingy this money for what? And just because of you Xiao's relationship, he got this, descendant, card. As long as take this card to find the face value higher than 90 points of the young lady. Immediately after the overtake her, first treat her to eat, then he can at least get hundreds of millions of harvest, and so on to get this money and then buy a big house. That time does not smell good? Interrupting Wang Yuyan's analysis of her own words, she said helplessly, Manager Wang, you can't be like this. Shouldn't you be happy that the hotel is open for business? If I were your boss, I would definitely be unhappy. Jiang Chang so reminded. Wang Yuyan immediately said with some panic, you're right, Mr. Jiang, She wanted to explain for herself, but as soon as she opened her mouth, she realized that she couldn't seem to find any reason to explain for herself. Jiang Chang was right. Why should she stand in Jiang Chang's shoes and save him money? The current situation was clearly that the longer Jiang Chang drove, the higher Wang Yuyan's commission would be. She should be happy now. Why is she trying to stop Jiang Chang instead? Not to mention Jiang Chang, even she herself couldn't figure it out. Seeing this, Xiao Yinin also couldn't help but frown at Wang Yuyan. She who was also a woman certainly knew why this was. It was just like the situation where Jiang Chang had given her a reward. When she didn't know that the Dinghai goddess of mercy was Jiang Chang, Xiao Yinin of course hoped that this unfamiliar netizen would reward her as much as possible. But when she was really with Jiang Chang, she didn't want Jiang Chang to spend more money to reward her. Xiao Yinin thinks that Wang Yuyan is similar to her situation. A good man is always missed by women. Xiao Yinin could notice the problem Jiang. Of course, Chang also noticed. Soon he opened the friendly value scanning system to Wang Yuyan. Name, Wang Yuyan. Age, 24. Height, 165 centimeters. Face value, 89. Body, 94. Privacy, 0. Friendly value, 80. Intimate status. Jiang Chang was a bit surprised by the fact that Wang Yuyan's privacy value was 0. For a career like hotel room manager, everyone subconsciously carries some colored glasses, especially the manager of this kind of high-level suite hotel. The higher the level, the more chances of meeting temptation. Moreover, Wang Yuyan's own face value was not low, with a face value of 90 points. Although it was not comparable to Xiao Yin's beauty that was so ostentatious, but it was at least a departmental flower level in the school. The key is, her friendly value to herself is as high as 80 points. Since moving in, Jiang Chang had brought 2 women back to spend the night. The relationship between him and Yu Xiaoxiao and Xiao Yin was even more clear to Wang Yuyan. The bedsheets after they played were still changed by Wang Yuyan herself. To still have 80 points of friendliness towards himself in such a situation. It was a situation that revealed an unusual fishy odor. It was no wonder that Wang Yuyan was so desperately looking out for herself. Moreover, when he opened a room, there was a commission for housekeeping services like Wang Yuyan's, and he didn't expect her to actually not want this commission. He took Wang Yuyan as a serious housekeeper, but he didn't expect Wang Yuyan to have other plans for him. This is quite interesting. Jiang Chang put away his mind, put on a sparse appearance and said, "It's okay, you directly help me open it. Anyway, my schedule is not certain. I don't know when to go, when to come back. I don't like trouble." After saying that, Jiang Chang directly handed the bank card to Wang Yuyan. Since Jiang Chang had already ordered so, Wang Yuyan could only take the bank card, and she felt that she had just acted a little too obviously. "Okay, Mr. Jiang, please wait for a moment. I'll go out now and handle this for you." After saying that, Wang Yuyan quickly walked out of the Ting villa. After walking out of the villa, Wang Yuyan shook off those unrealistic thoughts in her mind, and with a sad face, she took her bank card and headed towards the direction of the lobby. Before she took 2 steps, she met another woman wearing the same uniform and greeted her. "Yuyan, what's wrong? Is it hard to serve the guests?" Wang Yuyan shook her head towards the girl. Chang, that's not true. The customers are very good. Then why do you still have this look on your face? You don't know that we are envious of you. Me, I don't have any business again today. The guest just checked out. I was about to go back to take a rest. I guess I am at the bottom of the list again this month. Chang said bitterly. The thing that they are most afraid of in this business is to take a break. And taking a break is the same as having no money. Seeing Chang Chang have some depression, Wang Yuyan immediately cheered for her. Come on, pull more business. I also want to where to find a tycoon really envy you. This month just started, you received a week's worth of orders. Even our manager is praising you. Big customers are not common. The basic salary of housekeepers like them was only $3,000, but the commission was very high. As long as a guest opened a room and it was their turn to serve, then their commission was 5% of the room charge. So as long as Jiang Chang opens a day's court villa, Wang Yuyan's commission will be $4,000 a day. But the court villa is not every day. Normally a month, at most 2 or 3 times. Even sometimes just 1 day, 2 days. If you are lucky, you can have 5 or 6 days. But most of the time it is still empty. So the gold medal housekeeper is not that good. Because of Jiang Chang, Wang Yuyan's commission easily reached $30,000 this month. This month has just started. Maybe tomorrow you'll come with a big order. Wang Yuyan comfortingly said, I'm borrowing your good advice. Hey, right, your guest's room fee is due today. Right, tonight you can have a good rest and rest. Chapter 55, Is Rich People's Money Scraped by the Wind? Wang Yuyan really didn't want to hit Chang Chang. She could only pull out a bitter smile. I do want to rest. Chang Chang, do you think rich people's money is scraped by the wind? I don't know if it's blown by the wind, but it's definitely not like us. Staying up 24 hours. You don't know. My guest didn't sleep from 2 to 5 last night. A moment to change the sheets, a moment to open the champagne. It can be tossed around. Then you quickly go back to rest. Look at your dark circles under your eyes. Chang Chang nodded. Go back to the dormitory together. Have a good sleep. Wang Yuyan spoke up in embarrassment. I've thought about it for a while. I'm going to go find the general manager because my guest said he wants to renew his room fee for another 2 months. I'll see if I can go and apply for a little bit of a discount for him. What? 2 months? Yuyan, are you telling the truth? Chang Chang covered her mouth in shock at her words. Wang Yuyan nodded affirmatively. You don't know that he doesn't stay here every day after he opens a room. I told him that he could not open it during the time he doesn't stay here, but the guest still insisted on opening it. That's why I am so devastated. You say how the difference between people is so big. $4 million can sell villas in my hometown, and he actually used it to open a hotel for 2 months. Yuyan, are you stupid? How to let the guests do not open? 2 months of commission is 240,000 it. You got rich. Chang Chang was devastated and speechless at the same time, but he said he's going back in a few days. Didn't stay here. I'm charging service fees and not working. My heart is weird. My good sister, if you don't want to change me to serve that handsome guy inside your room. Honestly, I haven't served such a handsome guy yet. Look at you. You're being a nymphomaniac again. Wang Yuyan said with a snicker. Seriously, good sister, how is the guest's body? Is the swimming topsy-turvy? Do you have your eyes on that handsome guy? That's why you're thinking about him so much? Chang Chang asked this question, instantly remembering Jiang Chang's backstroke in the water. That place was indeed very topsy-turvy and big. Wang Yuyan, friendly value +5. After associating it for a moment, Wang Yuyan immediately shook her head, pushing those juvenile images out of her head. Don't be ridiculous. We in the service industry have to stand above the guest's point of view and everything so that we can serve them well. Wang Yuyan hurriedly made excuses for herself and said, a booking is 2 months. This is a broken record of our hotel. This hotel has been open for so long, has not been any tycoon so dry. Could it be that the guests fancy you? Chang Chang looked Wang Yuyan up and down and said excitedly, to be able to become the housekeeper of their hotel, all have a hard requirement. That is, when applying for a job there are face value and body requirements. And the education has to be an undergraduate who has studied hotel services. Plus the foreign language has to be at least over the 6th grade. Otherwise, you can't be a private butler in this kind of high-class hotel. A good and beautiful, plus excellent grooming posture housekeeper is actually equivalent to a first-class flight attendant on an airplane. This kind of woman, when serving the guests, would often run into situations where they were either teased by the guests or secretly made various requests. After all, a private butler was a personal service kind of standard except for not accompanying sleep. And Wang Yuyan's face value was one of the highest within these butlers of theirs. So the chances of encountering this kind of situation normally were even higher. Wang Yuyan regretfully shook her head and denied. How is that possible? You are not seeing the women he brought back are one more beautiful than the other. Before he brought back a very sexy female imperial sister. Immediately after last night, he brought back another girl, who is also very beautiful. There is no way for me to compare with them. And do you know, that guest of mine also gave her a reward of more than $2 million. Wang Yuyan said this. Chang Chang became even more excited. More than 2 million. Oh my god. MS. Yuyan, what kind of tycoon are you serving? If you're not interested, can I switch with you? If you're not interested, can I switch with you? I'll take care of this customer. I don't want to give you any commission. I just want to take care of him. If you don't want this opportunity, you can give it to me, okay? Okay, don't be immodest. He is a few $1,000,000. This money is enough for him to find 10 or 20 different girls. We still don't think too much. Although Wang Yuyan said this on her lips, but in her heart, she still had a hint of hidden expectation, not knowing how she was in Jiang Cheng's eyes. Women's tolerance for rich and good men was very high. If they can't tolerate you having several women at the same time, then it must be that you are not rich enough. Just look at the king of gamblers, the big house, the second house, the third house, the 4 or 5 houses, and you will know how high women's tolerance is. Chapter 56, Amon's President's Endeavor. Hey, you're right, if you see it, why spend this money? Just give it to you directly. Remember? Last month, there was a customer who opened a courtyard house for 2 days and was entertained by Yuan, but only 2 days later, she was taken away by the customer and resigned. Cheng said with some envy. The similarity between their line of work and that of flight attendants is very high, the same as the service industry, and the rate of resignation is also just as high. The key is that the chances of these two industries to meet a quality man are higher. Of course I know. Okay, I'll go and do my business first. Don't let the guests wait impatiently. After saying that, Wang Yuyan left in a hurry. 10 minutes later, Wang Yuyan arrived at the general manager's office, and immediately afterward told Jiang Cheng about the matter of renewing the lease. The male manager was shocked for a while before immediately deciding to report this matter to the president of Amon. Amon had been open for so long, and had received many distinguished guests on weekdays, but there had never been a guest like Jiang Cheng, who had stayed for more than 2 months at a time. Moreover, listening to Wang Yuyan's meaning, this guest wasn't the type to stay here for a long time. Isn't this an obvious way to send money? After the male manager's report was submitted, Amon's top management was all alarmed. Everyone would always pay more attention to people from the same circle, and this person, Jiang Cheng, was obviously not within their circle. Everyone was guessing whether Jiang Cheng would be the son or daughter of one of the executives, or the son or daughter of one of the bigwigs who had returned from the sea. As soon as he came back, he let himself go and spread money, but whichever it was still necessary to get to know each other. Thinking this way, the executive president of Amon Magic City immediately rushed over quickly. Half an hour later, Amon's CEO rushed over to Jiang Cheng's Ting Villa in a flurry of activity under the leadership of Wang Yuyan. At this time, Jiang Cheng had long received the bank card deduction, but he found that the price deducted by the bank's text message didn't match his calculations. According to his mathematical calculations, 80,000 a day, 2 months is not 4.8 million, but this bank card only deducted 3,800,000, a whole million less. Ding! Congratulations on using the consumption cashback card. At this time the consumption cashback multiplier is 100 times. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining $380 million. Just as Jiang Cheng was wondering, Wang Yuyan pressed the doorbell. After opening the door, he only saw Wang Yuyan with a young man wearing an expensive suit and shoes. Mr. Jiang, hello, this is the president of our Amon. After Wang Yuyan finished speaking, the middle-aged man hurriedly extended his hand towards and said, Hello, Mr. Jiang, I'm Wang Yang, the executive president of Magic City. President Wang, hello. Jiang Cheng extended his hand and shook it back. I heard Wang Butler say that you renewed the lease of the Ting Villa for 2 months. My site specially came over to pay a visit to you. Thank you very much for your recognition of our Amon. This is my business card. You have anything you can directly contact me. In addition, Wang Butler personally help you to apply for a check-in preferential. In the future, your check-in award to enjoy the benefits of the super VIP customers. All 20% discount. Jiang Cheng saw the situation, finally understand their bank card deduction why only 3,800,000. The original is discounted. Unbeknownst to him, as this move directly let Jiang Cheng lost a whole 100 million rebates. Jiang Cheng could not help but lamented inwardly, women are wrong but since the hotel has given him a discount, Jiang Cheng is not the kind of who must rush up to give money to others. Cashback although less, but this matter is to let Jiang Cheng high Wang Yuyan a glance. Their own discount of 1 million room charges at the same time. Obviously her commission must also go down. In one fell swoop, he gave himself $1 million. This Wang president is also very on the road. Jiang Cheng smiled and politely replied, Then thank you, President Wang. If something happens afterward I'll really have to bother you. Wang Yang, listening to Jiang Cheng this smiling, said, You say this is where the words, something despite find me. I am not afraid of harassment. Afraid you do not look for me. Right, this is my collection of poor tea, to give you a taste of fresh. I hope you do not mind. After saying that, he handed a very expensive-looking bag to Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng didn't take it politely. Then thank you, Mr. Wang. Come in and have a cup of tea? No. I won't bother you. If you don't mind, I'll add your WeChat. There are things above, feel free to contact me. Jiang Chang had thought that Wang Yang was just saying polite words, but he did not expect him to take the initiative to add WeChat. Taking out his cell phone and tapping the QR code, Wang Yang immediately took out his cell phone and scanned it. Immediately after that, Wang Yang said to Wang Yuyan, "Butler Wang, make sure to serve Mr. Zhang well. Any of his needs should be taken seriously." "Yes, President, I understand," Wang Yang said to Jiang Chang when he saw that the time for his nagging was almost up. "Then Mr. Jiang, I won't bother you anymore. I hope everything is pleasant during your stay." Jiang Chang nodded. "Thank you, Mr. Wang." Chapter 57. Are you going to jump? Seeing that it was almost time for him to nag Jiang Chang, Wang Yang said, "Then Mr. Jiang, I won't bother you anymore. I hope everything is pleasant during your stay." Jiang Chang nodded. "Thank you, Mr. Wang." After Wang Yuyan sent Wang Yam away, Jiang Chang spoke. "Manager Wang, thank you so much for saving me so much on the room charge." Jiang Chang really didn't mind Wang Yuyan's good intentions. Instead, he was very satisfied with her behavior. Getting Jiang Chang's affirmation, at this time Wang Yuyan was in a very happy mood. "You're welcome, this is all what I should do. Saving this expense you also have a lot less commission." "Right, yes, it is indeed less, but you don't stay every day, so it's still more for me." Jiang Chang smiled at Wang Yuyan. "Thanks a lot, I'll treat you to dinner sometime." Wang Yuyan didn't take Jiang Chang's words seriously. She still said respectfully, "You're welcome, your satisfaction is the biggest affirmation for me." Xiao Yinin on the side listened to their conversation and became even more certain of Wang Yuyan's mind. Although she didn't dare to make any demands on Jiang Chang, it was still possible to declare her sovereignty over Wang Yuyan. Xiao Yinin immediately walked to Jiang Chang's side and wrapped her arms around him, saying pamperingly, "Jiang Chang, I can't bear to go back." At this time, Jiang Chang did not find these small thoughts between the two women, felt the majestic chest. Directly backhanded Xiao Yinin said, "Not that your good sister specially hitchhiked over to look for you to play? Don't go back if you don't want to give up." Xiao Yining pouted and said with some reluctance, "Alas, I don't want to, but we had an appointment before. She is usually very busy at work. It's not easy to make an appointment." "Forget it, I'd better go." Seeing Jiang Chang and Xiao Yining getting mushy again, Wang Yuyan on the side couldn't help but have a dark look in her eyes. After nodding at Jiang Chang, Wang Yuyan consciously evaded and walked out of the room. An hour later, Xiao Yining helplessly rinsed her mouth over and over again in the mirror. She pinched her Microsoft mouth and said that next time, she wouldn't even find such things for herself to do if she was jealous. After eating so many meals in one night, she was afraid that she would get more and more used to it in the future, and that she would also be prone to mouth ulcers. After sending Xiao Yining back to her apartment, Jiang Chang drove towards Yu Xiaoxiao's company. When he arrived at the company's downstairs, Jiang Chang dialed Yu Xiaoxiao's phone. It wasn't long before Yu Xiaoxiao picked up the phone, only to see her somewhat stammering to cope with Jiang Chang. After saying a few sentences, Yu Xiaoxia said she was very busy and asked Jiang Chang to wait for her for a while. Just as she hung up the phone, Jiang Yu's noisy voice seemed to come from the other end of the phone. Jiang Chang, who had exceptional hearing, instantly realized that the sound seemed to be coming from the neighborhood. Jiang Chang frowned and subconsciously drove in the direction of the side. As soon as the sound of the Ferrari supercar approached, the few people surrounding the river couldn't help but look over to Jiang Chang's side in unison. After the car stopped, Jiang Chang realized that Yu Xiaoxia was indeed over there, and there was another person beside her, which was Zhang Yu. He immediately got out of the car and walked over to Yu Xiaoxiao's side. Seeing that the person who got out of the car was Jiang Chang, Yu Xiaoxiao's face immediately flustered. "Jiang Chang, why are you here?" Zhang Yu, who was standing by the river, suddenly became even more excited when he saw Jiang Chang's arrival. "Good actually being together openly and honestly? Yu Xiaoxiao, I tell you, you'd better honestly marry me." Looking at Zhang Yu, Jiang Chang frowned and said, Xiao, didn't you say you've taken care of it?" Seeing Jiang Chang say that, Yu Xiaoxiao instantly lowered her head. "Jiang Chang, he's been pestering me all the time. He even came inside my company today to make a scene. I don't want you to get upset because of this kind of person. That's why I didn't tell you." "Fool, what's in this kind of thing?" Jiang Chang touched Yu Xiaoxiao's head with a heartbroken feeling after his words. "Jiang Chang, don't mind him, he's just a scoundrel, and now he wants to jump into the river. I've already called security." Next to him, several security guards wearing black uniform clothes were patiently calming the agitated Zhang Yu. "I am a scoundrel? Then what are you two? You two dogs and men." Jiang Chang's face turned icy cold when he saw Zhang Yu cursing like that. Feeling the icy coldness around Jiang Chang, Yu Xiaoxiao hurriedly pulled Jiang Chang. "Jiang Chang, don't pay attention to this kind of person. Nonsense, let's go." "Yu Xiaoxiao, I'm going to shake out all your things today. If you dare to leave, I'll jump down. You also know that I don't know how to swim. You won't be able to escape the relationship if I die." After saying this, Zhang Yu said in a threatening manner. The security guard on the side saw this and immediately opened his mouth and said, "This gentleman, please calm down, have something to say." Zhang Chang laughed softly. "You want to jump?" Seeing Zhang Chang walk over, Zhang Yu immediately involuntarily clenched his buttocks. "What are you doing? Don't come over." Chapter 58, Money Makes the Devil Work. The last time he had diarrhea was still a psychological shadow on him to this day. "Aren't you going to jump? Jump?" Seeing Zhang Chang looking at himself with a playful face, Zhang Yu's face was very ugly and he said stiffly, "You think I don't dare to jump? If I jump, I'll see how she can explain to those relatives and friends of mine." "So much nonsense. If you don't want to jump, do you want me to give you a hand?" said Zhang Chang directly to the side of a few security guards said. "This way, security big brother. I give you one person 5 million. You 4 people rushed up and pretended to pull him. In fact, in the pulling time due to his emotions jumped down by himself. At this time he drowned. You guys go to save, and finally found out that can't be saved. Drowned. How about you?" See Zhang Chang cloudy say this, Zhang Yu can't help but frown. Under the fine taste immediately face white. This meaning of Zhang Chang was to directly get him killed. He only wanted to threaten Yu Xiao, not really wanting to jump into the river, only to see Zhang Yu shivering and pointing his orchid finger at Zhang Chang. "What are you talking about? This is a society of law and order. You actually want to buy a murderer to kill in public?" The several security guards on the side listened to this plan of Zhang Chang. First they were shocked and then they were heartbroken. A few of them looked at me and I looked at you. None of them dared to take the lead. Just by looking at Zhang Chang's clothes and the supercar he drove, he knew that he was a rich son. If they could really take out so much money, they might not necessarily not do what Zhang Chang said. After all, ordinary people could not earn so much money in their lifetime. The big guy in the lead was obviously the most moved, only to see him ask tentatively, "This gentleman, you're joking, right?" "What? Don't want to. Don't worry. If something goes wrong, I'll find you the best lawyer. Guarantee to help you clear your name. If you really go in, I'll give your family an extra 5 million. How? If you don't believe in it now you can transfer it to you first." Seeing Zhang Chang pull out his cell phone, Zhang Yu's face turned a few shades whiter. It was because he saw the struggle and the blaze in the bottom of those security guards' eyes. Those eyes were clearly the kind that seemed to be really moved. The salary of the security guards is only 4 or 5,000. 5 million. Even if they go in, their families also enjoy the blessing. And still Zhang Yu himself want to jump into the river. Really want something to happen. As long as you do not say I do not say, perhaps they really nothing at all, but also can get a large sum of money. Only to see that those few security guards seem to have made some kind of decision as if they started to look left and right. As if they were making sure that there were no other people beside them to hear. "What are you guys up to? You want to murder people for money in broad daylight?" Seeing this, Zhang Yu finally panicked and immediately walked away from the river, heading for a safe place. Seeing Zhang Yu's wimpy face, Zhang Chang snorted and said, "What? Not jumping?" Only to see Zhang Yu tightly biting his lips, angry face red, once again pointing at Zhang Chang with an upturned orchid finger. "Do you know that murder is against the law? I'm going to sue you." "I know, that's why I don't do it myself, and as I said, if you jumped into the river, it was an accident. It was you who wanted to jump. Money makes the devil work. I'm sure you've heard of this saying." Seeing Zhang Yu walking away from the river, those few security guards all felt a pang of regret all of a sudden, and inwardly they even blamed themselves for not acting earlier just now. The temptation of $5 million was still great. "How dare you guys? I'm telling you, I'm going to call the police to expose you, you pair of dogs." Zhang Yu bluffed. "Try cursing again. I won't do it myself, but you remember, you won't be able to open your mouth the next time you see me." Seeing Zhang Chang staring at himself with a face that looked at a dead man, Zhang Yu couldn't help but shiver. He, do you think I'll be afraid just because you threaten me? If you have the guts, come and hit me. I'm still too dirty to hit you, and what do I care with a dead man?" At this moment, Zhang Chang, in his heart, had already made a decision that Zhang Yu, this person, could not appear anymore. Seeing Zhang Chang say this, Zhang Yu immediately became somewhat abashed, especially the hidden cold light under Zhang Chang's eyes, coupled with the behavior of tempting those security guards with money just now made him feel shivering. Seeing those security guards gawking intently, Zhang Yu's face instantly turned even more pale. "I won't let you pair." Before he could finish his sentence, Zhang Chang said to the security guards with a grim face, "Give each of you $100,000 and beat him to death for me." If they were to kill Zhang Yu, a few of them would still consider it, but if they got $100,000 for beating up a person, there was definitely nothing to consider. The 4 of them immediately rushed up to Zhang Yu and gave him a fierce beating, and in no time Zhang Yu began to bruise and swell, his face covered in blood. Yu Xiao was a bit scared. She pulled Zhang Chang's arm and said, "Zhang Chang, Forget it, there's no need to get into trouble for this kind of person. There's nothing to do today anyway. Chapter 59, The Knowledgeable Yu Xiaoxiao. Jiang Cheng patted Yu Xiaoxiao's palm to put her mind at ease, then called out to the security guard who was in the lead. Jiang Cheng took his cell phone and Shifu Bao and directly transferred $400,000 of hard-earned money to him. Jiang Cheng looked at Zhang Yu, who was beaten up and swollen, smiled with satisfaction and said, "Hard work, you guys share this money." The middle-aged security guard who took the lead looked at the transfer record of Shifu Bao, immediately nodded his head and zipped a mouthful of big yellow teeth, fawningly said to Jiang Cheng, "This young master, you don't worry, the package is on us. This back matter for you to arrange properly. This kind of thing we will deal with." Their company still had the means to deal with those black fans, and the security guards were very familiar with this kind of thing. If they pursued the matter, they would just say that they came to the company to cause trouble, and it wouldn't be a big problem. Jiang Cheng ignored the satisfied Zhang Yu, who was ghostly crying on the side, and pulled Yu Xiaoxiao into the car. "Xiao, off work, right?" Yu Xiaoxia nodded. "I'm sorry, Jiang Cheng. I just came to the company today to do the final handover. Things I have packed up and ready to go. I didn't expect him to show up. I didn't want him to make a noise in the company, so I went to the riverside where there were fewer people. I didn't expect him to be so rogue again. He gave you trouble again." Jiang Cheng touched Yu Xiaoxiao's soft hair and sighed. "In the future, if there is anything, just tell me. Don't worry about Zhang Yu's matter. I'll take care of it." Yu Xiaoxiao, who had been used to being independent alone since she was a child, felt Jiang Cheng's pampering at this moment and couldn't help but blush. "Okay, I know." After sending Yu Xiaoxiao to the company's parking lot, Jiang Cheng opened the system. Just a moment ago, Jiang Cheng received a notification from the system. Ding! Detected that the host's mood swings are abnormally large. In order to help the host get rid of his worries, the system rewards the host with a private security company. The private security company will help the host solve all kinds of troubles encountered on a daily basis. Contacting the security personnel can be handled privately, absolutely professional. The information of the relevant personnel has been stored inside the system, and the host can view it on their own. In addition, the contact information of the relevant personnel has been added to the host's cell phone. The host's communication with the relevant personnel will be saved by the system in an encrypted manner. Jiang Cheng looked at the system's prompts and instantly smiled. It seemed that the system could capture Jiang Cheng's inner intentions. Just a moment ago, Jiang Cheng's mind had flashed through various plans. At the same time, the system had immediately sent Jiang Cheng the security company that handled these things. Jiang Cheng browsed through the personal data of the security personnel. The people in here are really hidden tigers and dragons. Casually take out a person can directly solve Zhang Yu. Jiang Cheng did not think so much. The security company given by the system must be guaranteed. Jiang Cheng sent Zhang Yu's mission after reading it, and then didn't pay any attention to it. As for how exactly they wanted to deal with Zhang Yu, Jiang Cheng had no intention of asking. He only sought the final result anyway. After sending it, Yu Xiaoxia also came up from the back in her pink Lamborghini. The two of them drove in the direction of the city center one after the other. Jiang Cheng followed Yu Xiaoxia's back and drove slowly. The two supercars on the road in a high-profile way. The middle of the position does not have anyone to cut in line. In fact, no one dares to cut in line. In the past few days, Yu Xiaoxia has been running around a lot for the company's site selection. In the beginning, the two people for the company's location is still controversial. Yu Xiaoxia chose a number of addresses were passed off by Jiang Cheng. The reason is that the site is more remote. In the end, Yu Xiaoxia had to follow Jiang Cheng's advice and choose the 58th floor of the World Financial Center in Lujiazui. After synthesizing the opinions of the two, Yu Xiaoxia chose a studio of more than 1,000 square feet that was not too big and not too small. This place was originally a branch of a multinational company, but the company did not open another market in China after poor management, but directly announced its withdrawal. Yu Xiaoxia felt that the overall fashion and atmosphere of the decoration here was very suitable for an entertainment company, so she finally chose this place. Chapter 60, The Sexy and Hot Yu Xiaoxiao. Yesterday has let the cleaning company comprehensively cleaned once. Items purchasing has also been all set up. At this time only to recruit the talents of the various departments can begin to operate. Looking at the office paved with high-grade marble, has a simple atmosphere of black, white and gray tone decoration. Jiang Cheng nodded with satisfaction. Worthy of being a big brand of multinational companies, although poorly run, but the vision of the decoration is still quite good. According to this decoration, only need to small change some pattern other big decoration do not need to understand. Instead, it is cheap to Jiang Cheng this receiver. After Yu Xiaoxia brought Jiang Cheng around here, she returned to Jiang Cheng's private office. President, this is your private office. Take a look and see if you're satisfied. Jiang Cheng turned the single sofa next to the floor-to-ceiling window and sat down after pointing it directly at the window. Looking at the scene of half of the magic city in front of himself, this kind of condescending feeling is really too good. What Jiang Chang wanted was this kind of compulsion. That's why he didn't agree with Yu Xiaoxia's decision to locate her company in another district, Lujiazui in the Magic City. But in Yangqing Zhujiang New City in the CBD of Yanjing Central Business District is ranked as the 3 major financial centers in China. Residing in such a landmark building, the World Financial Center, this is a loud and clear style. For the company's future development is all good and no harm. Jiang Chang patted his thigh at Yu Xiaoxia and said, "Come over and do it?" Yu Xiaoxia looked at Jiang Chang's action, pouted and glanced at Jiang Chang, immediately consciously turned around and unlocked the office, then snapped the window shutters down, swaying with sexy steps, slowly walked to Jiang Chang's side. She sat directly on Jiang Chang's body face to face. Jiang Chang looked at Yu Xiaoxiao being so knowledgeable, pulling out a smile. "Xiao, what do you mean by this? I'm just saying sit down." Seeing Jiang Chang poking fun at himself, Yu Xiaoxiao lightly punched Jiang Chang with a slightly reddened face. "Hate, laugh at me again and I'll ignore you." Although she said so, Yu Xiaoxiao got even closer to Jiang Chang. "Okay, let me see. You are not have to change the size." Jiang Chang stared at Yu Xiaoxia's professional suit and said in a bad way, "Well, it's milk-flavored." Jiang Chang couldn't help but let out an exclamation after taking a deep breath. "Hate it. I'm fitted. It wouldn't look good if I wore it any bigger," Yu Xiaoxia said shyly as she tilted her neck back. "You're right, it does look good now, but well, it looks better this way." More than an hour passed. Yu Xiaoxiao saw to Jiang Chang and said, "Why don't we find a place to rest?" "Okay, how about going to a hotel now?" Yu Xiaoxiao listening to Jiang Chang this, eyes a turn, sexy small mouth nervously licked, and some shy proposal, "Do not go to the hotel, go to my home." Yu Xiaoxiao said this. Jiang Chang naturally nodded his head without any objections. Getting Jiang Chang's affirmation, Yu Xiaoxiao seemed to smile sweetly and shyly. She even took a deep breath as if to cheer herself up in general. 20 minutes later, the two of them arrived at Yu Xiaoxiao's apartment. Looking at the simple and cleanly decorated apartment suite, Jiang Chang nodded his head. It was his first time to go to a girl's place, and a woman's room really smelled as rumored. After Yu Xiaoxiao helped Jiang Chang pour a cup of water, she shyly drank and said, "You sit down for a while, I'll go wash it." "Want to wash together?" Jiang Chang pulled Yu Xiaoxiao back. Yu Xiaoxiao pushed Jiang Chang. "I want to wash myself today." After saying that, Yu Xiaoxiao immediately turned around and went into the bathroom. Looking at Yu Xiaoxiao's perverse appearance, Jiang Chang frowned in confusion. After visiting once, Jiang Chang then lay on the bed in Yu Xiaoxiao's room and swiped his cell phone. More than 10 minutes later, Jiang Chang heard the bathroom door open with a click. Not long after, Yu Xiaoxiao walked into the room. Jiang Chang raised his head when he heard the sound, and his eyes widened when he looked at it. Hot, sexy, and not too cute. Jiang Chang couldn't help but feel a sigh of relief that this was his sister's charm. Chapter 61, Today's Truce. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Yu Xiaoxiao, who had ended the battle, was still asleep. Looking at her tired appearance, Jiang Chang then didn't wake her up and directly went out the door by himself. Jiang Chang had a premonition that if he stayed here tonight he would probably go out tomorrow holding the wall. After some consideration, he left Yu Xiaoxiao's house. After returning to Yang Yunaman, Wang Yuyan, who had received the news, greeted him at the first opportunity. I don't know if it was an illusion. Jiang Chang found that the position of Wang Yuyan's chest tonight seemed to be a few points lower than usual, and that was indeed the case. After being stimulated by Chao Yinyin in the morning, Wang Yuyan, who had been suppressing herself all along, was instantly energized. Seeing Jiang Chang staring at herself, Wang Yuyan was secretly happy inwardly while still respectfully saying to Jiang Chang, "Mr. Jiang, welcome home. May I ask if you need to eat or bathe first?" Just now, Yu Xiaoxia had already carefully helped Jiang Chang to clean up, and at this time, after doing some physical work, he was in need of a good nutritional supplement. Jiang Chang said to Wang Yuyan, "I've washed it without bathing. Let's eat first." Seeing that Jiang Chang didn't need to bathe, Wang Yuyan was suddenly lost inside. Originally, she was still thinking that this time she would see if she had a chance to go in and help Jiang Chang serve. For this reason, she had also specifically looked up all kinds of information on the internet and simulated it several times inside her head. Looking at Jiang Chang with a somewhat tired look, Wang Yuyan could only take the initiative to put away her own small mind. Immediately helped Jiang Chang to arrange dinner. Jiang Chang, who was sitting on the dining table at this time, naturally did not know Wang Yuyan's small mind, and even if he did know, he would pretend not to know today. Can only say, a sister, you take the initiative is not the time. Tonight decisively truce. The next day, the sleepy Jiang Chang finally regained his strength. After arriving at the agreed time with Chen Hao and Wang Zhang, Jiang Chang drove in the direction of the auto show. Today was the last day of the auto show, and the two of them said that they wanted to go back to see if there were any cars that they could lay their hands on. When they arrived at the entrance of the auto show, the three of them, Jiang Chang and Wang Zhang Chen Hao, smoothly converged together. "Old Jiang, this way." Wang Zhang waved his hand towards Jiang Chang. Brother Wang, Brother Chen, there are obviously not as many people today, Jiang Chang said as he looked at the crowd at the car show. The two nodded. Yeah, less people is good. I just don't know what cars are left. Let's go. Let's take a look together. The three strolled around while looking. Chen Hao was obviously very fond of supercars, chattering about various models along the way. This Pamela didn't think it was an Audi unless you looked closely. This is the Sport Turismo model, right? As we all know, Porsche and Audi are both from the same manufacturer. The design is inevitably somewhat similar. This Porsche Pamela is somewhat like Audi's 6 rupees, Jiang Chang said following Chen Hao's words. Looking at this Pamela, Jiang Chang instantly remembered his old man, who was a fan of supercars. There were several publicity books of supercar cars placed in the house, and Jiang Chang had some understanding after reading more. However, Jiang Jianmen had never started. One is that the supercars do not quite match his age. However, this is not the mainly one of the most important reason is that Li Yan did not let him buy. The reason for this is that Jiang Jianmen is afraid that driving a supercar is too eye-catching. After all, if a successful person like him adds a supercar, he is afraid that he will attract some young girls. Jiang Chang looked at the Porsche Pamela and Porsche 911 in front of him and was a bit cautious. What? Brother Jiang wants to buy a Porsche? Well, it feels good. Porsche's performance is really good, and the price is more cost-effective compared to other brands. Let's just say that his 1 million or less supercars kill a whole lot of other sports cars. Wang Zhang finished and added, Brother Jiang is right. Take this top-of-the-line Cayman. 0-100 time only need 4 seconds. The key is the price is only more than 800,000. And the key is that the driving effect Ferrari's car is too much better. Jiang Chang nodded. Indeed. I feel exceptionally comfortable when I drive a Porsche. And the Ferrari is a bit hard to stretch when sitting. Brother Jiang, you still have a Porsche car? What model? Chen Hao said with interest. Porsche 918, 918, Envied. 3 big god cars. You already have 2. From now on, you and Brother Wang Zhang are the same as my pro brother. Pro brother, when will your Porsche 918 lend me a good time? That car's 0-100 is only 2.6 seconds. I haven't driven it yet. It's not impossible, but I'm from Tianfu. If you want to have a good time, you have to go to Tianfu. Chen Hao nodded. Okay, I'll definitely go over there at that time, but you must lend me a cool one. But seriously, although the 918 is cool, I think it's still this 911 that has a higher price-performance ratio, with a price of over $1 million. The key braking time is 3.7 seconds, and the price side is more than 10 times different. Jiang Chang said this. The two people are looking at the booth C seat of the Porsche 911. That is true. 911 price although low, but drive up the old with vigor. But you also know, more than $1 million 911 not optional words do not allow to buy. Don't look at his price as low, coupled with optional. The price is not all of a sudden doubled a few times? Chen Hao said spitefully. Wang Zhang also nodded in agreement. Its family's supercar orders are many. Not worried about selling today's car. See optional are according to the top of the optional. This price probably have to go to 3 million it. Optional is their family's specialty. My old man also said, Porsche if not with a certain amount of optional cannot buy the car. The three people studied Porsche's top-of-the-line 911 for a while. Finally did not make up his mind. The key is the Porsche 911 appearance is still more suitable for young people and not suitable for his old man's age. Next door to the McLaren shopping. McLaren's new GT is good, but after analyzing it, I still think that Porsche's price is better. After leaving McLaren's booth, I soon arrived at Ferrari's booth. The staff of Ferrari was very sharp and recognized Jiang Chang at once, especially their manager, who quickly walked to Jiang Chang's side and smiled fawningly. Mr. Jiang, you're here? Want to come over for a cup of tea? After being shown a wave of Jiang Chang's license plate last time, Jiang Chang's face was deeply imprinted in his mind. After all, that kind of special license plate Jiang Chang not only got it, but also had a special person to send it over to him. So it was obvious that Jiang Chang wasn't a normal ordinary person, said the male manager and found Jiang Chang's side stood as actually Wang Zhang and Chen Hao. Immediately toward the two of them opened his mouth and said, Wang Gongzi, Chen Gongzi, you also come over to see the car today? Manager Huang, how was the car show? Not bad, thanks to Mr. John's blessing. You three please come inside. Several people walked into the Ferrari's booth under the male manager's welcome. Jiang Chang looked around. Today Zhou was still standing next to the Ferrari car. She was wearing a champagne-colored backless one-piece dress, and was as delicate as a baby angel. Her delicate makeup and cool eyes made her look like an angelic baby. It was hard for people to take their eyes off her after one look. And at this time in front of her is surrounded by several boys holding a cell phone to her a wild shot. To a secret code, 928 plus 184. 160. Big brothers like to come. Chapter 62, Justifiable Defense. Seeing Jiang Chang looking at Zhou, Chen Hao snickered. You guys are awesome this time, Ferrari. You actually managed to hire this kind of beauty. This height and these legs are too exaggerated. Wang Zhang nodded to indicate some psychological pressure. His height was the shortest among the three of them, only about 1.72 meters. Remove the high heels and you have to be at least 1.75 meters. Although this face looks like it's easy to fall in love straight away, but this kind of height puts me under quite a bit of pressure. Chen Hao patted Wang Zhang's shoulder. Brother Wang, you are indeed a smart person who understands yourself very well. Wang Zhang, who was suddenly connoted, immediately opened his mouth towards Chen Hao. Me? Get lost. Zhang Chang looked at the two of them jostling and shook his head with a smile. It was only when he got a little closer that he realized that Zhou Ying's face was not looking good at this time, due to the fact that one of the boys in front of her was squatting somewhat obscenely in front of her at the moment, tilting the camera from bottom to top. The dress Zhou Ying wore today was a split model, and the fork between her legs was quite high, although she was wearing safety pants inside. This behavior still made her feel psychologically uncomfortable. If it wasn't for the sake of her work, she could have kicked that lewd man directly in the face right now. After Zhou Ying secretly rolled her eyes, she then helplessly turned around and changed her position. But what one didn't expect was that the boy also closely followed her direction and changed places, then squatted down to shoot. Please don't shoot like that, Zhou Ying said with an icy face. Yo, what's a car model pretending to be? If you don't want to be photographed, don't be a car model. I want to be photographed like this. Zhang Chang looked at the scene in front of him and couldn't help but secretly spit out the words. It's already in this era that there are actually such outrageous and disgusting things. Zhang Chang directly walked over, kicked the man's cell phone down to the ground. The other foot is another hard step. Bang! The cell phone screen instantly rupture. Look at the degree of this rupture. I'm afraid to directly re-exchange a new phone. The man looked at Zhang Chang's action. Instantly blood rushed straight to the head. To know the cell phone inside the album, but he squatted a few days of hard work. Inside, it included all kinds of different car models of the car show above the Yang shot picture. He hadn't had time to wash it out and put it on his bedside to enjoy it properly. And it was destroyed by Zhang Chang? Zhang Chang looked at the broken into two halves of the cell phone screen, lightly said, sorry, feet so slippery. How much is this phone? I compensate you. Nima's, walking without eyes, grass, my photo. That boy's eyes red face of heartache that is still being. Zhang Chang stepped on the foot of the broken cell phone. In fact, the discerning can see that Zhang Chang's action is clearly intentional. However, most people still feel that Zhang Chang's action really relieve anger, and no one opened his mouth for that boy. Looking at Zhang Chang's sudden appearance, Zhou Ying couldn't help but flutter inwardly. Seeing Zhang Chang still stepping on his cell phone, the man's face reddened as he rushed towards Zhang Chang, stretching out his hand towards Zhang Chang and punching him. Zhang Chang deliberately took several steps back to create the phenomenon of being hit by him, then sank his face and said, "You first move according to our country's laws, the next is to carry out legitimate defense." After saying that, Zhang Chang directly punched towards the man. Zhang Chang punched the location of the non-extraordinary light, directly hit his chest bone below the most vulnerable place. This place did not have the protection of the chest bone, so Zhang Chang's punch instantly caused that man abnormal pain, only to see that he fell on top of the resting seat on the side, his hands tightly grasping the plastic chair on the side. Wang Zhang and Chen Hao looked at each other and walked towards Zhang Chang. Brother Chang, good hands, handsome. Zhang Chang waved his hand. AI, my impression of your magic city is suddenly a few points worse. How can there still be such people in this century? In the face of regional black, Wang Zhang instantly quit, opened his mouth and said, "Hey, don't compare our kind of quality talent with him. Right, this is not a good comparison. We are all serious people, do not have that kind of hobby." Chen Hao also said in agreement. See Zhang Chang still mood with other people chatting. The man angrily opened his mouth. What self-defense? I did not even hit you. You believe it or not? This punch, I want you a few million? Zhang Chang didn't panic at all when he heard this. Although his father is just an ordinary construction company boss, but so many years in his father's side can still learn some things. This kind of situation, for ordinary people, really can't be considered as self-defense. It can only be considered as brawling and fighting. Each punished 50 big board, but this situation on the body of the rich, that is self-defense. Oh, Wang Song, that kind of punch 2 million can only be regarded as an exception. After all, he was Wang Song, and every move would be infinitely magnified by some opponents and even netizens. A few million, brother, I think you're still awake? After saying that, Zhang Chang looked at the shoes on his feet. The shoes are equipped with invisible cameras on top, right? Just now, Zhang Chang noticed that his legs were always unconsciously placed at a certain angle. At this moment, looking at the panicked expression on his face, he was even more certain about this matter. When Wang Zhang and Chen Hao heard this, a look of contempt appeared on their faces. Although they usually liked to play with women as well, but those were legitimate transactions. Grass. This guy, We must send him in for a good rehabilitation today. That's right. We have to give Brother Makoto a good makeover to improve his impression of our great devil's capital. When that man heard this, he immediately panicked. To say that he was filming at the car show with his cell phone, even if the police had been called, it wouldn't have been able to help him. But the invisible camera mounted on his foot, if it was discovered, it would be an illegal thing. Not only were there pictures of the crotches of many of the car models from the auto show inside, there were even pictures of grannies as young as a few years old and as old as 80 years old. Thinking this way, that man immediately struggled to get up and directly thought of rushing away from the scene. Looking at his struggling to get up, Jiang Chang directly kicked him squarely in the lower gear, and this time the pain was several times stronger than just now. In less than a minute, Mr. Huang rushed over with the security guards of the showroom. Seeing that the person who caused trouble was actually Jiang Chang, Manager Huang's brows knit tightly, instantly frozen for a few seconds. Manager Huang, what are you waiting for? Call the police. Remember to save the surveillance. Remember to talk about it later. Seeing this, Wang Zhang interjected. Manager Huang, your exhibition this time does not work. This kind of shoes on the sneaky installation of cameras on the people also put in. Hearing this, the expression on Manager Huang's face immediately panicked a bit. Wang Zhang and Chen Hao were both rich second generation from Magic City. Moreover, Jiang Chang had only ordered a Ferrari 488 from them yesterday. According to Jiang Chang's information, he had also ordered a Ferrari Laffa in the store 2 days ago. Now Jiang Chang was already a key service customer of their Ferrari. Although he was the manager of the Chinese headquarters, his position was not low. But if Jiang Chang's complaints were reported to the headquarters, he was afraid that his own job would be affected. Thinking like this, cold sweat flowed on Manager Huang's forehead. Yes. Sorry. I'm really sorry for bringing you guys unhappiness. This kind of thing has never happened on our side before. Just now it was our momentary negligence. Don't worry, Mr. John, you don't need to come out on your side. I'll report it to the headquarters and bring out our Ferrari's team of lawyers to solve this matter. Hearing this, the moaning man who fell on the ground's face instantly turned white and looked at Jiang Chang with a face of fear. Who was this man? He could actually make Manager Huang pat his chest and say these words. If he really invited Ferrari's legal team, then Manager Huang's action was quick. Not only did he let the relevant personnel drive away all those people who were surrounding Zhou Ying to take pictures, he even sent some personnel to those people who were taking pictures with their cell phones to discuss deleting the videos in their cell phones. Only then did Zhou Ying, who had been shown by Jiang Chang, react, and she walked to Jiang Chang's side. Somewhat nervously, she took a glance at Jiang Chang and immediately asked, Jiang Chang, are you alright? Are there any injuries? What's wrong with me? Just now, he seemed to have hit you. Jiang Chang waved his hand. That punch was nothing more than an illusion created by Jiang Chang. In reality, his punch directly missed. So you and Missy are still old friends? Chen Hao said jokingly. I told you what Jiang Chang was doing out of his martial arts for no reason. So it was for Missy. Wang Zhang also continued. Zhou Ying immediately blushed a delicate red as she listened to the two of them. This is my high school classmate, Zhou Ying. This is my brother, Wang Zhang, Chen Hao. After the three greeted each other, Manager Huang immediately ran over again. Mr. Jiang, I've already explained this matter. It's all trivial. Don't worry, this matter will definitely not affect you and trouble you. Thank you, Manager Huang. I'll treat you to dinner sometime. Manager Huang didn't take this polite remark seriously. After hinting at Zhou Ying with his eyes, he immediately said to Jiang Chang, You're welcome, then I won't bother you guys. You guys chat. Did you come over to look at cars again today? Zhou Ying asked. Just look around. It's the last day anyway. Right, when are you going back? I haven't invited you for dinner yet. It hasn't been arranged yet. I guess it'll be soon. Tonight, Brother Chen is treating us to dinner. Why don't we eat together tonight? After saying that, Jiang Chang looked at Chen Hao. Brother Chen, no problem, right? Chen Hao made an okay gesture. Of course it's no problem. I've invited a good number of people tonight. Let's all have a lively time together. After Jiang Chang invited him last time, Wang Zhang invited him back for a drinking game, and today Chen Hao arranged another meal. It had to be said that these two people were quite worth befriending. Neither of them were of the nature to take advantage of the situation. Seeing everyone say that, Zhou Ying naturally nodded her head in agreement. Chapter 63, Four-Door Supercar. After making the appointment, the three of them left the Ferrari booth and went for another stroll. Walking to the Mercedes-Benz showroom, Jiang Chang greeted Wang Zhang and Chen Hao and stopped, because Jiang Chang saw a four-door supercar. Seeing the three uncommonly dressed young men stop, a middle-aged man immediately greeted them and said to the three of them, Three gentlemen, may I ask what model you're looking at? Let me introduce it to you. Jiang Chang looked at the male manager's work license. The other party was called Zhang Mingfeng. Jiang Chang pointed to the black Mercedes AMG GTR 54-door supercar in the center. This car seems to be more in line with my requirements. The best design of this AMG GTR 54-door supercar was that it was well controlled whether it was for business or out on the street. It was neither frivolous nor had the performance that a supercar should have. Jiang Cheng thinks that buying this car Li Yan should not have any opinion, and it looks both sedan feeling is actually a supercar with. Zhang Jianmen go to the company when driving is also very suitable. The appearance of the aura looks very strong. AMG design added to make the whole car's sports attributes are very strong. Due to the 4-door design, the appearance is again not as sharp as the Porsche 911, and the 0-100 only takes 3.4 seconds, which is quite good. You asked about this Mercedes-Benz AMG GTR 50 performance is very high. It competes with the Porsche Panamera and is better than the Panamera. Equipped with a 3.0T inline 6-cylinder engine plus 48V light hybrid system, matched with Mercedes-Benz own 9-AT transmission. The entire level of power is the performance of the mainstream 6-cylinder power. The parameters to be beautiful than the same engine or the same price rivals. Zhang Mingfeng carefully introduced the car in front of him for Jiang Cheng. Seeing Zhang Mingfeng's gushing appearance, Jiang Cheng immediately waved his hand. How much does this one cost? Since this one is paired with the top of the line's highest configuration, the whole body's configuration adds up to a price of 2 million, and we'll also be giving away. The complimentary things are not important. Is there delivery? Help me send it to Rongcheng? Seeing Jiang Cheng say this, Zhang Mingfeng instantly rubbed his hands happily. He really wasn't wrong. The new designer clothes on the 3 people, not to mention, the expensive watches they wore on their hands showed that the 3 people were all not bad spenders. 1 with a Rolex Rainbow Circle, 2 with Patek Philippe. Sure enough, just a moment later business was delivered to the door. This is a national package delivery, and we will also assist in helping you get a local license plate. You can rest assured on this point. Zhang Mingfeng immediately patted his chest to ensure that said. Jiang Cheng nodded with satisfaction at this. Alright then, swipe your card. Seeing Jiang Cheng being so bold, Zhang Mingfeng instantly froze. On the contrary, Wang Zhang and Chen Hao were already somewhat immune. Jiang Cheng, you didn't just buy this car for your dad, right? Jiang Cheng nodded. I don't think my mom would say anything about this car. It's low-key enough. You call this low-key? A 4-door supercar with the appearance of a sedan. This is still not low-key? You have the money and you say so. Jiang Cheng shook his head with a smile and said to Wang Mingfeng again. This car was sent to my dad. When the time comes, can you help me prepare a handover ceremony? I want to give him a surprise. Zhang Mingfeng looked at the bank card that Jiang Cheng pulled out, reacted and then subconsciously gulped and said, this is of course no problem. I'll take care of it. I guarantee to help you do it in a beautiful and ceremonial way. Jiang Cheng nodded and handed over his bank card. Swipe it. Full payment. Hearing the words full payment, Zhang Mingfeng's eyes even narrowed into a slit with a smile. Worthy of being a bigwig wearing a $1 million watch, a car of more than $2 million didn't even need a mortgage. Zhang Mingfeng immediately took over Jiang Cheng's bank card to go to the POS machine side of the operation. A moment do not want to delay to hurry to this single business to sit down. To know that the car show these days, although many people, but the number of people who buy that is 5 fingers are counted over, and sell the most are about 500,000 models. Originally thought that today's last day should be no guests, did not expect to actually come to a large single, and still 2 million models, which called Zhang Mingfeng how not to be happy. Watching Zhang Mingfeng hand the collection and bank card back to Jiang Cheng, Wang Zhang and Chen Hao once again looked at each other. As far as they knew, Jiang Cheng had already bought 4 cars in just over a week of his arrival, and the most expensive one was still half a small Target Ferrari Laffa. Just the car he was driving now was still over $8 million. As far as he was concerned, it was indeed worthy of the 2 words luxury and horizontal. Jiang Cheng, I'm kind of opened my eyes. I think when I bought my first supercar I had to beg my father for a long time before he bought it for me. I didn't expect you to be able to buy a supercar for your dad at this age, or the full price. I'm sour. Chen Hao opened his mouth and said, can the 2 of us compare to him? Can't compare. I'm sour too. Wang Zhang said in agreement. AI. Okay, if you all say so, then I'm ready to show my cards. Jiang Cheng said jokingly. Okay, brother Jiang, you say, we are stable. Chen Hao said immediately propped both hands on the chair to express a look of listening. Okay, which has so much tomato richest plot. That said, what to arrange for me tonight? A little hungry. Jiang Cheng said helplessly, changing the topic. 2 people also did not pursue the question. After all, make friends well. If asked too deep will seem a bit snobbish. Everyone still decided to sincere will be friends. I've ordered the pig-killing dishes from the farmhouse banquet tonight. Black pork, raised on their own farm, guaranteed to have a great flavor, Chen Hao said. Wang Zhang nodded his head in approval and said, their family's top banquet is the pig-killing dishes. All the ingredients are produced by their own farm, absolutely organic and pesticide-free. The grade and taste are good. The reputation in Magic City is quite good. and it definitely does not lose to the big hotels. Okay, you all said so, that is definitely good, said I am looking forward to. The taste of the farmhouse banquet sometimes could be a lot better than the kind of dishes in big hotels that had small portions and were fancy. And price-wise it wasn't really low either. Jiang Chang remembered going to a farmhouse once before when he was talking business with his father. 10 abalone will be thousands of dollars. A sea bass a few $100s. A plate of shrimp is also in thousands of units. Simply the whole meal would cost tens of thousands of dollars. However, the positioning of these natural farms is originally for the rich to consume, and these days the main organic and natural is a word. Expensive. After finishing the formalities in the Mercedes-Benz showroom, the three people will be divided into two ways. Chen Hao and Wang Zhang first went to arrange for the evening's food and drink, while Jiang Chang returned to the Ferrari's booth. Seeing Zhou still standing beside the car, Jiang Chang opened his mouth and asked, "Getting off work?" Zhou looked at the time and said shyly, "There's still half an hour left. Did you go to Mercedes-Benz site to buy a car?" Although the Mercedes and the Ferrari were separated by another 50 meters or so, Zhou still noticed Jiang Chang's actions just now. Jiang Chang nodded. "I'm going to buy a supercar to send my old man." I looked around and it was all too ostentatious. So in the end, I had to choose Mercedes. Mercedes-Benz's supercar? AMG GTR, the one with 2 doors? Jiang Chang shook his head. "By the 4-door. My mom is afraid of my father flamboyant, has not allowed him to buy a supercar. 4-door that both the performance of the supercar, the appearance is also more business." Just right. Hearing Jiang Chang say this, Zhou covered her mouth and laughed a little. "I remember my mom used to be like this to my dad." Seemingly thinking of something finished, Zhou Ying's expression became a bit odd again. "It's almost time to get off work. Why don't we leave now? There aren't many people now anyway." Zhou nodded. "Then I'll talk to the manager." "You wait." Chapter 64, Can't Men Eat Lollipops? Zhou mentioned to their male manager about wanting to go to dinner with Jiang Chang, and the male manager naturally agreed. He even urged her to get off work quickly and asked the finance department to give Zhou a labor settlement right away. Taking advantage of the labor settlement time, Zhou said to Jiang Chang, "Jiang Chang, you wait for me for a while, I'll go change my clothes." Jiang Chang nodded after looking at Zhou once again. Although this outfit looked good, it really wasn't very everyday. Zhou turned around and quickly returned to the staff office, taking off this sexy dress and changing into an everyday outfit. The clothes Zhou brought with her today were very minimalist, just a simple tight-fitting white tee plus a pair of casual black straight pants, plus a pair of sneakers. After changing, Zhou carefully scrutinized the mirror and changed the big red lipstick to a more everyday grapefruit color. Only then did she satisfactorily fold the dress she took off and put it inside the bag. Lifting the bag, she quickly walked out of the lounge in the direction of Jiang Chang. 10 minutes later, Zhou walked towards Jiang Chang. Jiang Chang looked at Zhou Ying's beautiful and delicate features, her glistening, smoky eyes and thin willow leaf eyebrows. The simple dress on her body emphasized her dignified young lady's temperament, worthy of being recognized as the school flower. After settling the labor, the two people came to the entrance of the car show. Jiang Chang pressed the unlock button of the Ferrari. Zhou naturally sat on the passenger side. After fastening her seatbelt, Zhou said to Jiang Chang, "That said, thanks to your car, because of your car I also raised 12,000 commission." "Only 12,000? See Jiang Chang face surprised look. Zhou could not help but smile and nodded. "Yes, I am not their Ferrari's official staff. I am a car model. If not, you open. That commission is not my turn. This is the full payment, so I can only get 2,000ths of the commission, and also does not count on the price of your configuration. Only count the car price of the commission, so it still has to be counted like that. That really isn't much." Zhou nodded. "If you're a formal employee, you might have to have a 0.05% commission, and if you're buying on a mortgage, it's even more. This is the first time I know about these industry insiders. I always thought that the commission for luxury car sales was very high. For ordinary people is indeed considered high, but luxury cars, but also not good to sell is. So many days of the car show also sold a total of 3, one of which is you drive this." Jiang Chang nodded. "Then how much is your daily salary as a car model?" "Me? I'm a car model for the second time. The salary isn't that high, 2,000 a day." Zhou replied while checking her handbag. "Your salary isn't considered high?" Jiang Chang was a bit surprised. Those famous car models' salary is only considered high. They are all 10 or 20,000 a day. I was introduced by someone my mom knows to get this job opportunity, and I am appearance can be. The price is slightly higher. Some conditions of the average day only 500-800. Jiang Chang nodded his head and said approvingly, "As far as you this condition I think 1 or 2 million is more appropriate." "Really? It seems I have a lot of potential." Jiang Chang appreciated this frank and open attitude of Zhou. He thought for a moment and asked, "How come you want to come out to work? Is it a summer job?" Zhou knew that Jiang Chang would ask this question sooner or later, so she said frankly, You should also know that my family went bankrupt, so in order to pay for my college living expenses, so I can only come out to earn extra money. Seeing Jiang Chang froze, Zhou took the initiative to ease the atmosphere. Isn't it surprising? But it's been more than a year, and I'm used to the life I have now, so it's okay. I know there are a lot of people inside the class who will talk about me in private, but originally I don't have any particularly good friends in the class, so those words are actually nothing to me. And although life is harder now, it's pretty good to work with your own hands. Jiang Chang didn't say any comforting words, still driving the car peacefully. A beautiful woman in your condition doesn't worry about earning money. Everyone says that beautiful women don't worry about earning money, but where the money comes from, again, everyone doesn't say. Zhou said mischievously about the internet stocks. Jiang Chang was directly amused by Zhou Ying's words. Originally, he thought that she was a high-cool school flower, but he didn't expect her to be quite grounded. Zhou took out another lollipop from her bag and stuffed it into her mouth after unwrapping it. Taking out another one, she handed it to Jiang Chang and asked, "Eating a lollipop?" Jiang Chang waved his hand. "No, men who eat lollipops are pussies," Zhou asked with some doubt. "Why, can't men eat lollipops?" Jiang Chang didn't know how to explain. It's not like he could tell her I have a lollipop myself, and it's the kind that I carry around 24 hours a day, and this lollipop is only given to extreme young ladies like her to eat. Seeing that Jiang Chang didn't answer, Zhou also didn't pursue the question and continued. "Originally I should have invited you to have a good meal, but I didn't expect to come over with you to rub it in." Jiang Chang looked down at Zhou and said indifferently, "It's all a meal. There's no difference. You don't have to work after the car show, right?" Zhou nodded. "Well, the salary for these few days is enough to cover my living expenses in college. I'll see if there are any other part-time jobs I can do at that time." "Well, work hard and treat yourself well after you finish. I was going to go out for a nice meal tonight to treat myself, and buy you dinner as well, but now it looks like it'll have to be next time." "Just like that?" Zhou smiled bitterly. "I also only now understand that the happiness of the rich can be divided into many kinds, but for the poor, the greatest happiness is to eat a good meal to celebrate, and then even if you want to do it, there's no way to do it. After all, I still have to pay the tuition fee." Jiang Chang had to admit that Zhou had a point. It was only a short 10 kilometers away from the dining boycott, but it was a hard drive of 40 minutes to get there. Jiang Chang couldn't help but lament that a supercar wasn't good when it was stuck in traffic. The car drove into a farmhouse, only to see the environment of the inside of the mountains and the water. The view is wide, the air is fresh at first glance, is a good place. In addition to Wang Zhang and Chen Hao, there were two other people on the field. After a few people introduced each other, the dishes were served one after another. However, when the food was almost ready, 5 more people suddenly came, 3 men and 2 women. Several people got off the bus and walked towards Jiang Chang and the others. Chen Hao looked at the line of people walking towards them and couldn't help but frown. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Why is he here? After saying that, he said towards Wang Zhang in explanation, "Brother Wang, I didn't call him for this game." Jiang Chang looked at Wang Zhang's somewhat gloomy face and asked suspiciously, "What's wrong?" The man on the far right wearing Gucci clothes is called Wang Chang. He has some quarrels with Brother Wang. We usually don't play together. I don't know which ungrateful person called him tonight. Seeing Chen Hao in a difficult situation, Wang Zhang patted his shoulder and said, "It's okay, this is not his venue. He came as he came. You are the master. Greet him well." Chen Hao nodded. "That's a must. Let's go." People are all together. Then all on the table. Several people sat on the table together. Chen Hao started to introduce Jiang Chang to everyone one by one. Until Wang Chang's time, Chen Hao stopped and asked with a smile, "Brother Xiao Chang, who invited you here today?" "I remember I didn't invite you either." Wang Chang's face darkened when he saw that Chen Hao actually didn't even call him Brother Wang after not seeing him for so long and called him Xiao Chang. One should know that the thing he hated the most was when people called him by his nickname. Chapter 65, Tense Atmosphere. Wang Chang pulled out an ugly smile staring at Chen Hao and said, "Long time no see. Know that you set up a game specially to support the scene. Don't mind, Brother Xiao Chang. It's still not enough for you to have a bite of food. Just eat if you want to." Seeing the atmosphere on the field began to cool down, a sunny-looking boy called Qiangung came out to round off the scene. Said, "Chen brother, your pig-killing dishes seem to be strong. Is not it necessary to drink a little bit of wine? Today's atmosphere, that must be Brother Jiang, the whole point of Mao Tai drink?" Chen Hao ignored Wang Chang's grim expression and directly turned his head to ask Jiang Chang. "Of course, no problem." Jiang Chang thought that his drinking capacity was quite good. At least he never fell down when he went out to sing karaoke in the past. After the food was served, the crowd ate the colorful and flavorful pig-killing dishes on top. A pig-killing dish that was delicious but also filled their mouths with oil. "Come on, Brother Jiang, I'll toast you." Chen Hao picked up his wine cup and said to Jiang Chang, "Brother Chen, you're welcome." After Jiang Chang finished drinking, Wang Zhang also picked up his wine cup and extended an invitation to Jiang Chang. Brother Wang, let's go. The one who spoke out just now called Qiangang also extended an invitation to Jiang Chang. Brother Jiang, I'll go one with you too. Nice to meet you. You guys are trying to have a wheel war with me. Come on. Brother Jiang, I'll give you a group. Wang Zhang took the initiative to join Jiang Chang's battle group. Brother Wang, who doesn't know that you can drink well? Qiangang and I can definitely win against you, Chen Hao said objectively. Then I'll join you. We're 3 against 2. Another one called Lin Feng joined Chen Hao's team. The atmosphere on the field immediately heated up. There were those who joined and a few who quietly sat on the sidelines and watched the show. Wang Chang looked at the few of them and coldly grunted, pulling the remaining few to start drinking as well. Half an hour later, everyone was slightly drunk. At this time Wang Chang began to speak. Say, I recently got another insider stock. The kind of steady profit. Wang Chang so said. Sitting next to him a slightly fat boy called Guo Qian immediately opened his mouth and said, Wang brother, I heard that you recently speculated in the stock market earned more than 10 million. It turns out to be true. After Guo Qian finished speaking, Zhang Ming next to him also chimed in. Brother Wang, are you serious? Please bring it on. Wang Chang see everyone said so, immediately said proudly, I just want to share with you today. Make friends, we have to be bright eyes. Do not make some meat and drink friends, have to have access to the development. Wang Chang this high and low some ironic Wang Zhang and Chen Hao meaning. Lin Feng, who drank with them on the sidelines, put down his wine glass at this time with a turn of his eyes. He was somewhat moved by Wang Chang's words, but since Chen Hao had invited him here this time, he was also too embarrassed to directly turn the wind around. The insider information I've received recently can be true. Everyone who knows me knows that I bought a Lamborghini just yesterday. There's no way. People are different when they're lucky. Brother Wang. No wonder I've heard them all saying you've gotten rich recently. I also want to change my car. Beg to take me on board. Hearing Guo Qian flattering Wang Chang, Chen Hao said with displeasure. This Guo Qian is overdoing it. Actually flattering Xiao Chang. They all consciously stood on their own side after they had a falling out with Wang Chang before, and didn't interact with Wang Chang for a long period of time. Looking at Guo Qian's attitude, tonight Wang Chang may not be able to bring him in time. Wang Zhang spoke out at this time. Xiao Chang brother, I still remember the year before last. You asked me to borrow 2 million to pay off the debt. That was when the speculation failed. Right, people, or have to learn a lesson. That's right, look at you now mixed up all uninvited. Come over to rub food and drink. Chen Hao also continued. Wang Chang saw Wang Zhang turning over his black history. Suddenly his face darkened. You two are deliberately messing with me again. Right, you don't follow even if, but also deliberately say this won't let others follow? Are you jealous? Wang Zhang snorted coldly. Giving you face and calling you brother Xiao Chang. You really think you are something. Seeing that Wang Zhang was getting a bit agitated, Jiang Chang beckoned. Alright, brother Wang, you're out to have fun with me today. Don't get ruined by unhappy things. Wang Chang's face was immediately dishonored by Wang Zhang's words. He didn't dare to do anything to Wang Zhang, so at this moment, he could only take out his anger on Jiang Chang. Where did you come from, hillbilly? Is it your turn to speak here? After saying this, Wang Chang even slammed the wine glass in his hand to the ground. Chapter 66 Self-Strength. Bang! Instantly wine glass full of flowers. Glass bottles exploded at the same time. Jiang Chang beside the Zhou startled. Jiang Chang looked at the crazy Wang Chang, immediately face also cooled down. Jiang Chang finally knew why this Wang Chang would fall out with Chen Hao and Wang Zhang and the two of them. Everyone was a person who had received 9 years of compulsory education. Nowadays, there were very few rich second-generation great young men who had such low quality. There were also very few people who had this kind of exaggerated display of condescending arrogance looking down on others. After all, it is already the new century, and most rich people have been educated with high quality. Wang Chang was still the first oddball he had met in Magic City. Wang Zhang stood up at the first time and said in a dissatisfied manner towards Wang Chang, Xiao Chang, what do you mean? Chen Hao also sneered breathlessly from the side. Are you mad at us? Shen Gung also looked at Wang Chang breathlessly at this time. Wang Chang, today I'm here for Chen Hao's bureau. Don't mess up. What? A country bumpkin from Tianfu was just a bumpkin. You all one by one hold him up to the sky. I'm not going to spoil him. At the wine table today, everyone was surrounding Jiang Chang, and Wang Chang had long been displeased. Country bumpkin? Jiang Chang walked to Wang Chang with an icy face, opening his mouth and shutting his mouth about hillbillies. He really thought he was made of mud. Jiang Chang wouldn't take the initiative to cause trouble, but he was also never afraid of causing trouble. Otherwise, when he got the system as a setup. Wang Chang looked at Jiang Chang with disdain. I'm talking about you. What's wrong? Country bumpkin. Snap. Wang Chang said this. 2 crisp sounds rang out. The people present were all stunned as they watched Jiang Chang's sudden move. You dare to hit me? Wang Chang looked at Jiang Chang with a look of disbelief. I suggest you go hang up a brain clinic when you're fine. If you don't have the money, I'll pay for you. Jiang Cheng finished and withdrew his hand without slowing down, provoking him again and again. When let him have no temper, Wang Chang, who reacted to the situation, stood up with an awe and was going to look for Jiang Cheng to fight for his life. You damn hick. I'll fight you. At this time, Chen Hao and Wang Zhang saw that he was about to make a move and stood up with a swish. Wang Chang just rushed over that instant, then he was kicked to the ground by Jiang Cheng, only to see Jiang Cheng stomping on Wang Chang's face. What? Does the face not hurt anymore? This Wang Chang's mouth is really too stinky. At this time, Jiang Cheng stepped on the foot. Whimpering cannot make a sound. Seeing this, Wang Zhang and Chen Hao walked over to Wang Chang's side and said, Wang Chang, today this matter relies on your own mouth stinks. Now I'll give you a chance. You get lost. Seeing Wang Zhang and Chen Hao said so, Jiang Cheng withdrew his foot. But how could Wang Chang, who was on the verge of drinking, be willing to sell this face to Wang Zhang and Chen Hao? He madly pointed at Jiang Cheng and said, You wait for me. I won't let you go. Jiang Cheng sneered. I'd like to see how you won't let me go. After saying that, Jiang Cheng asked Wang Zhang and Chen Hao, What's this kid's origin? Wang Zhang saw Jiang Cheng ask this, looked at Wang Chang, shook his head and said, The family is dry food. There are 2 listed companies. These 2 years listened to the market share accounted for quite a lot. So he is more and more arrogant. Is that so? Then I would like to see how much his family can do. Jiang Cheng said this. Wang Zhang instantly understood. He glanced at Chen Hao with an expression that seemed to say, That guy Wang Chang is going to have bad luck. Seeing the scene like this, the other few people immediately went quiet and didn't say anything. Although Wang Chang was unconvinced, he saw so many people on the scene. No one stood on his side, but could not help but let out a harsh word and then huffed and puffed away. Zhang Ming and Guoqian see Wang Chang left. 2 people also stood up, awkwardly opened his mouth and said, This drink is also almost. I have some, is on the first to go. Me too. You guys drink. I'll leave first. Thanks for the hospitality. Seeing their 2 wallflower looks, Chen Hao coldly snorted and waved his hand. After Wang Chang and the others left, Jiang Cheng returned to the dinner table. Looking at Zhou Ying, whose face was brushed white, Jiang Cheng opened his mouth and asked, What? Scared? Zhou Ying nodded. A little. Thought he would fight with you. That's impossible. If I want to fight, it's also me who will fight him. You, don't be too impulsive. It's not good to get hurt. Zhou Ying finished. Chen Hao then said, Sorry brother Jiang. I didn't expect such a disgusting thing to happen. What are you talking about? Small matter. After the Nanjiale shopkeeper cleaned up the scene, a few people dispersed in boredom. Jiang Cheng looked at Zhou Ying. You didn't drink tonight. You can drive, right? Zhou Ying nodded. Of course, I've driven a supercar. Right. I almost forgot that you were once a rich second generation as well. Jiang Cheng said jokingly. Don't worry. I promise to deliver you safely to your destination. Zhou Ying took Jiang Cheng's car keys and said with conviction. When he returned to Anyuaman, Jiang Cheng sent a message to his security team. Wang Chang. This person Jiang Cheng had to mess with him, even though he had already beaten him just now. However, in the future, Jiang Cheng is going to mix in the Magic City again. Dealing with Wang Chang is undoubtedly to let the other people see their own strength, but also a good opportunity to establish prestige. The circle of adults was never tied to their own interests. Jiang Cheng knew that only when he showed his own strength could he not be bullied. Chapter 67, Wang Chang's Bad Luck. Jiang Cheng looked at Zhou Ying in the driver's seat after sending it. I didn't expect you to drive quite steadily. It's been a long time since I drove. In fact, there are some rusty. Just saw the traffic police when I was still a little nervous. Zhou Ying spat out her tongue mischievously towards Jiang Cheng. It's not like you're speeding. What are you nervous about? But I kinda want to drive faster. It's just not good to maneuver in the city. Can't tell you like racing cars? I haven't raced yet. I didn't have a chance before when my family was strict, but now I don't have the conditions. Zhou Ying said. Jiang Cheng nodded. That's easy. Next time I have the chance to take you along. Zhou Ying smiled and didn't refuse. Aren't you going back to Tianfu? When Zhou Ying reminded her of this, Jiang Cheng nodded. I'll go back once some things are taken care of. It's been more than a week since I came out. My mom should miss me. In fact, Li Yan did not rush Jiang Cheng at all. Well, Jiang Cheng is not at home the day she does not need to cook. Not to mention how cool and Jiang Cheng to deal with things is Zhang Yu and tonight's Wang Chang. At this time back home, Wang Chang, angry on WeChat to find all kinds of relationship means, ready to secretly give Jiang Cheng a little color. What he does not know is that night the source of the product supply of their family had an incident. The next morning on the network of various events began to ferment. Not only was the stinky foot sauerkraut blown up, but also the slobbering sour bamboo shoots. The issue of rotting and stinking pasta raw materials that had expired were all turned up. All sorts of videos sensationally began to spread on the internet, and as soon as the raw material factories had problems, it was Wang Chang and his family's products that bore the brunt of the problem. Due to the excessive number of complaints about food safety issues, consumers began to bring up the tempo online. all of them comprehensively dissecting the problems with Wangshire Enterprises' food ingredients and formulas. Various video reviews and test results began to spread in large numbers. The authorities also began to intervene quickly and asked major supermarket suppliers to remove the products in question from the shelves immediately. Within a day, Wang's Foods was faced with huge losses and a decline in reputation. Wang Zhang and Chen Hao, as well as the few people from yesterday, couldn't help but flutter inwardly as they watched the news. It was only last night that Jiang Cheng said the sentence, "Then I'm going to see just how capable his family is." He didn't expect to wake up with a start and have something happen to his family. Chen Hao called Wang Zheng the first time after seeing the news. "Brother Wang, did you see the news? I saw it. I knew something was going to happen to that guy. Deserved it. I didn't realize that Brother Zhang's energy is this big. This time the Wang family will not say it's going to fall, but at least it's going to take off a layer of skin. Brother Zhang, this person is indeed not simple. Anyway, from the first time I saw him I knew that he is not an ordinary person. Wang Chang, that kid does not know the sky is high. He deserved it. Their family was not easy to get up. Now it fell again. Do people still have to be a little humble?" Zhang Ming and Guoqian, who left with Wang Chang last night, naturally saw the news. Things all of a sudden fermented so big. A clear-eyed person can see things behind someone in the intention to screw Wangs. The person concerned, Wang Chang, is still sleeping at this time. And the person Wang Chang at this time is still waking up. Did not you look at the cell phone message? He brushed his teeth and went downstairs to eat. As soon as he arrived downstairs, he saw his father, Wang Wei, playing the phone in the anxiety. "You give me a little time to deal with. This thing just happened I have not come to deal with. You so anxious, why? I have said, give me some time. Hey. Seeing the other party hang up his phone, Wang Wei was so angry that he slammed his cell phone to the ground. He annoyingly stroked the few hairs he had left. Asterisk. Who the hell is messing with me? Wang Chang saw his usually calm and atmospheric father frowning in disbelief at this moment like an ant on a hot nest and asked, "Dad, what happened?" Chapter 68 Crisis. Wang Wei raised his head to look at Wang Chang, and his face became even more somber at this look. "What happened to your face? A face of bruises? Why is your nose bruised and swollen?" Wang Chang touched his painful cheeks, and immediately said to Wang Wei with aggression and anger, "Dad, I was beaten up by a country bumpkin, from out of town. Arrogant. I'm thinking about how to mess with him. You have to help me out." "Who? Where did you go to cause trouble again?" "I'm warning you, don't always go out and cause trouble. I've been very busy lately. I don't have time to give you a ride." Wang Wei helplessly rubbed his eyebrows and said, "Dad, where did I get into trouble? It's just a country bumpkin from Tianfu. I said a couple of words to him and he made a move to beat me up like this. If I don't give him some color, how am I going to hang around here in the future?" Seeing Wang Chang looking like a street punk, Wang Wei stood up and directly slapped Wang Chang's head. "What are you doing? All day long. You don't say a word. Are you a triad member? How did I give birth to a son like you?" Wang Wei's slap was extremely heavy, and Wang Chang hit the nearby coffee table without standing still. He covered the back of his head with one hand and his bumped knee with the other, resisting the urge to curse his father. He said furiously, "Dad, what are you doing today? I'm hurt like this and you're still hitting me." Wang Chang shouted loudly in displeasure. Just then, her mother Lin Lian rushed over at the sound. Heartbroken, she helped Wang Chang rub the back of his head, while looking at Wang Wei and said reproachfully, "What's wrong again? What are you doing hitting your son so early in the morning?" After saying that, he took a look at Wang Chang and then screamed in pain, "My dear son, how did you become like this? Who gave you a beating? Such a handsome face was beaten like this." Wang Wei looked at the two of them, immediately angry, looked at Lin Lian, cold snort pointed at Wang Chang. "Hate iron not steel," said, "Look at him, last month just trouble. I spent so much money to pay the medical expenses. That thing just passed today in trouble. See, I do not kill him." Lin Lian saw that Wang Wei was going to get into trouble again. She hurriedly protected her own child in her arms with both hands. "Old Wang, calm down. Changer, what's wrong with you? How did you get beaten up like this?" "Mom, I didn't hit anyone this time, but I was still beaten up. Even if Dad doesn't help me, he still beats me. You have to make a decision for me." Wang Chang looked like a mom's boy shrinking on Lin Lian's body and said in a petulant manner, "Old Wang, look, your child has been beaten like this, and you still blame him." Lin Lian complained, "Compassionate mothers have many defeated children. Sooner or later he was delayed by you. Every time it wasn't his initiative to mess with the goods. Let me tell you, there is a big problem on the company side today. I don't know who is deliberately messing with me. I don't have the time to care about you right now. You two had better calm down for me." Seeing that what he said had no effect, Wang Wei covered his chest in anger and didn't want to talk to them. After taking a deep breath to calm down, Wang Wei suddenly came back to his senses and turned his head to look at Wang Chang again. "You said, what happened to you last night? Who was that person you offended? It can't be that he's the one who's messing with our Wang's company, right? You tell me honestly and clearly." Wang Chang laughed disdainfully. Dad, how can that be? Just a country bumpkin from Tianfu who hangs out with Wang Zhang and Chen Hao and the others. After saying that, Wang Chang carefully recalled last night's scene. He remembered that Zhang Chang seemed to have said something at the end, as if it was about Wang Chang and their family. Thinking about it, Wang Chang thumped inwardly. Normally, Wang Chang was self-centered within their gang, but his attitude towards Zhang Chang seemed quite unusual. Could it be that Zhang Chang's identity is not ordinary? Seeing Wang Chang's suddenly white face, Wang Wei was suddenly furious with his chest heaving. I got you right, didn't I? It's really you who caused the trouble, isn't it? I said that usually well. A little bit of the first signs of this kind of thing appeared. So it's you, the son of a loser. After Wang Wei finished speaking, he was going to go up to teach Wang Chang a lesson again. Lin Lian immediately blocked in front of Wang Chang. Old Wang, you're crazy, even if someone is messing with us. So what? Just spend money to fix it. What's the point of hitting your son? Spend money to fix it? This is something that can be fixed with money? You haven't seen the news today, have you? I've been working hard for 30 years. It's not easy to take over 70% of the market, and 40% of the market has shrunk overnight. 40%, and that's just the beginning. The company's products have been taken off the shelves, and people are now investigating our company there. And those suppliers are all in the joint prosecution to us to pay money. You said yourself how much money we can pocket off? You say ah. At the end of his words, Wang Wei even used the way of roaring to vent his inner pressure. Only then did Lin Lian realize that things were a bit serious, and immediately panicked and said, what would make things so serious? You hurry up and press things down first. Suppress it. How? You tell? One of you think you're a triad society, and one of you thinks that you can cover the sky with a single receipt if you have a bit of money. You know that as soon as our company lost its market share, other companies immediately replaced it. Do you think supermarkets and consumers only have your brand of products to eat? Can you too use your brains? You tell me how many more years I have to work to get this share back? It's all your fault for having such a good kid. I told you to educate him properly, but you didn't listen, and now there's such a big problem. What do you think we should do? Lin Lian saw Wang Wei said that he immediately quit, said shrewdly, he is your only son, is not just a little money. Solve the problem on the good and also on the line. A little money? I really is the first time to find how you will be so stupid. I tell you, if you divorce me yesterday, you can still get 500 million. Today you divorce me, you can only 100 million at most. Do you understand? I'm telling you, if this doesn't work out, we're getting a divorce. I've had enough of you too. I've had enough of you too. You're giving me all sorts of day in and day out. Chapter 69 Knowledge Points. Lin Lian and Wang Chang only realized the seriousness of the matter at this time after Wang Wei completely freaked out. Wang Chang gulped in fear. Dad, what did you say? How could it be so serious? Then our family won't go bankrupt, right? He really didn't expect things to be this serious. Wang Lian was also so scared that she fell to the ground with soft feet. $500 million turned into $100 million. How could it be like this? Changer, what happened in the end? You quickly say it. Only then did Wang Chang fearfully explain everything clearly. Dad, after I came back last night I drank a lot of wine too sleepy, didn't have time to find him to take revenge. How could he deal with our family so quickly? Your father, I hit all the concerns early in the morning, didn't find out who was fixing our family. It turned out to be the Tianfu side. Who else if not him? Then what should I do now? I'm not familiar with him either. You stupid bastard finally realized the seriousness of the matter, right? I'm telling you, I'm immediately rolling to get this thing done for me, no matter how the other side is. Go beg him, otherwise your mom and I will divorce and you will go to your mom. After saying that, Wang Wei didn't even look at Wang Chang and Lin Lian on the ground. He directly turned away angrily. His hard work for decades is about to be destroyed. At this time, Wang Chang could not give birth to a trace of flesh and blood, and even wanted to end him with his own hands. Mom, what should I do? It can't really be him. It can't be. Wang Chang was still unwilling to accept reality. Only last night he had let slip that he wouldn't let Zhang Chang go, and today he was going to go kneel down and lick him? Changer, why don't you go and ask around? Go and beg for his understanding. If your dad really divorces me, you'll be ruined. How can that little bit of money be enough for us to spend in the future? You haven't even got a wife yet. Lin Lian also began to persuade Wang Chang in a good voice at this time. Until now Lin Lian still can't afford to scold Wang Chang, even if he knows everything is Wang Chang's fault. No, I can't do it. It's too embarrassing. Divorce is divorce. I'm not going. After saying this, Wang Chang angrily shook off Lin Lian's hand and quickly walked out of the house, drove his Lamborghini and left the house in a hurry. On the other side, Zhang Chang's securities company's computer genius, codenamed Hacker Empire, was still creating momentum online. Since the tasks Zhang Chang released were different, the programs their team created were also different. For example, Zhang Chang's request for Zhang Yu was to karma him. This request was more difficult to execute domestically. Plus Zhang Yu had just been beaten up the day before and was still hiding at home for the past 2 days. So the entire program was still in a dormant state. But this task of Wang Chang was not difficult to handle. After Jiang Chang released the mission over, a few people very quickly made a plan. 2 people were deployed that night, and their company's operations were instantly disrupted overnight. Digging out the raw material problem is even more directly to them a heavy blow. The effect is not only surprisingly good, the cost is also almost zero. As for Jiang Chang's side, due to last night's drinking, he almost slept through the night. When he woke up in the morning, Jiang Chang frowned at the silk pajamas he was wearing. He remembered that Zhou had gotten a ride back last night after dropping herself off. He himself had fallen straight back to sleep due to the fact that he had drunk more. How could he not remember changing his clothes? At this moment, Wang Yuyan walked in, only to see her face instantly become a little unnatural upon seeing Jiang Chang. Wang Yuyan still bowed respectfully to Jiang Chang and said, "Mr. Jiang, good morning. Breakfast has been prepared for you. Is the green vegetables and thin meat porridge okay? If you don't like it, I'll arrange something else for you." Jiang Chang once again looked at Wang Yuyan's slightly lowered collar and smiled, then asked, "Manager Wang, the arrangement is very good. It's not very comfortable to drink wine after doing it, so some light is just right. By the way, this pajamas of mine is what you helped me change." Seeing Jiang Chang talking about this, Wang Yuyan's face instantly rolled up even more. Seeing that Jiang Chang brought another stunning beauty back last night, Wang Yuyan felt that she should seize the opportunity to be a little more proactive. Unable to do so, Jiang Chang fell asleep as soon as he came back. Even when Wang Yuyan helped her wipe her body and change her clothes, Jiang Chang was unaware of it. Wang Yuyan could only carefully help Jiang Chang to wipe every part of his body clean, and see Jiang Chang did not react. No one around the situation. She also practiced the knowledge learned in the movie. Although after practicing several times it ended up in failure. Looking back now, she still felt that her mouth was unusually uncomfortable. But after practicing last night, Wang Yuyan felt that she had gained a lot. Not only was she more satisfied with Jiang Chang as a person, but she had also laid a solid foundation for the next actual battle. "Yes, Mr. Jiang, don't worry. I just changed your clothes and did nothing else." Wang Yuyan squeezed and waved her hand. Chapter 70, Wang Yuyan's Small Mind. Seeing Wang Yuyan with a look like there was no silver in this place, Jiang Chang immediately pulled out a smile. "So it's like this. I seem to have dreamed of Manager Wang last night, and the 2 of us still. What a pity. It turned out to be just a dream. What a waste of joy." When Wang Yuyan saw Jiang Chang say this, her heart suddenly fluttered. Did Jiang Chang's words mean that he was also looking forward to it? Seeing Wang Yuyan shyly biting her lower lip, her eyes glowing as she looked at herself, Jiang Chang pulled out a playful smile, directly turned around and walked into the bathroom to wash up. He had always kept in mind a good man's guideline, which was not to take the initiative and not to reject. Anyway, the words have been said to this point. It depends on how high Wang Yuyan's comprehension is. After Jiang Chang finished brushing his teeth, Wang Yuyan had already set up breakfast. Wang Yuyan thoughtfully served Jiang Chang a cup of very plain green vegetables and thin meat porridge. After seeing Jiang Chang finish drinking, Wang Yuyan took the initiative and said, "Mr. Jiang drank so much wine last night, the body must have some losses. I recently learned a new set of massage. Why don't I give you a massage?" Such a good benefit. Jiang Chang naturally nodded his head and agreed wholeheartedly. "Then let's go to bed?" Wang Yuyan asked shyly and tentatively. "That's natural. Then I'll trouble you, Manager Wang." After saying that, Jiang Chang stretched his back and quickly walked into the bedroom. It seemed like it was time for an after-dinner exercise. After Jiang Chang laid down, Wang Yuyan, who was following him, also quickly took off her shoes and got on the bed. Kneeling and sitting to the side, Wang Yuyan took a deep breath and then with a seductive smile naturally helped Jiang Chang press his arm. Just in Jiang Chang, some wonder this massage is not some serious time. Wang Yuyan suddenly switched the direction, back to Jiang Chang. The worst thing was that Wang Yuyan actually didn't wear safety pants inside her housekeeper uniform. Jiang Chang nodded with satisfaction. The anti-human design of safety pants. Finally met one that didn't wear them. I didn't expect Wang Yuyan to actually have such trust in herself. Thanks to that, he was a man who had weathered great storms. By virtue of his strong willpower, he hard let two pillars calm down. Just when Jiang Chang was about to lose control, Wang Yuyan suddenly turned around and said to Jiang Chang, "Mr. Jiang, how does it feel?" "Very good. Full marks. Manager Wang is very professional. I feel like I can't stand it anymore." "Thank you, Mr. Jiang. It's actually my first time to operate. I'm very happy to get your affirmation. Let me help you press your shoulder next." After pressing for a while only to see her face suddenly a little difficult, after the action of the hand stopped, some shyly asked, "Mr. Jiang, this position is a little not too smooth. I need to change the position, can it?" Jiang Chang pulled out an easygoing smile at these words, only to see him nod his head in a serious manner. "Of course it's okay. Feel free to do as you please. Wang Yuyan smiled seductively at this time and sat directly on Jiang Chang's lap. A pair of small hands began to slowly help Jiang Chang press up his shoulders. The original feigned calm chest began to flutter, jumped up. Jiang Chang's eyes reddened as he grabbed Wang Yuyan's soft little hands. Manager Wang, why don't we change places? Chapter 71, Failure to Use. Things went on in an orderly fashion, and it wasn't until the end that Jiang Chang remembered that he still had a Descendant Devouring card, bonus card that he hadn't used yet. The reason why Xiao Yinin hadn't used it last time was because Jiang Chang had been drinking that day, plus the whole person had gotten high at the back, and only remembered when it was over. Since Wang Yuyan had secretly used Jiang Chang as a tool person to learn quite a few points last night, it was a good idea to use it in practice at this time. But just as Jiang Chang was preparing to use this reward card actually didn't work. Jiang Chang looked at the tips. It turned out that there was another important prerequisite for shipping to use this card, and that was that the face value must reach 90 points or more. Wang Yuyan's face value score was 89 points, just that 1 point short, which Jiang Chang hadn't expected. A beauty with 89 points or more was indeed 1 in a million. A beauty of Wang Yuyan's level actually only had 89 points. Seeing that the use failed, Jiang Chang could only regretfully shake his head and put the card away again. After putting it away, Jiang Chang began to concentrate on playing. On the other side, Wang Chang was still the same as usual, and directly drove the girl who accosted him on the side of the road to a nearby hotel. Wang Chang put his arm around the coolly dressed girl and said to the front desk girl, "Girl, give brother a powerful boutique room." Receiving Wang Chang's credit card, the receptionist said politely, "Okay, please wait a moment." Looking at the sweet-looking receptionist girl, Wang Chang said lewdly again, "Sister, brother will be here for the next few days. Come up and play together when you have time." Before the receptionist had a chance to speak, she saw that the POS showed the 4 words credit card failure. "I'm sorry sir, you can't swipe this card. Please change it." Wang Chang looked at the bank card that was handed over to him and was a bit confused. "Can't swipe? It can't be. Is the machine broken? Try this one." After saying that, he annoyingly pulled out another card from inside his wallet. A few seconds later, the receptionist girl said again, "Sorry, your card's limit is not enough. Do you have another card?" Wang Chang reacted instantly when he heard this. Both cards couldn't be swiped. It must be Wang Wei who had stopped his card. Having just bought that Lamborghini the day before yesterday, he didn't have a single penny on him right now. He could only swipe his credit card and his dad's secondary card, and he didn't expect that both of them couldn't be swiped now. Grass. It must be that old man messing with me. After cursing, Wang Chang scratched his head in annoyance and said to the girl next to him, "Girl, you pay for the room first. I'll give it to you then." The cool girl next to him instantly changed her face when she saw that Wang Chang wanted to pay for the room himself. He had seen a lot of men who drove luxury cars and pretended to be rich second generation. Maybe that Lamborghini was a rental. Even the room fee cannot afford to pay. After the end of their own is not even a penny to get. Thinking about it, the woman immediately opened her mouth to spray, "You want a whore for nothing? If you don't have money, don't pretend to be a big spender. Learn how to drive a luxury car. What kind of garbage? Waste my time." After giving Wang Chang a blank look, he turned away in disgust. Looking at Wang Chang's cold and angry expression, the receptionist girl also secretly spat secretly. Indeed, what a trashy thing. Just now he dared to molest himself, but it turned out to be a poor bastard pretending to be 13. "May I ask if you still handle it, sir?" Looking at the girl who walked away, Wang Chang at this time spread his anger on the front desk. "Little sister, do Nima, what are you laughing at?" After saying this, he hurriedly took back his bank card and walked out of the hotel's lobby. After leaving the hotel, Wang Chang immediately called Wang Wei. Wang Wei was sitting in his office with a tired face at this time, dealing with all kinds of default documents. Early in the morning, he had people dealing with the hot searches and various complaints on the internet all the time. According to the information he got, the person behind the scene this time is really the one who offended his own son. Jiang Cheng. This person Wang Wei actually did not find out any details, only know that he opened a new registered capital of 500 million investment company. The rest of the Wang Wei is a little bit cannot find out, and this is all thanks to the system. As soon as the phone was connected, Wang Chang immediately yelled loudly, "Dad, what's wrong with you? I can't actually swipe the money. Do you know how I was just snickered at? Quickly restore my card." Seeing that Wang Chang did not have the slightest intention to repent, Wang Wei was furious and gritted his teeth. "I'll tell you again. Fix the things you messed up. Don't always think that everyone in the Four Seas is your father. If you still don't reflect on this time and change your stinking temper, you'll be left to your own devices in the future. And anyway, this family is about to be ruined by you. Believe it or not, I'll let you to not get a single penny." After saying this, Wang Wei directly hung up the phone with a cold snort. Chapter 72, No different from bankruptcy. Wang Chang looked at the phone that was hung up, his eyes suddenly red with anger. At this time he directly wanted to smash the cell phone in his hand, but the moment his hand was raised he was somewhat abashed. Could it be that things were really more serious than he thought? If Wang Wei really didn't give him any more money, then what should he do in the future? With nowhere to go, Wang Chang started to contact some of his friends on WeChat who usually play with him. After contacting some, Wang Chang more panic, because one of them are very abnormal. Everyone has something in hand for the reason that he refused. Wang's food overnight appeared so big things. Anyone with eyes could see that his family must have offended some big shot, who dared to play with him at this moment, and they all shunned him. Wang Chang, who had been sitting on the side of the road for a long time, finally calmed down. In just one day, those people who usually nodded to him and tried desperately to please him, at this moment, their attitudes towards themselves had all become a 180-degree turn. One must know that there were quite a few people he usually offended. In case he didn't have this rich second-generation identity in the future, then his future life would definitely be dark. He is also not really. He has just carefully studied the current crisis of Wang's, and knows that if it goes on like this, their family will sooner or later close down. Wang Chang immediately called Zhang He and Guo Qian after considering it for a while. After all, the two of them had treated him the best that night. After the call was answered, Wang Chang said that he wanted Zhang He and Guo Qian to contact Jiang Chang so that the two of them could make a connection. He apologized to Jiang Chang. Zhang He and Guo Qian were already very regretful inwardly after knowing about Wang Chang's accident. They both know that they stood on the wrong side that night, and now Jiang Chang is using Wang Chang to make an example of him, although they have not yet begun to suffer. But this kind of thing is already enough for them to be scared. At this time, they want to hide far away, but also immediately and Wang Chang directly clear relations, and the two of them really do not know Jiang Chang such a big brother, but also that night to see aside, not much more familiar than Wang Chang. The two have said that they cannot help. Finally, Wang Chang had no choice but to give Chen Hao a phone call. Chen Hao saw Wang Chang's phone call in, and raised his cell phone to Wang Zhang, who was sitting opposite him drinking tea. Chen Hao pressed the speaker and picked up. Brother Xiao Chang, why are you in the mood to call me? Chen Hao, I want to find Jiang Chang, can you help me? Xiao Chang, it's not that I don't want to help. To be honest, I don't seem to be that familiar with you. Besides, you smashed me last night when we had dinner, and you know that I'm friends with Wang Zhang, so it's not appropriate to help you. You'd better find someone else. After saying that, Chen Hao hung up the phone. Wang Zhang shook his head after snorting. This guy is still a bit aware. I thought he was hardened. He also deserved it. Usually let him be so arrogant. I heard that last month he also robbed a high school student's girlfriend, and also sent the other party to the hospital with a broken leg. And in the end, his father also helped him to pay 100,000 or so in medical expenses. Chen Hao finished this sentence. Wang Zhang's cell phone also rang. Seeing that it was Wang Chang's call, he also picked it up and then clicked on the loudspeaker. Hey, brother Wang, it's me, Xiao Chang. Wang Chang's disheveled voice came from the other side of the phone. Looking at Wang Chang's show of weakness, Chen Hao couldn't help but cover his mouth and snicker. Brother Chang? So rare? To actually condescend to call me? Brother Wang, I was wrong before. I now deeply realize my mistake. Can you help me? I really have no choice. Wang Chang sang with a sobbing voice as Wang Zhang begged for forgiveness. No, it's my fault. Who have you, young Chang, been afraid of? Brother Wang, I know it was me who was cheap in the past. I'm really desperate. For the sake of us knowing each other for those many years, can you help me? Wang Zhang's side was silent for a while before saying, I can ask for you, but I can't guarantee anything else. Wang Chang sniffed and immediately said, Thank you brother Wang. After Wang Zhang hung up the phone, Chen Hao frowned with some confusion and opened his mouth to ask, Old Wang, do you really want to help him? Wang Zhang laughed a bit. Why would I help him? Isn't Lao Jiang messing with him? Now that he sent himself to the door, can you not give someone a chance to make him apologize in public? Chen Hao understood Wang Zhang's meaning. Right. But now even if Lao Jiang let him off the hook, his family is no different from bankruptcy now. The market has long since been replaced by the other two, seeing as the market has been replaced by the other two. And this Wang Chang guy won't be able to toughen up in the future. Wang Chang, this person is too crazy. He does not understand. There are people outside the sky this reason. After saying this, Wang Zhang sent a message to Jiang Chang asking for his opinion. At this time, Jiang Chang is sitting, lying down, standing, all kinds of places were busy, until finally Wang Yuyan finally didn't move. Jiang Chang was willing to give up. Lying on the bed, Jiang Chang looked at the message Wang Zhang sent over and thought for a moment and replied back. Then see you tonight tax. By the way, call the people from last night to liven up together? I'll buy them a drink. Wang Zhang understood what Jiang Chang meant and sent back. No problem. Arrange it. After sending it, Jiang Chang asked Zhou Ying again on top of WeChat. Something going on tonight? Please go to tax. Zhou Ying's Weibo quickly came back. No more work, going drinking again? Don't worry, I'll give you some Wangjai milk. Okay, what time? Look at the next time now has more than 6 o'clock in the evening. Jiang Chang returned, I go to pick you up now. I'll go there myself. I live farther away. What time do I need to arrive? No, it's still early. I'll just pick you up. It took a while before Zhou sent Jiang Chang a localization. Jiang Chang looked at the localization. This place to live has enough remote. Glancing at the CPU exploding Wang Yuyen, Jiang Chang touched her rosy cheeks. The first time is indeed some violence. Jiang Chang kissed her lovingly and then got up and went to the bathroom. Chapter 73 Mercy at the Mouth. After washing up, Jiang Chang drove towards Zhou Ying's place. The car drove for nearly 40 minutes before arriving at the destination. Jiang Chang looked at a very old neighborhood. After receiving the call, Zhou Ying soon appeared. She was wearing a pair of transparent high-heeled sandals, and her upper body was a mint green tight-fitting open halter dress. Her body was very sexy. Jiang Chang looked at Zhou Ying slowly approaching towards him, and suddenly felt as if he was in love. Zhou Ying was undoubtedly one of the girls that Jiang Chang had seen that caught his eye the most. With a face like a baby angel plus a cool and light temperament, she had a special magic that attracted people. The key was that her personality was also good. As soon as he sat in the car, Zhou Ying took the initiative to open his mouth. It's a long drive, right? You don't believe me when I say you can go over there by yourself. It's alright. It's just that your place is a bit remote. Is it safe to live here? It's quite safe, although old, but there is a doorman, and there is a bus stop across the street. Usually I take the bus more. The key is that this neighborhood rent is cheap. Zhou Ying spoke in a somewhat petulant voice. Jiang Chang wanted to hold her in his arms and love her. Like her, such a superb beauty should be put at home and loved properly. It was too dangerous to let her outside. I should have known that I wouldn't let you go back last night. It's inconvenient that late. Zhou Ying looked at Jiang Chang and smiled. I sometimes work part-time quite late. It's not in the way. Soon after 7 o'clock in the evening, Jiang Chang brought Zhou Ying to TAXX. Wang Zhang and Chen Hao had already arrived one step ahead of Jiang Chang, and Jiang Chang looked at Chen Geng, who was also inside the card table. Seeing that Jiang Chang had brought Zhou Ying with him, all three of them took the initiative to greet Zhou Ying. Chen Geng was the first to speak. Brother Jiang. Hello, sister-in-law. Seeing Chen Geng call out like that, Zhou Ying couldn't help but blush, but she just smiled and nodded without any intention of retorting. Seeing them snickering, Jiang Chang smiled. Came really early. Nothing much. I heard that Brother Jiang is organizing a game tonight, so I came over right away. Thanks for the show. Seeing Jiang Chang arrive, Chen Hao immediately greeted Xiao Chen over. After Xiao Chen came over, he was very smart and called out in turn. Jiang Xiao, Wang Xiao, Chen Xiao, Qian Xiao. What are the arrangements for tonight? Wang Zheng pointed at Jiang Chang. Today, my brother Jiang is coming to order. Directly come with 3 big divine dragons, a few more bottles of foreign wine, snacks and fruits. Watch on. After saying that, Jiang Chang glanced at Zhou Ying again. Right, serve 10 more cans of want milk. Okay, Lu. Jiang Xiao, do I need to arrange an atmosphere group for you guys? Chen Hao spoke up at this time. Xiao Chen, you have no eyes. Brother Jiang brought his sister-in-law over tonight and you still arranged the atmosphere group. Aren't you messing things up? Xiao Chen glanced at Zhou Ying and immediately slapped his cheeks with his hands. Oops, look at my confusion. It's my fault. I'll go down and arrange it right away. You few wait a moment. Seeing everyone laughing, Zhou Ying's face turned even redder at this point. Seeing that Zhou Ying was really shy, Jiang Chang pushed Chen Hao. Brother Chen, be merciful with your mouth. Okay, understand. Soon a few other people came. Lin Feng arrived a few minutes before Guo Qian and Zhang He. Lin Feng was fine. He didn't have any out-of-the-ordinary actions yesterday, so he was mostly just watching, while Guo Qian and Zhang He were a bit awkward. After all, they chose to go with Wang Chan last night, and when Wang Zheng invited them over they didn't dare not to come, but at this time they looked a little awkward. After saying hello they sat quietly and well-behavedly on the side. Soon the 3 sets of great divine dragons came on stage in a high profile. The rabbit girls once again swayed and lined up in a row, and the DJ on stage began to shout excitedly. A card of Jiang Xiao's 3 great divine dragons. I wish Big Brother a long way. Zhou Ying looked at the ace of spades on the table and asked curiously, what's the flavor of this wine? I haven't drank it yet, just heard about it. Besides being more expensive, it doesn't taste good. If it wasn't for the fact that I have to give you a chauffeur later, I'd take a sip right now to try it out. Seeing Zhou Ying's deflated mouth, Jiang Chen laughed. Girls drink less outside. Bring you a few bottles back later. You go home and drink. Seeing that Jiang Chang didn't have the slightest intention of persuading himself to drink, a trace of goodwill rose within Zhou Ying's heart. Zhou Ying, friendly value +5. Chapter 74 Empty Head Smashing Bottles. After the ace of spades and various foreign wines were served, Xiao Chen remained competent and asked, Mr. Jiang, may I ask how many bottles to open first? Open a few bottles for what? Open them all, Jiang Chang said atmospherically. Xiao Chen couldn't help but secretly spit out as he listened to Jiang Chang's 3 sets of great divine dragons all open. Rich people just don't treat money as money. Once dozens of bottles of Ace of Spades were opened, the scene began to boil. The stage began to have a lot of small attractive girls to go forward to take the initiative to hit on. If they could be seen coming up to rub a card in Ace of Spades, these girls would be willing even if they were whored out for nothing. Their initial target was Jiang Chang, who was sitting in the C seat, but after realizing that there was already a Zhouing beside Jiang Chang, they all started to shift their targets. Facing these girls, Wang Zhang, Chen Hao and Chen Gong were not polite. Soon the 3 of them had their arms around a few girls with a face value of more than 80 points and chatted. On the contrary, Lin Feng and Guo Qian, Zhang He weren't as relaxed. In addition to sitting quietly and drinking, the other gaps were all fawning and kissing Jiang Chang's ass. Quite a feeling of desperately expressing their loyalty. After half a bell Wang Chang came late. In fact, he had already arrived, but had been at the door not daring to come in. He knew what situation he would face if he came in. Therefore, he did a long time of psychological construction before he started to walk in slowly in a disheveled manner. Zhouing looked at Wang Chang's appearance and leaned towards Jiang Chang's side with some fear. She asked Jiang Chang in a low voice, "Why is he here too?" Jiang Chang patted Zhou Ying's hand. I invited him." Hearing Jiang Chang's reply, Zhouing was a bit puzzled. Seeing that Jiang Chang had called so many people, and all of them were people who were present last night, Wang Chang instantly knew what Jiang Chang meant. Although he was furious to the core, he didn't dare to show it on the surface at this moment, only to see him hanging his head down. He walked to Jiang Chang's front and bowed after Jiang Chang. "Jiang Xiao, last night was my fault. Please don't take it personally. Don't take it personally with me, okay?" Jiang Chang sighed and shook his head. "I'm just a country bumpkin. How dare I compare with you?" Wang Chang really had no choice at this time. Everyone knew that his family had an accident and would not play with him. He had offended so many people in the past. If their family really went down, then he was probably going to be screwed as well. "Jiang Xiao, I drank too much yesterday and said drunken things, so you can take it out on me however you want. I just beg you to let me go," Wang Chang said in a humble tone. Jiang Chang looked at the bottles on the table and said lightly, "When you smashed the bottles last night, weren't you quite arrogant?" Wang Chang looked at Jiang Chang's eyes, took a deep breath, made up his mind and said, "Jiang Xiao, as long as you can get rid of your anger, you can smash me. That won't do. We can all be people with 9 years of compulsory education, not the same as you. Like this, I'll treat you to 3 bottles of Ace of Spades. I heard that you can smash bottles with your empty head. I haven't seen it yet. Why don't you perform one for everyone?" Wang Chang listening to Jiang Chang this instantly seconds understand, only to see him violently raised his head, eyes wide open looking at Jiang Chang. Obviously did not expect Jiang Chang will actually come up with this way to humiliate him, but at this moment even if it is full of anger he did not dare to open his mouth to say a word, only to see Wang Chang took a deep breath, staring fiercely at the table. Several bottles of Ace of Spades said to Jiang Chang, "You're right, I do know such a masterpiece. Of course I have to perform one for Jiang Xiao. Okay, hey, then please ask Brother Chang to perform one for all of us, and everyone together will record a video for young Wang to record his stunt." Jiang Chang said this. Everyone naturally opened the video recording. "Come on, Brother Chang, say something. I'll give you all a performance. I hope you guys like it," Wang Chang said with a bitter expression. Then he gritted his teeth and picked up the Ace of Spades on the table and smashed it directly onto his head as soon as his eyes closed. Then endured the pain and picked up the second. The third violently smashed into his head. After the 3 smashed, Jiang Chang led the applause. "Thank you for the performance of Wang Xiao. Too powerful. Worthy of being Xiao Chang. This performance is too strong." Wang Zhang also chimed in. "Yeah, eye-opening. I only know that Chang is usually tough on others, but I didn't realize that he is also quite tough on himself." Chen Hao also clapped his hands at the side. By this time, Wang Chang was already dizzy, and even blood started to stay on his forehead. After saying thank you to Jiang Chang, he couldn't help but faint. Xiao Chen had long been watching from the sidelines, and at this time immediately walked up. "Jiang Xiao, do we need to call an ambulance for him?" "Call it, clean up a bit more. Don't zap anyone," Jiang Chang said calmly. Yes. Xiao Chen immediately arranged for people to come over and clean up after he finished speaking. After the scene was cleaned up, Jiang Chang once again picked up the wine glass and said to everyone, "Come on, thank you all for coming over today. I'll toast you all." Chapter 75, Don't Be Like That? After seeing Jiang Chang raise his wine glass, everyone raised their glasses very facetiously. Even those frightened outsider ladies all picked up their glasses quickly with trembling hands. At this moment, their hearts were all devastated and regretful. Had they known that they wouldn't have come up to rub the Ace of Spades. The handsome man in front of them with his handsome looks and heavenly voice was actually so terrifying. A few light words could make others voluntarily empty their heads and smash bottles of wine. It was simply terrifying. Wang Zhang and Chen Hao and Chen Geng. These three people didn't have much of a reaction. But Guo Qian, Zheng He and Lin Feng and the three of them were different. At this moment, the hands holding the wine cups were all trembling slightly. Wang Chang, this person is a typical bully. In the Magic City, in addition to Qin burning, Zhang Xian, this kind of top-rich second generation he did not dare to provoke outside. Other people he did not put in the eyes. I didn't expect that he would actually concede in front of Zhang Chang and smash his own bottle. This makes them how not to be afraid. Zhang Chang told the security team on WeChat to stop the retaliation plan against Wang's foods after the party dispersed, and Wang Chang was hurriedly sent to the hospital. The hospital side soon notified Wang Wei and Lin Lian. After receiving the notification, the two of them quickly rushed to the hospital as well. Lin Lian looked at Wang Chang, who was wrapped in bandages on the hospital bed, and burst into tears. Since childhood, even if Wang Chang is scratched a mouth, Lin Lian have to heartache for a long time. I did not expect to be beaten like this today. He grumbled and said to Wang Wei, "Which murderer did this to my son? Wang Wei, why don't you hurry up and kill him? This is your son, ah. You have to help him take revenge, ah." Wang Wei saw Lin Lian rushing over to whack himself and immediately slapped him. He said angrily, "It's all thanks to you that he's able to have today. Why didn't you say anything when he was beating others? Did you come to see him when he was lying in the hospital? What? Other people's sons aren't sons, and your son is that valuable?" Wang Chang's pride was shattered to pieces tonight by Zhang Chang without reservation. At this time, he was also too regretful to say a word in his own defense. He could only say to Lin Lian, "Mom, I smashed myself. Let's just forget about it." Lin Lian looked at Wang Chang with unbelievable eyes. "Son, you're crazy. Alright, you're really a dead pig. The other party has already taken down the hot search, but our family isn't what it used to be. It's only been a day and it's gotten to this point. Do you know how you should behave now? I've told you 1,000 times it's not as bad as the one time you fell down today. The next time, the two of you will get the hell out of here. Remember, this is the last time." After warning the two of them, Wang Wei sighed before turning to leave. He hoped that his son would really grow up on the right path after this lesson. Although Wang Wei's heart was also filled with anger. He had investigated for a whole day without finding out Zhang Chang's details, so he could only swallow this loss in secret. Fortunately, the other party didn't drive them to extinction, and still left a silver lining. On the other hand, after the show, Zhou was holding Zhang Chang as he slowly walked towards the entrance of the hotel. Zhang Chang's hand was wrapped around Zhou Ying's shoulder. Looking drunk, although he was very calm on the surface, he couldn't help but secretly sigh inwardly. "It smells so good, the skin is so smooth. I want to take a sip." Zhou helped Zhang Chang onto the passenger side of the Ferrari with great difficulty. After fastening the seatbelt, Zhou drove the car to send Zhang Chang back to Yang Yunaman. Looking at Zhang Chang, who had drunk a little too much, Zhou asked worriedly, "If you treat him like this tonight, will demon spirit find you in trouble?" Zhang Chang shook his head. "Don't worry, I didn't hit him, and he wouldn't dare to report it." Zhou looked at Zhang Chang's unbridled appearance, instantly wanted to open her mouth and say something. After thinking for a moment that she was just her classmate, it seemed inappropriate to say too much. The car soon arrived at Yang Yunaman. Zhang Chang looked at Zhou Ying's departing back and shook his head sadly. "Zhou, this friendly value now action is still too early. Can only let her back." Zhang Chang, who was drunk 1 second, walked towards the Ting Villa that he had booked like nothing else the next second. When he arrived at the Ting Villa, the beautiful housekeeper Wang Yuyan had already organized her grooming at this time, and still greeted Zhang Chang back with the same respect as before. "Mr. Zhang, welcome home." Zhang Chang put his arm around Wang Yuyan and said flirtatiously, "Manager Wang, you're so outgoing after not seeing her for such a while." "Mr. Zhang, don't be like this, there are still people around." Wang Yuyan shyly pushed Zhang Chang, and glanced at the hotel staff next to her. "Don't be like that, is that? Or like this? Or like that?" Zhang Chang didn't care about that much. After saying that, he directly got on. Just when Zhang Chang was playing on again, late at night at more than 11, the honky-tonk bar, Zhang Yu was wearing a pink shirt with a face rubbed pink and white. In order to come out, he used a very thick foundation to cover up the bruises on his face. Even the fingers of his hands were carefully banded with disposable pink wearing nails. Twisting his ass, he slowly walked in. As soon as he entered the bar, Zhang Yu went to the bar chair that he usually sat on all the time, then pulled out a small mirror and a big red lipstick from his pants pocket. Opening the small mirror, he skillfully wiped it up. At this moment, Zhang Yu's side came a handsome young man with gold-rimmed glasses and a handsome look. After he sat down, he ordered a blue cocktail and started playing with his cell phone. After Zhang Yu took a look at him, his heart immediately swam a little. Such a handsome man actually sat beside him. However, he feigned calmness on the surface and drank his drink. This was Zhang Yu's daily operation. Half of the people who came to the honky-tonk bar came to look for same-sex mates. This was because 9 out of 10 people inside this bar were. After more than 10 minutes, that handsome guy started chatting on WeChat. After chatting for a while only to see that handsome man clicked on a voice message. An effeminate male voice began to come out from the cell phone inside. You don't look for me again. I said I don't like you anymore. We are just having fun. You don't take it too seriously, okay? As soon as this outgoing voice was played, Zhang Yu immediately turned his head to look at that handsome guy. There was no other reason. Because the person who was chatting with that handsome guy was actually a man as well. Listening to this voice, that handsome man with glasses and gold frame immediately had a face of grief. At this time, the handsome man also recorded a voice message to the cell phone. You really can't give me another chance? I cannot want anything for you. I have waited for you for so many years. Why do you still want to abandon me? The opposite side quickly replied again. I'm sorry, don't contact me in the future. I'm afraid my wife will find out. Let's pull each other black. That handsome man, after listening to this voice, then put down his cell phone in anger and drank the cocktail in his hand. Zhang Yu looked at his disoriented appearance and said in a comforting voice, handsome guy, want a drink? I know you are sad right now, but the sky is the limit. You can always find a true love who will never give up on you. Are you telling the truth? Will someone like me really like me? Zhang Yu hastily nodded his head. Although he was a bisexual, he actually liked men the most than women. And the man in front of him was the best of the best. It was already not easy to meet a man who shared the same interest as himself, let alone one who was still so handsome. Of course, my name is Zhang Yu. Handsome. What's your name? Hello, my name is Li Minhang. Minhang, let me buy you a drink. If you want to find someone to talk to, I can also accompany you, because I also have the same identical experience as you. Really? You're really willing to listen to my story? Of course, as long as you're willing to tell it, I'll listen attentively no matter what. Chapter 76, Absolute Loyalty. After the two chatted for more than an hour, Li Minhang pretended to look at the time on his cell phone. Thank you for chatting with me. I'm very happy to have met you tonight, but I have to catch a plane at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, so I'll just go back first. See you again sometime. Seeing that Li Minhang was leaving, Zhang Yu asked anxiously, airplane, where are you going? I'm going to travel to Tyrant. I made an appointment with him to go together before. Now I'm the only one left. Consider it as my final goodbye to this relationship. Li Minhang made a look of deep emotion. After he finished speaking, he even deliberately gave Zhang Yu a deep look before turning around to leave. Zhang Yu looked at Li Minhang's hurriedly turning away figure and hurriedly chased after him. However, at this time, Li Minhang had already disappeared inside the alley. Zhang Yu inwardly chagrined. He has not yet added Li Minhang's prestige. Returning home, Zhang Yu thought more and more unwillingly. He couldn't let go of such an excellent handsome man. Especially a handsome man who had fallen out of love. People in the lost love time is the most vulnerable and easy to overcome. Maybe love all of a sudden came. Thinking this way, Zhang Yu immediately took out his cell phone and checked the air tickets to Thailand. There is only one flight to Thailand at 10 o'clock tomorrow, so this must be the right one. Zhang Yu did not hesitate to click on the purchase. Then he started to look forward to putting all the clothes that he didn't dare to wear out at home into his suitcase. After all, there were still quite a lot of men like him over in Tyrant. After leaving the country, he wouldn't have to cover himself up like he did now. The next morning, Zhang Yu couldn't wait to get up. He wore a carefully selected red bra and his favorite pink shirt. After getting his hair done, he sprayed on Chanel's cocoa perfume. After everything was done, he immediately took his suitcase and flew out the door. The moment Zhang Yu stepped on the airplane to Thailand, all things began to fall into place. Tyrant was rated as the most dangerous place to travel in the world. Looking at the travel guides of various countries around the world, Great Britain, Sakura country and other countries had long listed Tyrant as the most dangerous place to travel. And there is a local saying in Thailand that if a beautiful single woman wears a bikini in Thailand, she deserves to be raped. And Thailand is also very close to those countries in the north of the face. Karma waste things happen even more often. The worst part is that Tehran has recently legalized flower smoking and kidney trading. So if you travel to Tyrant, a drink or a snack could get you hooked on white flour. And if a person traveling alone to Thailand suddenly goes missing, guess what the outcome will be? After your natural passport's visa expires and you don't return home, plus you can't be contacted, that's when you're designated as a missing person. Missing person in a foreign country? Begging who to find? Zhang Yu did not add Li Minhang's WeChat. All of it was operated by Zhang Yu alone. All of this plan can be said to be very perfect. At this time, Zhang Cheng had also boarded the airplane to Thailand. On the airplane, Zhang Cheng clicked on the system's prompt from last night. Ding! Please go to Thailand to supervise the matter of ending Zhang Yu, rewarding Hong Cheng Investment Company with 5% of its shares. When he first received this message, Zhang Cheng was actually a bit puzzled. After all, a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. However, the system has prompted. Although Zhang Cheng does not understand, but also do not want to waste 5% of the shares. After all, 15% of the shares and 20% of the shares of the difference is not small. Soon, the airplane arrived at Bangkok's international airport. The security company's personnel had already been waiting for Jiang Chang outside. As soon as Jiang Chang entered and exited, a man in a black suit walked towards Jiang Chang. "Hello, young master. I'm Wang Shang." As soon as Wang Shang opened his mouth, the dream come true system prompted again. Ding! Detecting the first meeting of a new person. The friendly value scanning system will be upgraded to a character scanning system. The character scanning system will no longer be limited to the female gender. Jiang Chang listened to the system prompt and opened the character scanning system. Name, Wang Shang. Age, 28 years old. Height, 182 centimeters. Weight, 80. Friendly value, 120. Absolute loyalty, life and death. Jiang Chang nodded in satisfaction as he looked at the system's character scanning results. Wang Shang was the captain inside the security squad rewarded by the system. This time was also their first meeting. Although his heart was a bit flustered, Jiang Chang put on a calm appearance on the surface and asked, "Where is the person? Already transported out of the hotel by us. I'll take you there." Jiang Chang nodded after Wang Shang finished speaking. Wang Shang led Jiang Chang to a black Rolls-Royce. The car drove on a street full of Southeast Asian flavor, and soon after 7 turns the car arrived inside a dilapidated and unoccupied old house. When Jiang Chang went in, there were 2 men and 1 woman standing inside the house in addition to Zhang Yu, who was tied to a chair. They were Li Minhang, Qing Zhong and Xia Li. When they saw Jiang Chang, they all immediately saluted and greeted him. Jiang Chang used the character scanning system to look at each of them, and he didn't expect that all of them had reached the state of absolute loyalty in their friendliness value. Chapter 77, There are many ways to die. Wake him up, Jiang Chang said icily as he looked at the fainted Zhang Yu. Yes. Wang Shang nodded his head and raised his chin towards the few of them in a gesture. After receiving the instruction, Li Minhang walked over and splashed a basin of prepared cold water next to him directly onto Zhang Yu's body. Zhang Yu immediately woke up with a jolt. Seeing that he shivered for a moment, he immediately shook off his wet and cold hair and effortlessly opened his drooping eyes. At this moment, his expression was still a bit dazed. With a splitting headache, he realized that his hands and feet were tied to a chair. Then looking at Li Minhang who was standing beside him, Zhang Yu immediately misunderstood. He immediately said to Li Minhang with full body excitement, "So you like this kind of trick? I actually like it too. It's simply too exciting. Come and hit me." Li Minhang used his middle finger to hold up his gold-framed glasses. Resisting the urge to retch in disgust, he calmly said with a hint of a polite smile, "I'm sorry, my name is Li Minhang. I'm 25 years old. I'm 180 years old, and my hobbies are female." "What do you mean?" Zhang Yu finally realized something at this moment, and he immediately looked around. The unfamiliar environment instantly cleared his head. He remembered that he went to the hotel with Li Minhang as soon as he got off the airplane just now. How could he be here? Who are you guys? After looking at the few people in front of him, Zhang Yu's last eyes localized to Jiang Chang. After seeing Jiang Chang, Zhang Yu's heart thumped as he shivered and said, "It's you. What do you want? You kidnapped me?" To be honest, when he saw a person with a face full of blood tied in front of him, Jiang Chang was actually a bit overwhelmed at first. But at this moment, the way Zhang Yu looked at his eyes after he woke up caused an inexplicable emotion to appear in Jiang Chang again. Jiang Chang did not know whether this emotion was good or bad, but in this situation, he only followed his own inner thoughts. He walked up to Zhang Yu and looked at him condescendingly. His eyes seemed to be like looking at a dead person. The terrifying aura that Jiang Chang instantly exuded caused Zhang Yu, who had already become a lamb to the slaughter, to feel a powerful sense of oppression. His heart couldn't help but beat in fear. He realized the seriousness of the matter this time. "You, what the hell are you doing? I'm warning you, killing is against the law. Don't mess around. I beg you, calm down." Jiang Chang laughed fearlessly. When he came over just now, Wang Shang had already told himself the matter in the car. Hongchang was not only an investment company, it even occupied a lot of underground power in Tehran. "I said I'll shut you up forever the next time you see me." After saying that, Jiang Chang looked at Wang Shang and said, "What are you going to do about it?" "Young master, there are many ways to die. In Thailand, there are a very large number of people who die accidentally because of taking white powder. Drowning, car accidents, and crashes are all not uncommon things, and it's very easy to deal with." Jiang Chang nodded with satisfaction and said, "Deal with it." "Yes, deal with it right away," Wang Shang said respectfully. Zhang Yu's face turned even paler as he listened to their merciless dialogue. He fearfully pleaded to Jiang Chang, "You can't do this to me. Jiang Xiao, I'm wrong. You let go, okay? I'll never pester you Xiao again. You let me go, please." Zhang Yu's mouth was filled with some special liquid before he finished speaking. Looking at Wang Shang and the few of them calmly doing this, although the expression on Jiang Chang's face was still end to end, His heartbeat couldn't stop beating wildly. After leaving this place, Jiang Chang took Wang Shang and Chang Zhong and drove towards Hongchang Company. Along the way, Jiang Chang seemed to finally understand why the system wanted him to personally supervise Zhang Yu at the scene. There was a saying that the process of accumulating wealth was stained with blood. Jiang Chang chose to go to Thailand to complete Zhang Yu's mission in exchange for this 5% share. This was part of his original capital accumulation. Jiang Chang secretly sighed, shaking off the thoughts in his mind. He quietly sank into the shock that the scene just now had on him. Due to the reason that he had already contacted the company, Jiang Chang let Wang Shang drive directly to the entrance of the company. At this time, there were several bodyguards in black suits and a middle-aged man in a flowery shirt with a cigar in his hand standing at the entrance of the company. The Rolls-Royce stopped at the entrance, and Wang Shang opened the door for Jiang Chang. As soon as Jiang Chang got out of the car, the middle-aged man quickly walked over and hugged Jiang Chang, only to see him with a mouthful of very not fluent Chinese said, "Hello, Jiang Chang old brother. Finally waited for you." This middle-aged man was Mario, the biggest shareholder of Hongchang Company. His words just finished, the system side will ding a prompt. Detected that the host has a language communication barrier. The system rewards the host with Thai language proficiency. Looking at such an intelligent system, Jiang Chang once again couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Awesome. Jiang Chang nodded, shook Mario's hand and said with a fluent Thai on his end, "Big brother Mario, I'm glad to see you." Seeing Jiang Chang speaking Thai, Mario immediately looked surprised. "I didn't expect that old brother Jiang Chang could actually speak Thai. Slightly know a little bit. Let's go. I'll take you on a tour of the company and give you a proper reception later." "Thank you big brother Mario. Jiang Chang old brother is polite. We are brothers." While speaking, Jiang Chang used the character scanning system to take a look at Mario. Name, Mario. Age, 35 years old. Height, 178 centimeters. Weight, 85. Friendship value, 110, life and death. Looking at the friendly value, Jiang Chang finally felt relieved. Chapter 78, Tyron's Specialties. After signing the documents for his 20% shares, Mario invited Jiang Chang to a relatively hidden high-end private club in the area. "Go, Jiang Chang old brother. All have been arranged. Tonight to ensure that you play comfortably. This clubhouse I often come. Inside not only eat very delicious, there are a variety of different beautiful women's horse kill chicken. The most critical is that you want a variety of types. Men and women have." Jiang Chang waved his hand as he listened to this. "Brother Mario is too polite. Just eat normally. I'm still just a simple child." The kind of things that Tyron featured Jiang Chang couldn't stand. Mario laughed out loud at this and patted Jiang Chang's shoulder. "Don't worry, you'll definitely like it later. I'm looking forward to it if you say so." Mario entertained Jiang Chang with a table of very authentic Thai food. Although it tasted quite delicious, Jiang Chang felt that it was still our Chinese food that was more to his liking. After eating and drinking enough, the two people went to the spa room to do the local specialties of the beautiful horse-killing chicken. Mario said to the person next to him, "Bring them on." Soon there were several girls walking in line. Several of them were bare-legged and only had a red bathrobe on. Jiang Chang took a look and all 6 girls had very high face values. "Jiang Chang old brother, this is what I prepared especially for you. How about it? Do you have a favorite? 2 or 3, take your pick." Mario also looked at Jiang Chang very expectantly after he finished speaking. Jiang Chang raised his eyebrows. "Big brother Mario, is this a specialty here?" He shook his head. "Ordinary people can't find this kind of goods, but ordinary customers can't afford to play with this kind. This is what I specially prepared for you. They are all picked out of 10,000 miles, beautiful and clean looking. You can rest assured of picking them out, and they are all voluntarily coming here. It's definitely not something that's forced." Jiang Chang looked at the several watery girls in front of him. His eyes suddenly localized to a girl with black bangs. This girl was very much in line with his own aesthetic. Jiang Chang opened the character scanning system on the girls. The one with the highest face value shown in the end happened to be her as well. Name, Jiang Man. Age, 19 years old. Height, 165 centimeters. Face value, 90. Body, 93. Privacy, 2. Friendly value, 30. Passerby status. Several people's privacy values were all just a few points. But coming out to play, what else can we talk about? In his previous life, he had done a lot of healthcare himself. Can't be rich and noble, right? Dry. Jiang Chang casually he pointed down Jiang Man, just her. Jiang Man saw himself being left by Jiang Chang. Shrewd eyes carefully looked over. Seeing that Jiang Chang was so handsome, Jiang Man was instantly relieved. She even couldn't help but have her heartbeat accelerate a little. Old brother Jiang Chang has a good eye. Jiang Man is good looking. Ha ha, thanks big brother Mario. I'll have a good exchange with her later. The skin of the women of Tyrant were all a bit on the wheatish side, but Jiang Man had the same watery feeling as the girls in the country. Standing with a few others, she looked extraordinarily fair. Ha ha ha, old brother, you have no problem at all communicating with the other few in this Thai language. Besides, what else can they say at night besides screaming? It's still you who knows best, old brother. You're an old driver at first glance. Okay, then I play also choose 2 to go comfortable and cozy. The room I have already opened for you. You want to stay as long as you can. Put it on my account. How can that be? How embarrassing. Brothers don't talk about this. Say this out of the ordinary. Okay, then I'll thank you, old brother. Mario saw that Jiang Cheng didn't refuse anymore and happily put his arm around his shoulder. That's right, let's go. Soon Jiang Cheng and Jiang Man arrived in the suite on the 5th floor. Jiang Man was now looking down at the bathrobe on her body, looking a little anxious as she stood in front of Jiang Cheng. Looking at the somewhat anxious Jiang Man, Jiang Cheng patted the position beside himself and spoke. Sit. Yes. Jiang Man immediately sat down next to Jiang Cheng. Without saying anything, Jiang Cheng picked Jiang Man up from the sofa and walked towards the bedroom. An hour later Jiang Cheng sat up and poured a cup of warm water and gulped it down. See, Jiang Man gulped and looked at the glass of water in his hand. Jiang Cheng poured another cup and handed it over. Thank you. Jiang Man took the water and quickly finished it as well. Jiang Cheng snatched the cup of water in her hand and put it back to its original position, and then once again walked towards the bedside and pressed Jiang Man underneath. Chapter 79, Think I'm a springboard? After another hour or so, Jiang Cheng, who had done his business, sat on the bed with his cell phone and replied to the message. Jiang Man saw Jiang Cheng leaning on the edge of the bed and after hesitating for a moment, she also sat up. Mr. Jiang, may I ask if you are still satisfied with my service? Jiang Man asked as she gathered her courage. Jiang Cheng didn't expect Jiang Man to actually ask such words, and naturally nodded, quite satisfied. Don't worry, I'll give you a tip when I leave later. I don't mean that. I don't want a tip. Jiang Man hurriedly waved her hand. Don't want a tip? What do you mean? If you are satisfied with me, can you let me follow you? I will serve you well. Jiang Cheng listened to Jiang Man's words and gave her a look with inquiry. Why do you want to follow me? Just now, Mario said that those girls came here voluntarily. Jiang Cheng knew that there were a lot of women in this line of work in Tyrant, just like Sakura country. Wasn't it all about making money? And the ones like Jiang Man should be the kind that were strictly trained. Not only were the movements skillful, but the process was something she was very involved in and enjoyed. If she really had no choice but to come out to sell, Jiang Cheng would still pity her, but it is voluntary that there is nothing to say. You love me. Money transactions only, just like healthcare. He had heard a lot about the sad lives of those girls in his previous life when he went for massages. If you can let me follow you around, I won't stay here. I don't want to take customers. Jiang Cheng shook his head. This Jiang Man was obviously using him as a springboard, right? The moment Jiang Cheng made a move, her look as well as her body's reaction was very strong. Moreover, Jiang Cheng knew that even if there was a different person today, it was estimated that Jiang Man would also ask this, for no other reason than the fact that those who can afford to play with them have economic strength. Following such a person is definitely stronger than picking up customers here. I will let you give you 500,000 Chinese coins. Converted into Terran money, this money is enough for you to do a lot of things. The rest you can arrange yourself. 500,000 Chinese coins could do a lot of things in Tyrant, and as long as she was content, she could basically feed and clothe herself. If she still wanted more, then Jiang Cheng couldn't care less. After saying hello to Mario, Jiang Cheng left. As Jiang Cheng said, after he left, Jiang Man wasn't very sad. Instead, she was still very happy and ran all the way to the supervisor. Excitedly, he asked, the guest left me 500,000 Chinese coins? Yes, you are really lucky. Going to retire? Jiang Man sniffed and picked up the cigarette on the table and smoked it skillfully. How can that be? I'm going to stay here. Where else can I get money faster than here? Haven't been to Tyrant yet. Take me out for a spin. Jiang Cheng said to Wang Shang. Wang Shang looked at Jiang Cheng and hesitated for a moment and said, young master, you're asking me to keep 500,000 Chinese coins. Isn't that a bit much? Tailan is not like the country. The girls here are quite open. Jiang Cheng sniffed back. They are also surviving in the cracks, begging for a living under the stick. It's not easy. In the middle they have to cooperate with the shouting. In the end, they are still forced to foam at the mouth and swallow it raw. Help if you can. After Wang Sheng digested for a few seconds, he couldn't help but silently extend his thumb to give Jiang Cheng a nod. Okay, young master. Now at this point you can go to the local night market if you want to take a look around. There are a lot of stores and snacks with more local characteristics, Wang Sheng said with a suggestion. Okay, let's go then. Jiang Cheng casually walked and strolled around as he went. The night market here had the most variety of seafood and tropical fruits. What raw cuttlefish, coconut shrimp. Just when Jiang Cheng was almost ready to go back to the hotel after strolling around, he suddenly heard the sound of a little girl crying. Mom, let go of me. Jiang Cheng's hearing is extremely good. Looked around and soon saw that there are two men are covering the mouth of a little girl of about 7 years old, is ready to pull her away. Jiang Cheng quickly walked over and gave a wink towards Wang Sheng. Soon the two of them came over and in a couple of moves, they had the two men under control. When the other party saw that Wang Sheng and Cheng Zhong had guns, they immediately raised their hands in fear and didn't dare to move. Leaving the crowded night market and finding a corner with fewer people, Zhang Cheng asked the little girl, "What's your name? Why are you alone?" "My name is Annie. Big brother, thank you for saving me. I came with my mom just now. I want to try that raw pickled cuttlefish." When lining up, there are too many people. I don't know what happened. I was squeezed a little bit, then I can't see my mom. Zhang Cheng looked at the pitiful appearance of this soft and cuddly-looking little girl in front of him who was crying with red eyes. A hand picked her up. "Do you know your mom's phone number?" Annie nodded and reported her cell phone to Zhang Cheng. Zhang Cheng called it and the other party quickly answered the phone. "Hello, is this Annie's mom?" Chapter 80, NXIN. Zhang Cheng hung up the phone after reporting the location to her, and was still afraid to stick next to Zhang Cheng, only to see her tightly grasping Zhang Cheng's pants. Milky Voice opened his mouth and said, "Handsome brother, I'm a little scared. Can you hold me? I'm afraid of being hugged by bad people." Zhang Cheng squatted down and touched her hair. "Don't worry, brother is here to watch you. No one dares to grab you." Annie nodded and said somewhat shyly, "Brother, you're so handsome, more handsome than my favorite male star." Zhang Cheng helplessly lost his smile and shook his head. "How old are you? Chasing stars at such a young age?" Annie proudly nodded. "Of course, I'm already 7 years old. When I was 5 years old, I liked brother Wang Jun Kai. My mom even asked for his autograph to give me as a birthday present. But secretly I found out that you're even more handsome than him. Children nowadays are so precocious?" Zhang Cheng smiled and smacked his lips slightly. Just as he finished speaking, a mature woman wearing a white suit with slightly curly hair hurriedly ran towards them with a pair of 10-centimeter black high heels on her feet. The moment Annie saw the woman, she immediately ran towards her. Mom, I'm here," only to see that woman immediately squat down and hug in tightly. Bean-sized tears fell down one by one, then let go of Annie again, grabbed Annie's hand and snapped at her buttocks, violently beating her twice. After the beatings and then a heartbroken hand will her into the embrace, and then crying while scolding, "You this bare child. Mom told you not to run. You still run. Do you know how long I have been looking for you?" Luckily nothing happened. If something happened, what would mom do? And at this time also knows that she is wrong. Deflated mouth aggrieved while crying while speaking. "Mom, I never dare again." "You don't cry. I know it's wrong. Are you alright? Let mommy take a look." Annie shook her head and said to the woman, "I'm fine. Luckily this handsome brother helped me. I was able to find you. Don't run around in the future. This is not the country. It's dangerous." The woman hugged in and cried for a while, then immediately hugged in and stood up, walking towards Zhang Cheng. "Hello, my name is NXIN. This gentleman, thank you for calling me. Really thank you very much." And XIN spoke in a somewhat incoherent and excited manner. Zhang Cheng looked at the cozy scene of their mother and child reunion or couldn't help but spit out, "Miss and XIN. Although this time there was a scare, I still want to remind you that your own child looks after himself. Not every time can be so lucky. If it wasn't for Zhang Cheng tonight, this little guy wouldn't know what happened to him now." Every time he saw those abducted and sold children on the news, Zhang Cheng wanted to properly scold these parents, especially those guardians who took their children out to play with their cell phones. Their own children did not take care of, and when the child accident and then cried to death. This is not deserved? Who can blame? You blame yourself. Why don't you look after your child when he's such a bear? And XIN couldn't help but blush a little after being reprimanded by Zhang Cheng. Not looking after and was indeed her responsibility, only to see her embarrassedly bowing to Zhang Cheng and saying thankfully, "You're right, it's my fault. Next time I'll definitely keep an eye on her. Handsome brother, don't blame my mom, it's my fault," Annie said curtly to Zhang Cheng. Zhang Cheng hadn't had time to say anything yet. Wang Sheng on the side came over, only to see that he lowered his head after glancing at an XIN and opened his mouth to Zhang Cheng. "Young master, these two people have confessed, saying that they saw that little girl was good looking, and that they were a little drunk, and they wanted to pull it back to talk to their brothers." Those words behind Wang Sheng did not say any more, but the people present in addition to Annie, people know by heart. This kind of thing often happens in Turland and A3. These two countries often have girls riding the bus being victimized by all the men on the bus. And what's even more bizarre is that there are some men in the middle of the night who don't even let go of the cows. Overall, these two countries were simply outrageous to the extreme. And XIN's face changed color with a swish when she heard this. She shivered her mouth with a face of fear and asked Zhang Cheng, "Are you guys talking about the little girl is N?" After saying this, an XIN immediately picked up Annie and checked all over her body. Annie pulled an XIN to calm down. "Mom, what's wrong with you? Am I not fine?" When they were about to pull me away, this brother rushed over and saved me. And XIN was terrified at this point. Speaking again, she counted down on Anne. "Do you know how dangerous it is? What if no one saves you? if something happens to you, Mom won't be able to live either. Annie wiped an Xin's tears and said with assurance, Mom, it won't happen next time. And Xin hugged Annie for a while and then immediately bowed more solemnly to Jiang Chang to say thank you. Thank you for saving Annie. I thought she was just separated. I didn't realize that there was actually such a horrible thing. If it wasn't for you, the consequences would be unimaginable. Jiang Chang nodded at an Xin, then looked at Wang Sheng with cold eyes and said in Thai, this kind of scum doesn't even spare children. Deal with it. Yes. After saying that, Wang Sheng turned around and left. After giving his orders, Jiang Chang looked at an Xin and Annie and asked, where do you live? Should I send you guys back? An Xin's eyes flashed with an imperceptible shocked color and then looked at Jiang Chang with great gratitude. I've already called someone to come over. I shouldn't have brought her out alone tonight. Originally I thought I was just out for a walk, so I didn't let the bodyguards follow me. I didn't expect this to happen. Jiang Chang nodded. It's not safer here than at home. Yes, originally I didn't want to bring her to Telander, but couldn't help but she kept making a scene. This bazaar is more lively. I thought there was no danger, didn't expect this to actually happen. May I ask how to address you? My name is Jiang Chang. Mr. Jiang Chang, I really don't know how to thank you. Why don't I treat you to dinner tomorrow? Jiang Chang shook his head. No need to bother. I'm going back to my country tomorrow. Going back to my country. Then can I ask where you are from? From Rongcheng. Such a coincidence. I'm also from Rongcheng. We're also going back the day after tomorrow. Can I leave a contact? Go back and treat you to dinner. Please do say yes. Seeing an Xin say that, Jiang Chang opened the character scanning system. Name, an Xin. Age, 26 years old. Height, 168 centimeters. Face value, 93. Body, 94. Privacy, 0. Friendship value, 70. Intimate state. Reading the system introduction. Privacy value 0? What kind of operation is this? Giving birth to Annie without even once? Could it be that an Xin and have some kind of hidden agenda? Chapter 81 Dad Set. Jiang Chang carefully looked at an Xin. Look at her dress, should be a rich person. Hands holding is about 500,000 Kelly second generation Muchuan white Hermes bags. Hands wearing nearly 300,000 Audemars Piguet Royal Oak offshore type of women's watches. And the clothes on the body cannot see the brand. The high heels on the feet is Valentino. This all down almost 500,000. A proper rich woman. Jiang Chang nodded and exchanged winks with an Xin. When an Xin's bodyguards arrived, Wang Sheng's side was also taken care of. An Xin brought him back inside the hotel. After carefully checking in again, she asked him to tell the whole thing again in detail. An Xin did not find anything suspicious after listening. The bodyguard beside her opened his mouth and asked, Miss, do you want to check the person just now? An Xin thought for a moment and shook her head. No need. After all, he had saved Anne. It wasn't polite to investigate someone rashly. Moreover, Jiang Chang should not be a simple person. Although in the end he communicated with his men in Thai. But an Xin was proficient in Thai and naturally understood the instructions Jiang Chang gave. Such a young man has this kind of power in Telander. And he's also from our China. The dress code wasn't simple either. I'm afraid it's not an ordinary person. The next morning Jiang Chang took a plane to Tianrong City. After going out for a long time, Li Yan should be anxious with him if he doesn't go home again. And before Jiang Chang in the Magic City to buy things also long ago through the consignment sent to the airport in Tianfu. After picking up the things, Jiang Chang drove the Porsche back home. When Jiang Chang got off the plane, he had already greeted his father and mother. But when he arrived home, Li Yan and Jiang Jianmen were not there. Only sent a voice message to Jiang Chang to let him dinner take care of itself. Jiang Chang looked at the message speechless and sent a few question marks over. When it was past 8 in the evening, Li Yan and Jiang Jianming finally came back. The two of them walked in with the door open, talking and laughing. Jiang Chang heard the sound of the door opening and shouted towards the living room. Mom and Dad, back ah! Pausing the pesticide game on his phone and directly tapping return, Jiang Chang walked out of the living room. Seeing Jiang Chang walk out, Li Yan and Jiang Jianmen looked up and down at Jiang Chang with synchronized expressions. You brat, you still know to come back. Yo, this outfit is quite handsome, Li Yan said. I didn't come back and you two didn't look for me and left me out tonight. Jiang Chang said with a complaint. Our unit dinner, can't push it. Have you eaten dinner yet? Ordered takeout. What's this? Jiang Jianmen asked as he looked at several large gift boxes placed on the table. A gift bought for you guys, see if you like it? You brat, show off when you have a little money. Although Jiang Jianmen said so on his lips, his hands quickly picked up the Patek Philippe box and opened it. The two Chanel bags on the side did not even look at it. On the contrary, Li Yan immediately picked up the bag of Chanel, sat down on the side of the sofa quickly unpacking. Seeing the two bags, Li Yan's mouth laughed. Look, your son is much better than you at choosing gifts. These two bags are really nice. I can bring them to the company tomorrow to show off. Jiang Jianmen, who was suddenly lying down, glared at Jiang Chang in a slightly imperceptible way. Brat, you just know how to steal my thunder. Upon opening the Patek Philippe men's watch, Jiang Jianmen instantly changed. Somewhat surprised, he looked at Jiang Chang. He, who had always paid attention to watches, naturally knew that this was Patek Philippe's $1,000,000 model. Seeing that Jiang Jianmen's face was not quite right, Li Yan spoke. What's wrong? Don't like it? How much did you pay for this watch? Jiang Jianmen immediately put away his expression and shook his head. Not much, more than $100,000. Li Yan glared at Jiang Jianmen angrily, followed by patting Jiang Chang's shoulder. More than 100,000 is already a lot. Better, it's not like you're. Halfway through her words, Jiang Jianmen suddenly let out a dry cough. Seeing that she seemed to have missed the point, Li Yan turned her words around. Better, it's not like you can wear it out. Don't forget, your son is so big, you should also keep a low profile. Jiang Chang didn't notice his dad and mom's weirdness. Seeing Jiang Jianming made a wink at himself Jiang Chang smiled at his own mom and said, Mom, I also bought you a piece. You see if you like. Taking advantage of Li Yan to open the box of time, Jiang Jianming immediately will be in their own hands of Rolex off to change into while Jiang Cheng bought Patek Philippe. Jiang Cheng knew Jiang Jianming's routine. If you let Li Yan know that the watch he bought for Jiang Jianming cost more than $1,000,000, I'm afraid that Jiang Jianming would not want to wear it out. Li Yan picked up the watch with a look of surprise. I didn't tell you to buy a cheap one, but why buy such an expensive one? You say you also really, give me to buy so good. No wonder your father this face. Jiang Cheng innocently lying gun at the same time and would like to directly laugh out loud. He could only nod his head. I really didn't think that much when I bought it. I will pay attention next time. Chapter 82 Lovely Little Crisp. By the way, when I bought the watch I also got a lady's perfume silk scarf, 6 cross cuffs and a keychain. You two arrange it yourselves. I'll take this silk scarf on the line. These will be cheaper for Lao Jiang. Li Yan said smilingly. Jiang Jianmen's left hand had been playing with the Patek Philippe watch, and although he was happy inside, he still put on a jealous look on the surface. Next time don't buy so much. Mom knows you are filial. After earning money, save some money to spend on getting a daughter-in-law later. Tonight I get together with some sisters I know. They have several with daughters at home. All of them have never been in love. Why don't Mom hold a line for you? It's time for you to fall in love, Li Yan said with an excited face. As soon as Jiang Cheng heard Li Yan mention this, he immediately gave a fake smile. Not interested, Mom, I'm going back to my room to play the game. Bye. After Jiang Cheng slipped away, Li Yan patted Jiang Jianming. Don't be angry with your son. Ah, the man was not much of a gift to buy. Money is not important. The heart is the most important. Besides, these things you're tired of seeing from childhood to adulthood. Jiang Jianming pretended reluctantly nodded. I know. This is the son sent can be the same? That's also true. The son has grown up. You can wear what he sends. Returning to the room, Jiang Cheng picked up his cell phone and reconnected it to continue the game. Due to hang up for a while, the experience level has already pulled away a large distance, and once on the line and the other side of the line, even if they are careful to be obscene development or immediately by the other side harvested the head. Jiang Cheng immediately a burst of speechless. This Guan Yu is also too strong. He was directly hacked to death when he was under the tower. At this time Jiang Cheng's teammates began to spray. This Luna is it, just hung up even if, a come up to send head, go home and do your homework. Grass. Jiang Cheng looked down to see that the one spraying himself was the mage in the middle. Fireless dance. Jiang Cheng laughed a bit and clicked on the chat box then clicked on everyone. Guan Yu from the opposite side. I'll give you $100 for each head you send. How many do I send and how many do I transfer to you? Big brother, you think I'm an elementary school student? Guan Yu replied. Jifu Bao send it over. First I'll transfer a 500 to you. That's always fine. Guan Yu wasn't polite and sent it over directly. Jiang Cheng switched the interface and transferred it directly. Okay, received. Big brother awesome. Immediately go over and wait for me. Guan Yu immediately facepalmed in front of Jiang Cheng and sent out the head. After harvesting the head, Jiang Cheng typed again. Whoever of you takes our center single away. 1 head for 100. Turn in seconds. As soon as Jiang Cheng sent it out, a few people on the opposite side immediately replied. Roger, big brother. Just rushing to the middle to gather. Unknown Fire Dance helplessly looked at the opposite side's operation and typed out countless question marks. The center single's Unknown Fire Dance was still unbelieving, and after being killed 3 times his mindset finally collapsed. He continued to type and sprayed Jiang Cheng, brain dead thing, playing a game and asking people to kill your father? As soon as he typed, Jiang Cheng didn't have time to reply. The opposite team's king teammates immediately formed a group to curse back, especially Guan Yu. After receiving $500 from Jiang Cheng, his attitude was even more attentive. Unknown Fire Dance. How come your tone of voice is so similar to my son? Do you really think that the internet is a place outside the law? Keep your mouth clean to my big brother. Actually, Guan Yu didn't want to be like this, but it was really because Jiang Chang had given too much. Jiang Chang had already given her $1,000, and it felt too much not to contribute. Several people took turns spraying fireless dance until she went straight offline. Offline after Guan Yu took the initiative to give sent over. Luna big brother. The next to do not want to double row. I am the game anchor. Technology is very good. Can give you the field as a doggo. Guan Yu is a little famous game anchor. Just now Jiang Chang this wave of unintentional show of wealth. Let her live room instantly active. Drive a lot of traffic. And a handful of games let her earn $1,000. More than the direct share of the live broadcast she got her hands on in a day. Jiang Chang naturally has no opinion. Someone to himself as a grass dog, why not? And Guan Yu's skills were really good. Anchor? Where's the anchor? Teasing fish anchor. Name Little Crispy. Okay, next hand together. Okay, big brother. You're invited later. There was no doubt that under the effect of the banknote ability, Jiang Chang was of course directly lined to win. Next time, Little Crisp really invited Jiang Chang. After inviting Jiang Chang, she didn't mention the head to send money, and actually squatted in the grass to Jiang Chang as a grass dog. After playing 3 games with a little shortcake, Jiang Chang said hello to her and then went offline. After going offline, Jiang Chang opened the Teasing Fish live broadcast. After the last time to Chow Inin brush inside the remaining 500,000 shark's fin coins, Jiang Chang searched the live room of Little Crisp and found that Little Crisp is a very cute-looking little loli, and the heat of her live room actually has 500,000. Then Chow Inin, that little anchor, is too powerful. Jiang Chang opened the character scanning system. Name, by Xiao Xiao. Age, 20 years old. Height, 155 centimeters. Face value, 92. Body, 94. Privacy, 0. Friendliness, 40. Jiang Chang directly sent her 5 super rockets. Seeing that someone had sent super rockets, Tiny Crisp quickly opened her mouth to thank them. Thank you big brother, see Fixing God's Needle, for the 5 rounds of super rockets. The netizens in the live broadcast room saw the name of the See Fixing God's Needle Ma all came out to watch the fun. Big brother, See Fixing God's Needle, hasn't appeared for a long time, and he actually came to see Tiny Crisp? Ha, not going to see Sister Chow? Sister Chow is estimated to have taken it. Tiny Crisp looked at the netizens typing again before remembering who See Fixing God's Needle was. It's that big guy who angrily swiped $2.5 million a while ago. A little bit of pastry is flattered to say, see God pin, big brother is here. You say a word, I give you a card. Jiang Chang typed, tough you give me when the grass dog. Bye. After saying that, Jiang Chang directly exited. On the other hand, Xiao Xiao Crisp's side exploded. She incredibly covered her mouth. I didn't expect to play a game to match a godly hero. So Big Brother also plays King. Suddenly I feel like I have a little more in common with Big Brother. The netizens above wake up. Big Brother plays a game with 100 heads ahead. Chapter 83 Self-Reliance. After waking up the next day, Jiang Chun looked at the empty kitchen and breathlessly picked up his cell phone to send a wiki to Li Yan. Mom, where's breakfast? Li Yan's side quickly returned. Buy your own food downstairs. In the past, when Li Yan didn't prepare breakfast she would still leave him $100 to buy breakfast, but now she wasn't polite at all. Jiang Chang shook his head speechlessly and opened the takeout software. After ordering the takeout, Jiang Chang brushed up the circle of friends. The first one is Zhou Zhiyun sent the saying, I'm sorry I'm pretentious thoughts. Jiang Chang frowned and clicked Zhou Zhiyun's avatar into his circle of friends. This look are all non-mainstream sentimental sayings. See Jiang Chang suddenly a burst of brain pain. I will still be in front of you laugh wantonly. Just after the past and accustomed to loneliness. I can say it's okay when it hurts. I can say it doesn't matter when I'm sad. Jiang Chang cut it out and then left a message below saying, lost love again? After posting it, he then swiped down and saw that Zhouing had posted a plane ticket from Mordor to Tianfu. Looking at the time, she should be almost there. Jiang Chang sent a private message to Zhouing. After 5 minutes, Zhouing sent it over. I just arrived home. Why did you come back? Accompanying my mom back to see my dad. It's his Memorial Day soon. Jiang Chang froze for a moment as he looked at the message reply. This topic was awkward, and while Jiang Chang was still thinking about how to reply, Zhouing took the initiative to send another message over. Is Tyrant fun? I went there once when I was a kid. This was one thing that Jiang Chang appreciated about Zhouing, not being pretentious but also being considerate of other people's feelings. It was easy to get along with her. There was no pressure. However, such a girl also showed a very sensitive heart. Jiang Chang needed to pull over and love her properly. Didn't play. Went to work. Came back yesterday. Want to go together next time? So fast. Just go for a day? Yeah, I'm in Tianfu now. Want to have dinner together in the evening? Zhouing sent over after a long interval this time. I have a date tonight. Why don't I treat you to dinner tomorrow? That's fine. It's a deal. At night Jiang Jianmen and Li Yan didn't come home to cook again, so Jiang Chang had no choice but to drive outside to eat. Jiang Chang drove the car all the way to Taikuli. The car well-owned parked to the opposite side of the LV store. Jiang Chang will go directly after. There is a parking tip in Tianfu. That is, when you drive an ordinary car, you can only honestly park the car to the underground parking lot. But if you drive a Porsche 918 like Jiang Chang, you can park anywhere you want even if there is a no parking sign. After all, the security guards at this time will selectively be blind even if they see it. Jiang Chang walked directly into the LV. He came back this time still did not bring clothes. Before buying clothes are placed in the Yangyunaman, now there is only a set of new clothes for washing. Jiang Chang walked into the store and randomly selected, less than 10 minutes to buy a good. After all, he picked t-shirts only one guideline, simple model smooth eyes. One of the most important reasons is that you do not have to obsess about the price, so do not have to spend much time. After settling the bill, Jiang Chang put the clothes inside the car and then prepared to find a random store to settle dinner. Right at this moment, a Porsche 911 stopped diagonally across the street from the entrance of LV. At this time, a handsome man in a suit and tie came down from above. After getting out of the car, he jogged to the passenger side and opened the car door attentively. At this time, the co-pilot stretched out a pair of snow-white straight legs. Down a woman wearing a simple white dress. The tight-fitting dress outlined the woman's perfect curves accurately. As soon as that woman appeared, the nearby security guards and the crowds of people coming and going all started to fix their eyes on her. There were even some male bloggers who were taking street photos in Taikuli because they were too mesmerized by looking at her, and they kicked their feet to the pillar next to them without paying attention. It hurt so much that he squatted on the ground and cried out to his parents. "Oh my god, it's so beautiful. Is it a star? It's really right to come to Taikuli. If it's not a star it's probably an internet star. The body is too good. This leg and the meat in front of it. I'm a female who likes to look at it." Chapter 84 Wang Yuan's confidence. Although Jiang Chang didn't see her face, the slightly curly hair and delicate figure as well as the reactions of the passers-by all directly indicated that she was a beautiful woman. Jiang Chang was ready to turn his head away after just a slight glance, and just then, the boy suddenly got down on one knee and said towards the girl, "Zhou, can you please be my girlfriend?" Jiang Chang couldn't help but turn his head with a slight change in color when he heard this name, and walked closer to see that the girl was really Zhou. "Wang Yuan, what are you doing?" Zhou looked around a bit awkwardly and frowned at Wang Yuan again. Obviously she didn't expect Wang Yuan to act this way either. "Zhou, I've liked you for a long time. I've liked you since I used to be a student. I know I didn't deserve you in the past, but now I think I can give you happiness. Promise me, okay?" After saying that, the boy took out a delicate box from his pocket, and after opening it, there was a sparkling white gold diamond necklace of Dr. Because of Wang Yuan's action of kneeling down on one knee, the number of onlookers watching from their side was increasing. "Look, is someone proposing? Oh my god, Porsche 911. This car must be millions. So it's a rich handsome guy. Too romantic. Only this kind of rich guy can bring such a beautiful girl. Wang Yuan, don't be like this. Get up. Everyone is watching." Seeing the crowd of onlookers, Zhou said with some difficulty. Wang Yuan was listening to the admiration of the surrounding crowd at this time. His heart began to swell. Where would he still feel embarrassed? "Zhou, don't you like this necklace? I've heard that you girls all like shiny things, so I specially went to DR and chose this necklace for you, and if you agree to be my girlfriend, I can also customize a unique diamond ring for you." After Wang Yuan said this, there was another commotion inside the crowd. "This is too romantic. If someone did this to me, I would definitely say yes right away. I've heard that DR's slogan when men can only customize one exclusive ring in their lifetime. This necklace of his must cost tens of thousands of dollars. So envious. Wang Yuan, I only consider you a friend. Get up." Zhou Ying's face sank in displeasure and said, "Zhou, I know you were momentarily frightened. It's fine. I can give you a little more time to think it over." Wang Yuan looked at the necklace in his hand with an enigmatic confident smile on his lips. Wang Yuan thought to himself, this necklace had cost him $38,000 to buy. If he had put it in the past, Zhou probably wouldn't have put this kind of priced necklace in her eyes. But now 38,000 isn't a small amount of money for her, right? And he is now this kind of condition of handsome man. His family is a company. With Zhou is more than enough. Wang Yuan is very confident that he can get Zhou. Even if Zhou shows a difficult look, Wang Yuan will only think that she is trying to escape. After all, it would take a little time for a beautiful woman to bow down to someone who was once inferior to her. The other beauties beside her looked at Wang Yuan, who was a gentlemanly-looking and generous man, and all of them were suddenly moved. After all, in the eyes of ordinary people, Wang Yuan, who drove $1 million Porsche and bought tens of thousands of dollars of necklaces, was really a rare high-quality object. This is simply the Prince Charming in the hearts of most girls. Unfortunately, Most of these girls do not include Zhou. Zhou and Wang Yuan can be said to have known each other since childhood, and both parents are familiar with each other. That's why Zhou came out with Wang Yuan today. However, she didn't expect that Wang Yuan would actually engage in such a situation in public. Wang Yuan, I'll leave if you keep this up. Seeing Wang Yuan not getting up, Zhou Ying's face became even more gloomy. She had already said several sentences very subtly, but Wang Yuan still didn't get up. It was clear that he wanted to force her, trying to make her embarrassed to reject him in public. Chapter 85, Jiang Cheng's Operation. Wait, Zhou, I also prepared a surprise for you. You'll love it. After saying that, Wang Yuan thought he was very handsome and clapped his hands, only to see several people immediately walk out from the side. Among them were those holding flowers, those holding signs, and those holding guitars. After a girl with a large bouquet of roses handed the flowers to Wang Yuan, she immediately held up a shiny atmosphere sign. On it were the words "Promise Him" written in big letters. Then a few people began to sing a non-mainstream love song to Zhou and Wang Yuan. I love you, just like a mouse loves rice. No matter how many storms there are, I will still love you. The moment such a dated internet love song was sung, it immediately filled Zhou Ying's head with black lines. Zhou hadn't even opened her mouth to refuse, but the crowd of onlookers immediately started to bring up the tempo again. Among them, there was also a woman who was the most bizarre. Oh my god, this is the most romantic way of courting I've ever seen. Handsome. I'm willing if she's not. I'm not bad. That girl looked at Wang Yuan with a burning gaze. Seeing her say such shameless words, her boyfriend next to her immediately quit. A face of anger said, "What are you talking about? You forget that you have a boyfriend?" Her boyfriend finished. That girl suddenly became more agitated. You still have the nerve to say, I've been with you for so long, you've never given me a surprise. Look at others, and Dr. and 99 roses in love songs. What about you? You accept to invite me to eat $6 of spicy hot. You also give me something? Break up. After saying that, the girl huffed and turned her head away. The boy saw the situation, angrily scolded Wang Yuan, "La crotchman. Dr. purchase as long as you change a foreign place can directly customize multiple rings. Pretend what deep love. Beauty, don't be fooled." After saying that, the boy also turned his head and left. Seeing that his plan was disrupted by the two psychopaths, Wang Yuan couldn't help but resist the urge to curse and explain towards Zhou. Zhou, don't listen to him, he's just jealous that I'm rich. It takes one like me to be worthy of you. Promise me, if you promise me, you don't have to go back to work in the future. I'll even give you $50,000 of pocket money every month. After saying that, Wang Yuan then immediately bloomed a hint of confident and charming smile. Seeing Wang Yuan's bursting self-confidence, Zhou laughed breathlessly for a while and shook her head. Although $50,000 was a lot in the eyes of ordinary people, but Zhou was also someone who had seen a lot. Even though her family had fallen from grace, the attraction of $50,000 was still almost zero to her. The key was that Wang Yuan's attitude towards her always had a hint of hidden superiority, which made Zhou very uncomfortable. Wang Yuan also knew that he appeared a bit showy in front of Zhou. However, in the past, he was not qualified to be arrogant in front of Zhou. Now it was different. Just like a poor person who suddenly became rich would always spend with a vengeance. Now that Wang Yuan suddenly had the capital to show off in front of Zhou, he couldn't control himself for a while and was always dejected if nothing else. At this moment, the system prompted with a ding. The system releases a special task. Choice 1, being a melon eater like the people around you. You will receive a card of high-quality melons and fruits, and a copy of the internet's most melon eater record book. Choice 2, help Zhou get out of trouble. Will receive 1 consumption blitz card, 1 bad luck deck. Jiang Chang looked at the choices in front of him. This system was messing with things. The last time he used the gourmet cashback card, he had received nearly 200 million yuan in cashback. And this time, the consumer blitz card, obviously cashback multiplier is even greater. Jiang Chang directly clicked to select the second item. After selecting it, Jiang Chang casually picked a few red, yellow, and blue flowers by the roadside flower bed. Taking a dozen or so roadside wildflowers, he walked towards Zhou. At this time, the onlookers were still saying loudly to Zhou and Wang Yuan, "Promise him, promise him." At this moment, Jiang Chang suddenly appeared. Jiang Chang walked straight to the center of Zhou and Wang Yuan, and casually handed the flower to Zhou. "This beautiful woman. If you don't like roses, see if you like this flower, and if you like it, can you be my girlfriend?" With Jiang Chang's appearance, the crowd instantly quieted down. Asterisk 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 asterisk, this is too brave. But this is not comparable at all. People are 99 roses. Yes, and there are diamond necklaces. This man a little sincerity or not. Look at his flowers and some are absent. He is too funny? Obviously the onlookers didn't buy Jiang Chang's approach, and Wang Yuan also stood up speechlessly. Obviously at this time he did not put Jiang Chang in his eyes. After all, He felt that his last $38,000 necklace, plus more than $1,000 to hire the Atmosphere Group, had already directly killed Jiang Chang these few roadside wildflowers. I say this, little brother. Picking up girls is to spend money. Look at you. Even the basic money to buy flowers are not willing to pay out to learn others out to cut off. I advise you to go home to wash and sleep, dreaming of everything. After Wang Yuan said this, the crowd of onlookers nodded in favor. Although they didn't deny that Jiang Chang was handsome, handsome was nothing in front of money. One was generous and drove a luxury car, while the other was holding a few small wildflowers. To a comparison, immediately divided into high and low. As long as it is normal, people will directly choose Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan looked at Jiang Chang's appearance but did not panic. On the contrary, he felt that Jiang Chang is to send assists. At this time, he once again holding flowers walked to the front of Zhou Greasy said, "Zhou, you just from me. Do not resist." With a greasy expression on his face, Wang Yuan once again recited what he felt was a very domineering quote from the domineering president, and inwardly felt that he was as stable as a batch. But accidents still happened. Zhou not only did not buy the bill but also directly took the flowers in Jiang Chang's hands. Since only see her towards Jiang Chang's sweet smile. "Thank you. I like this flower." When Zhou smiled, the air around her suddenly became sweet. Especially those boys who were onlookers all felt like they were in love all of a sudden. Holy, worthy of being a goddess. She actually chose love. I finally believe in love again. So there really are people who would rather cry on top of a bicycle than sit on top of a supercar and laugh? This woman has a self-mutilation tendency, right? Chapter 86. I can't do this question. Have an eye. This was just picked casually there. The color is still specially matched. Jiang Chang said with a smile. Seeing Jiang Chang so amused, Zhou covered her mouth and said with a smile, "Tough on you. I really like it." Seeing the two flirting, Wang Yuan's heart broke into halves. What the hell? Zhou didn't appreciate any of what he had arranged. And Jiang Chang picking a few wildflowers was hard work? Wang Yuan at this time cannot help but eyes redden to the sky. Long roar. No, this question I will not do. After the roar, Wang Yuan asked towards Zhou. "Zhou, I'll give you another chance. You must be lying to me, right?" After saying that, Wang Yuan also thoughtfully pulled out a crooked smile towards Zhou. Seeing this greasy smile, Zhou couldn't help but secretly roll her eyes. "Wang Yuan, thank you, but I really don't need you to give me a chance. Buddy, it's not that I'm talking about you. She's already said it many times. She just doesn't want to embarrass you that much. Be a man. Be spontaneous. The sky is the limit." Jiang Chang patted Wang Yuan's shoulder said. Wang Yuan saw Jiang Chang seems to be a sincere enlightenment of their own appearance. Suddenly face cramp up. Damn, snatched his girlfriend and still so arrogant. Dude, I'm telling you, don't come and make trouble. Will you leave here? You can't give Zhou happiness. Jiang Chang's head was full of questions when he heard Wang Yuan's words. This person is sick, right? How do you know I can't give her happiness? Do you know how much Zhou Ying's monthly living expenses used to be? 50,000. Can you afford to give it to her? Although her family is failing now, she's still that beautiful young lady in my heart. As long as she follows me, I'll give her $50,000 a month for pocket money as well. Can you afford it? Can you take her in a luxury car? Buy her a necklace? Buy her 99 roses? In the end, Wang Yuan even started to question Jiang Chang loudly. Jiang Chang looked at Wang Yuan and shook his head. Then you buy her these? Did she accept? Jiang Chang then asked Zhou, do you like these? Zhou seriously considered it and said, that depends on who sent it. Then what if I send them to you? Jiang Chang asked again with interest. Of course I like it. Zhou playfully nodded. Wang Yuan instantly wanted to spit out blood, but he still didn't believe that a kid from the side of the road would be able to steal Zhou from himself. I say you, how about this? I'll give you $100,000 and you leave Zhou. Brother, you don't have a problem with your brain. Jiang Chang was instantly amused. This Wang Yuan had watched too many domineering presidents, right? What are you laughing at? Don't believe it? Do you know how much my car costs? This car was bought for him only after he begged his parents for years, and he just picked it up last month. Wang Yuan had to show it off no matter who he saw. Yo, Porsche 911. Awesome, luxury car. Jiang Chang said derisively. I didn't expect you to be quite discerning, but I have more than $1 million for this plus configuration. How about you? Do you have a car? Do you have a car? Can you afford to drive such an expensive car? Wang Yuan finished with a proud face. At this time, LV's account manager ran out of the store with a bag of things. As soon as she came out, she looked around quickly and immediately jogged over when she saw Jiang Chang, only to see her respectfully bow to Jiang Chang. Sorry, Mr. Jiang, the things you just bought missed a belt for you to put in. Jiang Chang looked at the bag the account manager was carrying in her hand and nodded casually. Oh, okay, help me put it in that car over there. After saying that, Jiang Chang took out the Porsche's car key and pressed it against the car not far away. The sound of drip drip rang out. A group of people followed the sound and looked over. They couldn't help but take a deep breath. My big grass. Porsche 918. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This car is also a Porsche. No wonder that girl agreed to him. So they are all luxury car owners. It seems to be a love triangle. Grass. There are so many rich people. Don't talk nonsense if you don't know. Although all are Porsche, but one is 911. One is 918. The price difference is more than 10 times. What? Is that car that expensive? Chapter 87, Losing Completely. Jiang Chang looked at Wang Yuan, who was petrified with his mouth open, laughed lightly, patted his shoulder and said, "Buddy, how is it? Is my car okay?" Wang Yuan at this time a face ate look, hard to squeeze out a trace of embarrassing smile and said, "Quite good." Thinking about how he had just gloated in front of Jiang Chang, Wang Yuan couldn't help but blush. He knew that he had lost, and had lost completely. Jiang Chang saw that Wang Yuan looked like he was devastated, and immediately lost interest in playing on. Turning to Zhou Ying, he said, "This beautiful woman, when it comes to mealtime, do you want to accompany me for a meal?" "Good." Zhou Ying walked over and naturally wrapped her arms around Jiang Chang. Wang Yuan was left alone and crouched on the ground in a state of disorientation. Inside the private room of the Japanese restaurant, Jiang Chang turned to Zhou Ying and asked, "So you're not doing anything tonight? Is out on a date? I didn't give you any trouble just now, did I?" Zhou Ying looked at Jiang Chang and guffawed, shook her head and said, "Of course not. I am accompanying my mom to her former friend's house tonight. That is, Wang Yuan and their house. After arriving they desperately wanted us both to come out to play. Couldn't put it off before we came out. I didn't think that as soon as I got here Wang Yuan would make these moves." Jiang Chang nodded and put on a hurt expression and said, "I was sad for a while when I first saw it. I thought you rejected me because of him." Zhou Ying looked at Jiang Chang as he said this, and immediately blushed a little. For a moment, she couldn't even tell if Jiang Chang was speaking the truth or a joke. "Jiang Chang, you're still so fond of jokes. I remember that you used to be quite popular in the class. I didn't realize that the goddess had paid attention to me." Zhou Ying nodded shyly and said, "In the past, I didn't have many friends in class, and my family's control was strict. As soon as school was over, they sent a driver to take me home, so I didn't even have the chance to play with my classmates. I only remember that you were quite active in the class during the next class or during gym class. On the contrary, I should be considered a transparent person." Jiang Chang snorted out a laugh. "You, transparent? Zhou Ying, aren't you underestimating yourself too much? If you were an ordinary-looking person, then you could still say that you're an invisible person, just with your looks. You're also very high-profile in the class." "Okay." Zhou Ying shook her head disapprovingly. "Although I'm not bad-looking, I'm not as popular as you say, and there aren't many people chasing after me. Haven't you chased after me too? That's because everyone is young and inferior. Goddesses are only to be admired from afar. Is that so? What about you?" Zhou Ying asked as she looked at Jiang Chang with wide-eyed interest. Jiang Chang dryly coughed twice and said in a serious manner, "I go to school to study, not to fall in love. I'm not the same as other people." After eating, the two of them strolled around Tycoon. "It's been a while since I've been here. It's changed so much," Zhou Ying said with emotion. "I haven't come here to shop much before. To be honest, today is the first time I've been here." "Didn't come here with your girlfriend?" After subconsciously asking this, Zhou Ying then covered her mouth in some embarrassment. "Sorry, I forgot that you and Zhao Jia have." Hearing this, the scum cells in Jiang Chang's brain instantly awakened. Jiang Chang laughed a little to himself. "In fact, Zhao Jia and we usually chat about wizards. She basically won't come out with me. We have very little contact. It can be said that we don't know each other very well. That's why in the end, we will." Jiang Chang looked at Zhou Ying's own. He remembered that he added 5 points when he bought the car before, and then added another 5 points when he was at the bar, so he clearly had 85 points. How come it dropped to 78 points now? Does it mean that this friendly value will still be high and low with the idea? I didn't expect Zhou Ying's friendliness value to rise so slowly, but that was right. The impact of money on Zhou Ying shouldn't be that great. Zhou Ying was naturally a bit more difficult to attack than ordinary girls. Hearing Jiang Chang's words, Zhou Ying's eyes suddenly became more tentative. "That's so. But you're handsome and have money, so it's not a worry that there won't be any girls who like you. Like me or not, I don't really care, but whether you like it or not, I would like to know." Jiang Chang said this once Zhou Ying's face immediately reddened again, flustered, but suddenly did not know how to answer more appropriate. See Zhou Ying shy. Jiang Chang also did not take the opportunity to flirt. Looking at the front of the Cartier counter, Jiang Chang stretched out his hand and naturally pulled up. Zhou Ying walked over. Suddenly being held by Jiang Chang's hand, Zhou Ying's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. Zhou Ying tried to gently pull her hand out, but Jiang Chang did not let go of the meaning. Just like this, Zhou Ying also did not make a sound. A shy look. Let Jiang Chang hold. The Cartier in Tycoon was decorated in a very simple and high-grade manner. The large floor-to-ceiling glass windows coupled with the bright lights. Once you enter, you can see a piece of exquisite sparkling jewelry on the counter. Cartier counterkeeper saw a tall and handsome boy with a fairy-like girl walked in and immediately walked towards the two of them. Looking at the way the two of them fell, she instantly felt that these two people must be potential customers. Just after stepping into Cartier's store, the dreams come true system ding. The dream come true system prompted. Choice 1. Buy a gift for Joing and get 5 shopping cashback cards. The maximum balance for a single card is $500,000. Choice 2. Fake look will obtain a spell show $9 and 9 packages Iron Rooster. Zhang Chang looked at the system's prompt speechlessly. This was something that anyone with a normal IQ would know what to choose, right?